Zeng Dali had served on the battlefield, participated in war, and after his discharge, was assigned to work at a machinery factory, the pride of his parents' generation. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son had the fortune to take part in the first college entrance exam after his reinstatement, becoming a medical student. After graduation, he joined the local county hospital, bringing pride to the entire family. Later, when his son demanded to go abroad for advanced studies, Zeng Dali sold his job and mobilized the entire family's resources to fund his education overseas. However, this drained all the family's savings, resulting in the second son being unable to afford a wife, and the third son turning to speculation and profiteering, ultimately landing in prison. Of the 2 daughters, one was literally worked to death, while the other, harboring deep resentment toward him, disappeared without a trace. His wife, worn down by years of hard labor and devastated by the loss of their eldest daughter, passed away prematurely. He had believed his eldest son, on whom he'd pinned all his hopes, would be reliable only to discover he was an ungrateful, heartless wretch who eventually drove him out of the family home. Now, heaven had granted him a second chance. He was reborn back to the very day his son threatened to become a son-in-law to secure the opportunity to study abroad. This time, he would no longer place all his hopes on his children. He would treat his 5 children fairly and impartially, and absolutely would not repeat the tragic mistakes of his past life. Mom, Dad, this is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. We come from a rural family with no connections. Even though Dad works at the machinery factory, what difference does it make? We barely scrape by. You've never wanted to ask your old bosses for favors. Even though I'm a university graduate working at the hospital, I'm just an ordinary doctor. If I can go abroad for advanced studies, everything will be different when I return. For medical technology is advanced. Once I complete my studies and come back, my treatment and prospects will be worlds apart from now. At the very least, I'll become a department director. Not only will my future be limitless, but our entire family will benefit. Dad, this opportunity was only given to me because the hospital director is favoring Qingqing. Do you know how difficult it is to study abroad now? Our hospital only has 3 spots. Can you really bear to see me spend my life as an unknown, insignificant doctor? A sudden clap of thunder outside snapped Zeng Dali out of his daze. He couldn't believe it. Wasn't he dead? He'd been hit and thrown by a speeding car. The pain of the impact was unforgettable, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the agony in his heart. Zeng Dali looked at his eldest son standing before him, his expression somewhat dazed. Seeing that Zeng Dali hadn't reacted at all despite his lengthy speech, Zeng Jianguo continued, "Dad, say something." Qingqing said that if I can't go abroad for advanced studies, her family won't approve of our marriage unless I become a son-in-law and move into their household. Dad, after all your hard work supporting my education, do you really want me to become an in-law in someone else's home? Before Zeng Dali could speak, Zhang Shuqin, sitting beside them sewing, became anxious. Jianguo, what are you saying? We've worked so hard to support your education, finally raising a university graduate. How can you become a son-in-law in another family? What will our relatives and neighbors think of your father and me? Zeng Dali looked at his plain and simple wife, his eyes filled with guilt. If he had to name the person he'd wronged the most in his previous life, it would be his wife, who had spent her life with him and died young from overwork. Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo dismissively replied, "Mom, you've never been to school, so of course you lack perspective. Director Lin is the hospital director. When I was pursuing Qingqing, there were countless suitors. I worked so hard to win her affection. You both know the Lin family looks down on us. Only because Qingqing likes me did her father agree to our relationship. Even this opportunity to study abroad was granted because Qingqing begged her father. Qingqing said I either go abroad for advanced studies or become their son-in-law. Otherwise, she'll break up with me. Mom, those who gossip behind my back are just jealous. Don't act like the ignorant villagers in our village." Zhang Shuqin was left speechless by her eldest son's retort. Indeed, she was the least educated person in the family. Hearing this, Zeng Dali stood up, slapped Zeng Jianguo hard across the face, and sternly rebuked him. "Zeng Jianguo, you've read a lot of books, but have you stuffed them all into a dog's stomach? Is this how your teachers taught you to speak to your parents?" This was the first time Zeng Dali had ever exploded at Zeng Jianguo. Not only was Zeng Jianguo shocked, but the entire family stared at Zeng Dali in disbelief. Zeng Dali had served in the military and been to battle. Although he'd been discharged for many years, the aura of a soldier still remained when he became angry. Seeing his father furious and having just been slapped, Zeng Jianguo's bravado diminished. He held his cheek and stammered, "Dad, you misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. I was just anxious." Mom doesn't have much education and doesn't understand how important this opportunity is. But you, Dad, have seen the world. You should understand how crucial this is for me. Zeng Dali shot back directly. I haven't read much either, and I haven't seen much of the world. I don't know how important this is for you. All I know is that our family's finances are limited. We don't have enough money to send you abroad for advanced studies. Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo grew anxious and wanted to argue further, but then realized he couldn't push too hard. He needed to take it step by step. After all, the entire family relied on his father's salary. It wouldn't be easy to suddenly come up with such a large sum of money. Dad, I know studying abroad will cost a lot, and we have a big family to support. It's only natural for you to consider this. But I believe you'll ultimately agree. Even if it's difficult, it's only for a few years. Once I return after completing my studies, not only will I make you proud in front of relatives and friends, but our family's livelihood won't be an issue either. Without hesitation, Zeng Dali replied, Jianguo, after supporting your education for so many years, I've done my duty by you. We absolutely cannot spend a huge sum sending you abroad. This family has more than just you. Although your sister has married, you still have younger brothers and sisters. I'm your father, but I'm also their father. I need to treat them fairly. Zeng Dali had 5 children, 2 daughters and 3 sons. His eldest daughter, Zeng Jianguo, had married a few years ago. His eldest son, Zeng Jianguo, a medical school graduate, was a doctor in the county town and the child Zeng Dali was most proud of. Yet, in his previous life, it was precisely this son, the one he'd poured all his pride and effort into, who had broken his heart the most. His second son, Zeng Jianguo, was a quiet, simple-minded fellow, the most invisible in the family and the least favored by Zeng Dali. His third son, Zeng Jianguo, had been a smooth talker since childhood. Because of Zeng Dali's favoritism in his previous life, Zeng Jianguo harbored resentment and eventually took the path of speculation and profiteering, ending up behind bars. His youngest daughter, Zeng Jianguo, also deeply resented her father due to his favoritism and his preference for sons over daughters. She left home more than 20 years ago and never returned, not even when he died. Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo sneered, Dad, it's not that I look down on Erji and Sanji, but even if you give them opportunities, they're not cut out for academics. Jianguo may study well, but she's just a girl. She'll eventually belong to another family. What's the point of spending money on her education? It would be better if she dropped out early, like her elder sister, and got married sooner to bring in a dowry. Zeng Jianguo, who had been sitting aside feeling detached, couldn't stay silent any longer. Brother, that's not right. Dad won't pay for your overseas studies, so why are you blaming Erji and me? There are things I've held back for a long time, only sparing you some face because you're my elder brother. Don't think your education gives you the right to look down on us. We're all our parents' children too. Although Zeng Jianguo was usually articulate, he had never dared to confront Zeng Jianguo head-on. Today, it was Zeng Dali's slap that gave him the courage. Chapter 2. The Rift. Zeng Jianguo looked at Zeng Jianguo with a hint of disdain and said, Third brother, what do you mean by that? Is it my fault that you lack the capability to get into university? Zeng Jianguo retorted, I may not possess your sharp intellect or ability to gain admission to college, but I also haven't burdened our family with excessive expenses. Yet, what has your university education yielded? It's been a year since your graduation. And have you ever contributed a single penny to our family? Not only have you failed to support us, but our parents have had to supplement your finances behind your back. Don't think I'm unaware that you borrowed 20 yuan from Dad last month. You say our family worked hard to put you through university, only to end up giving you money. What good is that education to you? Zeng Dali recalled the incident with clarity. Last month, the eldest son mentioned visiting Lin Qingqing's family and requested 20 yuan to purchase fine cigarettes and liquor for her father, aiming to honor him and prevent any sense of disdain. To spare his son embarrassment, Zeng Dali reluctantly provided the money, even though his monthly salary was a mere 85 yuan, supporting an entire family. This wasn't an isolated incident. For several months prior, Zeng Jianguo had concocted various excuses to extract money from him, ranging from 10 to 30 yuan at times. In hindsight, he felt utterly foolish. While the family struggled to make ends meet, he was enabling this extravagant behavior. Zeng Jianguo, upon hearing Zeng Jianguo's accusations, scoffed, Third brother, your limited education has rendered you short-sighted. I do not fault you for that. What is wrong with Dad giving me money? I have legitimate matters to attend to. You should not fixate on trivial sums. You must look at the bigger picture. Whether I squandered that money or not, I was presenting gifts to my sister-in-law's family. Her father is the deputy director of our hospital. His word carries more weight than my years of hard work. Do you know how I secured this opportunity to study abroad? It was all through connections and gifts. Zeng Jianguo finally understood that his elder brother was unabashedly shameless. Even if he supported him in going abroad, he realized that he could expect nothing beneficial in return from him. Rather than endure this charade any longer, he decided to confront the truth, sarcastically stating, "Oh, you've already taken to calling her sister-in-law before the ink is even dry. Does the Lin family even acknowledge you as a son-in-law? Didn't you just claim that Lin Qingqing helped you secure this opportunity? How is it now that it's all about gifts and flattery? You speak nothing but falsehoods." Zeng Jianguo dismissed him with indifference. "Qingqing has already agreed to be my girlfriend. How does that not make her my sister-in-law? Moreover, she assured me that if I can study abroad and return, she will marry me. You have no idea how many people are vying for her attention. Her choice of me proves my charm. Yet, I realize that I cannot expect you to understand. I only wish to impress upon you that achieving great things requires an understanding of societal norms. Qingqing's father provided me this opportunity. Of course, I must express my gratitude with suitable gifts." Zeng Dali, overwhelmed by the quarrel between his two sons, felt his hands tremble as he gripped the teacup, slamming it down onto the table with a resounding thud. Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo fell silent in an instant. "My son, I have raised you with your mother all these years without ever seeing you show us any filial respect. Yet now you take my hard-earned money to honor Lin Qingqing's father. How utterly disappointing. Today, I shall make it clear. If you desire to go abroad, so be it. The family will not contribute a single penny. Of course, if you wish to marry into the Lin family, I will not stand in your way. For we live in a new era where parental matchmaking is no longer the norm. However, as your third sibling rightly pointed out, I advise caution. You should tread carefully on matters that are still in their infancy. Should you inadvertently fall into someone else's trap and face accusations of indecency, the consequences would be dire." In the early 1980s, although the coastal regions had begun to implement reforms and oppose arranged marriages, the enforcement against indecency remained stringent. Zeng Dali recalled several notorious cases regarding indecency that had resulted in capital punishment. In Zeng Dali's eyes, Lin Qingqing was not a virtuous individual. Her father was the deputy director of a hospital, and many suitors pursued her in secrecy. What could possibly attract her to my eldest son? There was undoubtedly something amiss. In his previous life, he had heard numerous rumors but had dismissed them, believing that they stemmed from jealousy of his son's achievements, particularly in winning the affection of the director's daughter. Furthermore, after Zeng Jianguo went abroad, he rarely saw Lin Qingqing, leading him to pay little heed to the matter. His eldest son had a heart of stone. Although he was profoundly disappointed in Zeng Jianguo and reluctant to meddle in his affairs with Lin Qingqing, he worried about the potential repercussions for the family should Zeng Jianguo misstep. Thus, Zeng Dali subtly offered a word of caution. Who could have known that Zeng Jianguo would respond with anger, saying, "Dad, what do you mean by that? Can't you wish me well? I know your words stem from frustration, but going abroad involves considerable expenses. You need to think long-term. Once I succeed, I will surely not forget my family. Please give it some thought." Zeng Dali replied resolutely, "There is no need for consideration. I can answer you now. The family will not provide you with a single penny. If you truly possess the capability, find your own way." This declaration shocked not only Zeng Jianguo, but also Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo. Zeng Jianguo felt humiliated under the astonished gazes of his family and, filled with rage, retorted, "Dad, this is my only opportunity. Do you truly wish to ruin me? Fine. If you are so heartless, then consider me no longer your son." With that, he stormed out of the house. The rain poured heavily outside, and Zheng Shuqin, worried about Zeng Jianguo's safety, hurried to stop him, only to be restrained by Zeng Dali, who insisted, "Let him go. We have devoted ourselves to supporting him all these years. He has learned little, but has grown increasingly temperamental." Zheng Shuqin hesitated for a moment before retreating, for she had always been a dutiful wife, rarely opposing Zeng Dali throughout their years of marriage. She sighed and remarked, "It is pouring rain outside. And the eldest hasn't even brought an umbrella. I fear." Before Zheng Shuqin could finish her thought, Zeng Dali interrupted, "Fear what? He is quite capable, able to make such significant decisions as going abroad on his own. If it weren't for our financial support, he probably wouldn't even bother to inform us." He continued, "Children grow independent from their parents. Let him be." With that, Zeng Dali returned to his bedroom, leaving Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo exchanging glances, sensing that Zeng Dali was somewhat off today. However, they were pleased with this change, for if the eldest did not drain the family's resources, their lives would surely improve. Back in her room, Zheng Shuqin observed Zeng Dali, who appeared to have unsaid words lingering on his lips. Chapter 3. A heart-to-heart between spouses. Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin had been married for many years, and she had borne him 5 children. Although in his past life he had not devoted his heart to her, Zeng Dali understood Zheng Shuqin well enough to speak gently. Feel free to express your thoughts. Do not keep them bottled up. Is it about the eldest? Seeing Zeng Dali's mild demeanor, Zheng Shuqin bravely nodded and said, I am but a humble woman, not well versed in words. I understand that the eldest going abroad is a positive development, yet our family's circumstances are limited, and we do not have only him as a child. Our parents are living with the family of the second brother. Now that they are aging and their health is declining, we must contribute financially, if not physically, as we are their elder siblings. We must avoid being reproached by the second brother and his wife in the future. Upon hearing her words, Zeng Dali nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning both sensible and relevant to their situation. In his previous life, Zheng Shuqin had offered similar counsel, but he had been solely focused on the eldest's success, fearing that he might impulsively marry into the Lin family and abandon their own. Consequently, he had ridiculed Zheng Shuqin, disparaging her for her lack of education and understanding. When Zheng Shuqin married Zeng Dali, she felt she had married above her station. After all, Zeng Dali had served in the military and held a stable job at a mechanical plant, making him a desirable match in the rural context of that era. However, Zheng Shuqin came from a poor family with many siblings, and they had nearly struggled to put food on the table. Nevertheless, her parents had once owed a debt of gratitude to Zeng Dali's family, and upon learning of Zheng's circumstances, they had insisted on his proposal. At that time, Zeng Dali's heart belonged to another, his lifelong muse. Yet, no matter how pure that affection, it could not withstand the mundane trials of life. When he returned from the army, he had longed to be with the one he adored, only to discover that she had already chosen a different path for her future. Zeng Dali felt as though his world had collapsed, succumbing to a deep despondency. Gradually, however, he reconciled himself to the reality that life must go on. If he could not marry the woman he desired, then it mattered little whom he wed. Thus, when his parents arranged the marriage with the Zheng family, he did not oppose it. After their marriage, Zheng Shuqin proved to be a devoted homemaker, dutifully honoring her elders and giving birth to 5 children. Eventually, their workplace allocated housing to the workers, prompting the family to relocate to the city. Unbeknownst to Zeng Dali, he found himself lost in reminiscence. Noticing his silence, Zheng Shuqin, fearing she had misspoken, tugged at her garment and remarked, Oh, I merely speak without thinking. The significant matters in our family have always been in your hands. You make the decisions, and I will support you, regardless of your thoughts. I understand how much you value our eldest. Your hopes are set on him achieving greatness and bringing honor to our family. If he truly wishes to study abroad, I have managed to save a little over the years, but it will surely fall short. We can devise a plan for the remainder together. Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali grasped Zheng Shuqin's hand and replied, No, I believe you are absolutely right. I do hold our eldest in high regard, yet the others are equally our children. We must be fair to all, otherwise, the rest may feel neglected. For years, we have supported our eldest's education, prioritizing him over the family's resources. As parents, we have already done our utmost. The words I shared with him today were not spoken in anger. You must have noticed that after all these years of study, he possesses the worst character among our children. He now looks down upon us and is overly eager to ingratiate himself with the Lin family. Once he goes abroad for further education, we may find ourselves relying on him even less. Rather than nurture such an ungrateful child, it would be better to invest our affection in the other children, ensuring we save for our own future. I have come to realize that it is better to prioritize our own well-being. This principle applies not only to outsiders, but also to our own family. As long as we have financial stability, we need not fear the ingratitude of our children. This marked perhaps the first time in many years that Zeng Dali found himself in agreement with Zheng Shuqin's sentiments, prompting her to chuckle. You seem to have a clear perspective. I will heed your words. In truth, apart from her illiteracy, Zheng Shuqin possessed many admirable qualities. In her youth, she was quite beautiful. Otherwise, Zeng Dali would not have consented to marry her after just one meeting, even in his moments of despair. However, years of hard work for the family had left marks of time on her face, evident even at the corners of her eyes. Her skin had become somewhat dull due to prolonged nutritional deficiencies. Recalling that the wives of his co-workers were adept at enhancing their appearances, Zeng Dali smiled and said, "Last month, our eldest took 20 yuan from my paycheck. Once I receive this month's wages, I shall buy you a jar of moisturizer. I noticed that old son from our factory bought one for his wife last month. These days, he walks past us exuding a delightful fragrance." Zheng Shuqin quickly declined. "Why waste money on such frivolities? I've heard that jar of moisturizer costs several yuan. With that money, we could buy a substantial piece of meat, enough to feed our family for a week." Zeng Dali disagreed. "That's beside the point. We need to eat meat, but the moisturizer is also necessary. My wife is far more attractive than old son S. Why should she not have what his wife enjoys?" Zheng Shuqin felt as though Zeng Dali had transformed into an entirely different person that evening. Throughout the years, he had never uttered such words to her. Although Zeng Dali was not like the men in the village who would resort to violence against women, he had always maintained a distant demeanor towards her. Zheng Shuqin believed that no matter how hard she tried, she could never penetrate the walls he had erected around his heart. Yet, today Zeng Dali made her feel as if they were a loving couple, engaging in discussions about everything, even remembering to buy her snowflake cream. To her astonishment, Zheng Shuqin felt a hint of bashfulness. Casting a glance at Zeng Dali, she remarked, "After all these years as an old married couple, why speak such nonsensical words? Aren't you afraid of becoming the subject of ridicule?" Upon seeing the satisfied expression on Zheng Shuqin's face, Zeng Dali felt an increasing sense of guilt. Nevertheless, he retorted, "It's the middle of the night, and it's raining outside. Who would come to eavesdrop on us? Besides, even if someone hears us, so what? We are legally married. No one can interfere. Even if it were to be deemed a scandal, it wouldn't befall us. I not only intend to buy you snowflake cream, but once I save enough money, I also plan to buy you a bra. You would look absolutely stunning in it." Zheng Shuqin was taken aback by his audacity and felt an urge to cover his mouth. At her age, wearing a bra like a young girl would undoubtedly invite laughter from the neighbors. Yet, despite her reservations, a part of her couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. She had never worn a bra in her life. The following morning, when Zheng Shuqin awoke, Zeng Dali was already gone. Panic surged within her as she quickly rose from bed. How could she have overslept? Chapter 4. For her own sake, Zheng Shuqin hastily dressed and carelessly tied her hair before stepping out of the bedroom. How could she have overslept? Zeng Dali had to go to work, and what time was it? She hadn't even prepared breakfast. As she approached the kitchen, a delightful aroma wafted towards her. Internally, she mused about who was so industrious, considering she was the one in charge of the household. Typically, if she didn't cook, no one else would lift a finger. Standing at the kitchen doorway, she was astonished to see Zeng Dali, bare-chested, skillfully maneuvering a spatula as he cooked. This scene left her utterly speechless. She feared he might accidentally toss the pan out of the window. Perhaps sensing her presence, Zeng Dali turned to her with a smile, saying, "You're awake? Hurry and freshen up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Having been married to Zeng Dali for over 20 years, Zheng Shuqin had never witnessed him cooking. In this era, although gender equality was championed, few men took to the kitchen. It was a commonality, and Zeng Dali was no exception. He had never cooked, and he could be counted among those who seldom even assisted in the kitchen. Noticing Zheng Shuqin standing there in silence, Zeng Dali urged, "I'm talking to you. Why are you unresponsive? Are you still half asleep? Go wash your hands and have breakfast. After that, you can take a nap." Upon hearing these words, Zheng Shuqin was utterly astonished. Were it not for the 2 decades of marriage she shared with Zeng Dali, she would genuinely suspect that he had been swapped with another. Zeng Dali had only begun to behave unusually since last night. Could it be that the matter concerning the eldest son had unsettled him? It was not an implausible thought. For Zeng Dali had always regarded the eldest as a source of family pride. The eldest, in his quest to go abroad, had grown increasingly aggressive, even threatening that if they did not provide the funds for his departure, he would marry into the Lin family. It was disheartening for both Zeng Dali and herself, as their years of dedication as parents seemed to have been in vain. Noticing her prolonged silence, Zeng Dali put down the spatula and approached her, gently touching her forehead. "You aren't running a fever," he remarked. "Why are you so slow to react?" Zheng Shuqin finally regained her senses and playfully scolded him. "What are you doing? In public?" "No less. With my robust health, how could I possibly have a fever? It's just that after so many years of marriage, I've never seen you cook before." I was simply taken aback. The family compound of the 1980s was quite different from modern apartments. Everyone lived in bungalows with independent kitchens, yet several families shared a large courtyard. They stood at the kitchen door, and with the comings and goings of passers-by, Zheng Shuqin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of being seen. However, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. Their neighbor, Lu Xiaomei, spotted the couple at the door, engaging in affectionate banter, and with a hint of sarcasm remarked, "Oh, what are you two lovebirds doing so early in the morning? If you wish to be affectionate, head back to your room. There are plenty of children around. We wouldn't want to spoil their morals. I've never seen you both like this before. Where did this sudden warmth come from?" Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin typically maintained a mundane relationship, particularly as Zeng Dali often treated Zheng Shuqin with indifference, a sentiment well known among their peers. The primary reason for this was Zheng Shuqin's illiteracy and lack of employment, leading many to conclude that she was unworthy of Zeng Dali. Lu Xiaomei, in particular, held a low opinion of Zheng Shuqin, always speaking to her with veiled barbs and sarcasm. Among the residents, Sun Jinhai was widely regarded as the most doting husband, and his wife was the very Lu Xiaomei who had just spoken. She wore a layer of snowflake cream and appeared as though her face was dusted with flour. Complemented by a touch of lipstick, her fragrance lingered in the air as she passed by, attracting glances from passers-by. In an era when makeup was not yet widespread, Lu Xiaomei's appearance gave her an air of superiority, especially in Zheng Shuqin's presence. Upon hearing Lu Xiaomei's remarks, Zeng Dali became displeased. Some people just can't help but meddle in others' affairs, filling their bellies and stirring trouble. What business is it of yours what we do in our own home? Are we engaging in anything scandalous that warrants your snide comments? Moreover, how do you know how we conduct ourselves? Are you secretly hiding under our bed at night? Sneaking out in the dead of night is hardly commendable. It seems Sun Jinhai ought to keep a closer watch on you. In the dead of night, what could you possibly be doing instead of sleeping beside your husband? Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaomei's face alternated between shades of blue and white. She pointed at Zeng Dali and exclaimed, "Zeng Dali, cease this nonsensical talk. When have I ever ventured out in the wee hours? How can you, a grown man, fabricate such tales?" Zeng Dali shrugged and retorted, "Am I fabricating something out of nothing? My wife and I were merely exchanging a few words in our kitchen. Yet you speak with such malice. Perhaps you should gaze into a mirror and see how you adorn yourself daily, resembling a bewitching spirit. I hope Sun Jinhai can keep you in check. Otherwise, the hat he wears may need to change color." Lu Xiaomei was infuriated. Yet the imposing figure of Zeng Dali rendered her hesitant to confront him directly, for he had seen battle and taken lives. With a huff, she turned and entered her kitchen, consumed by jealousy towards Zheng Shuqin. Although Sun Jinhai appeared to treat her well, buying her clothes and cosmetics, it was all for his own vanity. He never allowed her to manage the household finances and had never even cooked a meal. Why should Zheng Shuqin, an illiterate, hold such economic power, while Zeng Dali could cook? This disparity stirred discontent within her. Zheng Shuqin felt a surge of happiness seeing Zeng Dali stand up to Lu Xiaomei. It seemed a form of vindication for her. If anyone in the compound looked down upon her, it was Lu Xiaomei, who consistently spoke to her with veiled disdain, insinuating that she was unworthy of Zeng Dali. Zheng Shuqin may not have been educated, but she was not foolish. She could perceive the underlying meanings. However, Zeng Dali had never defended her until today, marking a first. Noticing Zheng Shuqin lost in thought, Zeng Dali wondered if she believed she had been reborn. "All right, I've prepared the meal. Could you help me carry it into the house? Where are the second and third ones? Have those two little rascals not yet risen? This won't do. They spend their days idle and aimless. A good child should not be allowed to languish. Once I have the time, we shall convene a family meeting and encourage them to seek employment. We do not harbor idlers in this household." Zheng Shuqin nodded with a complex expression, aiding Zeng Dali in bringing the food inside. Zeng Xinghua and Zeng Jianguo emerged from their respective rooms, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Upon witnessing their father setting the table, they nearly dropped their jaws, suddenly wide awake. Chapter 5. A father is still a father. Zeng Dali glanced at his bewildered sons and chastised. "What are you two dawdling for? Do you not see that I have already prepared breakfast? Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your faces. Do you expect me to feed you?" The brothers shrank back at their father's anger, yet they were even more astonished by his words. What did their father mean? Claiming that he had made breakfast? Zeng Jianguo swallowed hard and, mustering his courage, asked, "Dad, do you mean to say that you made today's breakfast?" Zeng Dali haughtily snorted. "What? Is my cooking not worthy of your palate? If you wish to eat, then eat. If not, be gone." Zeng Jianguo quickly shook his head and replied, "How could that be, Dad? I've simply never seen you cook before, which is a bit frightening. You wouldn't have poisoned the food, would you? Even if Big Brother has upset you, you wouldn't go so far as to harm us, right? You mustn't treat us this way, Dad. Although we may not be as accomplished as Big Brother, we are still your sons, and you shouldn't act like this towards us. Though Zeng Jianguo remained silent, his expression seemed to convey a similar sentiment. Zeng Dali was instantly infuriated by their foolishness. How had he ended up with such two utterly dim-witted offspring? If they had even a fraction of Big Brother's cleverness, he wouldn't have been so fixated on him in his previous life. After all the effort he put into cooking, these two simpletons were concocting an elaborate drama in their minds. I've labored all morning to prepare this breakfast. If you wish to eat, then eat. If not, then leave and stop being such an eyesore. With that, he took his seat and began to eat. Zhang Shuqin quickly exchanged glances with the two children. How can you be so thoughtless? Your father woke up early to prepare breakfast, and your words could truly hurt his feelings. Hurry and freshen up. If your father gets genuinely angry, you might find yourselves without breakfast. Upon hearing this, the two rushed out to wash up, and Zhang Shuqin then smiled as she sat down. Dali, you shouldn't place blame on the children. After all, this is your first time cooking. It's only natural that they're a bit taken aback. By the way, when did you learn to cook? It smells quite delightful. And it certainly doesn't look like a novice's attempt. Zeng Dali momentarily felt disoriented at her words. How had he learned to cook? Perhaps it began after Zhang Shuqin passed away. Much like Big Brother's integration into the Lin family, the second son was slow-witted, and the third often roamed aimlessly outside. He had sacrificed his job to ensure Big Brother could study abroad. In the latter years, he fell ill, barely managing to survive on meager rations. He could hardly recall when he started cooking. Yet, those were matters of his past life. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he could alter his path. Zeng Dali was never one to engage in self-doubt. If his sons were unfilial, he would simply abandon them. He couldn't believe that if he were fair and just in this life, all 5 of his children would turn out ungrateful. He soon regained his composure and declared, I'm not certain when I learned to cook. Perhaps it was always in my nature. It's not particularly difficult. Just add oil to the pan, toss in the vegetables, and sprinkle some salt. In truth, he found it rather simple. In this age, there was no advanced technology or complicated techniques. Cooking required little more than a willingness to use oil. Most meals were prepared with lard, and if one could add some crispy bits of oil residue while stir-frying, the dish would be simply delectable. Zhang Shuqin, upon hearing Zeng Dali's words, thought little of it, for in her eyes, he was capable of everything. Zeng Dali delicately placed a piece of pork cracklings into Zhang Shuqin's bowl, saying, You should eat more. Later, I might see if I can exchange a few more meat coupons. Our oil jar at home is nearly empty, so don't hesitate to spend money. The coastal areas in the south have already embraced reform and opening up. It won't be long before it reaches us. By then, there will be plenty of opportunities to earn. After Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo finished washing up and entered the room, they were greeted by this scene. Zeng Dali was serving vegetables to Zhang Shuqin while engaging her in casual conversation. The joy on Zhang Shuqin's face was unmistakable. In their memories, their parents had never shared such a warm relationship. Hearing the noise, Zeng Dali looked up and frowned, saying, What are you two standing there like wooden stakes for? Hurry up and come eat. The two finally snapped back to reality, realizing that their father was indeed the same as ever, unchanged towards them. Once seated, Zeng Dali rapped the table with his chopsticks, saying, You two are already in your 20s. Stop lazing around and being idle. Starting today, you must go out and find work. Our family does not support idlers. I will give you half a month. If you can't find a job and continue to feast on idle fare, you're out. Zeng Jianguo, feeling indignant, replied, Dad, I'm not even 20 this year. Employers think I'm too young and inexperienced. It won't be easy to find a job. Zeng Dali shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, Is it really that jobs are hard to find? I think you've grown accustomed to laziness at home. You refuse to do hard work, and good employers want you. I've told you before to study diligently, but you stubbornly ignored my advice. This is the path you chose. You can't blame anyone else. Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo stammered, Dad, it's not that I don't want to study hard. The material in books is just too difficult for me. I forget almost everything the teacher teaches as soon as I leave the classroom. They know me, but I don't know them. Zeng Dali sighed upon hearing this. Indeed, not everyone is cut out for academia. Aside from the eldest and youngest daughter, the other children struggled with their studies, particularly Zeng Jianguo, who not only performed poorly academically, but also often caused trouble at school. leading both him and Zeng Shuqin to frequently visit the school to speak on his behalf. Ultimately, he didn't even finish junior high. Zeng Jianguo fared slightly better, but his mind was rather dull. He simply wasn't suited for academic pursuits. While others could memorize something after 3 or 5 repetitions, he struggled to remember it even after 10 or 8 tries. Zeng Dali had never been particularly fond of his second son, and since he didn't pass the entrance exam for junior high, Zeng Dali had no intention of having him repeat the year. However, Jianguo was somewhat filial. Had it not been for him, Zeng Dali might have faced an earlier demise. It is often the least regarded children who turn out to be the most dutiful and understanding. Zeng Dali felt that in his previous life, he had not been fair. So in this life, he sought to compensate to the best of his ability. Noticing a slight softening in Zeng Dali's demeanor, Zeng Jianguo's eyes began to dart as he plotted his next move. Chapter 6. Rebirth. Zeng Jianguo smiled cheerfully and said, "Dad, you are over 60 this year, and in a decade, you will be ready for retirement. Have you thought about who will inherit the responsibilities of this impressive machinery factory?" In the 1980s, it was common for one to pass down their profession to their offspring, and some even opted for early retirement to secure stable jobs for their children and grandchildren. During these times, heavy industry was held in high regard, making employment in the machinery factory exceedingly valuable and difficult to obtain for the average person. In his previous life, Zeng Dali had, in a moment of desperation, sold his position in the factory for a mere 3,000 yuan to fund Zeng Jianguo's overseas studies. This decision had ultimately set off a chain of events leading to the disintegration of their family. The thought of his eldest son, whom he considered a heartless opportunist, filled Zeng Dali with indignation. Noticing the palpable change in his father's demeanor, Zeng Jianguo quickly recoiled. "Dad, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking. My elder brother is a doctor and has connections with the Lin family. He likely wouldn't value this job. My elder sister and younger sister are both women. And considering that my elder sister is already married, the younger sister will also belong to another family in the future. Surely, this job is meant for me and my second brother, right? Rest assured, if you pass it on to me, I promise to honor and care for you in the future." Zeng Jianguo had always been shrewd, albeit often inappropriately so. It was his excessive scheming that had led to his previous arrest for speculation. In truth, he had not committed any grave offense in his past life. He simply chose an ill-timed moment to engage in business. Although some regions had begun to embrace reform and openness, many areas remained conservative, particularly in the northern parts of the country. This generation had endured suffering and the Cultural Revolution, resulting in rigid mindsets. Any deviation from the norm could easily lead to accusations of speculation. Zeng Dali glanced at Zeng Jianguo and then at Zeng Jianguo, who was engrossed in his meal, and spoke. "What you said, third, holds some truth. My position will eventually need to be filled. Second, what are your thoughts?" Zeng Jianguo, taken by surprise at being singled out by Zeng Dali, momentarily froze. It was then that Zeng Shuqin, sitting beside him, tugged at his sleeve and said, "You silly boy. Your father is speaking to you. Why are you daydreaming?" Finally realizing that Zeng Dali was addressing him, Zeng Jianguo felt flustered. He was neither as academically accomplished as his elder brother, who brought pride to their parents, nor as articulate as his younger brother, who easily won their affection. Lacking both intelligence and eloquence, he often felt invisible among his 5 siblings, and his father seemed to favor the others over him. Thus, Zeng Dali's inquiry left him feeling quite anxious. However, recognizing that this was his own father, Zeng Jianguo quickly regained his composure. "Dad, this is your job, and who you choose to pass it on to is entirely your decision. I have no objections." Zeng Dali nodded in agreement, satisfied with the second's response. He cast a fierce glance at Zeng Jianguo and said, "Do you see? Learn more from your second brother. My job is mine to give to whomever I choose. None of you should harbor any hopes. I am still in my 30s, in the prime of my life. If you all cannot depend on me, your mother and I could still bring another child into this world while we are still young." This declaration from Zeng Dali left both Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo speechless. Zeng Shuqin, feeling utterly embarrassed, momentarily disregarded Zeng Dali's usual authority at home and fiercely pinched him, exclaiming, "Look at what you're saying in front of the children. At our age, having another child would only invite ridicule." Zeng Dali, unfazed, retorted, "What is the big deal? Isn't it common for daughters-in-law in our village to share a confinement period with their mothers-in-law? I heard that one of them even took her child to be nursed by her eldest daughter-in-law because she didn't have enough milk." In these times, It's perfectly normal for mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law to share a confinement period, with some even being younger than their own nieces and nephews. However, for the Zeng family, the notion of having another child was far from their intentions, and Zeng Dali's sudden mention of it indeed took everyone by surprise. Once he regained his composure, Zeng Jianguo stammered, "Dad, are you joking with us?" Zeng Dali replied with utmost seriousness, "There's nothing to joke about. If none of you can be relied upon, your mother and I naturally must consider having another child to support us in our old age. If any of you were dependable, I would not entertain such thoughts." In truth, Zeng Dali merely sought to frighten them. Although his health was intact, Zheng Shuqin had suffered greatly after giving birth to 5 children and had not fully recovered from her confinement. To ask her to bear another child would undoubtedly add to her burdens. He felt he owed her from their previous life and merely wished to make amends in this one. The family spent the morning in shock. After breakfast, Zeng Dali left for work, reminding Zeng Xinghua and Zeng Jianguo to clean the dishes and to seek employment. Reluctantly, they complied without daring to argue. Once Zeng Dali had departed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zeng Jianguo, having been quite pampered since childhood, had never performed such household chores, with his clothes always washed by Zheng Shuqin. Thus, once Zeng Dali was gone, Zeng Jianguo clung to Zheng Shuqin, pleading, "Mom, surely what Dad just said was a joke. You both are far too old to have another child. And about finding a job, do you really think it's that easy? Isn't this just pressuring me and my second brother? Also, Dad's job will have to be passed to one of us. I've noticed his attitude towards you has changed lately, so your words must hold weight. Mom, if you can convince Dad to retire and pass his job to me, I promise to contribute to the household even after I marry. Unlike my eldest brother, who has been working for a year without contributing a single penny, and even expects you to support him." As Zeng Jianguo incessantly attempted to persuade Zheng Shuqin, Zeng Xinghua had already tidied up the dishes and retreated to the kitchen to wash them. Although Zheng Shuqin was not particularly educated, she was acutely aware of her son's cunning nature. With a sigh, she remarked, "What you're saying is of no use to me. You must discuss this with your father, the head of the household. I heed his words above all. However, you are well aware of his temperament. He has given you both a mere fortnight to secure employment, so you should seize this opportunity. Otherwise, should he decide to cast you out, you might find yourselves without a roof over your heads." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. His mother, usually easy to sway, seemed impervious today. Chapter 7. Backbone of the Machinery Factory. Zeng Dali arrived at the machinery factory, where he served as a skilled worker. Having previously served in the military, he was held in high regard by the factory leadership. In his past life, he had contemplated selling his position, earned over 2 decades of hard work, for the sake of Zeng Jianguo's study abroad aspirations. The factory leaders had earnestly attempted to dissuade him, but he was blinded by ambition, eager for his son to bring honor to the family name. Now, the factory was state-owned, and Zeng Dali, having relinquished his job, was faced with the harsh reality of relying on manual labor to make ends meet. After patiently waiting for Zeng Jianguo to return home in glory, having successfully risen to the position of hospital director, he felt betrayed. Zeng Jianguo had almost become a son-in-law to the Lin family, neglecting his own roots. To ingratiate himself with Lin Qingqing and her family, he went 1.5 years without returning home, with Zeng Dali often being the one to seek him out. Fearing disapproval from the Lin family, Zeng Jianguo would hastily exchange a few words with Zeng Dali before shooing him away. Eventually, disillusioned with Zeng Jianguo, Zeng Dali ceased his visits. When he was later diagnosed with stomach cancer, instinctively seeking his son, he approached Zeng Jianguo, believing that as a doctor, he might at least show some concern as his biological father. To his dismay, Zeng Jianguo and his wife spoke condescendingly in his presence, leaving Zeng Dali, a man proud of his dignity, seething as he stormed out of their home. He vividly recalled Lin Qingqing's scornful remarks, suggesting that Zeng Jianguo's success was solely due to the Lin family's support. She claimed that parents of their background would only hold him back, preventing him from raising his head in the hospital. While Zeng Dali was indeed angered, it was the fact that Zeng Jianguo tacitly accepted Lin Qingqing's derision that truly wounded him. He blamed his lack of a respectable job and financial instability for his inability to hold his head high in the Lin household. In that moment, Zeng Dali felt utterly defeated, even contemplating despair. After leaving their home, Zeng Dali wandered aimlessly, caught in a downpour, when a vehicle sped by and struck him. In that instant, the pain was negligible compared to the heartache he had just endured. As he reminisced about these past events, he finally entered the machinery factory, where everyone greeted him warmly. "Old Zeng, you're here quite early today. You don't seem well. Has something happened at home?" The speaker is Tong Guowei, the deputy factory director, who shares a close relationship with Zeng Dali. It was he who fervently persuaded Zeng Dali to stay, assuring him that with his capabilities, he would undoubtedly be promoted in the next round of advancements. However, Zeng Dali was wholly focused on facilitating Zeng Jianguo's opportunity to study abroad and paid little heed to Tong's words at that time. After the factory director's retirement, Tong Guowei ascended to the top position. Zeng Dali has met him twice since then, and one could say he is now basking in a certain degree of glory. Having lived a life of hard labor, Zeng Dali reflects that although he has not played his cards exceptionally well, they are not entirely hopeless. And there remains a chance for redemption. Zeng Dali quickly adjusted his thoughts and smiled, saying, Director Tong, every family has its own difficulties. With many children at home, there are numerous matters to attend to, none of which are without concern." Naturally, Tong Guowei refrained from probing further, as it is well understood that familial troubles should not be aired publicly. In these times of scarcity, who does not have one or two distressing issues? Zeng Dali's eldest son is a notable university student from their machinery factory. With such an accomplished child, Zeng Dali still finds himself troubled by family matters, let alone others. Tong Guowei patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "Every household has its worries. As children grow, they develop their own ideas, and it is only natural they may not heed their parents' advice. My own children are no less of a concern." Tong Guowei's eldest son is actually 2 years older than Zeng Jianguo and has been married twice. It is rumored that he is on the verge of another marital crisis, which has become a topic of gossip among colleagues, causing Tong Guowei considerable angst. Zeng Dali reassured him, saying, "Children will find their own fortunes. I have come to terms with this. We must first live well ourselves before we can concern ourselves with the next generation." He decided to steer clear of further troubling topics, stating, "I must sign in first. The factory is undergoing maintenance today, and I cannot afford to be late." Tong Guowei waved him off, urging him to go quickly and not let work slip away. The machinery factory operates differently from others. It requires regular equipment maintenance. As a key technical staff member, Zeng Dali has earned the respect of his colleagues. The factory is sufficiently large, thus, even though the maintenance team spent the entire morning, only a portion of the machinery was serviced. Lunch is provided at the factory, and when the hour arrived, Zeng Dali proceeded to the cafeteria. He served himself 2 portions of rice, a serving of vegetables, and a portion of ribs. The cafeteria worker jested about his generosity in choosing ribs today. Zeng Dali chose not to elaborate. After all, he vowed never to deprive himself again. As Zeng Dali settled at his table, Sun Jinhai approached with his tray and sat beside him, his bowl containing only 2 vegetable dishes. In these times, meat is indeed a rare luxury, especially ribs. Sun Jinhai eyed the ribs in Zeng Dali's bowl, swallowing hard, yet he muttered, "What's so great about ribs? It's just bone, with hardly any meat on it. If you ask me, fatty pork is far more delicious, bursting with flavor." Zeng Dali chuckled in response. Fatty meat has its own richness, while ribs offer a distinct flavor. They are simply different. Why don't you try a piece of this rib? With that, he picked up a rib and placed it in Sun Jinhai's bowl. Sun Jinhai quickly declined, saying, "This is absolutely out of the question. Meat is so precious, you should keep it for yourself." Zeng Dali chuckled, "It's fine. Meals in the cafeteria do not require meat tickets, so having a piece of meat is still possible. Consider it my way of making amends to you." Sun Jinhai was aware that Zeng Dali was referring to the incident from that morning. He had actually overheard their argument from inside, but had been too embarrassed to come out. Having been married to Lu Xiaomei for half a lifetime, he understood her to be a sharp and somewhat harsh individual, particularly towards Zeng Dali's wife, Zheng Shuqin, whom she had always looked down upon. Now that Zeng Dali had taken the initiative to apologize, even Sun Jinhai, with his thick skin, felt a bit awkward. "Dali, your words truly embarrass me. I know my wife's temperament all too well. Over the years we have cohabited in the compound. My sister-in-law has been quite tolerant towards her. I understand that you must have reached your limit to have had that dispute with her. When she brought this matter up to me, I had already given her a severe reprimand. You and my sister-in-law should let bygones be bygones and not stoop to her level." Zeng Dali chuckled lightly at this and replied, "Look at how you phrase it. Am I that petty?" It was merely a couple of exchanged words that led to a brief quarrel. "You know my wife has never been one to articulate her thoughts well, and I cannot bear to see her wronged. Given our many years of camaraderie, I wouldn't harbor any ill feelings over this matter. Zeng Jianguo felt considerably reassured after hearing this. Chapter 8. A word of advice to Zeng Jianguo as Zeng Jianguo swallowed a piece of pork rib from his plate. He smiled. I knew you weren't that petty. Now I can relax. Having been colleagues with Zeng Dali for over a decade, he recognized Zeng Dali's superior capabilities and the esteem in which he was held by their superiors. He genuinely feared that his wife might offend Zeng Dali. Despite Zeng Dali's generally quiet demeanor, he could indeed be quite intimidating when angered. Although Zeng Dali did not wish to quibble with Liu Xiaomei, he shifted his tone, saying, Old son, we have been friends for many years. Please forgive me if my words sound harsh. I know you care for Liu Xiaomei. It is not wrong for a husband to feel protective of his wife, but if you indulge her without limits, she might end up riding roughshod over you. I know you have 3 daughters, and while there may not be many expenses, girls also need proper nurturing. We live in a new era now. The old notions of valuing sons over daughters are no longer acceptable. Your salary is around 80 a month, which is more than enough to support your family. Your eldest daughter has already married, but look at how thin the other 2 have become. Liu Xiaomei may adorn herself daily, but surely she cannot spend everything? Where does all your hard-earned money go? Having lived in the same family compound, Zeng Dali was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the Sun household. Zeng Jianguo's greatest regret in life was not having a son. He had always tried to coax Liu Xiaomei into bearing him a son. However, Liu Xiaomei, having given birth to 3 daughters, was unwilling to endure the pains of childbirth any longer, resolutely refusing to conceive again. In a bid to please her, Zeng Jianguo lavished her with gifts, be it snowflake cream or luxurious fabrics. Over time, this attempt at appeasement became a habit. Yet both of them had already crossed their 30s, and Liu Xiaomei remained steadfast in her decision. Throughout the years, the couple had not accumulated any savings. Furthermore, Zeng Dali was aware that Liu Xiaomei had a nephew from her maternal family, a good-for-nothing ruffian. Liu Xiaomei, lacking a son, pampered this nephew excessively, always seeking ways to win his favor. Whenever she had money, she would secretly slip him some. When funds were low, she resorted to selling her snowflake cream and luxurious fabrics. Eventually, it was Liu Xiaomei's 2 daughters, unable to tolerate their mother's favoritism and Zeng Jianguo's indifference, who exposed these matters during a heated argument. Upon hearing Zeng Dali's words, Zeng Jianguo was deep in thought. Although his monthly salary was not significantly less than Zeng Dali's, it was still a meager amount. Zeng Dali supported an entire family and had even sent a child to university, while his youngest daughter was still in school. Their lives were flourishing. In contrast, Zeng Jianguo's 2 children had dropped out of school, and with fewer mouths to feed, their lives were still painfully tight. He was reluctant to use the meat rations he received each month, giving them all to Liu Xiaomei to take back to her family. He hadn't bought new clothes in 5 years, his garments now faded and worn. Observing Zeng Jianguo's troubled expression, Zeng Dali spoke again. Every family has its own struggles. If my words offend you, simply disregard them. Zeng Jianguo, jolted back to reality by these words, quickly replied, No, Lao Zeng, you are right. I have been living in ignorance these years. Do not mock me, but I have always envied your complete family, while I have only 3 daughters. I am indifferent towards them. When my eldest married, I merely accepted the betrothal gifts without providing any dowry. The other 2 have only elementary education. I am an unworthy father. At my age, it seems unrealistic to hope for a son. If I treat my daughters this way, will they resent me and neglect me in my old age? Though Zeng Dali's words were simple, they struck Zeng Jianguo like a revelation, awakening him considerably. As Zeng Dali continued to eat, he remarked, I cannot predict whether they will hold resentment towards you in the future. After all, as a father myself, I am not without faults, and I have no right to judge your situation. However, I can assure you that it is not too late. There is still an opportunity for redemption. Zeng Jianguo was taken aback by this statement. Zeng Dali, who took such pride in having raised a university student, now claimed he was a failing father. Had Zeng Jianguo done something to disappoint Zeng Dali? Indeed, he had seen Zeng Jianguo leave home in the rain the previous night, initially believing it was due to urgent matters at work. Now it seemed that familial discord had driven him to leave home in the dead of night. Upon contemplating this, Zeng Jianguo instantly caught a whiff of gossip. However, being a man of stature, he felt it inappropriate to turn around and revel in someone else's misfortune, especially after Zeng Dali had kindly brought it to his attention. The 2 men finished their lunch in silence, and in the afternoon, Zeng Dali returned to the factory to continue with repairs. To ensure the factory's operations would not be disrupted the following day, The management instructed them to work through the night. That evening, Zeng Dali did not return home, but sent a message through Sun Jinhai to inform his family not to wait for him for dinner. They toiled until midnight to complete the repairs on all the machinery. To reward the skilled workers, the management generously distributed a pound of meat tickets to each. This brought immense joy to everyone, as meat was not particularly expensive in the 1980s, but securing tickets was a different matter altogether. There were ways to procure meat without tickets, but that meant venturing into the black market, where prices soared, and one risked being charged with hoarding. Zeng Dali recalled that since the onset of the reform and opening up policy in the early 1980s, the city had been the first to abolish all rationing tickets, allowing for a free supply of goods and market-driven pricing. It wasn't until 1993 that this practice was implemented nationwide, marking the end of a decade-long era of rationing. Zeng Dali felt that the single pound of meat ticket was insufficient, as his family had not enjoyed meat for quite some time, and their oil supply was nearly depleted. Thus, he inquired with his colleagues and purchased an additional 3 pounds of meat tickets at a premium. After work, Zeng Dali made a special trip to the supply and marketing cooperative, requesting 5 pounds of meat, comprising 2 pounds of fatty and 3 pounds of lean cuts. In truth, the prices during this era were quite reasonable, with meat costing only 7 to 8 dimes per pound. It was merely the tickets that posed a challenge. The 5 pounds of meat only cost him 3 yuan and 20 cents. Noticing that the cooperative had freshly arrived chestnut cakes, he asked the sales clerk for 2 pounds of them as well. As workers from the machinery factory, they were considered some of the cooperative's most reliable customers. The clerk smiled and remarked, "You're fortunate to come early. These chestnut cakes were delivered first thing this morning. If you had come in the afternoon, they would surely have sold out. I see you're a master from the machinery factory. That's one of the best places here." She weighed out the 2 pounds of chestnut cakes, ensuring they were generous, and added a bit of crumbs as a complimentary gesture. The young clerk was exceedingly warm, and Zeng Dali expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Chapter 9. Supporting skill acquisition. Zeng Dali returned home, elated, carrying the meat and pastries. Upon his arrival, breakfast was just being prepared. When Zeng Jianguo saw the meat and pastries in Zeng Dali's hands, his eyes sparkled with delight. Zeng Jianguo was equally pleased, as it was a rare occasion for their family to enjoy a meal of meat. Zheng Shuqin, noticing the bounty in his hands, quickly took it from him, exclaiming, "Why did you buy so much meat? I thought we had run out of meat tickets." To avoid causing Zeng Jianguo any distress, the family had been hoarding the tickets exclusively for him. Although others had their grievances, they dared not voice them. Zeng Dali smiled and replied, "Didn't the factory reward us with a pound of meat tickets each for working overtime yesterday? The remaining 3 pounds were purchased at a premium from my colleagues. I find that our household has run out of oil. The 2 pounds of fat can be rendered into lard, while the leftover scraps can be fashioned into buns. Additionally, it seems that Xiao has returned from school these past few days. Now that the child is in high school, time is scarce and the academic demands are heavy. It is imperative to enhance his diet. The brown paper contains chestnut cake, and I recall your fondness for sweets. In the past, I would often hesitate, but today, having fortuitously come across freshly made chestnut cake, I purchased 2 pounds to bring home. In my previous life, during this time, in order to support Zeng Jianguo's study abroad, Zeng Dali had already contemplated the idea of withdrawing Zeng Jianguo from school. Reflecting on my daughter's numerous pleas, I felt an increasing sense of guilt. To be frank, Zeng Jianguo's academic performance surpassed that of Zeng Jianguo during his school years. However, due to my bias, I insisted on her withdrawal, believing that her education would ultimately benefit another family. In essence, my feudal mindset, favoring sons over daughters, was to blame. Ultimately, my youngest daughter ventured far away, and until my demise, she never returned to glance at me, a fate I truly deserved. Yet, in my final moments, I seemed to hear my eldest son and his wife arguing, claiming that my daughter had previously sent money back to me, which was deceitfully pocketed by those ungrateful wretches. However, that was a matter of my past life, and I did not wish to delve deeper, for the more I knew, the heavier my heart felt. Furthermore, although Zheng Shuqin adored sweets, with 5 children at home and both sets of parents alive, she had never allowed herself such indulgence. I recalled that before her passing in my previous life, she had yearned for a sweet treat, but due to my loss of employment and financial constraints, I had been unable to provide her even a morsel of dessert. The more I pondered, the more guilt enveloped me. Yet, that was a matter of a bygone life. And thankfully, heaven has granted me a second chance to make amends. Zheng Shuqin, unaware of the reasons, was deeply touched by my words. She never anticipated that I remembered her fondness for sweets, and it seemed that my heart had gradually warmed towards her over the course of our life together. However, having been frugal for so long, she could hardly bring herself to enjoy such delightful pastries, and thus she smiled and said, "Perfect. In a few days, I shall return to the village, and I will take this cake to my parents. It feels rather awkward to return empty-handed each time." I noted that Zeng Shuqin would visit her parents in the countryside every 2 weeks. Occasionally, she would bring back a few items or some rare treasures. But more often than not, she would return with empty hands, sometimes bringing vegetables grown at home. I waved my hand and said, "These are for you. Eat without worry. When you return to see your parents, I will go to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some more." Zeng Jianguo, overhearing, was taken aback, wondering when his father had become so generous. However, before he could respond, I inquired, "How are you both faring in your job searches?" Zeng Jianguo immediately lowered his head, for he had not genuinely sought employment. Zeng Jianguo responded, "I went to look for a job, but found nothing suitable. However, an old carpenter is willing to take me on as an apprentice, albeit without providing food or accommodation, and I must pay an apprenticeship fee. He suggested I return to discuss it with my parents." Before Zeng Dali could utter a word, Zeng Jianguo scoffed, "Second brother, you spent the whole day yesterday searching, and I thought you had found something worthwhile. Instead, you are merely going to be an apprentice. Even that requires an apprenticeship fee. Our family can barely afford to send eldest brother overseas for his studies. How can we spare money for your apprenticeship? You are worse off than I am. I can lounge at home without the burden of paying someone else." As he spoke, Zeng Jianguo wore a proud expression, as if he had achieved something remarkable. Hearing this derision, Zeng Jianguo's head drooped lower. He felt his younger brother was right. Their father had sent them out to find work, not to pay tuition fees. This was no different from attending school. However, jobs were indeed hard to come by, and he couldn't simply return to the village to earn labor points. To be honest, having lived in the city for so many years, despite his dull demeanor, he still possessed a sense of shame. How would others perceive him if he retreated to the village while everyone else pursued higher aspirations? Zeng Dali shot a glare at Zeng Jianguo and stated, "Regardless of the nature of the job your second brother is pursuing, at least he is out there trying. What about you? Third brother, let me be clear. My words yesterday were not empty. If you do not find a job within half a month, you must move out. Our family does not support idleness." Turning to Zeng Jianguo, he continued, "I think your idea has merit. Given your academic qualifications, learning a trade is indeed a commendable path. However, while carpentry may seem lucrative, it takes at least 3 to 5 years to master. By then, you may be older, and the demand for carpenters could diminish. Wouldn't that render those years wasted? Thus, you must consider this carefully. If you genuinely wish to learn a trade, our father will support you, but it must be a trade with promising prospects. If you follow the crowd, employment may be challenging. After all, what you can see, others can see as well." Zeng Jianguo did not anticipate such a conversation from his father, nor did he expect his father to endorse his pursuit of a trade despite the costs involved. Feeling a surge of excitement, he replied, "Father, I will think it over carefully and explore which skills are worthwhile. Once I have made a decision, I will let you know. Over the next few days, I will venture out to see what trades could offer long-term benefits." Zeng Dali patted his shoulder and replied affirmatively, then added, "All right, I didn't sleep at all last night. After breakfast, I will rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Zeng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo hurried to the kitchen to prepare the meal, leaving Zeng Jianguo looking somewhat bewildered. Wasn't their father usually dismissive of the second brother? What had changed today? After breakfast, Zeng Dali retreated to his bedroom for some rest, while Zeng Shuqin busied herself in the kitchen. The 2 pounds of fatty pork Zeng Dali had procured could yield at least 1.5 pounds of lard, and soon the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. Chapter 10. A secret indulgence in those days, in the courtyard. Whenever someone prepared a special dish to elevate their meals, the neighboring households were quick to learn of it. In this residential compound, there were around 7 or 8 households, all comprised of workers from the machinery factory. At this hour, most of the men had departed for work, with 2 or 3 women also engaged in employment. The remaining few women sat together in the courtyard, diligently attending to their tasks. Some were crafting shoe soles, while others mended clothes, occasionally rubbing their needles against their scalps to ensure smoother stitching. The women exchanged lively banter, even indulging in risque jokes that elicited hearty laughter from the others. "Lu Xiaomei, brandishing newly purchased fabric, attempted to showcase her acquisition, but the others, well aware of her character, offered only perfunctory compliments before diverting the conversation. Noticing her lack of attention, Lu Xiaomei felt disheartened and began to fidget with the fabric. This material was intended for clothing for her nephew on her maternal side, a purchase she had saved for over a long period. As the delectable aromas wafted from the Zeng family's kitchen, Yang Tiangang's wife, Chen Sufan, inhaled deeply and remarked, "What a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. Which household is responsible for such a delicious scent?" One of the women chimed in, "It smells like someone is rendering lard. Our oil container is nearly empty, and I've been contemplating saving some fat to render oil myself. Unfortunately, our meat ration for this month has already been exhausted, so I must wait until next month. I wonder whose household is rendering lard at this hour. It's making my mouth water." Lu Xiaomei glanced towards the Zeng Dali family's kitchen and recalled the unpleasant encounter from the previous morning, which left her feeling profoundly uneasy. Being scolded by Zeng Dali and his wife was one thing, but upon returning home, she had hoped that Sun Jinhai would stand up for her, only to find that he had turned against her as well. He claimed that Zheng Shuqin was typically mild-mannered and must have instigated the trouble, leading Zeng Dali to confront her. Infuriated, Lu Xiaomei had skipped breakfast for him and returned to her maternal home. Her family was delighted to see her. Her mother and sister-in-law remarked that her nephew had reached an age suitable for courtship yet lacked even a decent outfit. Lu Xiaomei took it upon herself to remedy this situation. Early that morning, she had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a large piece of fabric. Although Sun Jinhai remained unaware of her intentions, she wondered how he would react upon his return. Last night, Sun Jinhai had taken an odd stance, declaring that he would no longer support her maternal family, threatening to withhold purchases of goods such as snowflake lotion and fabric. Perhaps he had been influenced by Zeng Dali at the machinery factory. In Lu Xiaomei's eyes, Sun Jinhai was lacking ambition. Despite having the same length of service as Zeng Dali, he continuously insisted that Zeng Dali was favored by the management and ought to have been promoted long ago. If Zeng Dali were indeed to ascend in rank at the factory, what sense of superiority would Lu Xiaomei have in front of Zheng Shuqin? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Hearing their discussions, she interjected, "Who else could it be but Zheng Shuqin's family? Haven't you noticed that the delightful aroma is emanating from her kitchen? In my opinion, Zheng Shuqin is inept at managing her household. At this hour, Zeng Dali has just begun his shift. Yet she is already in the kitchen preparing something delectable, carrying on an affair behind her husband's back. It is no wonder that in recent years, he has been rather indifferent towards her." Chen Sufan has always shared a close bond with Zheng Shuqin. However, Chen's temperament is notably more fiery. Upon hearing Lu Xiaomei's sarcastic remarks, she retorted, "Lu Xiaomei, your words are rather cruel. The matters between couples are typically kept behind closed doors. How do you know they are distant? Dali has served in the military, and his demeanor is simply of that nature. Have you ever seen him exhibit extraordinary warmth towards anyone? Moreover, we have all been married for decades. How could there even be talk of infidelity? I heard Tian mention that Dali worked an overnight shift yesterday and is likely at home sleeping right now. If anyone is to be concerned for their husband, I believe no one surpasses Shuqin. She is the least likely to betray her partner. As for you, that blue fabric in your hands does not seem fit for your husband Sun Jinhai, but rather appears suitable for a younger man. You adorn yourself in flashy attire and apply cosmetics daily. You are arguably the most likely to engage in an affair within our community." Lu Xiaomei was left blushing from Chen Sufan's words and insisted that the accusation against Zheng Shuqin was regarding her eating habits. However, Chen's implication was about infidelity. Lu Xiaomei, now infuriated, exclaimed, "Chen Sufan, do not speak such nonsense. When have I ever been unfaithful? We live in a society governed by law, and spreading rumors is indeed a crime. I could sue you for defamation." Lu Xiaomei, well-versed in various characters, prided herself on being a modern woman, often delving into legal texts and enlightening the less informed women in the community. Initially, she garnered some respect, but as time passed, her true nature became apparent, leading to their disdain. After all, living a life of mundane chores, who among ordinary folk has the time to listen to her boastings? As long as everyone lives a decent life, no one can impose upon them. Chen Sufan responded nonchalantly, "Rumors? Which of your ears heard me spreading rumors? Furthermore, when did I accuse you of infidelity? I merely stated you indulge in food. Did you not just claim that Shuqin was unfaithful? If that is the case, are you not also instigating rumors? Could Shuqin not counter with accusations against you? Though others remained silent, their gazes towards Lu Xiaomei conveyed a similar sentiment. Seeing no one come to her aid only fueled Lu Xiaomei's frustration. She was determined to clarify today's events, lest the misinformation spread like wildfire within the community. She was indeed the most fashion-conscious among them, and with Sun Jinhai's affections having waned of late, she feared the repercussions if these words reached his ears. Thus, Lu Xiaomei took a deep breath and explained, "Oh, I did not mean it that way. I merely commented on the delightful aromas wafting from the Zeng family's kitchen, and the conversation naturally led us here. Sister-in-law, do not speak carelessly. After all these years, do you not know my character? I simply take a bit more care of myself, but my relationship with Jinhai is perfectly fine. The fabric I possess is intended for making garments for my nephew from my maternal family. You have all encountered the child. He has always held a fondness for me. His aunt. Just yesterday, while visiting my family, my sister-in-law mentioned that the boy has recently been courting young women, and it would be rather inappropriate for him to lack decent attire. Thus, I contemplated crafting a fine garment for him, so that when he meets the young lady, he may present himself with dignity." Lu Xiaomei believed that by merely mentioning this matter, it would be put to rest, yet Chen Sufan proved to be rather unperceptive. Chapter 11. A daughter married is like water spilled. Although Chen Sufan possesses a somewhat irritable temperament, her intentions are not malicious. Upon hearing Lu Xiaomei's intention to sew clothes for her nephew, she could not help but interject, "Lu Xiaomei, it's not that I wish to criticize you, but I genuinely cannot overlook this. You have 3 children of your own, yet you neglect them, while you are so invested in your nephew. Just look at the life your eldest daughter leads. I encountered her on the street a few days ago, burdened with a child, dressed in ragged clothing, scavenging for discarded vegetable leaves. I offered her a bun, and she devoured it without a moment's concern for the dirt on her hands. You find the time to adorn yourself and purchase things for your nephew, yet you spare no compassion for your own daughter and grandson. As for your 2 younger children, they are in their teens, the prime age for education. Observe how well the daughter from the Dali family is faring in high school, always dressed impeccably, radiating the essence of a scholar. Now, take a look at your own too. They are so emaciated they are scarcely recognizable. In the twilight of your years, do you truly expect to rely on your nephew for support? I would argue that your daughters are a more reliable source of comfort. The affairs of the Sun family are well known among the residents of the courtyard, although seldom discussed openly. Moreover, the prevailing attitude of valuing sons over daughters remains commonplace, as we have yet to fully emerge from the shadows of feudal society. Despite the incessant proclamations of gender equality by the Neighborhood Committee and the Women's Federation, asserting that women can indeed hold up half the sky, such societal norms cannot be altered overnight. A gradual evolution is necessary. Lu Xiaomei, perceiving Chen Sufan's candidness as meddlesome, retorted, "Sister-in-law, this is a matter concerning our family, so you need not concern yourself with it. Furthermore, a married daughter is like water spilled. When my eldest married, I disapproved of her choice, yet she insisted on marrying him. Who can be blamed for that?" Chen Sufan was unyielding, replying, "If a married daughter is akin to spilled water, why do you frequently return to your maternal family for trivial matters? Are you not also spilled water?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei fell utterly silent. Observing this exchange, the others quickly tugged at Chen Sufan's sleeve, signaling her to temper her words, for they were merely neighbors, and it was prudent to cease the discussion. After all, this was a matter concerning the Sun family. They had provided their warnings, and how they chose to proceed was a matter for Sun Qinghai and Lu Xiaomei to resolve. Chen Sufan then lowered her head to continue making shoe soles. Disregarding Lu Xiaomei, the others resumed their tasks in silence, and finding the atmosphere dull, Lu Xiaomei retreated to her room. Zeng Dali awoke from his slumber, the sun now nearing its zenith. As he stretched lazily, he found himself momentarily adrift between the realms of dreams and reality. Yet, clarity soon returned, and he relished the simple joy of being alive. Zhang Shuqin entered the room, her face adorned with a warm smile. "You're awake. I've prepared steamed buns filled with pork cracklings. I was going to call you for breakfast, but I didn't want to disturb your rest." She sighed. "Your factory truly has a knack for keeping you all working late. It's simply intolerable over time." The maintenance workshop required repairs due to aging equipment, and as a skilled technician, Zeng Dali often found himself working overtime during these repairs. He chuckled. "These machines have been in use for several years. They're quite outdated. I've heard we've ordered a new batch of equipment, but the production line is currently quite congested. so it will be a while before they arrive. For now, we must endure a bit of hardship. Nevertheless, the management has been kind to us. They even issued each of us a meat ration." As he spoke of the new equipment, Zeng Dali's mind began to race. In his previous life, he had been eager to accumulate funds, prompting him to sell his position before the new machines arrived. The factory's new equipment was advanced, and few were adept at operating it. Although he had resigned from the machinery factory, the management had invited him back for a few days as a technical advisor due to the shortage of qualified operators. However, at that time, he was preoccupied with family troubles, and the whispers of discontent from his peers, who resented his return, made him reluctant to provide guidance. Thus, he merely glanced at the machines, claiming he was unable to operate them, and left it at that. In truth, the new equipment was not overly complicated to control, and Zeng Dali believed he could master it with some study. This time around, he had no intention of selling his position. Rather, he intended to devote his free time to mastering the new machinery, aiming to make a remarkable impression when it finally arrived. Zheng Shuqin smiled, saying, "I'm not overly concerned about the little things. I mainly worry that you're getting older and might not withstand the late nights." She continued, "Come, taste the buns I made. They're filled with cabbage and pork cracklings." Having spent the morning in the kitchen, Zeng Dali felt obliged to show her appreciation. He quickly washed his hands and eagerly took a bite of a bun. The bun, freshly steamed, was soft and fluffy, its appearance enticingly plump and white, igniting his appetite. The savory pork cracklings within enhanced the flavor, and surprisingly, it was not greasy at all. In this era, when households often struggled for oil, even the richest cuts of meat were seldom deemed excessive. After devouring 3 buns, Zeng Dali finally felt satiated. He surveyed the room and inquired, "Where are the second and third children? Have they gone out to seek work?" Zheng Shuqin nodded. "Didn't you tell the kids that they have half a month to find jobs? They're both worried about being turned out of the house. So they left right after breakfast." Zeng Dali, satisfied with their initiative, nodded approvingly. "I wasn't merely scaring them. I meant what I said. They are of an age where they should learn to be independent. Indulging a child is akin to harming them. Love can be detrimental if expressed excessively. I must insist that you align with me on this matter and refrain from any sympathy towards them." The eldest has become overly spoiled, believing himself to be of significant stature, shamelessly expecting the entire family to support him. He has never contemplated the responsibilities and duties that accompany his position as the eldest son. "We have already squandered 1 child. We cannot afford to repeat this with the other 2. Even if, hypothetically, all our children turn out to be ungrateful, I have my own career, and in the future, we will accumulate some savings without relying on them for our old age." Their filial piety hinges solely on their conscience. Although Zeng Dali's education was limited, his military service exposed him to various ideological teachings, and following a series of experiences, he has gained a profound understanding upon his rebirth. Zheng Shuqin found some truth in Zeng Dali's words and nodded in agreement. Just as the couple finished their conversation, Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo returned home. Zeng Jianguo, initially cheerful, instantly wore a glum expression upon seeing Zeng Dali, muttering a reluctant "dad." His demeanor clearly indicated that he was struggling with job prospects, while Zeng Jianguo's face betrayed no visible signs of happiness or disappointment. Zeng Dali paid little attention to him. His feelings towards this child were conflicted. He neither harbored resentment nor felt a sense of obligation. After all, this was his own flesh and blood, and he could not bring himself to be entirely harsh. Even if Zeng Jianguo had treated him that way in his previous life, this time, as long as Zeng Jianguo did not cause trouble, he had no intention of being severe with him, for he was still his son. This is perhaps the universal plight of parents. At times, Zeng Dali felt a sense of powerlessness and even resented himself for not being as decisive as the characters portrayed in television dramas. Thus, for now, he chose to ignore them, waiting until he could regain his composure. Noticing their demeanor, Zheng Shuqin quickly urged them, "Your father has just woken up and is still groggy. Hurry and wash your hands, and try the buns I made." As they left, Zheng Shuqin was in the kitchen rendering lard, and it was likely that the buns were filled with lard scraps, prompting them to wash their hands and devour the buns eagerly. Watching them eat, Zheng Shuqin remarked, "Take your time, I made plenty. I plan to send some back to your grandparents. Which of you will accompany me today?" Zeng Jianguo shook his head vigorously. "I'm not going. Grandpa and Grandma, like Dad, favor my eldest brother the most. Whenever I go with my second brother, they nag incessantly. I refuse to subject myself to such annoyance." Hearing this, Zeng Dali shot him a glare and said, Who taught you to speak ill of your grandparents behind their backs? They are old. It's only natural for them to be a bit chatty. If you don't want to listen, just let it go in one ear and out the other. Besides, they only wish the best for you. Haven't the eggs laid by the hen returned to your mouths each time we visit? Zeng Jianguo fell silent, as Zeng Dali's words were indeed factual. It was only natural for their grandparents to favor the eldest brother, given that he excelled in his studies, unlike him and his second brother. When it comes to consuming eggs, he certainly does not lag behind his elder brother. Zeng Jianguo's mind was racing, and at that moment, Zeng Jianguo spoke up. Mom, may I accompany you? I haven't seen Grandma and Grandpa in quite a while, and I miss them dearly. Zhang Shuqin nodded, for her second son was simple and sincere. She could never quite comprehend why Zeng Dali seemed to favor the others over him. However, to her surprise, Zeng Dali patted Zeng Jianguo on the shoulder. You are a good boy. There's not much going on at the factory today, so I will join you. It has also been a long time since I returned to the village, and it will be nice to see Grandma and Grandpa. Upon hearing that Zeng Dali intended to accompany them, Zhang Shuqin hurried off to gather their belongings. Zeng Jianguo, noticing their impending departure, suddenly found that the buns in his hand lost their appeal. How had he not realized that his second brother was so clever, hiding his true intentions? If he returned with their parents, Grandma and Grandpa would surely be delighted. It was quite possible that the eggs laid by the chickens they raised would end up in his brother's mouth. Previously, he had only acknowledged his elder brother's shrewdness. But now it appeared the second brother had also learned the art of cunning. This simply would not do. He could not allow his brother to monopolize the situation. Zeng Jianguo quickly stood up and said, Dad, I was only joking earlier. You are right. It is perfectly normal for them to be a bit chatty at their age. I will accompany you back today. It matters not whether there are chickens or eggs. I simply long to see Grandma and Grandpa. Zeng Dali thought to himself. This foolish son nearly wears his thoughts on his sleeve. He appears shrewd, but is, in fact, merely a glutton. I wonder whom he takes after. Nevertheless, he welcomed his son's desire to join them, for the elderly couple eagerly awaited the return of their children and grandchildren. Soon, the family was ready to set off. Not far from their quarters lay the bus station. Zhang Shuqin packed several buns and also brought along the 2 pounds of chestnut cake that Zeng Dali had purchased that morning. Zeng Jianguo, demonstrating his perceptiveness, promptly took the items from Zhang Shuqin. Zeng Dali cast an approving glance at Zeng Jianguo, who felt a surge of encouragement mixed with a hint of bashfulness. Zeng Dali did not comment further but turned to Zhang Shuqin. This chestnut cake was meant for you. Why did you take it for Grandma and Grandpa? They are getting old, and sweets may not be good for them. I can simply give them some money instead. Zhang Shuqin replied somewhat helplessly. Even if they do not eat it, there are still the children from my second brother's family. Every time I go back, they swarm around me, calling me auntie so affectionately. I cannot bear to return without bringing them something. Zeng Dali chuckled. How could I have forgotten that? You are always so thoughtful. Our family is fortunate to have you, taking care of everything. Listening to Zeng Dali's praise about not needing money, Zeng Jianguo felt a surge of resentment rise within him. Instinctively pouting, he had seen enough of such matters in recent days and was hardly surprised anymore. Before long, the bus arrived, and they hurried aboard. Zeng Dali's hometown was Shihizi village, not too far from the county seat, approximately 10 kilometers away, with a fare of 15 cents per person. They were a group of Westerners, and Zeng Dali had generously given 1 yuan to the ticket collector, who promptly returned the change. The ticket collector urged them to find their seats quickly as the bus was about to depart. The road at that time was quite treacherous, far from the smooth and wide highways of later years. The roads were paved with gravel, and the stretch leading to Huishihizi village included a rugged mountain path, making the journey even bumpier. Zeng Dali, jostled about on this tumultuous ride, was nearly lulled to sleep. It was only when the ticket collector announced their arrival that they gathered their belongings and disembarked from the bus. As they exited, Zeng Dali inquired about the return schedule for the last bus, and the ticket collector informed him that the final departure was at 8 o'clock. After expressing his gratitude, Zeng Dali and his companions walked a short distance before reaching Huishihizi village. However, this distance was hardly a challenge for them. Upon entering the village, Zeng Dali was warmly greeted by the locals. Ah, Dali's back. Working in the city really suits you. Look at you, becoming more impressive by the day. And you've raised those 2 children well. Dali has a stable job. How can we humble villagers compare? Does your machinery factory have any openings? Maida Chuan just graduated from high school and is looking for work. The villagers were enthusiastic, and Zeng Dali smiled as he responded to each of them. Oh, Aunt Seven, your words are not meant to belittle me. I grew up in Huishihizi village. My parents still live here, so I am not a city dweller. I merely work at a factory. As the great leader once said, the working people are the most honorable, and we are all the same. We should not adopt the capitalist mindset. Everyone is equal now, with no distinction between city folk and villagers. The elderly woman referred to as Aunt Seven fell silent at his words. He then turned to Dechuan's father and remarked, "Brother, it is indeed remarkable that Dechuan has graduated from high school. However, I would recommend he pursue a university education, as it will open up more opportunities for him. Working at our machinery factory is merely manual labor, and with the reforms taking place in certain regions, he must attend university to broaden his horizons for a brighter future." Zeng Dali spoke these words sincerely, though Dechuan's father's thoughts remained uncertain. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zeng Dali finally led his wife and children through the door of their home. Zeng's parents were now in their 60s and lived with his second brother's family, maintaining a shared household despite having divided their property. Nevertheless, they were in good health and still tended to several acres of crops. It was now 1983, and the rural policy of household production had been implemented. The elderly couple had received 5 acres of land and were working diligently. In their spare time, they would venture into the mountains to gather wild mushrooms, as Zeng Dali had a fondness for them, and whenever Zheng Shuqin returned home, they would ensure she brought some back. If too much time passed without a visit from them, the elderly couple would personally deliver the mushrooms to their door. In their eyes, Zeng Dali was the pride of their family. Who among the 10-mile radius does not envy those who have a son working at the machinery factory? "Dad, Mom, are you home? We're back." Upon hearing the commotion, the occupants of the house emerged. Zeng Jianguo cheerfully accepted the items that Zeng Xingguo was carrying, exclaiming, "Second brother, you've worked hard on this journey. I will take these to Grandma and Grandpa." Zeng Xingguo thought to himself, "Third brother truly must think of him as a fool. He merely prefers silence. He is not truly foolish." However, Zeng Xingguo chose not to dispute this trivial matter, as the journey had not been overly tiring. Elder Zeng and Elder Madam Zeng exited their door, and, upon seeing their eldest son and daughter-in-law accompanied by their 2 grandsons, were filled with immense joy. Elder Zeng inquired, "Dali, why have you returned at this hour? Have you eaten lunch? I will have your mother prepare something delicious for you." Zeng Dali quickly responded, "Dad, Mom, there is no need. We have already eaten. Shuqin brought some buns and said she wanted to visit you. Since I had a day off today, I came along. How have you both been lately? Would you like to come to the city and stay with me for a few days?" Elder Zeng smiled and replied, "We are quite well. You are busy working in the city and need not worry about us. We do not wish to go to the city. We hardly know anyone there and would feel quite stifled wandering around the family compound all day. Your mother and I still possess the ability to labor. We find joy in tending to our land and raising chickens and ducks at home. The land now belongs to us, unlike the days of the production team, and we feel invigorated by our toil." Zeng Dali understood that they were reluctant to go to the city and did not press the issue. Zeng Jianguo promptly handed the items he was carrying to Elder Madam Zeng, saying, "Grandma, not only do we have buns, but also 2 pounds of chestnut cake that Dad bought this morning. We didn't even taste it ourselves before bringing it to you and Grandpa." Elder Madam Zeng's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, her wrinkles spreading as she smiled broadly. "Good, good, good. You are all such wonderful children. My care for you over the years has not been in vain. Come, the sun is quite bright outside. Let us hurry inside." Zheng Shuqin looked around and, noticing only the elderly couple at home, asked, "Where are second brother and his wife? Why haven't we seen them?" Elder Madam Zeng sighed and replied, "They have gone back to her family. Your sister-in-law's aunt has passed away, and they went back to attend the funeral." Zheng Shuqin recalled that her sister-in-law's aunt was only in her 50s, and it was indeed a lamentable reality that such a young life had been so suddenly extinguished. However, since it did not directly concern their family, Zheng Shuqin chose not to dwell further on the matter. Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin spent the afternoon at home before preparing to return, but Elder Zeng and Elder Madam Zeng insisted that they have a meal before departing. Zeng Dali had not shared a meal with them in quite some time, and he recalled how, in his previous life, the elderly couple had been in good health. However, after he sold his job, they fell gravely ill upon learning of his situation, and though they eventually recovered, their worries about him took a toll on their health. Within 5 years, both had passed away. Zeng Dali felt that he had caused their demise, and upon reflection, he recognized that his filial piety had been lacking. In this lifetime, he is determined to spend quality time with his parents, aiming to atone for the debts of the previous life. Thus, he readily agreed. The elderly couple was overjoyed. Mrs. Zeng smiled and said, "We lack nothing at home. Since you are back today, I will prepare some delicious dishes to nourish you." Before Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin could voice their objections, Zeng Jianguo, who had been dozing off on a small stool, perked up at the mention of good food. "What? Killing a chicken? How wonderful. After having meat buns for lunch, I can enjoy chicken and soup for dinner. It feels like I'm dreaming," he exclaimed. "Mother, you are too good to us," Mrs. Zeng retorted. "When did I say we were killing a chicken? I'm counting on those few chickens to lay eggs." Zeng Dali shot him a stern glance. "Are you dreaming? You're nearly 20, yet your mind is solely on food. Your grandparents are raising chickens and ducks, hoping they will lay eggs to help with household expenses. And yet, you not only consume the eggs, but also contemplate devouring the laying hens. It seems there's nothing you won't eat except for excrement." Zeng Jianguo, chided, hung his head in silence, realizing he had indeed been dreaming of a pot of fragrant chicken, which prompted his careless remarks. The old gentleman looked at his pitiful little grandson, then turned to Mrs. Zeng and said, "The children seldom come home. Let us just kill one." Having spoken, Mr. Zeng could not be opposed. After all, this chicken was for their grandson and son, and although it pained her, Mrs. Zeng was willing to part with it. Seeing this, Mr. Zeng waved his hand grandly and called to his two grandsons, "Come, help me catch a chicken." Zeng Dali, suppressing his amusement, glared at his two sons. "Your grandfather is getting on in years, yet he still wants to catch chickens for you. Hurry and assist." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Xinguo swiftly exited the house. However, chickens do not remain docile for long, and soon the yard was filled with the sounds of chaos. Occasionally, Mr. Zeng's commanding voice could be heard. "Block that area tightly. Don't let the chicken escape. Oh dear, hurry, hurry, it's getting away. Not that one. The one with the black feathers on its head. Jianguo, be careful not to catch the wrong one." Zeng Dali, intrigued by the commotion outside, could no longer remain seated and said to Mrs. Zeng and Zheng Shuqin, "I'll go help them. These two rascals have been living off us at home and can't even catch a chicken." With that, he stepped outside. With Zeng Dali's assistance, they soon caught a reed chicken. Zeng Jianguo grinned and asked, "Grandfather, this chicken isn't as plump as the last one. Why aren't we eating that one?" Old Master Zeng glanced at him and replied, "You ungrateful rascal. It's already a blessing that you have something to eat, yet you still dare to be picky. That chicken was laying eggs just now, one a day? If you truly intend to slaughter it, just wait until your grandmother fights you for it. This one, however, is different. It used to be quite diligent in laying eggs, but this year, for some unknown reason, it has gone 10 to 15 days without producing even one. If it continues like this, it will find itself in the pot." Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo praised, "I never imagined that grandfather would have so much to say about killing a chicken." Zeng Dali cast a glance at him and remarked, "It's not just about chickens. It's the same with people. If one does nothing day in and day out, they will inevitably end up like this chicken. Existence hinges on the value you create. And obsolescence comes with the loss of value. If you fail to find work again, you might as well clean your neck and await your fate like this chicken." Zeng Jianguo instinctively retracted his slender neck upon hearing this. His father had a knack for frightening children, yet he dared not retort to Zeng Dali, only stammering, "I'm trying my best to find something, Dad. You must give me some time. Besides, it's just a chicken. I shouldn't have been lectured over it. Had I known this would happen, I would have kept my mouth shut like second brother and waited for a ready meal." Zeng Dali replied. "Zeng Xinguo, he said nothing and is still at fault. Nevertheless, since the chicken has been caught, it must be consumed." Thus, the family divided tasks. Old Master Zeng boiled water, Zeng Dali slaughtered the chicken, while Zeng Xinguo and Zeng Jianguo plucked its feathers. In no time, the chicken was cleaned thoroughly. Zheng Shuqin and Old Lady Zeng began preparing the meal. The chicken meat was cut separately and paired with wild mushrooms gathered from the mountains, simmering into a pot of wild chicken and mushroom stew. The chicken carcass was used to make broth. To avoid delaying their return to the city, they commenced dinner before nightfall. Just as Zeng Jianguo was about to pick up his chopsticks, he was halted by Zheng Shuqin. "Third brother, how can you be so thoughtless? Your grandparents and father have yet to sit at the table, and you start eating first. Do you not consider your elders? Furthermore, your second uncle's family is not home. This chicken is rare, and we ought to save some for them." Old Lady Zeng happened to enter just in time to hear this, and nodded in satisfaction. The eldest family, despite their illiteracy, had many virtues, though they spoiled their children excessively. The kids had become quite insufferable due to indulgence. It was indeed a good thing that they were now receiving some admonishment. In old lady Zeng's view, nurturing and educating children was inherently a woman's responsibility. Zeng Dali, who toiled daily in the machinery factory, had little time to educate the children, hence the duty fell to his daughter-in-law. Zeng Jianguo expressed his discontent. Mother, the chicken meat tastes best when it's hot. If it cools down, the flavor changes. Besides, we need to return to the city afterward. Why are my grandparents and father still not seated for dinner? Old lady Zeng replied, just wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. Your father said the chicken soup needs a bit more time to simmer. He also took the opportunity to make some pancakes, saying they would taste better that way. I wonder how, after living in the city for a few years, meals have become so elaborate. Zheng Shuqin hurriedly smiled and said, Mom, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about it. I had no idea when Dali learned to cook. He amazed me when he took to the kitchen the other morning. The dishes he prepared were just as delightful as my own. After all these years of marriage, it was the first time I discovered he could cook. Old lady Zeng was equally unaware of Zeng Dali's culinary skills, yet she was quite pleased with this revelation, particularly upon their return. She could clearly sense that the bond between Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin had significantly strengthened. To put it bluntly, in the past, it felt as though the daughter-in-law was relentlessly pursuing the affection of her indifferent husband, and even she, as the mother-in-law, would occasionally find it necessary to chide her son. However, this time was markedly different. Zheng Shuqin's smile was unyielding, and Zeng Dali spoke to her in gentle tones. She felt content, believing that her years of dedication had not been in vain. Before long, Zeng Jianguo entered with a bowl of chicken soup, while Zeng Dali brought in some freshly made pancakes. The enticing aroma made it impossible for anyone to resist. And after old lady Zeng reserved a bowl of chicken for her second son's family, they began to eat. For a while, amidst the meal, conversation ceased. Once they were satisfied and content, it was time for them to depart. Zeng Dali pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to old lady Zeng, saying, Mom, I'm often quite busy in the city and may not return for a month or two. Please take this money and buy something nice with Dad. Although Zeng Dali earned over 80 yuan a month, which was not insignificant, the burden at home was considerable. Zheng Shuqin was unemployed and had several children to support, particularly as Chiu was still in school, with expenses looming everywhere. Old lady Zeng graciously declined, saying, Your father and I don't need money. We grow some vegetables and raise a few chickens, which is sufficient for us. We still have several acres of crops, and after paying our taxes, there will be plenty left. She continued, You, however, have considerable responsibilities, 3 sons in their 20s, and the costs associated with finding partners will be substantial. You should keep this for yourselves. Old man Zeng nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, we lack for nothing at home. All we ask is that you visit us often. Hearing this, Zeng Dali felt an even greater pang of guilt. His parents had worried for him their entire lives, yet when he offered them 10 yuan, they hesitated to accept. He firmly placed the money in old lady Zeng's hands and strode away, fearing that if he lingered, he would lose his composure. Chapter 15. The conductor Zeng Dali and his family hurriedly made it just in time to catch the last bus, which was nearly empty. The conductor greeted them warmly as they boarded. After Zeng Dali paid 60 cents, he found a seat near the front and engaged in casual conversation with the driver and the conductor. Upon learning that Zeng Dali had been a soldier and was an experienced worker from the machinery factory, the driver and conductor became even more courteous. After exchanging pleasantries, Zeng Dali suddenly inquired, Are you hiring on this passenger bus? The ticket seller chuckled and said, You have indeed come to the right person. Our bus company has recently acquired several new buses. However, we have already hired enough drivers. Only 2 ticket sellers are still needed. If you have any relatives or friends interested in working at our bus station, they should act quickly. Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali pointed to his son, Zeng Jianguo, who was sitting nearby, and remarked, This is my youngest son. He is 19 this year. He is diligent, quick-witted, and possesses an exceptional acumen for work. If he were to join you as a ticket seller, there would certainly be no issues with fare evasion. Zeng Jianguo thought to himself, Would he truly believe I am the subject of his praise? Indeed, his father was quite the blusterer. While he might concede to being clever and perceptive, the claim of being diligent was completely unfounded. Wasn't he this simply a blatant falsehood? Nevertheless, Zeng Jianguo, despite his own vanity, did not genuinely believe that he was as admirable in his father's eyes as he claimed. It was clear that his father was merely trying to save face. In an effort to align with Zeng Dali's enthusiasm, Zeng Jianguo addressed the driver and ticket seller affectionately, referring to them as uncle with a warm familiarity. The ticket seller, hearing Zeng Dali's words, felt a flicker of doubt. In these times, humility was in vogue, and it was rare to hear such overt praise for one's own child. However, observing Zeng Jianguo's clever demeanor, he considered the possibility that the boy might indeed be quite remarkable, warranting such commendation from his elders. Once they reached their destination, the group prepared to disembark. Zeng Dali inquired about the names of the driver and ticket seller, expressing his intent to ride their bus again on his next journey home. And he exited the bus with a beaming smile. As they walked home, Zeng Dali suggested, "Lao San, you should visit the bus company tomorrow to apply for the ticket seller position." Zeng Jianguo, taken aback, had thought his father was merely jesting on the bus. It turned out he was serious. Noticing his son's bewildered expression, Zeng Dali shot him a glare and said, "What's with that silly look? I just went to great lengths to praise you. If you're unwilling, I'll send your second brother instead." Such a glorious opportunity was not one Zeng Jianguo would relinquish to another, not even if that person were his own brother. He quickly responded, "I'm willing. I'm willing. I'll get ready first thing in the morning to head to the bus station. But what should I say when I get there?" Although he was eager to secure the ticket seller position, the thought of applying made him somewhat apprehensive. To him, being a ticket seller was a respectable job. Zeng Dali, fearing his dim-witted son might botch the opportunity, whispered instructions as they walked. Zeng Jianguo listened intently, his eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly bursting to applaud himself in triumph. Meanwhile, Zeng Jianguo walked behind with Zheng Shuqin, feeling a sense of despondency. Whenever good fortune struck the family, his father never thought of him first. Previously, it was his elder brother, and now it was the third brother. He would forever remain the overlooked one. Despite Zeng Dali's recent change in attitude towards him, he knew he could never surpass his elder brother and third brother in their father's affections. Zheng Shuqin seemed to sense the subtle shifts in her son's psyche, and with a resigned gesture, she gently clasped his hand. Once Zeng Dali concluded his discussion with Zeng Jianguo, he turned to Zeng Jianguo and spoke, "Second son, I have decided to offer this opportunity to the third. Please do not harbor any ill feelings. The success of this endeavor remains uncertain. Moreover, this job is not particularly suited for you, as a ticket seller must interact with numerous individuals daily, and you have always been naturally reticent. I believe your desire to learn a craft is commendable, and I will assist you in exploring that path." Upon hearing these words, Zeng Jianguo nodded vigorously, the lingering sense of imbalance within him dissipating instantly. His father still cared for him. As they approached the family compound, the night had fully descended, and before they could enter the gate, a cacophony of voices reached their ears. The argument seemed to involve Sun Jinhai and his wife Lu Xiaomei, a couple who usually exhibited deep affection for one another. What could have possibly transpired today? The group hastened into the compound, finding it in disarray, with several individuals attempting to mediate the conflict. However, the atmosphere was so charged that it appeared futile to intervene. Sun Jinhai was vociferously berating Lu Xiaomei, exclaiming, "You wasteful woman! Over the years, how many valuable items have you taken to your family? I turned a blind eye to your excesses. But now you have become increasingly brazen. Just watch, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson today." Lu Xiaomei, emboldened by the presence of others, retorted defiantly, "Sun Jinhai, have you truly grown so bold as to strike me? Believe me, if you lay a finger on me today, I will file for divorce by tomorrow. Is it so wrong for me to take a few things to my family? My parents raised me for so long, and I came to your household to bear your children. What is so unreasonable about wanting something in return? You lack the capability to earn a decent living, yet you nitpick over every little thing. Have you no shame?" Sun Jinhai's anger flared further at her words. "You insolent woman, do you take my kindness for granted? You threaten to leave me? Do you truly think your family would welcome you back? They depend on you like parasites. If you divorce me, where will they find sustenance? When I married you, I paid a bride price of 88 yuan. Your family practically sold you. Have you taken the time to inquire if any family in the surrounding areas received a higher bride price? And what of the children you have borne me? Over the years, all I have seen are 3 daughters. Where is the son you promised? You wish to divorce? Then so be it. Whoever fails to leave is a fool. I wonder if your family will still accept you after the divorce. Oh, what nonsense are you two spouting? The child is already so grown. How can you even think of divorce? Do you not fear the ridicule it may bring?" Another voice interjected, "Indeed, you should both take a step back. This is not a matter of great consequence. It has long been said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to break one marriage. The traditional Chinese perspective favors reconciliation over separation. Zeng Dali was genuinely curious about what had sparked such a heated confrontation between the couple, particularly the extent of Sun Jinhai's fury. Fortunately, Chen Sufan, who had been observing from the sidelines, quietly shared the backstory with Zheng Shuqin upon her arrival, allowing Zeng Dali to grasp the situation's context. Chapter 16. The quarrel between the couple. Chen Sufan mysteriously addressed Zheng Shuqin. Can you guess why this couple, who usually displays such affection, is now at odds? Zheng Shuqin shook her head. You know, Lu Xiaomei has always looked down upon me. I have no interest in their family affairs. Upon hearing this, Chen Sufan scoffed. What right does she have to look down on you? We are all mere mortals. No one is inherently superior to another. Just because she has read a few books and can recognize some characters, she believes herself to be above us. In my eyes, she is far inferior to you. Look at how well you raise your children. Your eldest is even a university student. Just observe her daughters. They are in disarray, and Lu Xiaomei pays them no mind, focusing solely on aiding her brothers and nephews from her maternal family. Let us not even mention the past. Sun Jinhai has barely managed to acquire some fabric coupons, intending to make new clothes for each of his family members for the new year. Who would have thought that all of it would be given to her nephew? Just days ago, she was flaunting it to us. When Sun Jinhai learned of this, he insisted that Lu Xiaomei retrieve the fabric. She refused, and thus, the couple clashed. One must say, Sun Jinhai is indeed unfortunate to be stuck with such a self-serving wife who neglects her own children while coddling others. Children from other families cannot be raised as one's own. Sooner or later, this couple will regret their choices. Zeng Dali, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, recognizing it as what future generations might term a brother-supporting demon. Such individuals are generally beyond reason, only awakening to reality when they suffer their own losses. However, by that time, they may find themselves utterly abandoned, with no opportunity to turn back. Eventually, under the persuasion of others, the couple ceased their quarrel. Upon hearing that Sun Jinhai was serious about divorce, Lu Xiaomei was momentarily thrown into a panic. Zeng Dali patted Sun Jinhai on the shoulder, saying, "Handle your matters in private at home, so as not to become a spectacle for others." Being a man, Sun Jinhai did not wish for his family's disgrace to be public knowledge. Just as he was about to agree, Lu Xiaomei began to throw a tantrum. She pointed an accusatory finger at Zeng Dali, exclaiming, "Zeng Dali, don't think I'm unaware that you have been instigating this quarrel between Sun Jinhai and me from behind the scenes. You simply cannot stand to see us live well. Was it not just a few words exchanged between you and Zheng Shuqin at the kitchen door the other day? Must you hold such a grudge?" Zeng Dali genuinely felt wronged. He merely engaged in casual conversation with Sun Jinhai during a meal, suggesting he treat his daughters with more kindness. How had he become the villain stirring discord between the couple? He was so exasperated that he burst into laughter. "Lu Xiaomei, everyone in the compound knows your true character. Do I really need to instigate anything? Jinhai, with a wife like this, I may need to distance myself from you in the future. Otherwise, if you two ever argue, I might find myself implicated, and I cannot bear such a reputation." With that, he genuinely stepped back several paces from Sun Jinhai. Zeng Dali's actions served as a wake-up call for others, prompting them to distance themselves from the couple, Sun Jinhai and Lu Xiaomei. Indeed, Lu Xiaomei's propensity to slander others left no one willing to meddle in their affairs. Furthermore, Zeng Dali was known for his integrity, never gossiping behind others' backs, yet he found himself unjustly labeled as a provocateur. Observing this, Chen Sufan loudly advised Yang Tiangang, "You ought to keep your distance from them. Otherwise, your good intentions may be misconstrued, and you'll find yourself with nothing but trouble." Though unspoken, others shared a similar sentiment. Regardless of his stature, Sun Jinhai was a man, yet a single utterance from Lu Xiaomei managed to tarnish his reputation among the entire community. They were all workers from the machinery factory, and soon the whole factory would be aware of the situation. Who would dare to associate closely with him afterward? Moreover, Lu Xiaomei's constant support for her family only fueled Sun Jinhai's anger. In a fit of rage, he seized Lu Xiaomei by her hair and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. "You wretched woman, what nonsense are you spouting? The integrity of Dali is well recognized throughout our factory. Speak again, and I swear I will silence you." Though Lu Xiaomei was indeed despicable, the onlookers could not bear to witness her being struck, quickly intervening to restrain Sun Jinhai, urging him to calm down. Lu Xiaomei, dazed from the blows, was taken aback by Sun Jinhai's willingness to resort to violence. After years of marriage, he had never laid a hand on her. However, this incident made her acutely aware that he was genuinely furious. What if he truly contemplated divorce? Despite her fashionable appearance, which made her seem younger than her peers, it was Zeng Jianhuo's indulgence that allowed her to maintain such a facade, as he had always prioritized her spending. Yet, she was no longer young, lacking both a job and her youth. Who would want her after a divorce? Thus, Liu Xiaomei refrained from uttering a word. The commotion continued late into the night, settling only after hours of turmoil. Upon returning home, Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin, needing to rise early for work the next day, quickly washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, Zeng Jianguo unusually rose early, donning his finest attire and styling his hair with care. He paraded before Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin, inquiring, "What do you think of my outfit today?" Zheng Shuqin scrutinized him carefully and replied, "It looks nice, but it feels somewhat awkward on you. I believe your older brothers would wear it better." Her observation was candid. Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Xinghua, one possessing a refined demeanor and the other a more formal appearance, would indeed suit such formal attire better. Zeng Jianguo, however, appeared as if a child had donned an adult's clothes. Zeng Dali lifted his gaze and remarked, "As the saying goes, even in dragon robes, one may not resemble a prince. Nevertheless, one must learn to grow. Perhaps once you become accustomed to it, your mother and I will come to appreciate it." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo curled his lips. Indeed, these were his parents, becoming increasingly unsparing in their words. "Mom and Dad, I'm merely seeking employment. Can't you offer a few encouraging words?" He lamented. "What if I find myself in low spirits and fail to secure a position?" Zeng Dali, half joking yet half serious, remarked, "It would be entirely normal for you not to get the job. If you were to succeed, it would be as if smoke were rising from our ancestral grave, surely a sign of your great-grandfather's blessing." After Zeng Jianguo stepped out, Zeng Dali proceeded to the machinery factory for work. Upon entering, he heard the breathless voice of Zeng Jianhuo behind him. "Wait up, Dali. Don't walk so fast." Indeed, Zeng Dali had noticed Zeng Jianhuo earlier but chose to ignore him, still irked by the slander Liu Xiaomei had cast upon him the previous day. Zeng Dali was but an ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not have led such a dismal existence in his past life. Even with his rebirth, he could only aspire to improve his circumstances slightly. For the average person, rebirth did not equate to an effortless ascent. Life must be navigated methodically, awaiting the right moment. To avoid repeating the mistakes of his former life was already a considerable achievement. Anyone who believed that a single rebirth would catapult them from an ordinary existence to that of a renowned magnate was merely deluding themselves. Even if future success awaited, it would not materialize in just a year or two. Seeing Zeng Dali's indifference, Zeng Jianhuo quickened his pace. "Dali, didn't you hear me calling you?" As he approached, Zeng Dali could no longer pretend not to hear. He halted and regarded Zeng Jianhuo. "I heard you, but I dared not engage in conversation. What if Liu Xiaomei decides to tarnish my reputation further? I would be too ashamed to face anyone." Zeng Jianhuo's face flushed with embarrassment at these words. "Dali, that woman Liu Xiaomei is simply asking for it. After all these years as colleagues, I know you well. Last night, I gave her a good scolding. I had intended to take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau today, but she flatly refused and ran out of the house in tears. I realized this matter wouldn't be resolved, and, fearing it would delay my work, I hurried here instead. Dali, for my sake, please don't hold any grudges against her." Seeing Zeng Jianhuo's sincere attitude, Zeng Dali nodded. "All right, it's not a significant matter. I won't dwell on it. But are you truly considering divorce from Liu Xiaomei?" Zeng Jianhuo scoffed. "I wish to, but she is unwilling. Over the years, I've come to see that Liu Xiaomei and her family regard me as a fool, leeching off me. I suspect I'm destined to have no sons in this life. I shall treat my 2 daughters well. Perhaps in my old age, I will receive some blessings. Who knows what the future holds otherwise?" Zeng Dali felt a sense of relief seeing Zeng Jianhuo's newfound clarity, no longer fixating on the anguish of not having a son. After all, having a son was of little consequence if he was poorly raised. Just like Zeng Jianguo from their family. As Zeng Dali recalled that ungrateful son, a pang of anger surged within him. Ever since the day he had slapped Zeng Jianguo, the latter had not returned home for several days. Zheng Shuqin worried that Zeng Jianguo might be in a state of despair. But only Zeng Dali understood that a selfish and self-serving individual like Zeng Jianguo would never truly find himself in such a predicament. His thoughts were perpetually consumed by ways to evade responsibility, and perhaps at this very moment, He was lamenting his father's lack of capability. It must be said, no one knows a son better than his father, and at this juncture, Zeng Jianguo was indeed thinking along these lines. Dressed in a tailored suit, Zeng Jianguo stepped into the hospital, greeted warmly by his colleagues. Everyone was aware of his pursuit of Lin Qingqing, and it was known that the deputy director Lin had already allocated one of the overseas study opportunities to him. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly hold a managerial position within the hospital, thus establishing connections in advance was always prudent. However, while some within the hospital sought to curry favor with him, others regarded him with disdain, believing he had secured his position through the Lin family's connections, and they often gossiped about him behind his back. Zeng Jianguo was well aware of these whispers, yet he remained indifferent. Once he returned from his studies, those who had once scorned him would be eager to ingratiate themselves, albeit too late. Yet, the foremost dilemma he faced was the cost of studying abroad. He calculated that 3 years of study would require a minimum of 20 to 30,000 yuan. Over the years, his mother had scrimped and saved, so having a few thousand yuan on hand should not be an insurmountable problem, considering he had only worked for a year and had managed to save over 300. At this moment, Zeng Jianguo could scarcely fathom that Zeng Dali earned merely 85 yuan a month to support an entire family. His own salary, a meager 10 yuan monthly, allowed him to sustain himself without burdening the family, which still needed to provide him with some financial assistance. Even with Zheng Shuqin's frugality, it was implausible to save several thousand yuan. Moreover, Zeng Jianguo also accounted for the pension funds of his grandparents, planning to borrow some from his elder sister and other relatives as well. Yet, despite his calculations, there was still a significant shortfall, prompting him to set his sights on Zeng Dali's employment. The machinery factory was a respectable position, one that many aspired to but could not attain. If he could sell that job, he was confident he could fetch a few thousand yuan. This would not only cover his study expenses, but also afford him a more comfortable life abroad. From his understanding, life in foreign lands was imbued with romance, where one could enjoy a glass of red wine and dance the night away, a life indeed worth living. Despite his sharp intellect and abundant talents, Zeng Jianguo lamented his humble beginnings. This opportunity to study abroad was a rare and fortuitous chance for him. His father typically indulged his requests, yet this time, he was inexplicably obstinate, refusing to provide financial support and even striking him. His absence from home these past few days was a calculated wait for Zeng Dali to regret his actions and seek him out. After all, he knew his father well. Zeng Dali valued his reputation above all else. When the time came for Zeng Dali to approach him, the power dynamic would shift, placing him in a position of authority. However, as days passed without Zeng Dali's appearance, Zeng Jianguo began to feel a twinge of doubt. He walked purposefully into his office. As soon as I settled down, a girl of unremarkable appearance, yet adorned in a stylish blouse and high heels, made her entrance. Her face was artfully painted with makeup, and her lips were strikingly crimson, filling the office with a fragrant breeze as she walked in. Upon seeing her, Zeng Jianguo's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he inquired, "Qingqing, what brings you here?" Lin Qingqing cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What do you mean? My father is the director of this hospital. Am I not allowed to come?" Zeng Jianguo quickly offered a sheepish smile and replied, "Oh, come now. You know that's not what I meant. I was simply wondering why you arrived so early. Shouldn't you be asleep at home at this hour?" Lin Qingqing scoffed, "Can't I occasionally rise early? I came specifically to see you. How did your family discuss your plans to go abroad? My father is waiting for a response." Zeng Jianguo hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Lin Qingqing continued, "Let me make this clear. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return. If it weren't for my influence, with so many doctors in the hospital, this spot would hardly fall to you. If you cannot seize this chance, do not blame me later." Zeng Jianguo, initially wavering, felt a surge of determination upon hearing her words. Chapter 18. The young daughter with a smile. Zeng Jianguo responded, "What you say is quite unwarranted. How could I not recognize the effort you've put into securing this for me? Others would long for such an opportunity to study abroad." Lin Qingqing, with a hint of pride, raised her chin, pleased by his acknowledgement. Zeng Jianguo continued, "I have already spoken to my father, and I am certainly set on going abroad. However, studying overseas entails substantial expenses, and it may take some time to gather the necessary funds. You must allow your father some time to think of a solution." Lin Qingqing understood that this amount was significant, not just for an ordinary family, but even for theirs. However, she was never one to empathize with others' difficulties, stating, It's not that my father won't give you time. It's that opportunities for studying abroad do not wait for anyone. I'll speak to my father. But at most, you have 2 months. If your family cannot gather the funds by then, I shall have my father offer this opportunity to someone else. Upon hearing the 2-month time frame, Zeng Jianguo quickly replied, "That's ample time. I'll return home and discuss it thoroughly with my father." Striving to ensure he gathers the funds promptly, he showered Lin Qingqing with compliments, which delighted her and brought a smile to her face. Meanwhile, Zeng Dali had entered the machinery factory and began to familiarize himself with the equipment. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he pondered the enhancements made to the machines and how to operate them to minimize wear and tear. However, without tangible objects before him, his exploration through imagination progressed slowly, leaving him with little clarity by the end of the day. Fortunately, Zeng Dali was not in haste. He returned home after work as usual. As he stepped through the door, he was taken aback to see his youngest daughter returning from school. Zeng Jianguo, now 17 and in her second year of high school, visited home once a month. In his previous life, he had not seen his daughter for nearly a decade, from the moment she left until the time of his passing. As Zeng Jianguo noticed her father, Zeng Dali, returning, she eagerly exclaimed, "Dad, you're back. I scored first in our class and third in the grade on this exam. Look, this is the prize the teacher awarded me," she said. "With my results, getting into a good university is certainly within reach. If I put in a little more effort, I might even have the chance to attend Tsinghua or Peking University." Zeng Dali gazed at his excited daughter and was reminded of a previous life. Back then, Zeng Jianguo had shared similar news with him, her face alight with enthusiasm. However, he had already resolved to exhaust the family's resources to support Zeng Jianguo's studies abroad. Despite feeling guilty, he had uttered the words that forced his youngest daughter to withdraw from school. He still vividly recalled the look in Jianguo's eyes before she left home, filled with a mixture of anger, sorrow, and resentment, as if accusing him of injustice. Reflecting on it now, he recognized his own cruelty. Jianguo had always excelled academically, with aspirations to attend university and achieve greatness. Yet, as her father, he had ruthlessly severed her dreams. Seeing Zeng Dali's silence, Jianguo mistakenly believed he was dissatisfied with her third-place finish. She cautiously remarked, "Dad, I was only 3 points behind first place. I will keep striving, and next time, I will surpass him." It was not surprising that Jianguo felt this way. In these times, few families could afford to send their daughters to high school. In their residential compound, she was among the very few girls who could continue her education. Their class had over 10 students, yet fewer than 10 were girls. In her first year of high school, there had been several girls, but over time, one after another had dropped out for various reasons. The teachers had made numerous home visits to encourage them, but to little effect. Jianguo not only wished to attend high school, but also aspired to go to university. Thus, compared to those who married early or left school to work, she felt a sense of guilt. Zeng Dali, observing the caution in Jianguo's eyes, smiled and said, "Our Jianguo is already quite remarkable. However, it would be even better if you aim for first place. If you achieve the highest score in the grade, I will reward you with a Hero brand fountain pen." Upon hearing this, Jianguo was filled with excitement. "Great. It's a promise. I will definitely bring home first place next time." Just then, Zheng Shuqin walked in with a bowl of rice, asking, "What are you two so happy about?" Zeng Dali replied with a smile, "This is a secret between father and daughter. We can't tell you." Jianguo nodded in agreement. Zheng Shuqin, noticing their playful exchange, joked, "Oh, before your father came back, you were all about your mother, saying I'm the best in the world. Now that he is here, you've immediately turned your back on me. You truly are heartless." Understanding that Zheng Shuqin was teasing her, Jianguo giggled as she helped her set the table. Zeng Dali glanced outside and asked, "It's quite late. Haven't the second and third children returned yet?" Zheng Shuqin responded, "Xinghua is back and is in the house, but it seems his job search isn't going well. Zhenghua hasn't returned yet. He has been out all day, and I wonder where he has wandered off to. Even if he fails to secure the job, he ought to return home promptly. Could it be that he feels embarrassed, reluctant to face us? Or perhaps he is so consumed with the job search that he has fallen prey to deceit. This child truly perplexes me." Zheng Shuqin, upon hearing this, began to feel anxious herself. Zeng Dali furrowed his brow. Given the close proximity of the bus station to their home, Zeng Jianguo should have returned by now. Zeng Dali did not worry about his safety, nor was he concerned about the possibility of him being abducted. If someone were truly capable of taking him away, Zeng Dali would be inclined to express gratitude to such a person. Moreover, in these times, child trafficking is virtually non-existent. Families are struggling to care for their own children. Who has the energy to raise someone else's? Zeng Dali looked at the prepared dishes and said, enough of this idle speculation. With his disposition, he is not someone who would be concerned about face, nor could he easily be taken by others. Let us not wait for him anymore. He is not going to disappear. Let us eat. Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement, and Zeng Jianguo emerged from his room. He had once again failed to find a suitable job, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Zeng Dali paid him no mind. A man should not be so sensitive. His younger brother's excessive self-doubt and sensitivity in the past had resulted in him being unable to find a wife. It is no wonder Zeng Dali held a dim view of this son. What father does not take pride in a capable child? Today's stir-fry included meat. And Zeng Dali served several pieces to Zeng Jianguo, who looked at him in astonishment. Typically, apart from his eldest son, their father was indifferent to everyone else. Today, he not only praised her, but also served her food. She could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Seeing the look of surprise on Zeng Jianguo's face, Zeng Dali chuckled. You are already a high school student. Your studies keep you busy, and the food in the cafeteria lacks nourishment. You should eat more at home. And tomorrow I will ask your mother to boil an egg for you to bolster your mind. Zeng Jianguo felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. She hugged Zeng Dali's arm and playfully said, Thank you, Dad. Zeng Dali felt a bit uncomfortable. He had never experienced such closeness with his children before. Chapter 19. A job found, however. Zeng Dali found this feeling quite pleasant. It was a glimpse of familial joy. While dining at a restaurant, Zeng Jianguo's voice echoed from outside. I'm back. Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving. As he entered the room and saw them eating. Despite not having waited for him, Zeng Jianguo was not at all upset. He grinned and said, Oh, you all have started without me. I see there's meat today, which must mean my little sister is back, and Mom made this especially for her. I guess I'll get a bit of the benefit too. When Zeng Jianguo left the house that morning, although he wasn't dressed to the nines, he was neat and tidy. However, now his clothes were wrinkled. Yet the excitement on his face indicated that something good must have happened. Zeng Dali glanced at him and remarked, You come back and make such a fuss. You've made sure the entire compound could hear you. One might think you've accomplished something grand. In ordinary circumstances, if Zeng Dali were to scold him like this, Zeng Jianguo would undoubtedly shrink back like a quail. However, today he cheerfully exclaimed, Dad, believe it or not, I have successfully secured the job. From now on, I will be earning a salary, which surely counts as an achievement. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin quickly set down her chopsticks, her excitement palpable as she asked, Really? The bus station actually wants you? Zeng Jianguo, somewhat displeased, retorted, Mom, what kind of question is that? I am no less capable than anyone else. Why wouldn't they want me? Dad has said I am diligent, quick-witted, and attentive in my work. Where else can they find such an excellent candidate? Zeng Jianguo, chuckling from the side, remarked, Third brother, are you certain Dad said that? Are you sure he was referring to you? I find it hard to believe. Zeng Jianguo, growing agitated, insisted, Why wouldn't you believe it? Dad said those exact words, and Mom and second brother were right there to hear it. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Zeng Jianguo glanced at Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo, noticing their tacit exchange of glances, which led her to suspect that there might be some truth to his claim. Zeng Jianguo pondered when third brother had garnered such a favorable opinion from their father. To her, Zeng Jianguo appeared to be an uneducated, lazy, and cunning young man, merely adept at sweet-talking others. Such a person seemed far inferior to second brother. Zeng Dali, observing Zeng Jianguo's smug demeanor, interjected, All right, I only praised you to leave a good impression on the driver and ticket seller. Who knew you would be so oblivious to reality? Given your expression, it seems your interview went rather well. But if that is the case, why did you return so late? Don't you realize that your mother would worry about you? Zeng Jianguo quickly responded, Dad, please let me explain. While I did succeed in the interview, it was fraught with challenges, yet it was your guidance that enabled me to be hired. His words piqued the curiosity of others, as Zeng Dali had not accompanied him to the interview. So how could he have guided him? Not one to keep them in suspense, Zeng Jianguo elaborated. Wasn't he you who specifically asked for the names of the bus driver and ticket seller yesterday? After we got off the bus, you advised me to mention their names during the interview, especially that of the ticket seller, addressing him in a friendly manner. You told me that if anyone questioned me, I should say they sent me to apply. Indeed, when I arrived today, 2 individuals stopped me, claiming they were not hiring at all. I mentioned the ticket seller's name, and they immediately took me to the office. The interviewer asked me several questions and then had me fill out a form. Initially, everything seemed to be going smoothly. But then 2 other applicants showed up, complicating matters. Ultimately, to ensure fairness, they decided that all 3 of us should work as ticket sellers for a day. Whoever performed well, without making mistakes, would be retained, while the others would be dismissed. You think I could lose to them? In the end, both the passengers and the driver were quite satisfied with my performance, so the bus station has already decided to hire me. Later, I learned that the ticket seller I encountered yesterday was related to a leader at the bus station. Even if my performance was lacking, my employment was assured. They have requested that I officially begin work tomorrow, with a monthly salary of 25 yuan. Although this is far less than what my father earns, it suffices to support myself. Father, how did you discern that the ticket seller had connections? This matter piqued not only Zeng Jianguo's curiosity, but also that of Zeng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo. While Zeng Dali had no acquaintance with the ticket seller and could not fathom how he knew of the connections, Zeng Dali explained, it is simply a matter of deduction. Have you ever encountered a bus driver who spoke to a ticket seller with such deference? Yet, on the bus we rode yesterday, that was precisely the case. The ticket seller dominated the conversation while the driver merely listened, nodding in agreement regardless of the content. Furthermore, the ticket seller was aware of the newly assigned bus drivers, who were evidently oblivious to this information. This suggests that the ticket seller possesses far more insight than the drivers. From these 2 points, it is unmistakably clear that the ticket seller has influential ties. You can be certain of that. Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo expressed admiration. Indeed, the old ginger is the spiciest. It seems I must learn from you more in the future. Zeng Dali chuckled and retorted, stop flattering me. Now that you have secured a job, focus on your work. If you squander this opportunity with a haphazard approach, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Zeng Jianguo, having finally found a respectable job, valued it greatly and repeatedly assured his father of his commitment to diligence. Zeng Dali continued, you earn 25 yuan. I require no more than 12 yuan each month for your living and accommodation expenses. The remainder is yours to spend as you wish. Zeng Jianguo gasped at the thought of surrendering half his meager salary so soon after starting work. He protested, Father, must I really contribute half of my earnings? What about my elder brother? He earns over 40 yuan monthly. Why does he not contribute? Zeng Dali replied, he does not reside with us, and should you choose to move out, you too would be exempt. However, he has already drawn considerable funds from the family, particularly over the past year when he frequently requested money. This debt I intend to reclaim. Zeng Jianguo calculated carefully, considering the costs of food and lodging. If he moved out, his scant earnings would hardly suffice. By contributing half to the household, at least his basic needs would be met, leaving him with a modest sum for personal use. Ultimately, he begrudgingly acquiesced to Zeng Dali's demands. Chapter 20. A small gesture before Zeng Dali could seek out Zeng Jianguo. Zeng Jianguo took the initiative to visit. The following morning, before breakfast was served, Zeng Jianguo returned home. Remarkably, he bore with him half a bag of fruit. Though not particularly valuable, just a few less than perfect apples. Nevertheless, this was a significant gesture for Zeng Jianguo, as he had never before taken the initiative to bring home anything. Zeng Jianguo, now a working man, spoke to Zeng Jianguo with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, our family's pride has returned. It's truly a rare occurrence. You actually brought something home. He added, as the saying goes, flattery without cause is either deceit or theft. A weasel does not visit a hen with good intentions. Noticing the sarcasm in his tone, Zeng Jianguo chose not to engage in a quarrel and instead inquired, where's Dad? Zeng Jianguo rolled his eyes. I just got up. How would I know? Ignoring him, Zeng Jianguo walked straight into the house, where Zeng Dali had just emerged from his room, dressed. Zeng Dali was not at all surprised by his son's return, for he understood him well. Zeng Jianguo would go to great lengths to pursue anything that served his interests. Zeng Jianguo rubbed his hands together and called out, Dad. Zeng Dali acknowledged with a grunt and proceeded to wash up. Zeng Dali's reaction took Zeng Jianguo somewhat aback. After several days away, he had expected his father to have given the matter some thought. He assumed that even if Zeng Dali did not seek him out at the hospital, his attitude would not be so indifferent. For a moment, Zeng Jianguo felt a pang of anxiety, but he quickly steadied himself, recognizing that his father was a man who valued his pride, and it was only natural for him to find it difficult to lower his face. After all, he was the one asking his family for money, and there were younger siblings to consider. Thus, a degree of humility was essential. Promptly, Zeng Jianguo set aside the apple he was holding and hurried outside. Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Xinghua had prepared breakfast. Zeng Xinghua, typically honest and straightforward, felt a sense of guilt at being the only one in the household, aside from his younger sister, who was not contributing, so he had risen early to assist with the cooking. Upon seeing her eldest son return, Zheng Shuqin was momentarily taken aback, but then joyfully exclaimed, "Jianguo has returned. Just in time. Breakfast is ready. Hurry and wash your hands." She added, "You've been away for several days without a thought for your parents' worries." A look of remorse crossed Zeng Jianguo's face. "Mom, I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that, nor should I have challenged Dad." He continued, "I have felt deeply guilty these past few days. You have raised me with such care, always accommodating my needs, and I caused you distress over such trivial matters. I am truly unfilial." Zeng Jianguo, following closely behind into the kitchen, scoffed quietly. This was a tactic his elder brother often employed. As the pride of their parents, Zeng Jianguo was aware that as long as he displayed this remorseful demeanor, no matter how grave the mistake, their parents would forgive him. If Zeng Jianguo could see through this, how could Zeng Dali remain oblivious? In his previous life, he had been blind to the fact that his son was a master of manipulation. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Zheng Shuqin's heart softened. Just as she was about to speak, Zeng Dali interjected, "Since you recognize your mistakes, there is still hope. Just refrain from making such impossible demands in the future. Since you have returned today, I have something to discuss with you." Zeng Jianguo's face lit up at these words, thinking that Zeng Dali had come to a realization. "What is it?" "Please, Dad, go ahead." Zeng Dali began, "You have been working for quite some time now, earning a decent monthly salary. Although you have not been residing at home, you have certainly spent a considerable amount of family funds throughout your years in school. Furthermore, during this past year of employment, you have consistently requested financial assistance from me to honor the Lin family. Your sister is still pursuing her studies, and our household is not affluent. It is high time for you to repay your debts. Last night, I calculated your expenses, excluding previous costs and focusing solely on your university expenditures over the years, as well as the funds you have drawn from me this year. The total amounts to 1,856. Given our familial ties, I will graciously round this to 2,002, foregoing any interest that might be applicable." Zeng Jianguo. He has a peculiar way of rounding off figures. Zeng Xinghua and Zeng Jianguo nearly burst into laughter at their father's talent, though the amount he demanded was indeed rather audacious, adding over 100 with just a zero. Once Zeng Jianguo regained his composure, he quickly interjected, "Father, your monthly salary is merely 85 yuan, totaling around 1,000 yuan annually. With so many relying on your income for sustenance, how could I possibly spend that much?" Zeng Dali, overhearing this, let out a cold laugh. "Oh, so you choose to deny your obligations? I have meticulously recorded every transaction. You cannot evade this. Over the years, I have retained all the remittance slips I sent you. Why not tally them up yourself? You know our entire family depends on my salary for survival. Yet you still have the audacity to request 30 yuan from me each month, while your sister's living expenses for high school are only 5 yuan monthly." With that, Zeng Dali produced a thick stack of remittance receipts from his pocket. "The evidence is right here, if you still harbor doubts. I can accompany you to the bank to verify the account statements and confirm whether these funds were indeed deposited into your account." Zeng Jianguo fell silent at the sight of the substantial evidence, for he was well aware of the financial expenditures over the years. Each month, Zeng Dali would regularly remit 30 yuan as living expenses, amounting to over 300 annually. Sometimes, 30 yuan was insufficient for school-related purchases, experiments, or social gatherings, necessitating additional funds from Zeng Dali. Altogether, it indeed added up to over 1,000. In his year of employment, he often cited the need to present gifts to the Lin family or to forge connections, resulting in Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin providing him with over 300 more. Zeng Jianguo felt a sudden headache. He had unwittingly spent so much of the family's resources, with the costs of studying abroad still unresolved. He had no means to repay this 2,000 yuan. "Father, you are aware of my situation. The starting salary for medical practitioners is quite low. I am fortunate to earn merely 100 yuan monthly. I cannot produce these 2,000 yuan in a timely manner. However, rest assured, I would never default on this debt. Once I achieve financial stability, I shall repay you double." Zeng Dali scoffed at this. "If you cannot even repay this modest sum, how can I trust that you will repay me double? What will you use to settle this? Your words alone hold no weight. How can I believe you?" In a bid to gain Zeng Dali's trust, Zeng Jianguo hastily suggested, I can provide you with an IOU. However, once those words left his mouth, Zeng Jianguo immediately regretted them. Yet, Zeng Dali's eyes gleamed with determination. How could he allow Zeng Jianguo to retract his statement? In Chapter 21, concerning the promissory note, Zeng Jianguo never anticipated that Zeng Dali would genuinely demand he write one. Reluctant to compose this document, Zeng Jianguo, being a university student with some legal understanding, realized that once penned, he would be obligated to repay the sum, lest Zeng Dali take the note to court, leaving him in dire straits. Zeng Jianguo wished he could bite off his own tongue. He could only muster an excuse. Dad, I have no paper or pen at hand, and it's quite inconvenient to draft this note. Rest assured, I would never default on my debts. I am your son. Surely you trust me? Just as he finished speaking, Zeng Jianguo entered, carrying paper and a pen. Elder brother, I have paper and a pen here. It's brand new and unused, he said, handing them to Zeng Jianguo. Faced with the situation, Zeng Jianguo felt trapped. He could neither accept nor refuse. However, under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, he steeled himself and took the materials. Shooting a fierce glare at Zeng Jianguo, I never expected my younger brother to be so cunning, even preparing paper and a pen. Zeng Jianguo, perplexed, replied, But it was you who insisted on writing a promissory note, wasn't he it? Why are you upset now? If you don't need them, just return the paper and pen. I have my own use for them. Zeng Jianguo, observing the exchange, chuckled heartily. His second brother truly was a character. It was hard to tell if he was being genuine or merely playful. Zeng Dali shot a warning glance at Zeng Jianguo, silently threatening him should he jeopardize his plans. At this, Zeng Jianguo's laughter ceased abruptly, and he addressed Zeng Jianguo. Elder brother, you should write it quickly. Father has already been more than lenient with you. When I just started working, Father asked me to contribute half of my salary for household expenses, and I didn't utter a word. Over the years, the family has tightened its belt to support your education. Now, Father is simply asking you to repay the expenses incurred during these years. You promised back when you entered university that once you graduated, we would enjoy a better life together. Now, we no longer expect to indulge in luxury alongside you. We only wish that you do not let us suffer losses. With the conversation reaching such a critical juncture, it became increasingly awkward for Zeng Jianguo to refuse writing the note. Thus, he picked up the pen and hastily scrawled, Zeng Jianguo owes Zeng Dali tuition and living expenses totaling 2,000 yuan, and promises to repay as soon as possible. Zeng Dali glanced at the note and objected, that one do. What does as soon as possible mean? A year, 2 years, or perhaps 10 or 8? I cannot wait that long. Your current monthly salary is 100. It is likely to rise in the future, although let us not factor that in. Based on your current earnings, you would accumulate 1,800 in a year. Therefore, I shall grant you 3 years, should you fail to repay. Do not blame me for disregarding our familial bond. Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo exclaimed in shock, Father, my salary for 3 years won't even amount to 2,000. Even if I were to forego all my needs, it still wouldn't suffice. Zeng Dali regarded him coolly and remarked, Do not attempt to deceive me. Although your salary is modest, the benefits at your hospital are quite favorable. The monthly provisions of rice, flour, and oil are sufficient for your sustenance. Moreover, do not think I am unaware of the red envelopes that patients' families often bestow upon you doctors. Zeng Jianguo felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing these words. There are regulations in the hospital forbidding doctors and nurses from accepting red envelopes from patients. However, this rule is scarcely adhered to. Those with a bit of audacity often slip in small amounts without consequence. In his previous life, Zeng Jianguo, a physician who had studied abroad, frequently received such gifts from patients seeking his services. Zeng Dali had subtly reminded him of this on several occasions, but Zeng Jianguo merely scoffed at his father's outdated views, claiming that, given his credentials, some patients would struggle to even find a way to offer him a red envelope. By that time, Zeng Dali's authority as a father had long since diminished in Zeng Jianguo's eyes, rendering him impervious to paternal counsel. Consequently, Zeng Dali had no intention of advising him in this life either. Having endured the experiences of his past life, he felt little emotional attachment to his son. With a sense of resignation, Zeng Jianguo rewrote the IOU, specifying that the debt would be settled within the year, dated May 6, 1983, and signed his name. Zeng Dali took a moment to scrutinize the document before satisfactorily tearing it out and pocketing it. Well, the IOU is written. Remember to be proactive and repay 10 yuan to the family each month, lest I have to come to your hospital to collect. He then assisted Zeng Shuqin in clearing the bowls into the house. Zeng Jianguo found little appetite for a meal. Negotiations regarding his study abroad expenses had stalled, and he needed to send 2,000 yuan home. What a predicament! How could he explain this to Qingqing? Yet, thinking of the 2 months ahead, he felt a slight relief. He did not believe Zeng Dali could be so heartless. Perhaps his request for funds had incited discontent among his second and third brothers, prompting his father's reaction. His father's insistence on an IOU in front of them was likely an effort to provide them with an explanation. Yes, that must be the case. He resolved to return when his brothers were away to speak with his parents privately. With this resolve, Zeng Jianguo spoke up, "Mother, I just remembered I have an urgent meeting at the hospital today. I won't be staying for dinner. I must head to work." He did not even turn back when Zeng Shuqin called out to him. Zeng Shuqin muttered to herself, "This child, usually so composed, has suddenly become so anxious. At least he could have had a meal before rushing off to work." Zeng Jianguo, standing nearby, remarked sarcastically, "Mother, my elder brother has truly suffered a loss, losing 5 years' worth of salary in one fell swoop. How could he possibly have an appetite for food now? I thought I was feeling aggrieved for surrendering half my salary, but in comparison to my brother, I feel a sudden sense of relief. Yet, is father truly serious about my brother? It feels so unreal. Is he putting on a facade for our benefit, showing one face in public and another in private? Mother, if that is the case, you must counsel father. We are all his children, and he cannot show undue favoritism." Hearing these words, Zeng Shuqin shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting, child? How dare you speak ill of your father behind his back? Do you not know what kind of person your father is? He has led a life of integrity. Although he may have favored your elder brother somewhat in the past, that was merely because your brother was accomplished. What parent does not take pride in a successful child? If you wish to cast blame, direct it at your own lack of ambition." Zeng Jianguo, upon hearing this, merely pouted in his mother's eyes. His father could do no wrong. He mused that if he were to marry someday, he would hope for a wife who defended him as fervently as his mother defended his father. During breakfast, Zeng Jianguo was absent, but Zeng Dali did not inquire further. As long as Zeng Jianguo repaid his debts on time, Zeng Dali was indifferent to other matters. Chapter 22. Heightened Awareness After Breakfast. Both Zeng Dali and Zeng Jianguo set off for work. Zeng Dali arrived at the machinery factory and began to study the machines once more. Many onlookers were intrigued to see him inspecting the equipment. Being a technician, his skills were only required when the machines were in need of maintenance or malfunctioning. Thus, he usually enjoyed a leisurely pace at work. Yet for several consecutive days, he had been wandering about the workshop. The workshop director, Huang Shiji, jokingly inquired, "Old Zeng, why have you been lingering around our workshop these past few days? Is there a malfunction with the machines? I haven't heard any of the workers mention issues. If there is a problem, you must inform me in advance so I can report it to the higher-ups. If a breakdown occurs that affects production, I would be in quite the predicament." Their machinery factory belonged to the heavy manufacturing industry, and the leadership above placed significant importance on their operations. Primarily, they produced large agricultural tractors, which the locals affectionately referred to as iron bulls. This factory was the only one in several surrounding counties, and orders were already booked into the next year. To speak bluntly, everyone was eagerly awaiting new equipment, and it was crucial that this batch of machines performed flawlessly. Zeng Dali responded with a smile, "Director Huang, you are indeed diligent. No wonder the production efficiency of our factory has improved considerably since you took over as director. It is often said that flattery is a warm cloak. Everyone enjoys hearing nice words." Huang Shiji flashed a grin and replied, "Ah, old Zeng, you truly understand me. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. You have no idea how others speak of me behind my back. They say I am merely putting on a show as the new official, who would willingly rush to work if they could take it easy. If we fail to generate profits for the factory, and it were to close one day, we would be the ones to suffer. Look at that stack of orders extending into next year. I hear that the neighboring county is also planning to establish a machinery factory. If they succeed, they will likely snatch away at least half of our orders. Our lives would not remain quite so comfortable then." Huang Shiji's reminder sparked a recollection in Zeng Dali. Indeed, in his past life, there had been plans for a machinery factory in the neighboring county, but due to inadequate funding, lack of suitable premises, and unqualified technical personnel, the project had ultimately been shelved. Although Huang Shiji obtained the position of workshop director through connections, He is undeniably a diligent individual, particularly concerning the factory's equipment. He is more attentive than anyone else, fearing that even the slightest error might affect overall production. Zeng Dali remarked with a smile, Director Huang is right. If everyone possessed your level of awareness, our machinery factory's economic performance would have doubled by now. However, as you are aware, the factory's equipment has long since aged. While major issues have yet to surface, minor malfunctions do occur from time to time. I keep a close watch, so if any problems arise, I can address them promptly. Is it not merely a matter of who has greater awareness? Zeng Dali is equally capable in that regard. Huang Shiji has his connections, and the leader of the maintenance team is about to retire, making Zeng Dali the most likely candidate for the next leader. In truth, Zeng Dali is not particularly interested in the position, but becoming the leader would increase his salary by 10 yuan. Do not underestimate this 10 yuan. It is sufficient to cover a person's monthly living expenses. Presently, it is not an opportune time to seek other opportunities. So Zeng Dali must remain steadily at the machinery factory. After hearing Zeng Dali's words, Huang Shiji praised him once again. Combining what he learned from the new equipment in his previous life, Zeng Dali has essentially figured out the way forward. Once the new equipment arrives, while he may not claim to operate it proficiently, he is confident in his ability to manage it competently. To avoid forgetfulness, upon returning home, Zeng Dali sketched diagrams and marked them accordingly. The next day, after breakfast, Zeng Jianguo prepared to return to school. Their school is somewhat distant from home, so Zeng Shuqin began packing her belongings early. She included grain coupons, as well as pickled vegetables and steamed buns that she had prepared herself. Finally, she handed Zeng Jianguo 5 yuan. Compared to the 30 yuan monthly tuition that Zeng Jianguo had during his university days, this 5 yuan indeed seems modest. Nevertheless, Zeng Jianguo was quite pleased. After receiving the money, she said, "Thank you, Mom. This is just right, as I need to buy 2 new notebooks for school." Zeng Dali felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. He always considered himself an open-minded person, unlike some who hold a preference for males over females. Yet, he knew that deep down, he harbored such biases. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his younger daughter to drop out for the sake of Zeng Jianguo. While Zeng Jianguo squandered his time at university, his younger sister had to endure frugality at school. Reflecting on this, Zeng Dali realized that his daughter's resentment in the previous life was, in part, a consequence of his own biases, which he duly deserved. He said to Zeng Shuqin, "Please give Nianxiu another 5 yuan, raising her monthly allowance to 10 yuan. Children need to focus on their studies, which require considerable mental effort. They should eat well to ensure proper nutrition." Both Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Shuqin were momentarily taken aback by his words. Zeng Jianguo quickly responded, "Dad, that's not necessary. 5 yuan is enough for my monthly expenses. I don't spend much at school, and every time I come home, Mom prepares plenty of food for me to take back." During her 2 days at home, Zeng Jianguo had also learned about family matters. Her elder brother wished to study abroad, requiring over 10,000 yuan. He wanted their parents to provide the money, but the family did not possess such funds. Based on the level of regard my father has historically shown towards my elder brother, it is evident that he would go to great lengths to gather the necessary funds. Even my third brother privately intimidated me, warning that in order for my brother to study abroad, the entire family would have to tighten their belts. And it remained uncertain whether I would even be able to continue my education. Thus, for the past few days, I, Zeng Jianguo, have been living in a state of anxiety, fearing that Zeng Dali would suddenly approach me with the news that I would not be permitted to pursue my studies. Fortunately, my parents have refrained from making any remarks lately. Though my elder brother returned home briefly, he left without even partaking in breakfast, merely leaving a note acknowledging a debt. Therefore, my third brother's assumptions seemed unfounded. Zeng Shuqin quickly grasped the seriousness of the situation upon realizing that Zeng Dali was not jesting. She retrieved an additional 5 yuan from her bedroom drawer and discreetly placed the money into my inner pocket, cautioning me to keep the 10 yuan separate and secure. She reminded me to avoid flaunting my financial situation in front of my classmates, lest I attract unwanted attention. Although 5 yuan was barely sufficient for my needs, I accepted it without further protest, assuring my parents that I would diligently study and strive to achieve first place in the upcoming final examinations. This promise was primarily directed at Zeng Dali, serving as my commitment to him. Chapter 23. A good man from the Gu family. Zeng Dali nodded, affirming, "My daughter is undoubtedly the most exceptional. I have faith in you. Rest assured, as long as you fulfill your part, I will honor my promise." However, he added, despite the importance of education, it pales in comparison to your health. Ensure that you balance your studies with rest. Do not immerse yourself in relentless toil. Your second brother is currently not employed. Let him escort you to school. It is unsafe for a young lady to travel alone. I understood that Zeng Dali was concerned for my well-being and felt touched by his words. I couldn't help but notice that my father had changed. Previously, aside from my elder brother, he had maintained a distant demeanor towards my siblings and me, as well as my mother. While he was never truly indifferent, expressions of care were rare. However, upon my return, I observed a marked improvement in my parents' relationship, and my father had begun to show warmth towards me, even serving me several generous portions during meals. Although he continued to express disdain for my second and third brothers, his gaze now held a hint of paternal tenderness. Strangely, his attitude towards my elder brother had cooled considerably. I could not fathom the reason behind this sudden shift. Unable to comprehend these matters, I chose to set them aside. As the month drew to a close, it was time for the mechanical factory to distribute wages, a day of great joy for everyone in the establishment. During this era, payments were made in cash, prompting everyone to line up early to collect their salaries. Zeng Dali, like the rest, stood in the lengthy queue. After a half-hour wait, it was finally his turn. The finance officer presented him with the payroll, indicating a sum of 85 yuan. Everything appeared in order. However, a note regarding a bonus of 5 yuan was appended to the salary entry. The factory occasionally rewarded its exemplary employees with bonuses as a form of encouragement. Although Zeng Dali worked diligently, he seldom received bonuses. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation he had with Huang Shiji, realizing that a silver tongue often outweighs a strong pair of legs. Without further inquiry, Zeng Dali signed his name and received 90 yuan. Considering the dwindling supplies of rice and flour at home, he exchanged some ration coupons at the factory and headed to the supply and marketing cooperative after work. After purchasing a bag of rice and a bag of flour, he remembered the chestnut cake he had bought last time, which Zeng Shuqin had not dared to touch, saving it all to bring back to the elders and children in the countryside. Thus, Zeng Dali wished to buy some more, but unfortunately, the cooperative had sold out. Disheartened, he was approached by a salesperson who rummaged through the counter and said, "We still have 2 pounds of peach crisps. Would you like some?" They were originally reserved by a colleague, but he had to leave early today and forgot to take them. "You can have them if you don't mind." Overjoyed, Zeng Dali immediately paid for them. He placed all the items onto his bicycle. In the early 1980s, bicycles remained the primary mode of transportation. Although not every household in the countryside owned one, they were no longer a rarity in the county town. Zeng Dali's bicycle, a Fiji brand, had been in his possession for several years. Acquiring it had required considerable effort, as purchasing a bicycle necessitated not only money but also industrial coupons. At that time, he was the only one in his family employed, receiving just 1 coupon per year. Lacking sufficient coupons, he had to buy several at a high price from others, ultimately spending over 160 yuan to obtain the bicycle. Over the years, it had served the family well, accompanying Zeng Dali to work each day. However, with time, the bicycle had aged. Nowadays, purchasing a bicycle was less stringent, and one could acquire one without industrial coupons. Zeng Dali contemplated saving money to buy Zeng Shuqin a new one as well. Dragging the rice and flour back home, he found the courtyard bustling with commotion. A crowd was gathered, seemingly embroiled in a quarrel. The raucous noise suggested that it was again Sun Jinhai and Lu Xiaomei. Ever since their last fierce argument, they had been fighting every few days, making it a regular occurrence. Initially, the neighbors genuinely attempted to mediate, but as time passed, it became commonplace, and people grew accustomed to it, often preferring to watch the spectacle instead. Zeng Dali parked his bicycle at the door, and upon noticing him, Zeng Shuqin hurried over to assist. "Why have you brought back so many items again?" she asked. Zeng Dali replied with a smile, "Well, I received my salary today. Seeing that our rice and flour were running low, I decided to buy some more. They say that growing boys can impoverish their fathers. With our 2 boys, we certainly need plenty. I thought I'd destock up to save you another trip to the cooperative." Zeng Shuqin felt delighted by Zeng Dali's thoughtfulness, though she responded, "It's not like I have much to do at home. It's just a few extra trips. However, since you have already purchased it, you have saved me quite a bit of trouble." Zeng Dali chuckled upon hearing this, but chose to remain silent. After stabilizing his bicycle, he retrieved the peach crisp hanging from the handlebars and handed it to Zeng Shuqin, saying, "You didn't get a chance to taste the chestnut cake last time, and I have been thinking about it. Unfortunately, the chestnut cakes at the supply and marketing cooperative are sold out. The salesperson mentioned there are still 2 pounds of peach crisps, so I bought them for you. Do not hesitate to indulge, otherwise, those 2 rascals might end up devouring them. Once life becomes easier, they will have plenty of opportunities to enjoy good food, while we, having toiled for most of our lives, have scarcely savored any comforts. Zheng Shuqin, a traditional woman, noticed that he was becoming increasingly outrageous, especially with so many people around, and quickly interrupted him. Zeng Dali said nothing further, carrying rice in one hand and flour in the other as he entered the house. Chen Sufan, who was watching the commotion in the courtyard, perceptively noticed the couple's interaction and approached Zheng Shuqin with a teasing tone. Oh, I never realized it before. But your relationship is truly wonderful. I see that the peach crisp you hold was specially bought for you by Dali. Alas, I lack such fortune. After nearly 30 years with Yang Tiangang, he has never even bought me a piece of candy. Your Dali truly cherishes you, treating you like a child. This is what life together should be, unlike that couple who appear affectionate in public but quickly turn hostile. Now they have completely torn off the facade. It seems they are no longer even pretending. If I were to choose a partner, I would seek someone as reliable as your Dali, one who takes care of everything. Zheng Shuqin found herself quite content with her current life. Although Zeng Dali had been somewhat distant in the past, he had never laid a hand on her and entrusted all his earnings to her. He treated her far better than many newlyweds do, leaving her with little to complain about. Chapter 24. The sister helping demon. Noticing Zheng Shuqin's rare display of shyness, Chen Sufan, having been through similar experiences, understood perfectly. This couple genuinely shared a strong bond. With a smile, Chen Sufan said, "All right, you should head back inside. It is not uncommon for couples to argue. In a while, they will tire and reconcile." Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement, aware that Zeng Dali had just returned from outside and had yet to eat, demonstrating her understanding of priorities. Zeng Dali washed up simply with the water from the basin and then sat down at the dining table, where only the 2 of them remained. Zeng Jianguo had gone out to collect tickets with the vehicle and would not return until after 8 in the evening. These days, during the busy farming season, Zeng Jianguo had gone to Shurha village to assist with the harvest since he had yet to find work. Zheng Shuqin brought the food to the table. The meal was quite decent, featuring freshly made white steamed buns, a stir-fried egg with chili, and green beans with meat. Although the latter was just a hint of meat, it was sufficient. As the couple sat down to eat, listening to the lively sounds from outside, Zeng Dali finally spoke up, asking, "What commotion is happening next door?" Zheng Shuqin, being well aware of the circumstances at home, replied, "It is yet another dispute over money. Lu Xiaomei's nephew has taken a liking to a girl." Both parties had reached an agreement, but upon inquiry, it was revealed that Lu Xiaomei's nephew was not a person of respectable character. The family of the prospective bride began to waver. However, Lu Xiaomei's nephew had taken a strong liking to the young lady and was adamant about marrying her. Concerned for her nephew's well-being, Lu Xiaomei sought to mediate the situation. Though it remains unclear what promises she made, yet ultimately, the other party acquiesced. Nevertheless, the bride's family demanded a dowry of 500 yuan, a sum that the Lu family could not afford, prompting them to approach Lu Xiaomei for a loan. During this time, Sun Jinhai had been quite frugal with his finances, even leveraging connections to send his 2 daughters back to school. When Sun Jinhai claimed he lacked the funds, Lu Xiaomei became quite agitated. Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? A dowry of 500 yuan? Is the young lady adorned with gold?" he exclaimed. "When I married you, I only offered 20 yuan and 2 sacks of grain as a dowry. Even today, it would only amount to around 100 to 180 yuan. What sort of young lady could possibly be worth 500 yuan? That must represent half a year's salary for Sun Jinhai. Do they intend to forego food and drink?" Zheng Shuqin, overhearing this, glanced outside at the lingering crowd and cautioned him to lower his voice to avoid alerting the couple. Zeng Dali recognized that his reaction was excessive. He typically refrained from speaking ill of others, yet he could not help but voice his suspicion. Could this be a case of a marriage scam? We are merely ordinary citizens. Which reputable family would demand such an exorbitant dowry for their daughter? After expressing his thoughts, Zeng Dali felt a pang of sympathy. Although Sun Jinhai had become more discerning, no longer allowing Lu Xiaomei and her family to drain him, Lu Xiaomei appeared increasingly oblivious to the situation. Zeng Dali believed that a woman like Lu Xiaomei should prompt Sun Jinhai to decisively pursue a divorce, sparing himself the ridicule. However, It was evident from their previous conversation that Sun Jinhai was reluctant to part ways. It was understandable, for individuals like them, reaching middle age with dependents. Having painstakingly raised their children, divorce would surely invite mockery. Even as societal norms evolved and divorce became more commonplace, particularly in the early 1980s. In small towns and rural areas, it remained a source of shame. Zeng Dali could only empathize with Sun Jinhai, remarking that he should take decisive action and divorce Lu Xiaomei to avoid daily embarrassment. Yet, given Sun Jinhai's indecisive nature, it seemed unlikely he would resolve the issue promptly. Thus, they would have to brace themselves for further turmoil. Encountering a woman like Lu Xiaomei, who was a burden to her husband, was indeed unfortunate for Sun Jinhai. Zheng Shuqin had initially found Zeng Dali's sentiments agreeable, but upon hearing the term burdening brother, she could not help but inquire, what does that mean? Zeng Dali paused momentarily. This was a colloquial term from later times, referring to women who, disregarding their own families, unconditionally supported their brothers and relatives. While women like Lu Xiaomei have existed throughout history, this particular term had not gained popularity in contemporary discourse. In truth, the Voldemort of this era is far more outrageous than the one of decades to come. Some individuals even dare to proclaim that they would willingly sacrifice their own child for the sake of their maternal lineage. In the eyes of Zeng Dali, such utterances are nothing short of nonsensical, indicative of a severely clouded mind. What could possibly surpass the significance of one's own progeny? As parents, even when faced with unfilial children, there remains a reservoir of forgiveness within them. Zeng Dali embodies this sentiment, having experienced the tribulations of a past life. He can only choose to remain indifferent towards Zeng Jianguo. While feelings of hatred or thoughts of revenge linger, he finds himself incapable of acting upon them, instead empathizing with the universal plight of parental love. Zeng Dali retrieved his thoughts and took a moment to elucidate the so-called brother-supporting demon to Zheng Shuqin. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin half-jokingly remarked that the term indeed suits Lu Xiaomei well. Thankfully, her family possesses a sound understanding of propriety, never seeking her assistance even during difficult times. In comparison to Lu Xiaomei, she felt herself to be quite inadequate as a daughter. Zheng Shuqin had married Zeng Dali primarily due to her family's financial struggles, with the Zeng family extending a helping hand during their engagement. Over the years, the Zheng family has remained honorable, refraining from taking advantage of the Zeng family. However, in earlier years, the Zeng family had provided substantial aid, secretly delivering food to the Zheng family during times of natural calamity. Although the Zheng family's circumstances have not quite matched those of the Zeng family, they at least have avoided hunger and cold, with the elder Zheng ensuring that the younger generation does not impose upon Zeng Dali. Noticing a hint of disappointment in Zheng Shuqin's words, Zeng Dali quickly interjected. Have you not visited your family in quite some time? I just received my salary. You should take some time to buy something for them. He continued, your parents are aging, and with your siblings no longer requiring your concern, it would be good for you to visit them more often. Alas, I must admit my neglect in this matter. After saying this, he withdrew 70 yuan from his pocket. He had received 90 in total and spent 5 yuan and 60 cents on rice and pastries, leaving himself with just enough for meals and social obligations. The remainder he offered to Zheng Shuqin. Upon seeing this, Zheng Shuqin's face lit up with joy, though her earlier jest had been just that, a jest. Zeng Dali's efforts to provide for their family were no small feat, and her mother had advised her upon marriage that she was now part of another family, and that prioritizing their small household was essential for a prosperous life. Over the years, Zheng Shuqin has adhered to this wisdom. However, Zeng Dali's attentiveness to her feelings filled her heart with satisfaction. Before Zheng Shuqin could visit her family, the Zheng family unexpectedly came to their doorstep. After having dinner, Zeng Dali retired for the night. Sun Jinhai and Lu Xiaomei, mindful of their dignity and the potential disruption to others' rest, ultimately returned to their own home in a dejected manner. Early the next morning, before anyone else in the household had risen, Zeng Dali was roused from his slumber by a series of knocks at the door. Zheng Shuqin also awakened and was about to get up to answer, but Zeng Dali stopped her, saying, "You stay in bed. Let me see who it is at this early hour." With that, he rose and stepped outside. Upon opening the door, a young lad, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age, flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and held aloft a sizable fish, weighing at least 5 kilograms. His countenance bore a mix of delight and a hint of unease. Upon closer inspection, One could discern a resemblance between him and Zeng Jianguo. Upon seeing Zeng Dali, the youth exhibited a trace of shyness, yet respectfully addressed him as uncle. Zeng Dali quickly ushered the boy inside. "Man Song, what brings you here so early in the morning?" The visitor was none other than Zeng Jianguo's family member, her nephew Zeng Man Song. The Zeng family resided in the countryside, over 20 kilometers from the county town, and there were no buses running at this early hour. Noticing the mud caked on Zeng Man Song's shoes, it was evident he had walked the entire distance. In response to Zeng Dali's inquiry, Zeng Man Song explained, "I walked here, as I rose quite early, and the buses to the city had yet to commence their service." Hearing the commotion, Zeng Jianguo emerged from within, her face lighting up at the sight of her nephew. She eagerly pulled him closer, inspecting him with joy before exclaiming, "Just yesterday, I was telling your uncle that I hoped to visit home in the coming days. Yet here you are, arriving ahead of me. How are your grandparents doing? You didn't come so early because something has happened at home, did you?" With concern for her elderly parents, Zeng Jianguo's expression shifted. Quickly, Zeng Man Song reassured her, No, everything is well at home. My grandparents are in great health, and they work the fields with more vigor than I do. With the weather warming up and the busy farming season upon us, I took the cool morning hours to bring some fish for you and uncle." At that moment, Zeng Jianguo noticed a large carp resting on the table. Although deceased, it still appeared fresh, likely having succumbed only recently. She marveled, "Where did you procure such a large fish? It must weigh at least 5 kilograms. Zeng Man Song smiled and replied, "With the recent wheat harvest, we caught it in the pond behind our house. This fish was perhaps too large and swam slower than the others. My father struck it with a stick, and it turned belly up. We put in considerable effort to haul it out, and surprisingly, once placed in the water tank, it revived. However, my grandparents couldn't bear to eat it and insisted I bring it to you." In these times, while families could barely meet their basic needs, they often lacked good provisions, particularly meat. Yet, even having caught a fish, they were reluctant to consume it and chose instead to send it to their relatives. Zeng Jianguo felt a surge of emotion. "Your grandparents are truly generous. They managed to catch a fish, and with so many people at home, they still thought of us. Your uncle and I lack for nothing in the city, so please take it back with you." Zeng Man Song appeared somewhat taken aback by her words. Zeng Dali, sensing the awkwardness, intervened with a smile. "What are you doing? The boy has traveled 40 li to bring us this fish. If you wish to reciprocate, you should offer something in return. Man Song must be hungry after such a journey, so you should start preparing a meal and call Jianguo to help you." Upon hearing the words, Zeng Man Song was about to express that he was not hungry. However, his stomach betrayed him, letting out a conspicuous growl. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he lowered his head. Zeng Jianguo also rose, his eyes still shut, sporting a disheveled hairstyle that resembled a bird's nest. Initially displeased at being roused from his slumber, his mood brightened instantly upon seeing Zeng Man Song. The two were of similar age, and in the past, whenever Zeng Jianguo visited the Zeng family for familial gatherings, he would often accompany Zeng Man Song to catch fish in the river or climb trees to retrieve birds, fostering a strong friendship between them. Zeng Dali observed the two engaging in lively conversation, and Zeng Man Song, shedding his earlier awkwardness, willingly followed Zeng Jianguo into the kitchen to lend a hand. They utilized a traditional kitchen reliant on firewood. With the weather being warm, Zeng Dali readily took on the task of kindling the fire. Zeng Jianguo began by preparing staple foods, and then proceeded to cook some vegetables. Given the meager resources at home, she decided to add a few more eggs to the meal. As the couple cooked, they chatted about everyday matters, with Zeng Jianguo sharing stories about her family. In truth, the Zeng family was quite populous. Old man Zeng had 3 sons and 3 daughters, with Zeng Jianguo being the youngest. Zeng Man Song was the youngest son of the eldest brother, known for his intelligence and remarkable aptitude for studies from a young age. This year, he was due to enter his senior year of high school. However, the family's circumstances were challenging. Although they could manage basic sustenance, affording another student's education would stretch their resources thin. Thus, Zeng Man Song's visit today likely held deeper significance than merely delivering fish. Zeng Dali recalled that in a previous lifetime, Zeng Man Song had visited and brought them a large fish as well. However, at that time, he was preoccupied with Zeng Jianguo's impending departure abroad, to the extent that he sold his own job and could hardly focus on Zeng Man Song's purpose for coming. Subsequently, not long after, Zeng Man Song dropped out of school to seek work. By the time Zeng Dali learned of this, it had already been 6 months, and he felt utterly powerless to assist. Later, when Zheng Shuqin fell gravely ill, Zheng Montong made a special trip back to see her, leaving them 500 yuan upon his departure, far more considerate than his elder brother, whom he deemed ungrateful. Reflecting on these events, Zeng Dali surmised that Zheng Montong must have felt too embarrassed to voice his family's struggles. Zheng Montong was a good boy, and if he were able, Zeng Dali would not hesitate to lend a hand. Noticing that Zheng Shuqin had yet to suspect the true purpose of Zheng Montong's visit, he gently advised, "I believe this child has come to us not merely to deliver fish. There must be some difficulties at home." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin realized something was amiss. What kind of difficulties could arise? Could something truly be wrong at home? Has this child learned to hide his thoughts from me? I must inquire. Zeng Dali quickly intervened. "I suspect it's merely a matter of finances. Approaching the child directly may cause him embarrassment. He shares a close bond with Jianguo. I will discreetly mention it to him, encouraging him to inquire subtly. Let us offer assistance if we can." Hearing these words, Zheng Shuqin nodded, feeling a pang of guilt within her. Just yesterday, Zeng Dali had mentioned Voldemort, and she had expressed that she had done little for her family. Little did she expect the repercussions to arrive so swiftly. However, before Zeng Dali could instruct Zeng Jianguo to pry into Zheng Montong's affairs, Zeng Jianguo had already gathered the necessary information. Chapter 26. Borrowing money, seizing the moment while the food was being served. Zeng Jianguo stealthily entered the kitchen and said with a clever glint in his eyes, "Mom and Dad, can you guess why Montong has come to our home this time?" Zeng Dali glanced outside and retorted, "What else could it be? Surely, it's just to deliver a fish for your mother and me. Look at how much your grandparents care for us. They caught a fish, unwilling to eat it themselves, and insisted Montong bring it to us. Once you start earning a salary, make it a point to visit your grandparents more often. You used to adore going there when you were little. They love you just as much as they do Montong." Among the 5 children in the Zheng family, Zeng Jianguo was the favorite of the elderly couple. In his childhood, he was mischievous yet charming, always managing to amuse them during his visits. Although Zeng Jianguo was the most accomplished among them, perhaps due to his prolonged stay in the city, he had developed a certain disdain for country folk. Whenever he returned to his hometown, his interactions with the Zheng elders, as well as with the Zeng patriarch and matriarch, lacked genuine warmth. While he maintained a polite demeanor, the underlying estrangement was palpable. In his previous life, Zeng Dali had thought that the emotional distance stemmed from Zeng Jianguo not being raised among them, but now he felt a deep sense of regret. If only he had recognized the issue sooner or had been reborn a few years earlier, there might have been a chance for redemption. Yet now, even though he had become aware of the underlying problems, the children's personalities had already been shaped, making it difficult to rectify matters. Zeng Jianguo initially believed he could impress Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin by revealing what he had learned from Zheng Montong. Little did he know, his father would launch into yet another lecture. He had yet to receive his salary, having already contributed half to the household, and he hoped to save the remaining dozen or so yuan for his future bride and a small business venture. Yet, his father nonchalantly suggested he make more trips back to his hometown. As an adult now, he couldn't possibly show up empty-handed. If he bought anything at all, that scant sum would be depleted in no time. Quickly shifting the topic, he asked, "Mom and Dad, don't you truly want to know why Montong is here?" Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin exchanged glances. Of course, they were curious, having just discussed the matter themselves. However, the third son's attempt to showcase his cleverness before them would not do. In Zeng Dali's eyes, Zeng Jianguo was still young, and with proper guidance, there remained opportunities for correction in various aspects. With this thought in mind, Zeng Dali spoke up, "Enough of your antics before your mother and me. Montong is a straightforward child, unlike your cunning self. If you wish to share, we are all ears. If not, that's fine too. If Montong has something important to discuss, he will certainly tell us himself." Zeng Jianguo, witnessing Zeng Dali's disbelief, felt a surge of urgency. "Father, I am your true son. Even if I harbor a few ulterior motives, in your presence, I might as well be transparent. I mentioned Montong because he came to our home after he could no longer continue his studies." This revelation left Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin utterly astonished. Zeng Dali, being somewhat prepared, had already suspected something upon Zheng Montong's arrival. However, Zheng Shuqin was taken aback. After all, Zheng Montong was the brightest among the Zheng children. And in this day and age, who wouldn't he aspire to have a university graduate in the family to bring honor? Old Master Zheng held great expectations for Zheng Montong. Whenever Zheng Shuqin visited her family, Old Master Zeng would use Zeng Jianguo as an example to motivate him. Zeng Monsong regarded Zeng Jianguo as a role model. And though they felt increasingly disheartened by the eldest son's demeanor, Zeng Jianguo had never caused them worry in his studies. Zheng Shuqin, still in disbelief, interjected, "Third son. How could you fabricate such a tale? Monsong has always excelled in his studies. How could he possibly have given up? Perhaps you misheard, or are merely toying with your father and me." Zeng Dali, eager for Zeng Jianguo to clarify the matter, shared his skepticism. Zeng Jianguo hastily explained, "Father, mother, even if I may seem unreliable, I would never jest about this matter. Last year, my cousin married, and Monsong mentioned that his wife was expecting twins. Initially, the family was quite elated. However, when my cousin's wife returned to her family, she learned that her family had incurred a considerable debt for the marriage, and she raised a ruckus upon her return. She demanded that the Zheng family repay the money immediately or else she would terminate the pregnancy. My uncle and the others had planned to sell wheat to cover Monsong's tuition, but the harvest this year was insufficient to settle their debts. The family needed to provide for their daily needs and could not spare any money from Monsong's education. With a desire to continue his studies, Monsong turned to his grandparents for help, yet they, being elderly, could not provide additional funds. They sent him a fish instead, a gesture that implied his intent to borrow money from us. Zeng Jianguo's words rang true. Although Zeng Dali was not entirely familiar with the Zheng family's circumstances, he recalled that in his previous life, Zheng Mantan's wife indeed gave birth to a pair of twin sons, but this had come at the cost of Monsong's education. Reflecting on the 500 yuan Zheng Monsong had once given him, Zeng Dali recognized him as a kind-hearted and loyal child, and they felt compelled to offer assistance. Zheng Shuqin gazed at Zeng Dali with hopeful eyes. After all, he was her nephew, and she felt a pang of compassion. However, knowing that the family's finances were solely dependent on Zeng Dali's earnings and considering that Xiao was also in school, she hesitated to voice her concerns. Zeng Dali took the initiative to speak. "All right, you need not worry about this. I will have a word with Monsong shortly. If we can help, we shall." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin was filled with gratitude, understanding that Zeng Dali's decision was motivated by familial honor. Zeng Jianguo remained silent, having chosen to disclose this matter to his parents in hopes of assisting Zheng Monsong, despite his struggles with academics, which led him to drop out of school at an early age. It was not due to a lack of desire to learn. Rather, the mere sight of textbooks caused him considerable distress. Soon, several dishes were served on the table, and Zheng Monsong, who had been seated beside the dining table, stood up awkwardly upon noticing this. Zeng Dali waved his hand dismissively and said, "In our home, there is no need for such formalities. Please, sit down. Your aunt has specially prepared eggs for you. Do try them." Zheng Monsong, indeed feeling quite hungry, eagerly seized the steamed bun and eggs, devouring them with great enthusiasm. After the meal, Zeng Dali instructed Zeng Jianguo to head to work, then called Zheng Monsong into the room. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Monsong emerged with reddened eyes, prompting Zheng Shuqin to rush forward in concern, fearing that Zeng Dali had spoken harshly. "What's the matter, Monsong? Did your uncle say something unkind? He is simply accustomed to speaking with your cousins at home," she began to inquire. However, before she could finish, Zheng Monsong choked on his words, replying, "No. My uncle gave me 10 yuan and encouraged me to study diligently. He also mentioned that I could come to him if I faced any difficulties. Aunt, please rest assured, I will not disappoint my uncle's expectations. I will surely study hard and, in the future, honor both you and my uncle." Zheng Shuqin was genuinely moved. She had not anticipated Zeng Dali's generosity. However, she felt it inappropriate to openly express her emotions in front of the child. Thus, she added a few words of encouragement to Zheng Monsong. "Your uncle's willingness to support your education reflects his belief in you, and I share that belief. Do not let the chaos at home distract you. As children of a humble background, education is your sole path to a better future. Unfortunately, your second and third cousins lack ambition, and your eldest cousin. Never mind, why am I burdening you with these thoughts? You're still a child. I won't keep you any longer. Hurry back home. It's getting late, and your parents and grandparents will be worried about you. When you return, please let your grandparents know that I will visit them when I have the time." Zheng Monsong nodded, clutching the 10 yuan tightly as he made his way home. Zeng Dali emerged from the room, dressed and ready. Upon noticing him, Zheng Shuqin quickly inquired, "Are you headed to work? The weather is warming up. I've prepared some cool boiled water for you to take along, as there are many people at your factory, and you might have to queue for it." Zeng Dali replied, I've taken the day off today. I won't be going in. Zeng Shuqin was taken aback. As Zeng Dali rarely requested time off since starting at the machinery factory, unless there was a significant family matter. You're dressed so formally, yet you're not going to work. Where are you off to? She asked. Zeng Dali responded, I'm going to collect a debt. Zeng Shuqin momentarily failed to grasp the situation, as she managed the household finances and had not heard of anyone owing them money. Sensing her confusion, Zeng Dali reminded her. Isn't the eldest still in debt to us for 2,000 yuan? Yesterday marked the end of the month, and I suspect he must have received his salary by now. He agreed to repay us 100 yuan each month. If he doesn't, he come forward to pay. I have no choice but to seek him out at the hospital to collect it. Zeng Shuqin was taken aback by the realization that he genuinely intended to demand the repayment of 2,000 yuan from Zeng Jianguo. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, as she had previously assumed that Zeng Dali was merely attempting to intimidate him. However, it was evident now that Zeng Dali was indeed serious about recovering the debt. Given that Zeng Shuqin had passed away prematurely in her previous life and had not experienced the outrageous acts committed by Zeng Jianguo, her inability to comprehend the situation was understandable. Zeng Dali did not provide her with any explanations and promptly left. The hospital where Zeng Jianguo was admitted was the finest in their county, and Zeng Dali had visited it several times, primarily to deliver items and financial assistance to Zeng Jianguo. After securing his bicycle in the parking area, he hurriedly made his way to the department where Zeng Jianguo was located. Since signing the IOU, Zeng Jianguo had not returned home and had been residing in the hospital's designated dormitory. In truth, Zeng Jianguo had been feeling increasingly anxious about the prospect of going abroad. Initially, he was quite confident, believing that his father would eventually relent for his sake. He even signed the IOU to reassure his family. However, 2 weeks had passed without any communication from home, and no one had come to visit him at the hospital. In recent days, Lin Qingqing's pressure had intensified, leaving him restless even while working. On one occasion, he mistakenly prescribed the wrong medication to a patient while lost in thought. Fortunately, the nurse who dispensed the medication was experienced, preventing a potentially disastrous mistake. After attending to a wave of patients, Zeng Jianguo sat on a stool, lost in contemplation about his next steps. Just as he was deep in thought, a round-faced young nurse knocked on the door and said, Dr. Zeng, your family is here to see you. Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo stood up excitedly, only to realize his reaction was excessive. He adjusted his attire to mask his embarrassment. Who is looking for me? Does everyone not know it is working hours? Personal matters are not permitted in the hospital. The young nurse rolled her eyes at his response, noting that while personal matters were indeed prohibited during work hours, it was not forbidden to see one's own father. Besides, he had certainly not refrained from meeting Lin Qingqing during work hours. The entire department was aware of that. In the young nurse's eyes, Zeng Jianguo's behavior was nothing short of unfilial. Although her position in the hospital was humble, she had just graduated and possessed a straightforward mindset, with her feelings clearly written on her face. Consequently, she retorted, Fine, if you are unwilling to meet, I will inform your father and let him leave. With that, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Zeng Jianguo quickly stopped her. Wait a moment. I did not say I wouldn't see him. I merely feared that leadership would disapprove. Is my father here? He must be bringing me money. I will go right away. In fact, Zeng Dali was already standing at the door of Zeng Jianguo's office. The young nurse turned around and spotted him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zeng Dali, noticing her, smiled and said, Thank you, dear. You may return to your duties. The young nurse nodded in response and departed with the items she was carrying. Dr. Zeng's father appears remarkably youthful, seemingly in his 30s, exuding an air of integrity that starkly contrasts with Dr. Zeng's demeanor. As Zeng Dali entered Zeng Jianguo's office, the latter promptly remarked, Dad, what brings you here? I've been exceedingly busy lately and haven't had the chance to visit you and Mom. Have you been missing me? It's fortuitous that you came, as I was just about to inquire about your thoughts on my plans to go abroad. Zeng Dali scoffed. Well, since you haven't returned home, I naturally had to come here. I cannot speak for your mother's feelings, but I have indeed been quite concerned about you. Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo felt a surge of joy, convinced that his father would relent. However, Zeng Dali continued, After all, you still owe me 2,000 yuan. Since you haven't come home, I had no choice but to come to the hospital to collect. With the month ending yesterday, your hospital must be disbursing salaries now. I'm here to collect the debt. We agreed that you'd send back 10 yuan each month to the family. I'm not asking for more, Just hand it over. Zeng Jianguo was taken aback, not expecting Zeng Dali to confront him at the hospital regarding the money. After all, that was his entire monthly salary, merely 10 yuan. If he gave that to his family, what would he have left for himself? He had already spent quite a bit on Lin Qingqing, and they enjoyed dining at the state-run restaurant on occasion. If his father claimed all his funds, how would he manage his life? Zeng Jianguo's mind raced at that moment. Chapter 28. Repayment. Perhaps Zeng Dali's paternal authority and commanding presence left Zeng Jianguo momentarily speechless, unable to formulate an adequate response. He stammered, "Dad, what did you say? Am I mistaken?" Zeng Dali fixed him with a gaze and replied, "You heard me correctly. I am indeed here to collect the debt. I have in my possession the IOU you signed a few days ago for a total of 2,000 yuan. You are to repay me at least 40 yuan each month, with the obligation to settle the debt within 4 years. At your young age of just over 20. Being a doctor, have your ears gone deaf or your mind gone dull? If that's the case, you ought to reflect on how you can treat others when you yourself are riddled with issues. Delaying someone else's treatment is far from commendable." In Zeng Jianguo's memory, Zeng Dali had always been a figure of authority, taciturn and imposing. Never had he imagined his father could wield such sharp words. Noticing Zeng Jianguo's silence, Zeng Dali pressed on, "Do not attempt to stall. It will be futile. I specifically took leave today to come here, and I will not leave without the money you owe me. My dear son, for the sake of our familial bond, I am allowing you to save face. Surely, you do not wish for this matter to become common knowledge. If your colleagues at the hospital were to discover how much money you spent during university, and that after graduation you have contributed nothing back to the family while persistently asking your mother and me for funds, how do you think they would perceive you? Your aspirations of becoming a chief physician would plummet in their eyes. You wouldn't want your colleagues to view you through a lens of suspicion over such a trivial matter, would you?" Zeng Jianguo's expression finally changed upon hearing those words. He looked at Zeng Dali and asked, "Father, when did you become like this? Does ruining me bring you any benefit? I am your son. You have invested so much time and energy in me. Can you truly bear to destroy me?" Zeng Dali felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. This was the son he had painstakingly nurtured, the one he had raised as a student abroad, sacrificing the well-being of several other children in his previous life for. It turned out he was not unaware of the sacrifices made by his family. He was merely selfish. In that moment, Zeng Dali's remaining paternal affection dissipated entirely. He retorted with scorn, "So, you are aware of the sacrifices your family has made for you? Yet you continue to demand without ever considering giving back. It is my responsibility and duty to have brought you into this world and raised you to adulthood. However, I cannot allow you to leech off me for a lifetime, nor can I permit you to drain the entire family. As for your claim of me wanting to ruin you, I assure you, that thought has never crossed my mind. After all, today, I have come to collect a debt that none of the hospital staff are aware of. However, if I fail to retrieve this money today, I would not hesitate to consider your words. Ultimately, if I cannot reclaim this sum, the significance of having you as a son diminishes greatly. If you do not care about your future, why should I?" Zeng Dali's words were harsh, leaving Zeng Jianguo momentarily at a loss. He could only pull out the 10 yuan he had received yesterday from his coat pocket. Traditionally, he saved 30 yuan from his monthly salary, and whenever he fell short, he would ask his family for more. Now, he found himself with not a single penny to spare. Over the past year, he had managed to save over 300 yuan, a secret he could not allow his father to discover, lest it be taken from him. With gritted teeth, Zeng Jianguo said, "I've got the money now, but I need to get back to work, so you should leave." Zeng Dali counted the money in his hand and remarked, "Exactly 10 yuan. You still owe me 1,960 yuan. Remember to repay me as soon as your salary arrives next month. I do not wish to make the long journey to the hospital to collect this debt, nor do I want to take time off from work, as it negatively impacts me." With that, he stuffed the money into his pocket and left. Zeng Jianguo watched his father's retreating figure, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him, accompanied by a tinge of fear. Could it be that his father would truly abandon him? What would happen to his plans of going abroad? Who could he turn to for over 10,000 yuan? Surely, his father had only come to the hospital to confront him out of anger. With more than a month left, he still had a chance. If he could mend his relationship with his family and show his father that hope rested upon him, his father would surely support him again. With this thought, Zeng Jianguo regained his resolve. As Zeng Dali exited the hospital, he felt a lingering sense of disappointment. He deemed himself a failure, after years of careful upbringing. How could he have raised such an ungrateful son? Yet, Upon witnessing the suffering patients within the hospital, he realized his own fortune. At least he was not afflicted by illness, and he possessed a healthy body. In his previous life, he succumbed to stomach cancer. After Zeng Jianguo went abroad, in an effort to save money, he often went hungry, which even a robust stomach could not endure. Initially, he dismissed the persistent stomach pains, merely resorting to a few painkillers when the discomfort became unbearable. This cycle continued for several years, until he could no longer tolerate the agony and finally sought medical attention, only to discover that he was already in the advanced stages of cancer. Zheng Shuqin faced a similar plight. Having borne 5 children, her health had already deteriorated, and after Zeng Jianguo left for his overseas endeavor, she further restricted her diet, leading to severe malnutrition and a complete physical decline. In this lifetime, Zeng Dali vowed that such tragedies would not recur. They were determined to live well, carrying forth the lives they shared in their past existence. With this resolve, Zeng Dali returned home, clutching money in his hands. Upon his arrival, he found Zheng Shuqin washing clothes. She looked up and smiled. "Back so soon? How did it go? Did you manage to get the money?" "Honestly, he is our child. You shouldn't hold it against him too much. The money we previously gave should suffice for our parental duties. If he asks for more later, we can simply refuse. It's not right to be angry with our own child." Despite her occasional dissatisfaction with his behavior, Zheng Shuqin's gentle nature allowed her to overlook many matters. Zeng Dali squatted beside her, saying, "You are too kind-hearted. That is why he dares to speak to you in such a manner. You are their mother, and he shows you a lack of basic respect. Right now, he is nothing, and he disregards us. Once he succeeds abroad, he will likely disregard us even more. Parents bear the responsibility of raising their children properly, and I admit my shortcomings in this regard. Shuqin, I have caused you suffering over the years. Rest assured, I will ensure that you will never face even a slight grievance again. No one, not even our children, will be allowed to mistreat you." Zheng Shuqin was taken aback by Zeng Dali's unexpected words, momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her composure, her eyes were already glistening with tears, which she hastily wiped away. In recent times, Zeng Dali had treated her with such kindness that it felt like a dream, as he expressed these sweet sentiments. Even at her age, she could hardly contain her emotions. Seeing that his words had brought her to tears, Zeng Dali felt flustered. Having never witnessed Zheng Shuqin in such a state before, he hurriedly attempted to dry her tears, saying, "Did I say something wrong? How did I make you cry? You know I am not good with words. Please don't take it to heart. If it helps, you can hit me a couple of times to vent your frustration." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin let out a chuckle. "Having spent most of my life with you, I have never heard you speak such heartfelt words. I thought I would never hear them in this lifetime. Did your visit to the hospital somehow enlighten you? It seems you didn't go to collect debts from our eldest, but rather to learn sweet nothings." Though she chided him with playful reproach, the joy radiated from her expression. Zeng Dali pondered to himself how easily this woman could be appeased. Her satisfaction derived from mere sweet words. In his previous life, how blind he had been, unable to perceive her virtues. Noticing Zheng Shuqin smile, he too smiled and remarked, "I speak nothing but the truth. If you enjoy hearing it, I shall indulge you with more compliments in the future." Zheng Shuqin glanced at the people meandering about the family compound and whispered, "Do refrain from being so frivolous. It could invite ridicule." The early 1980s were markedly different from later years, with societal norms remaining quite conservative. Public displays of affection, such as couples flirting or holding hands, were a rarity. Understanding her modesty, Zeng Dali chose not to tease her further. Instead, he stood up and stated, "All right, let us set this clothing aside for now. I will take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items. Do bring along the fabric coupons." Zheng Shuqin, puzzled by the significance of buying cloth, quickly set down the garments, wiped her hands, and returned to the house to retrieve a stack of fabric coupons she had accumulated over the years. Observing this, Zeng Dali chuckled. The coastal regions of the South have already embarked on reform and opening up. In a few years, purchasing goods will no longer require coupons. Thus, there is no need for you to hoard them. Use them as needed. Zheng Shuqin was not well versed in national policies and was unaware of what reform and opening up entailed. However, trusting Zeng Dali's words that coupons would no longer be necessary, she nodded and said, "All right, I shall no longer save them. Initially, I had intended to keep them for when our children settled down, but given your assertion, it remains uncertain whether they will be of any use." Among their 5 children, only one had married, while the others were yet to find their footing. A source of concern for Zeng Jianguo as a mother. Naturally, marriage would involve acquiring various necessities, and apart from money, various coupons were essential. Zeng Dali pulled out several coupons, estimating them sufficient for their needs, and cheerfully declared, "Whether they will find them useful, I cannot say, but you certainly will." With that, he urged, "Let us go to the supply and marketing cooperative. They should have received new stock by now." Before Zeng Jianguo could fully grasp his intentions, Zeng Dali had already stepped out. She hurriedly followed him. The two rode their bicycles to the cooperative. Recently, Zeng Dali had frequented the establishment, and the sales staff had come to recognize him. Upon seeing him, a young salesgirl greeted him warmly. "Oh, brother, you are ever so punctual. Look, we have just received new fabrics with various patterns. Feel free to choose." Zeng Dali laughed, responding, "How many times must I remind you? You should refer to me as uncle. My son is of your age." The young girl chuckled brightly, primarily because Zeng Dali appeared remarkably youthful, and she feared calling him old. Thus, with a playful grin, she replied, "You look much younger than my father. I merely wish to spare you from being called old." Zeng Dali smiled helplessly. The supply and marketing cooperative had transformed significantly over the years. Once regarded as a secure and coveted job, while the role of a salesperson remained appealing. The nation was progressing, and the emphasis on service was strengthening. The expectations for professionals have indeed elevated. Had this been the 1950s or 1960s, salespeople from supply and marketing cooperatives would have looked down upon others with disdain. However, in the present, a warm smile is a requisite. Despite the young lady's insistence, Zeng Dali chose not to elaborate further. Individuals of this era tend to appear older than their years, yet his long tenure at the machinery factory, shielded from the elements, has rendered him seemingly younger than his peers. The aging process from his previous life commenced after he left the factory. Abruptly reminded of his past, Zeng Dali swiftly suppressed the thought and addressed the saleswoman, saying, "This is my beloved wife. I wish to select some fabric for her garments. You mentioned that a new batch arrived today. Might you have suitable colors? Please show me some options." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo realized that Zeng Dali intended to purchase fabric for her clothing. She quickly tugged at his sleeve, saying, "I don't need anything. My clothes are still wearable. Let us not waste resources. Instead, let us find you a piece of fabric for a new outfit. Just the other day, I saw that color on Sister Sufin's dress for Tiangang. It was quite lovely." Zeng Dali shook his head in response. "You only made me a new outfit last year, which I've hardly worn. Besides, I typically wear work clothes at the factory, rarely donning my own attire. Didn't I mention before that I wanted to buy you a piece of fabric for a blodgy? However, I find that the options at the supply cooperative are rather unappealing, and the colors do not suit you. I thought it best to purchase fabric and have someone sew it for us." Zeng Jianguo initially believed that Zeng Dali was jesting, only to realize he was genuinely contemplating this matter. "At my age, how could I wear a blodgy like a young girl?" she protested. "You're not that old. There's nothing wrong with donning a blodgy as long as the color and style are appropriate. Trust me, you will look splendid." The saleswoman, observing the exchange, chimed in with envy. "Sister, look how well your brother treats you. Unlike my parents, who argue incessantly, I dread returning home after work. You are still young, with fair skin. A blodgy would undoubtedly suit you. We have just received a new shipment of fabric, perfect for making blodgy. It's smooth and drapes beautifully. Let me show you some." With that, she retrieved several pieces of fabric in different colors from behind the counter. Fabrics of this era predominantly feature solid colors, unlike the floral patterns of the future. Zeng Dali examined the selections attentively, ultimately choosing a light blue fabric, which he deemed perfect for Zeng Jianguo. Chapter 30. Aspiring to business. Zeng Dali held the fabric up before Zeng Jianguo, gesturing as he said, "I believe this one is ideal for you." The saleswoman concurred. "Your taste is impeccable, brother. This fabric indeed complements your sister. If fashioned into a blodgy, it could easily take years off her appearance. Sister, see how considerate your brother is." In these times, few men accompany their wives to select fabric, let alone personally choose it for them. Zeng Jianguo, being over 40, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the playful teasing from a girl in her 20s. However, this was a heartfelt gesture from Zeng Dali, and she did not refuse. "Since you all agree, let us go with this color." After saying this, she provided her measurements, and the sales clerk quickly measured and cut a piece of fabric for her. Zeng Jianguo handed over the fabric ticket, while Zeng Dali paid, and the two of them exited the supply and marketing cooperative. Initially, Zeng Dali intended to find a tailor to custom-make a dress for Zheng Shuqin. However, Zheng Shuqin, considering it a waste of money, suggested, "Why don't I just make it myself?" There's always a queue at the tailoress. Sister Su Fun is quite skilled. She can help me come up with a design. Making a dress wasn't particularly difficult, and they had a sewing machine at home. Zheng Shuqin often did some stitching and mending. After pondering for a moment, Zeng Dali replied, "That works. I'll draw a pattern for you to follow, and I guarantee it will turn out beautifully." Zheng Shuqin, somewhat surprised, asked, "You can draw patterns? I had no idea you possessed such a skill." Zeng Dali chuckled. "I am a technical worker at the machinery factory. Drawing patterns is nothing extraordinary." Having lived several decades longer than Zheng Shuqin and being accustomed to the splendors of the modern world, spending a little on fabric for a dress was not a concern for him. The couple returned home in good spirits, sharing laughter. That very day, Zeng Dali sketched several styles of dresses for Zheng Shuqin to choose from. Holding the drawings, Zheng Shuqin found it hard to part with any of them, as they all appeared stunning. "How did you come up with these designs? They are exquisite. They look even better than the few dresses Liu Xiaomei wears." Zeng Dali, filled with pride, responded, "Naturally, I have seen the world. If you like them, we should buy more fabric and make several. You can change styles in the future." Zheng Shuqin, noticing his increasingly exaggerated claims, shot him a sideways glance, saying, "You're getting a bit carried away. We're not in the business of selling dresses. So why make so many?" She settled on one design, remarking that it was simple and elegant, more suited to her age. Zheng Shuqin selected the simplest style, which Zeng Dali also found quite appealing. However, her previous words had sparked an idea in him. In certain southern regions, reforms had begun, gradually transitioning from a planned economy to a market economy. The restrictions on business were diminishing, allowing for personal economic ventures. If he could seize this opportunity, he might earn a considerable sum. Having lived a fulfilling life, he was determined not to drift aimlessly as he had in his previous existence. With this thought, Zeng Dali turned to Zheng Shuqin and inquired, "How much money do you have on hand?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin's heart skipped a beat. She realized that Zeng Dali's recent kindness had an ulterior motive. Surely, he was still hoping to send their eldest abroad for further studies. If that were indeed the case, it would have been better for him to tell her openly. After all, Zeng Jianguo was her son, and despite his shortcomings, he remained her child. Zheng Shuqin said nothing, but took out a red cloth-wrapped savings book from the cabinet and handed it to Zeng Dali. All the family's savings were contained within, though it was not a substantial amount, especially given that in recent years, his salary had been modest, and there were several children to support, leading to numerous expenses. Zeng Dali unwrapped the layers of red cloth, revealing the savings book, which contained a total of 3,200 yuan. This represented the entirety of their family fortune accumulated over the past 2 decades. For an ordinary family in the 1980s, this was indeed a considerable sum. However, for the affluent, it was hardly anything, especially since the cost for Zeng Jianguo to study abroad exceeded 10,000 yuan. This was the culmination of over 20 years of savings, and in that moment, Zeng Dali's desire to earn money surged. He toyed with the savings book and remarked, "I believe continuing down this path is not a viable solution. While 3,000 yuan appears significant, it is insufficient for any substantial ventures. With the recent reforms and the emergence of individual economies, the South has undergone tremendous changes. I think these funds would serve us better if we engaged in small business endeavors instead. Your earlier suggestion was quite sound. When the opportunity arises, I shall travel south to explore the possibility of procuring a batch of fabric. Then, you can set up a stall at the street corners, and once we have sufficient funds, we can consider further plans." Zheng Shuqin was taken aback by this revelation. It turned out Zeng Dali did not wish for their eldest to study abroad, but rather to pursue business. How could Zeng Dali contemplate venturing into commerce when he had always despised such speculative enterprises? "What made you suddenly consider business? Is it not risky? Weren't you always averse to such ventures?" Zeng Dali had been to battle, and given his limited education, his previous views were somewhat antiquated. He believed that engaging in business could never rival the stability and dignity of a steady job. Thus, he held a dismissive attitude towards his father, Zeng Jianguo, who had aspired to amass wealth through commerce. Admittedly, Zeng Jianguo's methods were indeed unscrupulous. His eagerness to earn led him to partner with others in the illegal trading of grain and cloth coupons, even engaging in black market transactions, which ultimately resulted in his arrest. Nevertheless, one could not deny that Zeng Jianguo's ideas were quite avant-garde. Zeng Dali smiled as he explained, "Isn't it a different time now? Our clothing business is compliant and legitimate. In the South, they no longer require permits. As long as we exercise caution, we will surely succeed." In the 1980s, which industries were the most lucrative? Real estate, finance, electronics manufacturing, home appliances, automobiles, pharmaceuticals, clothing, catering, and communications entertainment. All these sectors are exceptionally profitable in the current economic climate. Why did Zeng Dali not choose another industry, but rather focus on clothing? It was not due to lack of desire, but rather a lack of capital. The clothing industry has relatively lower barriers to entry in terms of both technology and funding. Seeing Zeng Dali's resolute attitude, Zhang Shuqin nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall follow your lead. After all, I have little to occupy my time at home. For over 2 decades, we have been frugal. Saving up a mere 3,000 yuan and relying on your salary will likely never lead us to prosperity. Perhaps it would be better to take a bold leap. There is a chance we might succeed." Zhang Shuqin's words truly astonished Zeng Dali. He had never imagined she possessed such determination. Chapter 31. The new equipment arrives. Although Zhang Shuqin has a gentle disposition, she is by no means indecisive, having relied on her family throughout her life. The prospect of undertaking her own endeavors would bolster her confidence in asserting herself at home. She wondered if her eldest son, the ungrateful wretch, would still look down upon her if she found her own success. Turning to Zeng Dali, she eagerly inquired, "When are you heading south? Please take me with you. I have hardly ventured far in my life. It would be a wonderful opportunity to see the world, and when I return, I can justify purchasing new clothes." Zeng Dali, amused by her impatience, replied, "We must be patient. We need to plan this carefully. The mechanical factory is expecting a new batch of equipment in the coming days, and I suspect that not many will be trained to use it. I will inevitably have to step in. Once I prove my worth to the factory, requesting a few days off will be hard for the management to refuse. In the meantime, take good care of your health. You neglected your well-being after having several children, and the years of laborious household duties have taken a toll on you. I urge you to nurture yourself. It is essential for both of us to grow old together. If you were to leave me prematurely, all the riches I earn in the future would be spent on another woman." Have you noticed how popular the 3 major appliances have become? Refrigerators, televisions, washing machines, and even grand residences. If fortune does not smile upon you, you might find yourself lamenting from below in the future. Zhang Shuqin, taken aback by his seemingly callous remarks, playfully pinched his arm, causing Zeng Dali to yelp in surprise. Alarmed, Zhang Shuqin quickly released her grip, asking, "Did I hurt you? I barely applied any pressure. Who told you to utter such ominous words? I am in good health. I will not relinquish the home I have worked so hard to maintain to another." Zeng Dali regarded her with a wry smile, and it dawned on Zhang Shuqin that he was merely feigning injury. She then pretended to be angry, exclaiming, "No wonder Lu Xiaomei says that all men are the same. Not a single good one among them. I once thought she was being unreasonable, but now I see her words hold some truth." Recently, Lu Xiaomei had been embroiled in a quarrel with Sun Jinhai, and their disputes often escalated, leading to reckless accusations. Zeng Dali grinned and retorted, "Do not heed Lu Xiaomei's foolish ramblings. You know her true character all too well. I was merely jesting. You mustn't take it to heart. Quickly, put away that money. We will rely on our savings to build our future." Zhang Shuqin recognized his concern for her health and chose not to dwell on the matter further. She carefully tucked away the savings book, wrapping it in red cloth before placing it back in the cabinet. A few days later, the new equipment arrived at the mechanical factory. The manufacturers were only responsible for the installation and did not provide instruction on operation. If one wishes to impart operational techniques to them, it necessitates hiring specialized engineers, which incurs an additional cost, and one must also endure a waiting period. There are numerous mechanical factories nationwide, not limited to just theirs, and it is uncertain when they might be served in this small county. Although the instruction manual is available, it is predominantly in English, and there are scarcely a few individuals in the factory who can comprehend it. Even those who can manage to grasp a few words would hesitate to draw any conclusions. The price of this batch of machinery is substantial. Should any issues arise from improper operation, no one can bear the responsibility. The factory's leadership is in a state of anxiety, making multiple trips to the workshop each day. Huang Shiji, the workshop director, is akin to an ant on a hot pan, for with each visit from the leadership, he faces reprimands. 3 days have swiftly passed. Yet no one dares to operate the new equipment, and a sense of trepidation pervades the factory. Zeng Dali felt it was time to intervene and took a stroll through the workshop. Upon observing Huang Shiji and the workers, each wearing a troubled expression, Zeng Dali feigned ignorance and inquired, "Oh, Director Huang, what seems to be the matter? Why the glum faces? I heard the factory received a new batch of equipment. It should be quite effective, no?" Due to his frequent visits to the workshop, Zeng Dali was quite familiar with Huang Shiji, who then poured out his troubles. "Old Zeng, do not even mention it. This new equipment is inferior to the old. They claim these machines have been upgraded and are significantly more efficient. Yet their operation has become far more complicated, and not a single person in our workshop knows how to use them. Furthermore, everyone is apprehensive about taking the plunge. If mishandled, the wear and tear on this new equipment would be a tremendous loss. You cannot fathom the expense. It exceeds 1 million. If something goes awry, who can afford to compensate for that?" Zeng Dali nodded in agreement, acknowledging Huang Shiji's valid point. Director Huang is correct. The initial operation is indeed a technical endeavor. However, leaving it idle is not a viable solution. Our factory has numerous orders, and any delays could incur substantial penalties. The mere mention of this exacerbated Huang Shiji's anxiety. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly looked at Zeng Dali and said, "Old Zeng, your skills are among the best in our factory. You must assist me in this matter." Zeng Dali quickly declined, stating, "Director Huang, do not jest. I am merely a maintenance worker. How could I possibly perform the duties of an engineer? Although I am somewhat familiar with the various components of the machinery, you have just stated how expensive they are. Should any wear occur, I cannot bear that responsibility." In truth, after a period of contemplation and study, combined with the memories of his previous life, Zeng Dali felt reasonably confident that, while he could not guarantee flawless operation, the challenges were manageable. However, since everyone else was hesitant to act, Zeng Dali, despite his willingness, would not step forward. How could Huang Shiji let this lifeline slip away? He earnestly implored, "Old Zeng, I understand your high level of awareness. You are unlike the others in the factory. You would never stand idly by, would you? As for your concerns, I shall address them." I approached the factory's leadership for a discussion, assuring them that should any issues arise during the operation, the responsibility would not fall upon me. Moreover, once the task is accomplished, the factory shall not fail to reward you. This was precisely the assurance that Zeng Dali sought. He clenched his teeth and declared, "Since Director Huang holds me in such high regard, it would be unreasonable for me to decline any further. I do not seek any personal gain from the factory. I merely hope they will not hold me accountable should things go awry or if the operation is mishandled." Upon hearing this, Huang Shiji repeatedly praised him and added, "Please wait here. I shall promptly discuss this with the factory manager." Without hesitation, he rushed out of the workshop. Seizing the moment, Zeng Dali took a closer look at the new equipment, finding it identical to the previous batch. In truth, operating this machinery was not overly complex. Once the method was mastered, it was even simpler than the older models. Chapter 32. Bonus. Half an hour later, Huang Shiji returned, panting and holding a letter of confirmation. "Old Zeng, I have spoken with the factory leadership. If you can successfully accomplish this task, the position of the maintenance team leader will be yours. Furthermore, the factory will grant you a bonus of 1,000 yuan, equivalent to nearly a year's salary. Should the endeavor fail, it shall bear no consequence to you." This document I obtained from the manager assures that. Zeng Dali, upon hearing this, accepted the letter from Huang Shiji, finding its contents consistent with what he had been told. He smiled and remarked, as expected of Director Huang, "Your reliability in handling matters is commendable. Your trust in me will not be misplaced. Just moments ago, I observed that while these devices possess a certain level of technicality, they should not prove difficult to master. Please enlist a few skilled workers from the workshop to assist me in the trials." Huang Shiji, taken aback by Zeng Dali's swift progress, found it to be fortuitous. The quicker Zeng Dali succeeded, the more respect he would garner from the leadership, and importantly, it would save the factory a significant sum. Engaging external engineers would incur costs far beyond mere compensation, including expenses for meals, lodging, and various fees. In just half a day, Zeng Dali had managed to operate the equipment cautiously alongside several individuals, much to the delight of the factory leaders. The manager and several directors promptly visited the workshop to observe and specifically commended Zeng Dali. Huang Shiji felt a sense of pride, as he had been the one to advocate for him. For several consecutive days, Zeng Dali immersed himself in the workshop, arriving first and departing last. His diligent efforts did not go unnoticed, sparking discussions among his colleagues. Some praised his audacity and skill, recognizing him as a proficient technician, while others criticized him as reckless, suggesting that a failure would tarnish his reputation and the leadership might view him unfavorably. Some speculated that he was merely currying favor with those in authority, while others believed he was being pressured into this undertaking. Regardless of the whispers surrounding him, Zeng Dali remained undeterred. After a week of diligent effort, all the machinery in the workshop was functioning smoothly, and the workers had adeptly mastered the operation of the new equipment. Zeng Dali breathed a sigh of relief. Following this incident, Zeng Dali rapidly gained recognition in the mechanical factory, where he was once called Lao Zeng or Dali. Now everyone addressed him as Master Zeng. Whenever a malfunction arose in any workshop, it was Zeng Dali whom they specifically requested for maintenance. The factory leadership was also delighted. Zeng Dali had resolved a significant technical challenge, saving the factory not only money but also precious time. Consequently, the factory director summoned Zeng Dali to his office. The current director, surnamed Zhou, was in his 50s and had held the position for over a decade. Upon Zeng Dali's arrival, Director Zhou warmly poured him a cup of tea, which left Zeng Dali feeling pleasantly surprised. Despite having worked at the mechanical factory for over 20 years, he was not particularly familiar with the director. He was merely an ordinary worker. Accepting the teacup from Director Zhou, Zeng Dali humbly remarked, "Director, you are too kind. To have you personally serve me tea is something I feel undeserving of." Director Zhou chuckled at this and replied, "You are already a skilled master in our factory. There is no need for such formalities. If I had known earlier that we had someone as capable as you, we would not have faced such overwhelming challenges recently. You have resolved a major issue for our factory, and I must express our gratitude on behalf of the whole establishment. If all our technicians possessed your level of skill, we would have no worries at all." Zeng Dali quickly responded, "Director, you flatter me. I merely happen to be in the right place at the right time. However, I truly wish to contribute to the factory. As a member of this mechanical establishment, it is my duty and responsibility." Director Zhou approached Zeng Dali and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "No wonder you have served in the military for your country. Your awareness and sense of responsibility are indeed commendable." He then handed Zeng Dali an envelope from his desk, stating, "This is a reward from the factory for you." Zeng Dali accepted the envelope without hesitation. The 1,000 yuan had been promised beforehand, and he was indeed in need of the funds at that moment. With a self-deprecating smile, he said, "Just as the leadership praised me for my high awareness, it seems my thoughts have immediately taken a nosedive." Director Zhou, not someone oblivious to the realities of life, had already familiarized himself with Zeng Dali's circumstances, understanding that he came from a single-income household with several children, 3 of whom were unmarried, and 1 still in school, certainly requiring financial support. Director Zhou smiled and said, "This is what you rightfully deserve. In this world, one must strive for both love and livelihood. You have considered the needs of others. Naturally, others will consider yours. In a couple of months, your team leader will retire. With your exceptional skills and dedication to the affairs of our mechanical factory, I propose that you take over as the next team leader." Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali thought to himself, no wonder this person could become a director. His perspective was indeed different and beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend. Zeng Dali expressed his gratitude to Director Zhou, then hesitated before adding, "Director Zhou, I have a humble request." Zeng Dali had just achieved a remarkable feat. As long as he refrained from making excessive requests, Director Zhou would certainly acquiesce to his needs. With a smile, Zhou inquired, "What is it?" "Please, do not hesitate to express your wishes. Anything within the factory's capabilities shall surely be granted." Zeng Dali responded, "It is not a significant matter. I would like to request a few days' leave to embark on a trip, roughly a week, and I require the factory to issue me a letter of introduction." Without probing into the reasons for his request, Director Zhou replied, "I thought it was something of great importance." "No problem at all. You have tirelessly dedicated yourself to the factory day and night for so long. It is only fitting that you take a few days to rest. Inform your team leader that I have approved your leave, and once the letter is prepared, ensure it is stamped with the factory seal." Having already awarded Zeng Dali a bonus of 1,000 yuan, Zhou was indifferent to the matter of a week's salary. Grateful, Zeng Dali thanked Director Zhou and exited his office with a jovial heart. This week would surely suffice for him to make a round trip to the southern region. Zeng Dali then approached his old team leader for leave, who was aware that Zeng Dali was destined to succeed him in his position. Without further ado, The leader promptly penned a letter of introduction, merely advising him to work diligently in the future and not to disappoint the expectations of their superiors. After work, Zeng Dali did not return home immediately. He first went to the train station to purchase 2 tickets to Guangzhou before heading back. Chapter 33. Preparing for a journey in the early 1980s. During the nascent stages of reform and opening up, most regions had yet to implement these changes, and the system of resident identification cards had not been fully established. Thus, the letter of introduction served as the sole official document for verifying identity and facilitating travel during this era, whether for train journeys, accommodation, business trips, or purchasing designated goods. The presentation of such a letter was indispensable. Otherwise, Zeng Dali would have found it impossible to procure tickets. As an employee of the machinery factory, a simple letter from the factory sufficed. Zheng Shuqin, lacking a workplace, had nonetheless had Zeng Dali arrange for a letter from the street office early that morning, stating that she had not traveled far in many years and wished to accompany him on a little adventure. Furthermore, during this period of loosening economic restrictions nationwide, inspections were not as stringent as before. The staff merely asked a few questions before issuing Zeng Dali the 2 train tickets. In those days, trains were still the green-skin variety, and while the trains were rudimentary, ticket prices were not inexpensive. Given the considerable distance, the cost of the 2 tickets amounted to 78 yuan, a sum that left Zeng Dali feeling quite pained, as it was nearly equivalent to a month's salary. Moreover, he had purchased hard seats. Had he opted for sleeper accommodations, the price would have doubled, and a soft sleeper would have been even more exorbitant. Nevertheless, this expense was necessary. Even if no business were to materialize, it would allow Zheng Shuqin to experience the outside world and witness the new era of China, a well-deserved respite. After securing the train tickets, Zeng Dali rode his bicycle back home. Recently, he had been working late consistently, and Zheng Shuqin had grown accustomed to it. However, when Zeng Dali did not return home, the family usually refrained from preparing dinner, as they had already dined without him. Upon hearing the sound of his bicycle, Zheng Shuqin eagerly welcomed him, smiling as she remarked, "Why do you feel later than usual today? Did they not say that the new equipment at the factory has officially commenced production? Is there yet another problem?" At present, Zeng Dali is quite willing to share everything with Zheng Shuqin. Thus, she is relatively well informed about the affairs of the machinery factory. Zeng Dali replied with a smile, No, do not jump to conclusions. After all this time, the factory has finally found its footing. We cannot afford any further issues." He continued, "I just returned from the train station, where I purchased 2 tickets to Guang City. After calculating the journey, it will take 5 days round trip. With 2 days spent there, that should suffice." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin excitedly inquired, "Have you already requested leave? We are departing tomorrow." "I have yet to gather my things." Zeng Dali chuckled, "There's no rush. The weather is pleasant now, and our stay will be brief. We only need to bring a few changes of clothes. Just ensure we have sufficient money and food vouchers." The mere thought of traveling filled Zheng Shuqin with immense joy. "All right, after dinner, I will pack. We shall set off early tomorrow morning." Before Zeng Dali could respond, Zeng Jianguo emerged and asked, "Mom and Dad, where are you heading? It sounds as if you are going far away." Ever since he became a ticket seller, Zeng Jianguo has demonstrated a newfound diligence, working long hours and dutifully contributing half of his salary to the household. Today, he happened to have a day off. Zeng Dali has been quite pleased with Zeng Jianguo's recent behavior and, in a rare moment of gentleness, replied, "Well, your mother and I are planning a trip. You just stay at home and work diligently. Do not cause any trouble." Zeng Jianguo was taken aback. Where could his parents be going? Surely they would not abandon him. During this time, he has come to realize that his once favored older brother was easily cast aside by their father, leaving him to ponder his own worth. Recently, his father even took leave to confront his elder brother at the hospital regarding his wages. If his brother dared to withhold the money, their father would escalate the matter. Initially, Zeng Jianguo thought his father was merely temporarily upset, but the ongoing change in Zeng Dali's demeanor towards Zeng Jianguo has instilled a sense of crisis within him, prompting him to behave more dutifully. "Mom and Dad, where are you going? If you leave, what will happen to me and my second brother? You wouldn't abandon us, would you?" "Father, I have a job now. Though the salary is modest, I am no longer living off you. Moreover, I have not caused any trouble lately. You cannot leave me behind." Zeng Dali, finding his son's words increasingly absurd, shot him a stern glance, interrupting, "Look at your lack of ambition. At your age, you should not be speaking such foolishness. Even if your mother and I were to forsake you, it would mean sending you away from this home, not us departing from it. Your mother has never traveled far in her life. I have taken a few days leave from the factory to take her south for a bit of exploration. The busy farming season is coming to an end. Your second brother should be returning soon. You two stay home and keep things in order. When we return, if the house is in disarray, you shall witness how I handle it." Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo felt a wave of relief. As long as his parents would return, everything would be all right. He is not the eldest brother. Although he can sometimes exhibit a rebellious nature, he remains quite dependent on our parents. "Rest assured, Dad. We will manage the household without any issues," said Zeng Dali. "How many days will you be away? When will you return?" Zeng Dali replied, "Approximately a week." Upon hearing the father and son conclude their discussion, Zheng Shuqin quickly interjected, "All right then, let us eat." The family of three sat in silence around the dining table, sharing their meal. After finishing, Zeng Jianguo unexpectedly took the initiative to clear the dishes, while Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Dali busied themselves with packing. Their luggage was quite simple, consisting of merely 2 changes of clothes and some toiletries each, hastily stuffed into a single bag. Zheng Shuqin then retrieved the money she had withdrawn from the bank beforehand, asking, "Should we take all this money with us?" Zeng Dali glanced over and replied, "Yes, let us take it all. It's not easy for us to embark on a journey, and if we are to engage in the clothing business, let us do it on a larger scale. I've heard that bulk purchases in the southern regions often come at a more favorable price, which would enhance our profits. By the way, I have 900 yuan here, a bonus from work today. I initially had 1,000, but I spent over 70 on the tickets and purchased some food stamps, which may come in handy. It's best to bring them along." Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement, saying, "I trust your judgment. Let us keep the money with you. I worry it may not be safe with me. In these times, there are still many pickpockets on trains, especially targeting travelers like them." Although Zheng Shuqin had never traveled far, she remained quite vigilant. Zeng Dali nodded in acknowledgement and found a sack to secure the money, placing it carefully into the bag. This represented all their possessions. Even if their business venture failed, they could not afford any mishaps. Once they were prepared, they noticed Zeng Jianguo peeking sneakily at the door. Chapter 34. The Train Incident. In truth, Zeng Dali had noticed Zeng Jianguo earlier, but chose to ignore him until Zheng Shuqin pointed him out, saying, "Lao San, what are you sneaking around at the door for?" Zeng Jianguo smiled and entered, saying, "Mom, I've heard that the southern regions are far more advanced than ours, and there are many items that can be purchased without tickets. Since you're finally taking a trip, shouldn't you bring me back a gift?" Zeng Dali, upon hearing this, looked at him with a mix of amusement and reprimand, saying, "You are always so preoccupied with frivolities. Your mother and I have serious matters to attend to, and we hardly have time to select gifts for you. Besides, how old are you now? Shouldn't you be past the age of asking for presents? Is there no sense of shame?" Despite this admonition, Zeng Jianguo noticed that Zeng Dali was not genuinely angry, which emboldened him to say, "Dad, didn't you say you were taking Mom out to relax? How can there be serious business involved? I am now a legitimate ticket clerk, not an idle wanderer. I interact with so many passengers daily and chat with them about various topics. I may not have traveled much, but I should at least possess some common knowledge. Furthermore, as your son, even if I were to live to 100, I would still be a child in your eyes. What is there to be ashamed of in asking for a gift?" Zeng Jianguo, endowed with a silver tongue since childhood, seemed to have inherited this gift from someone. As Zeng Dali prepared for his journey, his spirits were high, and he chose not to admonish his son, saying, "All right, your mother and I will take a look when we arrive. If we find a suitable gift, we shall bring it back for you. However, temper your expectations." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo was elated, convinced that his father would indeed procure something for him. The following morning, Zheng Shuqin awoke earlier than usual. She entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast and made a few pancakes, along with a bundle of spring onions for their journey. After sharing breakfast, Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin hurriedly made their way to the train station. After passing through security, they entered the waiting area. Their train was scheduled to depart at 8:10, and after a half-hour wait, ticket checks began. Since Zheng Shuqin had never traveled far before, Zeng Dali advised her to stay close. Soon, they boarded the train, taking their seats side by side. Zeng Dali stowed their luggage and settled in, gazing out at the passing scenery while pondering whether he could lead a life filled with extraordinary experiences. With a resounding whistle, the train set off, bustling with activity. Long journeys often induced drowsiness. Initially, the passengers remained alert, but as hours passed, Many succumbed to fatigue, drifting into slumber, their snores echoing throughout the carriage. Zeng Jianguo had already fallen asleep, and Zeng Dali began to feel drowsy himself. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air, jolting everyone awake. A woman in her 30s was loudly lamenting, "Who has stolen my money?" Her voice resonated like thunder, startling many passengers, who quickly checked their pockets, relieved to find their belongings intact. Zeng Dali instinctively reached for his own money, but restrained himself. Having served as a scout, his awareness remained sharp. He had not yet fallen asleep, and if anyone had approached him, he would have noticed, reassured that his money was safe. The passengers began to feel sympathy for the distressed woman. A kind-hearted individual urged, "Please, search again. Perhaps it is misplaced." The woman, amidst her tears, replied, "That is impossible. I placed it in the pocket of my outer garment. It was there when I boarded. I intended to buy something for my child, only to find my pocket empty. I have searched inside and out, and it is certainly stolen." Hearing her plight, the passengers murmured in empathy. No one wishes to encounter such misfortune while traveling. Many began to console the woman, who, through her tears, lamented, "You cannot imagine, that was my child's medical fund. My husband died in a mine collapse years ago. The unscrupulous mine owner provided no compensation, and my in-laws disdained me for bearing 2 daughters. Our lives have been a struggle. Yet, as fate would have it, calamity struck once more. My eldest daughter fell ill. I consulted every physician in the county, but they all declared her condition untreatable. The doctors recommended that I seek help in the larger city, where medical facilities are more advanced. After exhausting all avenues with relatives and friends, I managed to scrape together 300 yuan, which vanished in an instant. How am I to survive? How will my child survive?" Beside this distraught woman sat a child of about 10, yet the child's demeanor was vacant, eyes glazed, unmistakably indicating a problem. Astonishingly, the child displayed no reaction to the mother's lamentations, revealing a clear cognitive deficit. The onlookers felt an even deeper sympathy for the woman. In a moment, several individuals began to offer suggestions, and eventually, someone proposed, "It is evident that this mother and daughter are in dire straits. They have lost all their money and likely cannot afford a ticket home. How about we all lend a helping hand? Those who can contribute more should do so, and those with less can contribute accordingly. With our combined efforts, we can surely gather enough." Upon hearing these words, the previously sobbing woman sprang to her feet, falling to her knees with a thud, bowing her head repeatedly as she proclaimed, "I can never repay the immense kindness of you, benevolent souls. In my next life, I shall serve you as a beast of burden." Her humble gesture prompted even the previously hesitant passengers to open their wallets generously. In that moment, the scene moved countless hearts. Though Zeng Jianguo had not contributed, her eyes brimmed with tears. She had some spare change and was about to rise to assist the woman when she was halted by Zeng Dali, who shook his head in disapproval. Confused, Zeng Jianguo gazed at him. Although Zeng Dali was not particularly loquacious, he was not devoid of compassion. He would typically extend a helping hand to anyone facing misfortune, which was why he was well regarded both in the village and the compound. So why was he now withholding assistance? In a hushed tone, Zeng Jianguo remarked, "I only have some small change, perhaps just a yuan. Look at her. She is pitiful, accompanied by a child, and without a husband. Life is already arduous, and now she has lost the money needed for her child's treatment. If we do not help, they may not even be able to afford the train fare back." Zeng Dali sighed, acknowledging that while kindness is commendable, naivety can be perilous. Chapter 35. She is a fraud. Though Zeng Jianguo had limited experience, she was accustomed to gauging Zeng Dali's reactions. His current expression was troubling, and she began to sense that the woman might not be as she appeared. Leaning closer, she whispered to Zeng Dali, "What is it? Is there something wrong with her?" Zeng Dali glanced at her and nodded. "There is indeed a problem. I suspect she is a fraud." Zeng Jianguo was taken aback. She had never considered such a possibility. After all, people in this era were generally quite innocent. Who would concoct such a tragic tale to deceive others? Zeng Dali observed that although Zeng Jianguo did not verbalize her doubts, her facial expression betrayed a lack of belief. Lowering her voice, she remarked, "Take a look at that woman's attire. Does she not appear to have emerged from a struggling household?" Zeng Jianguo lifted her gaze and noted that the woman was clad in clothes made from high-quality fabric, even better than what she typically wore at home. Moreover, the woman's complexion was rosy, far from the appearance of someone who lacked sufficient food or warmth. Seeing Zeng Jianguo's realization, Zeng Dali smiled and continued, "Now you see the truth. It is not merely her attire. Her words are fraught with inconsistencies. She claims her husband has passed away and that her in-laws do not care for her. Can you imagine the scorn a woman with 2 children would face? Yet she asserts that she left home with 300 yuan, all borrowed from relatives and friends. One must question, knowing full well it was a futile endeavor. Which relative would lend such a sum to a widow with children? Furthermore, even if they did feel pity and lent her money for medical expenses, consider the vacant expression on that little girl's face. It is evident that something is amiss. Zeng Dali gestured towards his head as he spoke. Such ailments are typically congenital or genetic. It is unlikely for one to suddenly develop such a condition. Yet this woman claims her daughter fell ill without warning. When so many coincidences converge, they cease to be coincidences. Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement, praising, "You truly are a former reconnaissance soldier. Your insight is truly astute. I have heard tales of your commendable service in the military and how esteemed you were by your superiors. What then led to your sudden discharge?" Zeng Dali, feeling a twinge of discomfort, quickly shifted the conversation. That was a matter of combat, where one could easily lose their life with a moment's carelessness. Besides, that was many years ago. Why dwell on it now? Zheng Shuqin merely pursed her lips, well aware of the underlying reasons, yet she chose to let it be. After all, years had passed, and their children had grown into adulthood. What significance did it hold to revisit old grievances? She ceased speaking and focused intently on the performance of the deceitful woman. With Zeng Dali's insights in mind, she increasingly perceived the woman as nothing more than a con artist. The greed in her eyes when she saw others contributing more than a couple of yuan was unmistakable. Her lips would involuntarily curl into a smile, while her disdain was palpable when others donated mere cents. Once everyone in the carriage had completed their donations, the woman tearfully expressed her gratitude and returned to her seat. However, after a short while, she quietly departed with the obviously simple-minded little girl, leaving their seats for an unknown destination. Zheng Shuqin nudged the seemingly dozing Zeng Dali. "The mother and daughter have left. Any idea where they might have gone?" Zeng Dali glanced towards the spot where the woman had been seated and replied, "They may have either exited the train after their scam or moved to another carriage to continue their trickery." Upon hearing those words, Zheng Shuqin felt a surge of disdain towards the woman. "Since we are aware that she is a fraud, why do we not warn everyone?" She lamented. "To stand by and watch others fall victim to her deceit weighs heavily on my conscience." Zeng Dali, upon hearing this, gently tapped Zheng Shuqin on the head and replied, "I recognize your innate kindness, but you must also consider the current circumstances. We are on a train, in unfamiliar territory, surrounded by strangers. Who would believe our words? They might even blame us for being heartless. Just moments ago, I stopped you from donating. Were you not thinking the same way then? Furthermore, how can you be certain that the woman is unaffiliated with a group? Perhaps some of those who stirred up the donation frenzy are her accomplices. We are merely 2 individuals, while they might regularly engage in such schemes. It is not the thief you fear, but the one who has their eye on you. If we disrupt their plans and become targets of their wrath, they will find ways to retaliate against us." As Zheng Shuqin absorbed this analysis, a sense of shame washed over her. Indeed, she realized she had acted somewhat foolishly. Fortunately, she had refrained from taking unilateral action. Nonetheless, the situation was not entirely devoid of merit, as the incident made everyone more vigilant about their finances, wary of experiencing a similar fate. Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin remained cautious, aware that they carried a considerable amount of cash. Thus, even while resting, they took turns sleeping, ensuring that one of them remained alert at all times. After 2 days of travel by train, they finally reached their destination. The cramped quarters of the green train carriage, coupled with their standing tickets, rendered the journey uncomfortable for both Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Dali. Once they disembarked, Zeng Dali first ensured that all his documents and money were intact before stretching his limbs. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from Zheng Shuqin's stomach. Zeng Dali glanced at her and inquired, "Are you hungry? Come, let me take you to a restaurant. We shall dine well at a state-run establishment." The bread they had brought along was long gone, and Zheng Shuqin was reluctant to indulge in the train's boxed meals. Having gone most of the day without food, she was indeed famished. After a moment of hesitation, she suggested, "Perhaps we should just find a casual place to grab a bite. The state-run restaurant is likely quite expensive." Zeng Dali waved his hand dismissively and said, "You have grown accustomed to frugality at home. Now that we have ventured out, let us savor the local specialties. I have heard that the wonton noodles here are exquisite, thin-skinned, generously filled with fresh shrimp and pork, and the broth is made from rich stock, offering a delightful texture. Not to mention the roast goose, which, after undergoing multiple preparations, boasts crispy skin and tender meat that is rich, yet not greasy. Since we have come all this way, we must indulge. Even if we do not secure any business, we can return and regale others with tales of our culinary adventure. Zeng Dali's words sparked Zheng Shuqin's appetite, and she found herself nodding in agreement, eagerly following him out of the train station. Chapter 36. Streets of Guangzhou. As the two wandered through the bustling streets of Guangzhou, observing the throngs of people, Zheng Shuqin felt a twinge of self-consciousness. After all, Zeng Dali had lived several decades longer than she, having witnessed the splendor of the modern age, which rendered him unfazed by the lively scene. Nevertheless, in an effort to mask her unease, Zheng Shuqin endeavored to appear at ease. Numerous eateries lined the streets, including not only state-run establishments, but also private ones. Zheng Shuqin, intrigued, pointed to a restaurant and inquired, "Why does this place lack the emblem of a state-run restaurant?" Zeng Dali glanced at her and replied, "This is a private restaurant." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin widened her eyes in astonishment. Can a restaurant truly be privately operated? Zeng Dali nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this region has embraced reform and opening up. Many endeavors can now be pursued by individuals alongside the state. Consequently, there are more opportunities for wealth here than back home. Besides private restaurants, you may encounter numerous foreigners as well. This revelation further excited Zheng Shuqin, who had yet to see what foreigners looked like. To broaden her horizons, Zeng Dali deliberately selected a private restaurant. The owner greeted them with remarkable warmth, saying, "Please, come in. What would you like to eat? We have shrimp dumplings, char siu buns, wonton noodles, and congee, all freshly prepared. Of course, if you wish for other stir-fried dishes, we can prepare those as well. Moreover, we do not require food coupons here." Indeed, the pace of reform in the South was rapid. Dining in private establishments no longer necessitated food coupons. Only cash was needed. Zeng Dali ordered 2 bowls of wonton noodles and half a Cantonese roasted goose. The wonton noodles were reasonably priced at 30 cents per bowl, totaling 80 cents for 2. However, the roasted goose was considerably more expensive, as it was deemed a luxury in this era, sold by weight at $1.80 per pound. Half a goose weighed approximately 2 pounds and 8 ounces, costing $5.05. In total, their bill amounted to $5.80. But the owner kindly rounded it down to $5.80. Zeng Dali promptly paid, while Zheng Shuqin felt a pang of regret. "Isn't that rather expensive? We spent $5.80 on a single meal, which could sustain an entire family for a week back home." Soon, the wonton noodles and roasted goose were served, and the delightful aroma made Zheng Shuqin forget her earlier concerns about the cost as she began to relish the wonton noodles. Zeng Dali offered her a piece of roasted goose, and he too began to eat. Before long, the two had devoured every last morsel of the wonton noodles and half the goose, their lips glistening with grease. Zheng Shuqin remarked, though it was somewhat pricey, the roasted goose and wonton noodles were truly delicious. Zeng Dali chuckled, "That's only natural. As the old saying goes, you get what you pay for. Now that we are satisfied, let us take our leave." Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement, rising to her feet. Upon exiting the restaurant, she asked, "Where shall we go now? Are we off to shop for clothes?" Zeng Dali shook his head and replied, "Not just yet. We have spent over 2 days on the train without proper rest. Your health cannot bear it." They decided to find a hotel to stay at for the night, taking a hot shower and resting well before continuing their journey the next day. Zheng Shuqin, feeling quite fatigued, nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at a modest hotel and presenting their introduction letter, the front desk promptly assisted them with the check-in process. Although the establishment was not large, its overall cleanliness and hygiene pleased Zeng Dali immensely. After taking her shower, Zheng Shuqin lay down and quickly fell asleep, while Zeng Dali, unable to find rest, began planning their upcoming endeavors. Early the following morning, they rose at dawn. The weather in Guangzhou was quite warm, and the local fashion was notably trendy. To avoid drawing any ridicule, Zheng Shuqin donned a newly made blouse she had brought along. This garment was certainly one of her prized possessions. Yet she felt a bit shy, as it exposed her arms and calves, and it was her first time wearing it. Zeng Dali glanced at her with a smile and remarked, "Indeed, my taste is impeccable. This blouse looks splendid on you." Flushed with his compliment, Zheng Shuqin replied, "You have become quite the charmer. I brought this along specifically to avoid embarrassing you." After tidying themselves up, they set out for a traditional Cantonese breakfast of shrimp dumplings and rice rolls. Instead of dining at a restaurant, they opted for the street vendors, where the food was both affordable and generous in portion, making it quite a bargain. While enjoying her meal, Zeng Jianguo mused, "What do you think about us setting up a stall like this when we return home?" Inspired by the bustling surroundings, she naturally began to entertain new ideas. Zeng Dali chuckled. "While it sounds appealing, the winds of reform and opening up have yet to reach our region. We may need to wait a while longer. Moreover, running a breakfast stall is quite labor-intensive, requiring early mornings, and I fear you may struggle to manage it alone." Zeng Jianguo laughed. "As long as it earns money, what is there to fear in hard work? I could have Xingguo assist me. That boy is diligent and rarely slacks off." Zeng Dali considered her suggestion and found it plausible. After all, since they were committed to starting a business, they could certainly give it a try. Though the second son was rather simple and not particularly eloquent, perhaps he would discover his own aptitude for business through experience. That is a sound notion. However, one cannot expect to become wealthy overnight. "Let us first focus on establishing our clothing business," he advised. "Now let us eat quickly. We are on a bit of a schedule and still need to visit the clothing wholesale market." With a nod in response, Zeng Jianguo hastened her pace. After finishing their breakfast, they took a bus to Guangzhou's renowned garment wholesale market, Gaudi Street, which Zeng Dali had inquired about the previous day. Established in 1980, the Gaudi Street wholesale market was the first of its kind in the country to receive licenses from the local industrial and commercial bureau for its vendors. While it offered a variety of goods, including garments, small hardware items, and yarns, clothing dominated the offerings. Soon, they arrived at Gaudi Street, where the atmosphere was distinctly vibrant. Buildings flanked both sides, and makeshift stalls lined the center. Despite the humble facilities, the array of products dazzled the eyes of passers-by. The marketplace was thronged with individuals purchasing garments and various items, the air filled with the sounds of haggling. Zeng Dali was not in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, he wandered leisurely between the stalls, observing which vendor offered the most fashionable styles that were well received. Zeng Jianguo, on the other hand, found merit in every piece of clothing. Zeng Dali could not rely on her judgment in this regard. He meticulously recalled the trends of attire from his past life during this particular period. In Chapter 37, Selection of Products, Zeng Dali reflected on the lack of distinctive changes in men's clothing, which primarily consisted of zhongshan suits and military uniforms, especially influenced by the era. Military green work jackets and caps remained prevalent, embodying both practicality and a sense of style. However, Zeng Dali had no intention of venturing into menswear. Their financial resources were limited, and ordinary men did not possess the same level of sartorial sophistication. Affluent individuals typically wore custom-made garments, which would likely not include the items found at such stalls. After careful consideration, Zeng Dali shifted his focus towards women's clothing. Recognizing its diverse styles and the inherent desire of women to adorn themselves, making it comparatively easier to earn their patronage. The apparel that would gain popularity in the coming years included polyester shirts, blouses, and floral dresses. While blouses, being a type of dress, were predominantly sleeveless and cinched at the waist with a wide hem, the floral dresses drew inspiration from the cultural influences of Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. These dresses were designed to fit closely to the body, accentuating feminine silhouettes, adorned with vibrant patterns, and paired beautifully with sandals, making them the epitome of fashion in the upcoming years. Additionally, bell-bottom pants and batwing shirts, particularly the former, also made their way from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Characterized by wide flares at the hem, often made of blue denim, and favored by trendy young women. As for batwing shirts, named for their wide sleeves resembling those of a bat, they were predominantly crafted from knitted materials in bright colors, also quite popular among the youth. With the weather gradually warming, these garments became Zeng Dali's primary focus. Having established his targets, Zeng Dali commenced his quest. After extensive comparisons, he arrived at a larger store, owned by a woman who greeted them with enthusiasm, inquiring if they were there to purchase clothing. "You have come to the right place," she exclaimed. "I have just received new arrivals, with excellent fabric and affordable prices. Even if you only want one piece, I can offer you wholesale prices." Zeng Dali responded with a smile. "Madam, you certainly know how to conduct business. To be candid, my partner and I have traveled from the north, and we are here in the south to procure goods. If we are to make a purchase, it will not be just one or two items. Of course, we will consider the styles and prices before deciding, Otherwise, we will explore other options." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had initially assumed that the couple was merely browsing, intending to purchase a piece or two, but it turned out they were significant clients. Her smile broadened. "Ah, you truly have an eye for quality. Rest assured, our prices are fair, and I guarantee you will be satisfied with our styles. I personally selected all the clothing from Hong Kong. In recent years, these styles have become exceedingly popular in Hong Kong. It is not merely an exaggeration to claim that even in our city, Guangzhou, they are truly exceptional." Although this statement may seem somewhat grandiose, Zeng Dali, after a thorough examination, recognized that the clothing styles offered by this establishment indeed surpass those of others and align with the forthcoming trends in fashion. With a smile, Zeng Dali remarked, "In that case, could you kindly recommend a few styles for us? By the way, I am Zeng Dali, and this is my beloved wife, Zheng Shuqin. May I inquire your name?" The shop owner, seeing Zeng Dali's candidness, promptly introduced herself. "I am Tian Rong, and I am a few years your senior. If you do not mind, you may call me Sister Tian. My shop has been in business here for several years. You may inquire freely about me. I assure you that my integrity is beyond reproach, and my dealings are fair to all. Since you have come to procure goods from my establishment, it is a stroke of fate. I shall recommend several garments that will surely enable you to return home with substantial profits." Upon concluding her statement, Tian Rong swiftly selected several items, including a pair of bell-bottom trousers, 2 batwing tops, 5 floral dresses, and 2 varieties of blouses. Additionally, there were 5 styles of quality shirts, comprising 2 for women and 3 for men. Observing the selections, Zeng Dali noted that the garments chosen by Tian Rong were indeed attractive and quite rare in the north. However, after a closer examination, Zeng Dali set aside 1 pair of bell-bottom trousers and 1 men's shirt. "I will not take these, the rest will suffice." Tian Rong was taken aback and promptly inquired, "The items you have selected are the trendiest. Why would you choose to forego them? They are among the best sellers in my shop." Zeng Dali, recognizing Tian Rong's straightforward nature, explained, "I certainly trust your judgment, Sister Tian, and these garments are indeed appealing. However, they are rather too avant-garde for our northern sensibilities, which differ from the more progressive attitudes observed in the south. If I were to bring these back, there would inevitably be those who criticize us for promoting indecency." Tian Rong paused, then laughed. "You are correct. I had overlooked that aspect. The North is indeed more conservative. However, it is commendable that you both are aware of the opportunity to transport goods from the South to the North." Zeng Dali chuckled. "There is no great insight involved. We are merely trying to make a living. Could you provide a price for these garments? If it is reasonable, we can finalize the quantities." Upon hearing this, Tian Rong picked up an abacus and deftly calculated. The 2 pairs of bell-bottom trousers are priced at 13 yuan each, while the more intricately designed pair is 16. The blouses are priced at 13 and 11 respectively. After her calculations, she presented Zeng Dali with an accurate total. These new styles are indeed priced higher than the older ones, but upon closer inspection, Zeng Dali found the fabric quality to be quite commendable, particularly the floral dresses. Tian Rong quoted prices ranging from 13 to 15 yuan, which would allow them to sell for 30 yuan upon their return, albeit contingent on market conditions. Zeng Dali currently possesses 900 yuan in cash, along with 3,200 yuan in his bank account, amounting to a total of 1,100 yuan. However, it is impractical for them to utilize all of this money for purchases, as they must reserve some funds for return tickets. Additionally, with such a considerable quantity of clothing, it is uncertain whether the 2 of them can manage at all, and they might need to arrange for shipping, which will incur further expenses. Zeng Dali meticulously calculated their selections, 16 styles in total, averaging 10 yuan per style. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Sister Tian. "This is our first collaboration. If this batch sells well, I will certainly return to procure more from you. Therefore, I kindly ask for a discount." Zeng Dali was not accustomed to haggling, but in the realm of commerce, negotiation was essential. Their limited funds, coupled with travel expenses for himself and Zheng Shuqin, necessitated careful budgeting. Chapter 38. Bargaining. Zheng Shuqin understood Zeng Dali's disposition, recognizing that bargaining was a challenge for him, as it should rightly fall within her purview. Overcoming her internal trepidation, she spoke up. "Indeed, we have traveled quite a distance, and we are only sourcing from your store. Please consider offering us a better price. If these clothes sell well upon my return, I will undoubtedly come back for more." She added, "Otherwise, we might explore other shops." Although the quality at the other store we visited was inferior, their prices were considerably lower. We could still profit handsomely from them. Tian Rong, having labored for much of the day, was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. However, as a fellow businessperson, she was wary of conceding too easily, fearing encounters with demanding customers could lead to complications. Thus, she feigned reluctance and replied, "Oh dear, my friends, I assure you that the prices I offer are genuine. You can see that we have numerous stores, creating intense competition. The profit margins on our clothing are already slim, and I have not inflated the prices for you. However, since you have brought this up, and this is our inaugural partnership, I cannot disregard your request. How about this? Regardless of how many pieces you choose, I can offer them at 1 yuan less per item. Would that be acceptable?" In truth, as soon as Tian Rong uttered those words, she felt uncertain. By reducing the profit margin by 1 yuan, she was apprehensive that Zeng Dali and his wife might continue to negotiate, ultimately leaving her with little to no profit. The success of the transaction was still in question. Tian Rong, being generous in her dealings, had already made a concession of 1 yuan. Zheng Shuqin glanced at Zeng Dali, who nodded in agreement. Zheng Shuqin smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Tian. Rest assured, we will return to your shop for future purchases. When new styles arrive, please do recommend them to us." Upon hearing this, Tian Rong's face brightened with joy. It was evident that the transaction was proceeding favorably. "Oh, dear sister, you can trust that I will reserve any new arrivals for you. How many pieces of these garments would you like to purchase?" Zeng Dali had already calculated that the amount they could provide was merely $1,000, with each garment averaging $13, allowing them to purchase 19 pieces of each item with the money in hand. Naturally, they could acquire a few more dresses since they were more marketable and aligned with future trends. Consequently, Zeng Dali reported a total of 310 garments. Upon hearing this, Tian Rong was elated and cheerfully remarked, "You want many clothes. I need a bit of time to pack them for you. How about this? You can come tomorrow to collect the goods, or you may assist me in packing them." In truth, Tian Rong was not particularly eager for Zeng Dali to join in the labor, but rather, she feared that, given it was their first collaboration, they might distrust her and tamper with the garments. Although Tian Rong did not explicitly state her concerns, Zeng Dali understood her intentions and nodded in agreement. "That sounds fair. Sister Tian, you graciously offer us a discount of $1 on each piece. It is only right that we lend a hand. We'll come tomorrow morning to help with the packing and settle the payment." Tian Rong repeatedly nodded in response. After spending the better part of the day exploring the clothing wholesale market, Zheng Shuqin felt somewhat fatigued, prompting Zeng Dali to accompany her back to the hotel for some rest. Once back at the hotel, Zheng Shuqin sat on the bed, lost in thought. Observing her distant demeanor, Zeng Dali quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Zheng Shuqin shook her head and replied, "No. I just feel as if I am in a dream. We have just secured the goods, and this $4,000 represents our entire fortune. What if we cannot sell these clothes once we take them back?" Recognizing her anxiety over the money, Zeng Dali smiled reassuringly. "I believe you are overthinking it. When we take these garments back to sell, you'll see, you might end up regretting not acquiring more." Zheng Shuqin was momentarily puzzled by what there was to regret. Was it that they currently had limited funds and insufficient stock? "Trust in my judgment. I assure you it will not fail. By the time these garments are sold, it will be no problem for us to double our money." Seeing his unwavering confidence eased Zheng Shuqin's worries considerably. If it truly unfolded as he suggested, selling them over 3 to 5 years would indeed be feasible. Zeng Dali chuckled at the thought. With only 300 pieces, Zheng Shuqin imagined selling them over such an extended period. If that were the case, why would he even bother with this business? By the end of summer, these garments would surely be sold. However, it was not the moment to explain this to Zheng Shuqin. Even if he did, she might not believe him, considering their family had toiled for 20 years to save just over $3,000. That evening, the couple laid out all the cash from the snakeskin bag, counting meticulously, fearful of any discrepancies. The following day, they made their way to Gaudi Street. Tian Rong stood at the shop in trance, anxiously awaiting their arrival, fearing that Zeng Dali and his wife might abandon her. That would truly be a missed opportunity. Had she known, she would have insisted on collecting some payment the previous day. Tian Rong reflected on her miscalculation. Fortunately, she did not have to wait long before Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin arrived. Upon seeing them, Tian Rong was overwhelmed with excitement. "Ah, my dear friends, you have finally come. Have you had breakfast?" I brought you some rice rolls and shrimp dumplings, which are specialties of our city. Please do sample them. Zeng Dali, upon hearing this, felt no hesitation and replied with a smile. To be honest, we haven't had breakfast yet. We spent the early hours queuing at the bank to withdraw some money. Tianrong's smile brightened even further at this response. Knowing that their shared meal would solidify their business connection, she presented the breakfast she had purchased to Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin. Zheng Shuqin, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "We've already eaten, Tianjia. You should enjoy it instead. We can grab something from the street later." However, Tianrong insisted, placing the food into her hands. "A connection like ours is a rare fortune. I can certainly afford to treat you to a meal. Perhaps one day when I visit the north, I shall expect your hospitality." Zeng Dali quickly devoured a portion of the rice roll and chuckled, "Of course. We northerners may not have much, but we are known for our warmth and hospitality. If you visit us, you are more than welcome to stay at our home." Hearing this, Tianrong laughed heartily. "You are truly generous, my friend. I shall hold you to that." After finishing their meal, they began to pack up. Zeng Dali nodded in agreement and meticulously examined each piece of clothing before placing them into woven bags. These garments represented all his savings, so he could not afford to be careless. In Chapter 39, they spent the entire morning packing 310 pieces of clothing into 2 woven bags. Fortunately, these items were not excessively heavy, totaling over 100 pounds, which Zeng Dali could manage without the need for shipping. Zheng Shuqin paid for the items, and Tianrong, beaming with joy, accepted the payment. Sensing their sincerity, she generously gifted them 10 pairs of socks. Zheng Shuqin repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Zeng Dali carried the 2 bags effortlessly. Tianrong, noticing this, complimented, "It is said that northerners are strong, and I was skeptical before, but now I see the truth in that statement. You possess remarkable strength." For Zeng Dali, this weight was indeed trivial. Zheng Shuqin, now quite familiar with Tianrong, smiled and explained, "We come from a rural background. My husband was a soldier, so he does have more strength than the average person." Upon hearing that Zeng Dali had served in the military, Tianrong's affection for him increased significantly, as those who have served the nation are indeed worthy of trust. After leaving Gaudi Street, the two took a bus to the train station. Upon arriving, Zheng Shuqin suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, when we left, didn't T the third one ask us to bring him gifts? How could we have completely forgotten?" In truth, Zeng Dali had not forgotten. Their funds were running low, and they needed to sustain themselves upon returning home. There was simply no extra money to buy gifts for Zeng Jianguo. Moreover, there were other children in the family. It would be unfair to bring something for one and not for the others. Isn't this just creating disparities again? Since the day of his rebirth, Zeng Dali has resolved to treat everyone equally, with the exception of Zeng Jianguo. That ingracious wretch, in his former life, acted in utter disregard for morality, making it impossible for Zeng Dali to regard him on par with the other children. However, Zeng Dali also valued his reputation. He could not admit to Zheng Shuqin that he was reluctant to part with money. Instead, he remarked, "If we forget, let it be forgotten. We have already arrived at the train station. There is no turning back now. Did not Boss Tian gift us a few pairs of socks? We can simply return 2 pairs to him later. Furthermore, I never promised to bring him any gifts when I left. Our schedule is so tight. Where would I find the time to choose a present?" After hearing this, Zheng Shuqin had nothing more to say, for Zeng Dali's reasoning was sound. The third child was now an adult and could not continuously indulge in such poor habits. Zeng Dali purchased tickets for the next available train and then entered the waiting room. As they passed through security, the inspectors took a special interest in the contents of their bags. Upon discovering neatly folded clothing, they assumed the two were small-time vendors reselling garments and opted not to inquire further. In truth, many possessed a keen business acumen, and numerous foresight individuals sought to seize the opportunities presented by the reform and opening up. Compared to those large merchants, the goods Zeng Dali and his companions carried were indeed modest. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally boarded their return train. Due to the size of their bundles, placing them all on the overhead racks would leave no room for others. Zeng Dali, wanting to save on shipping costs, chose not to check in their luggage, opting instead to keep the 2 bags of clothes at his seat. He shared a space with Zheng Shuqin. Though it was cramped, they persevered until they reached their destination. Most of the time, Zheng Shuqin sat while Zeng Dali stood. By the time they returned, their funds had dwindled, alleviating any concerns about theft. Exhausted, Zeng Dali leaned against the bags and dozed off. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at their station. The emotions upon returning home were distinctly different from those experienced while away. Gazing at the familiar city and the two large woven bags of clothing behind him, Zeng Dali felt invigorated. They disembarked from the train and transferred to a bus for the final leg home. By the time they arrived, night had already fallen. As they entered the courtyard, they encountered neighbors enjoying the evening breeze. Chen Sufan, fanning herself, greeted them with delight. "Oh, you two have finally returned. Where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you. My husband mentioned that Dali took a week off from the factory. I thought something major had happened and even went to inquire, but your Jianguo said you were away on a trip, though he didn't know the details. That child has truly grown up. He has become quite tight-lipped." In reality, it was not that Zeng Jianguo was secretive, but rather that he was unaware of where Zeng Dali and the others had gone. Zheng Shuqin, who had always enjoyed a good relationship with Chen Sufan, smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, sister. Indeed, we went on a trip to Guangzhou." Dali remarked that I had not experienced much of the world and expressed his intention to take me out to broaden my horizons. Upon hearing this, Chen Sufan enviously remarked, "Your Dali truly cares for you. I have heard that Guang City is quite distant. It takes several days by train to reach there. I am even a few years older than you, and I have never ventured beyond our province. I see that Dali has carried quite a few items in his sack. You must have spent a considerable sum on this trip. My, how generous. Now, let us hurry home. After such a long train journey, you must be exhausted. We can chat more tomorrow." Neither Zheng Shuqin nor Zeng Dali felt the need to respond further. There was no requirement for explanations among so many people. When Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo heard the commotion, they opened the door to find their parents returning, and both were filled with joy. Lu Xiaomei, who had been attentively observing their situation, had heard the noise as soon as they entered the compound. She peeked through the crack of her door and was taken aback by Zheng Shuqin's contented expression. It seemed unfair to her. As Zheng had once been the most unfortunate resident of the compound, why did she now enjoy such a prosperous life, while Lu's own circumstances were in disarray? Lu Xiaomei was embroiled in frequent quarrels with Sun Jinhai, and they had become the subject of ridicule in the compound. Unable to tolerate the sight of Zheng Shuqin's blissful demeanor, she slammed her door shut. Sun Jinhai was at home, indulging in his drink. And upon seeing Lu Xiaomei's furious expression, he snapped, "What is wrong with you now? Does that door hold a grudge against you? If you break it, we will have to pay for it, you wasteful woman. All the money I have earned over the years has been squandered by you, yet you remain ungrateful." Lu Xiaomei's temper flared at his words. "You blame me for spending money when you lack the ability to provide. My parents raised me, and marrying into your family was a sacrifice. What is wrong with spending a little of your money? Only a man without ambition fixates on trifles. After all these years together, what have you given me aside from financial support? Look at Zeng Dali. He knows how to take Zheng Shuqin to see the world. When will you ever take me anywhere far?" Sun Jinhai, infuriated by her retort, slammed his drinking bowl down onto the table. Not long after, loud shouts and cries of anguish erupted from the Sun household. Chapter 40. Gifts. Having just set down their luggage, Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin paused in surprise. Hearing what sounded like a heated argument between Lu Xiaomei and Sun Jinhai next door, Zeng Dali inquired, "What is happening? It sounds quite intense." Zeng Jianguo, upon hearing this, scoffed, "Do not concern yourself with them. Their quarrels have become as routine as daily meals. If they go a day without arguing, it seems they cannot function. We in the compound have grown accustomed to it. Initially, we would intervene to mediate, but the more we tried, the more fervent their disputes became, especially Lu Xiaomei, who is utterly unreasonable. Uncle Sun is nearly driven to madness by her." In truth, before Zeng Dali and the others departed, the couple had also engaged in frequent spats, though not as severe as Zeng Jianguo suggested. However, given the commotion from next door, no one was inclined to intervene, indicating that Zeng Jianguo's words might not have been exaggerated. Zheng Shuqin initially contemplated venturing outside, yet upon observing Zeng Dali seated steadily, she lost the inclination to meddle. Lu Xiaomei had always regarded her with disdain, should she rush over to mediate. Lu Xiaomei might perceive it as an opportunity for amusement. Their relationship had never been harmonious, and thus, she deemed it wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Consequently, she settled down calmly on the bench. Zeng Dali cast a glance at Zeng Jianguo. Recently, during the busy farming season, he had remained at their hometown to assist his elderly parents in harvesting wheat, a task that ought to have been undertaken by him as their son. Zeng Jianguo had taken on that responsibility instead. Neither he nor Zheng Shuqin had the chance to inform him before their trip to Guangshi. When Zeng Jianguo caught Zeng Dali's gaze, a tremor of anxiety coursed through him. He had yet to secure employment. His father had previously stated that if he did not find a job within 2 weeks, he would have to leave home. The thought of moving out was daunting, as he had nowhere to go, certainly not returning to the countryside to seek refuge with his grandparents. Father, grant me a little more time. I am certain I will find work soon. When I do, I shall contribute my entire salary to compensate for the living expenses during this period, Zeng Jianguo pleaded. Zeng Dali was momentarily taken aback by these words, but soon regained his composure and responded gently, "That is not what your father means. You have worked hard assisting your grandparents in the countryside. You are a good child with a sense of honor, even if you cannot find work immediately. I will not cast you out." He noticed that Zeng Jianguo had lost considerable weight and darkened in complexion during his time away. "Take these few days to rest at home. We shall discuss work later." Upon hearing these words, tears nearly welled up in Zeng Jianguo's eyes. His father was genuinely concerned for him, a sentiment he had seldom experienced throughout his life, leading him to believe that his father disliked him. At times, he even felt frustrated with himself for being dull-witted, both in intellect and speech. Zeng Jianguo, overhearing the conversation, smirked to himself. His father had not expressed such sentiments before. Had he known this would be the case, he would not have been so eager to work. Not only did he leave early and return late each day, but he also had to contribute half of his earnings to the household. However, he sensed that if Zeng Jianguo failed to find a job, it might be he who would face the consequences. Zheng Shuqin, observing her second son, expressed her concern. "Indeed, you have lost weight. Tomorrow, I shall prepare some delicious food to nourish you." Zeng Jianguo, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "There is no need, mother. I have merely been too exhausted from the farm work to eat well. In time, I shall regain my strength. My grandparents say it is better for young people to be a bit lean. It makes them more agile while working." Zeng Jianguo, hearing this, rolled his eyes. With an older brother gone, now a younger brother was vying for attention. To divert their focus from Zeng Jianguo, he glanced at the 2 woven bags set aside. His parents must have brought back numerous items, surely including a gift for him. Thus, he rubbed his hands together and said, "Mother and father, I have been diligently working, returning home to assist my younger brother with household chores and performing well at the company. My supervisor even recognized my efforts publicly. What about the gifts you promised me when you left?" Zeng Jianguo is the type of person who is both eloquent and engaging. On the bus, he not only sells tickets, but also engages in lively conversations with passengers from all walks of life. His sweet-talking nature has left a favorable impression on them. Recently, the bus company conducted a satisfaction survey, and Zeng Jianguo was awarded the title of the most beloved ticket seller. Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali generously praised him. "Well done. It seems you've made quite an impression." He then pulled out 2 pairs of socks from a woven bag and handed them to Zeng Jianguo. Initially beaming at the thought of receiving a gift from his parents, Zeng Jianguo's expression fell upon realizing they were merely socks. "After all this, my parents just brought me 2 pairs of socks? I thought it would be something valuable," he lamented. In response, Zeng Dali took back the socks he had extended. "If you don't want them, that's fine. I'll just give them to your second brother." He then offered the socks to Zeng Jianguo. Observing this, Zeng Jianguo quickly snatched the socks from his hand. No. These are gifts from our parents, brought all the way from Guang City. How could I let my second brother have them?" He examined the socks, noting their quality and comfort, adorned with delightful patterns. Contemplating their suitability for work, Zeng Jianguo looked at the socks with longing. He too desired them, yet he felt too timid to ask their parents for gifts, especially since he hadn't even secured a job yet. Zeng Dali, perceptive to Zeng Jianguo's silent yearning, retrieved another 2 pairs of socks from the woven bag and presented them to him. "These are for you." With excitement, Zeng Jianguo exclaimed, "So our parents brought me gifts too. Thank you, Mom and Dad." Among Zeng Dali's 5 children, Zeng Jianguo was the most innocent-hearted. Although Zeng Dali often found his straightforwardness unappealing, he now viewed it through a nostalgic lens, appreciating the simplicity of his second son's character. He teased with a smile, "You and the third are both my and your mother's children. Naturally, we wouldn't forget you when bringing gifts for the third. Now that you've taken the initiative to thank us, it shows progress." Zeng Jianguo's cheeks flushed at the remark. He was merely reserved, not mute, and of course, he felt it was appropriate to express gratitude for the gifts. After resting for a while, Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin opened the woven bag to reveal the clothing inside. Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Xingguo watched in astonishment as they pulled out various garments, each piece vibrant and pleasing to the eye, although most appeared to be women's attire. Zeng Jianguo quickly reacted. Mom and Dad, it turns out you went to Guang City to stock up on goods? Dad, you were so opposed when I wanted to start a business, yet here you are, engaging in it yourself. Aren't you worried about being reported for speculation? Hearing this, Zeng Dali couldn't help but roll his eyes. He hadn't even started his business yet, and his son was already speaking of ominous matters. Zeng Jianguo, noticing his father's eye roll, found it increasingly astonishing that his dad could make such an uncouth gesture. It was truly a sight to behold. Zeng Dali gradually realized that rolling his eyes in front of his child was inappropriate. He shot a stern glance at Zeng Jianguo and said, "What nonsense are you uttering? I have served in the military. How could I engage in such underhanded dealings? I have already ascertained that our region now permits the sale of certain goods by individuals, including clothing. The business I am involved in diverges significantly from the illicit schemes you might be contemplating. Do not think I am oblivious to your discussions with those dubious friends of yours about trafficking in ration tickets. If you are caught, you could find yourself behind bars for a decade or more." In truth, Zeng Jianguo had been quite cautious when he first ventured into business, only trading with acquaintances. However, his bold friends attracted the attention of the authorities, and in their quest for redemption, they implicated Zeng Jianguo. Ultimately, among the group, his charges were the most severe, leading to a 6-year sentence. Times were not as lenient then as they would later become. No employer would dare hire someone with a criminal record. Upon his release, Zeng Jianguo struggled to find a respectable job. To survive, he resorted to increasingly reckless behavior, eventually landing in prison multiple times. His final sentence of 15 years was for burglary, and when Zeng Dali passed away, Zeng Jianguo was still incarcerated. Zeng Dali was determined not to let Zeng Jianguo follow the same path as before. Startled by his father's words, Zeng Jianguo stammered, "Dad, how did you find out? I've never mentioned this to anyone at home." It was true that he had contemplated joining a few friends in trafficking ration tickets. But out of fear of Zeng Dali, and due to a lack of capital, he had shelved the idea. Moreover, with a legitimate job now, he was reluctant to jeopardize his safety for quick money, as he was not entirely oblivious to right and wrong. However, witnessing his friend's financial success stirred a longing within him. Whenever they boasted of their earnings, he felt an undeniable itch of envy. Perceiving his son's inner turmoil, Zeng Dali retorted, "You are my flesh and blood. How could I not know your intentions? The moment you shift in your seat, I can predict your every move. I advise you to distance yourself from those friends. They are bound to encounter trouble sooner or later. If you disregard my warnings and find yourself in a predicament, do not say, 'I did not caution you.'" Zeng Dali's tone was serious, and Zeng Jianguo dared not dismiss it. "Dad, rest assured, I have a legitimate job now and have been distancing myself from them. I have turned down their invitations to drink on several occasions. Recently, they had indeed sought him out, but Zeng Jianguo was preoccupied with his new responsibilities, refusing to join them." Satisfied with his son's response, Zeng Dali nodded approvingly. As long as he remained obedient, there was hope for him. Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin tidied their attire before addressing Zeng Xingguo, saying, "You need not rush to find a job right now. For the time being, assist your mother in setting up her stall. She has no prior experience in business, and I fear she may struggle initially. You are a man now, and having grown up, it is time for you to shoulder the responsibilities of the family, especially since your elder brother is no longer dependable." Zeng Xingguo, upon hearing those words, solemnly nodded. The fact that his father was willing to share such sentiments with him indicated his regard, and he felt compelled to exert himself diligently. While the Zeng household enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, the Sun family was embroiled in chaos. Sun Jinhai and Lu Xiaomei were engaged in a fierce altercation, leaving the room in utter disarray. Witnessing Lu Xiaomei in a frenzy, destroying everything in sight, Sun Jinhai felt a pang of anguish. All those possessions were acquired through hard-earned money. At that moment, under the influence of alcohol, his gaze toward Lu Xiaomei turned chillingly cold, an expression she had never encountered before, causing her heart to shudder. Having already exchanged blows, Lu Xiaomei felt aggrieved and, in her fury, wreaked havoc on their belongings. Initially intending to hurl further insults at Sun Jinhai to bolster her courage, she was taken aback when he approached her and struck her several times across the face, subsequently pinning her to the ground and delivering a brutal assault. Although Sun Jinhai was not particularly tall, he was undeniably stronger, leaving Lu Xiaomei defenseless. Her cries of distress gradually diminished, leading those in the vicinity to believe that the couple had finally settled down. As Sun Jinhai gazed at Lu Xiaomei, lying on the ground, bloodied and barely conscious, the effects of the alcohol began to dissipate. Cautiously, he checked for her breath, relieved to find that she was still alive. He scrambled outside, calling for help. With the door closed, neighbors might have chosen to ignore the commotion, but now, as Sun Jinhai shouted from the courtyard, the household stirred once more. Seeing Sun Jinhai collapsed in the yard startled Chen Sufan and Yang Tiangang, who rushed to assist him. Just as Yang Tiangang was about to inquire about the situation, Chen Sufan glanced into the house and suddenly screamed, "Oh my God, there has been a death." Her loud voice reverberated throughout the entire residential complex. Hearing the commotion, Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin emerged from their home, though not as swiftly as Chen Sufan and the others. Sufan's outcry frightened them. Despite occasional neighborhood disputes, none had ever wished harm upon one another. Observing the turmoil, some suggested reporting the incident to the police. Sun Jinhai, sensing the misunderstanding, felt a wave of fear wash over him and hurriedly explained, "Lu Xiaomei is not dead. We were just fighting. I got a bit carried away, and she fainted. Please take her to the hospital." Only after his clarification did a few brave souls venture into their home. Navigating the disorderly room, illuminated by dim light, they confirmed Lu Xiaomei still had a pulse, which brought a collective sigh of relief. They hastily lifted her, but given the severity of her injuries, it was evident that she could not ride a bicycle to the hospital, despite the abundance of bicycles in the neighborhood. The situation posed a challenge for everyone. In these times, automobiles are a rarity. Even in their entire county, few can be found, making them an unattainable luxury for a family of modest means like theirs. Moreover, there were no flatbed carts available in the residential complex. It was hardly reasonable to carry Lu Xiaomei to the hospital on someone's back. Observing this predicament, Zeng Dali was struck by a clever idea. He approached the front of Sun Jinhai's home and dismantled their door panel, subsequently enlisting assistance to lift Lu Xiaomei onto it. Yang Tiangang praised him, exclaiming, "Dali, that's a brilliant idea. Your mind is truly resourceful." Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali chuckled but then realized the inappropriateness of the moment and stifled his laughter. After 2 exhausting days on the train, Zeng Dali opted not to accompany them to the hospital. As colleagues, he and Sun Jinhai shared a decent rapport, and not joining them nagged at his conscience. Therefore, he asked Zeng Jianguo to accompany them instead. Additionally, Yang Tiangang and a few colleagues from the residential area joined, as Sun Jinhai bore injuries himself. He felt compelled to go to the hospital, fearing he might be implicated if anything serious happened to Lu Xiaomei. Upon returning to their room, Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin sat on the bed, reflecting on the Sun family's troubles. However, who among them was not grappling with their own burdens? They had their issues to address and lacked the energy to concern themselves with others. As they were preparing for bed after washing up, Zheng Shuqin intended to stow away the little money they had left, just over 100 yuan, when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Noticing her scrutinizing the wardrobe, Zeng Dali inquired, "What's wrong?" Zheng Shuqin pointed at the clothes in the wardrobe, saying, "These garments were neatly folded when I left. Why do they appear so disheveled now? It looks as if someone has rummaged through them." Zeng Dali took her words seriously and quickly got out of bed to inspect the wardrobe. Although Zheng Shuqin was not well versed in reading, she was an exceptionally orderly person, always keeping their clothes meticulously arranged. She had a habit of folding clothing vertically. Yet now, the clothes in the wardrobe appeared disordered, with several items even folded horizontally. Furrowing his brow, Zeng Dali asked, "Could it be that we left in such a rush that we didn't have time to tidy up the clothes?" Zheng Shuqin shook her head. "That's impossible. I remember distinctly. I took a change of clothes from the wardrobe just before we left, and they were still neatly folded." Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali's expression darkened. Someone had undoubtedly rummaged through their wardrobe. With this realization, he stepped out of the room and approached Zeng Jianguo's quarters. Zheng Shuqin hurried after him, concerned that Zeng Dali, known for his fiery temper, might confront Zeng Jianguo without discernment. Zeng Jianguo had just removed his clothes and was preparing for bed when Zeng Dali burst in, startling him so much that he quickly covered himself with a blanket. "Dad, how could you enter so silently? I'm grown now. At least knock before you come in." Zeng Dali retorted gruffly, "You're my son. I've bathed you when you were little. There's nothing about you I haven't seen. There is hardly any hair to conceal. What is there to hide?" Zeng Jianguo yearned to pull back the covers and declare to his father that he was an adult now, but he reconsidered. deciding it best not to humiliate himself in front of his father. Zheng Shuqin, overhearing the exchange between the father and son, felt awkward lingering outside the door, hesitant to enter. It is often said that as sons grow, they distance themselves from their mothers. Zeng Dali, being a man, had little to worry about. But she felt differently. Zeng Jianguo sensed that his father had come to his room at such a late hour for a reason, prompting him to inquire, "Dad, why aren't you resting yet? Don't you have work tomorrow?" "Even if you do, I have work as well." Zeng Dali had taken a week off and was due back at the factory the next day. Zeng Dali responded, "Don't worry. I won't take up too much of your time. I have a question for you. Have you rummaged through the wardrobe in my bedroom?" Zeng Jianguo found this puzzling. "Why would I go through your wardrobe? I have my own room." However, upon uttering these words, he realized something was amiss and quickly asked, "Dad, you don't mean something is missing from your room, do you?" "Just to be clear, I haven't taken anything. I've been working long hours these past few days. My second brother can vouch for me." Zeng Dali regarded him with clarity in his eyes, his gaze unwavering, not resembling that of a liar. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I never claimed you took anything. I was merely inquiring. Your mother is meticulous in her ways. The clothes in the wardrobe are always neatly folded. However, when I opened it just now, it appeared to have been disturbed. I fear we may have had an intruder." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo sighed in relief. As long as his father did not suspect him, he felt vindicated. "You can ask my second brother. He's usually at home. Perhaps he was the one who rummaged through your wardrobe." Zeng Dali shook his head. "Your second brother is not that kind of person." Zeng Jianguo retorted, "So, you imply that he is indeed that kind of person? Though he may sometimes speak without restraint, he wouldn't dare to rummage through your belongings." Moreover, his second brother's standing in the family had been rising swiftly, seemingly edging towards surpassing his own position. Zeng Jianguo wished to cast some shade on his second brother in front of Zeng Dali. But considering that his brother had been washing his clothes and preparing meals for him recently, he felt a pang of guilt. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Dad, I just remembered, my elder brother came back a few days ago. It's likely he is the one responsible." Zeng Dali was not surprised by this revelation. They lived in a staff quarters, usually bustling with residents. The presence of strangers would have certainly drawn attention. Besides, Zeng Jianguo was at home, which meant that it could only be a family member involved. "Are you certain it was your elder brother?" Zeng Jianguo replied, "I didn't see it with my own eyes. I just heard my second brother mention it. When my elder brother returned, he even brought 2 pairs, which my second brother and I shared. He didn't stay long, knowing our parents were out, and returned to the hospital for work. Before leaving, he told my second brother not to inform our parents of his visit. When my second brother initially broached the subject with me, I gave it little thought, assuming he merely sought to mend his relationship with our father. I had no inkling that he would venture into our parents' bedroom to rummage through their belongings. My elder brother, too, has surprised me. How could a respectable doctor stoop to such underhanded antics? It is also my fault for not being home at the time. Had I been present, I would have undoubtedly kept a vigilant watch over him, ensuring he never entered our parents' room uninvited." Although Zeng Jianguo felt a psychological burden in administering retribution towards Zeng Jianguo, he felt no such hesitation in confronting Zeng Jianguo. After all, Zeng Jianguo has never regarded his younger brother with any respect. Zeng Dali firmly believed that Zeng Jianguo's words rang true. It seems Zeng Jianguo, undeterred, still harbored intentions of going abroad, hoping they would finance his endeavors. Previously, he had been brazenly forthright. Now, he resorted to stealthy thievery. Such behavior from a child is truly disheartening. To claim I was not disappointed would be a falsehood. However, Zeng Dali had already endured ample disappointment from Zeng Jianguo, so this latest transgression hardly added to his grievances. He sighed and remarked, "Very well. I shall inquire with your second brother upon his return. It is getting late. You should retire for the night." With that, he exited Zeng Jianguo's room. Chapter 43. A torn face. It was not until the following morning that Zeng Jianguo returned, but his face bore the marks of injury, clearly a result of being scratched. Upon seeing him, Zheng Shuqin could not help but express her concern. "What happened to you? Were you not taking Sun Jinhai and his wife to the hospital? How is it that you return with such wounds?" Observing closely, it appeared as though his face had been clawed. Zeng Jianguo shook his head. "Mother, it is but a minor injury. The doctor has already treated it, and there is nothing to worry about." Zeng Dali had just finished breakfast and was changing his clothes, preparing for work. Hearing Zheng Shuqin's words, he stepped out of the bedroom, and indeed, saw that Zeng Jianguo's face was marred with several bloody scratches. Zeng Dali's expression darkened immediately. What on earth happened? Who did this? While the injuries on Zeng Xinghua's face were not severe, Zeng Dali could not help but feel a pang of anguish at the thought of his child being harmed for no reason. Moreover, regardless of how naive or reserved one's own child may be, it is intolerable for outsiders to bully them. Zeng Xinghua, sensing his brother's grave demeanor, felt compelled to reveal the truth. It was the family of Aunt's son who did this. My sister-in-law scratched me. The Liu family somehow got wind of our arrival at the hospital. Shortly after we arrived last night, Aunt's son's relatives rushed in with a group of people. Seeing Aunt's son's severe injuries, they attempted to attack Uncle's son, who was already injured. Outnumbered, we feared for Uncle's son's safety. During the scuffle with Aunt's son's relatives, I accidentally got my face scratched. Fortunately, the hospital's security arrived just in time. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated significantly. After listening to this, Zheng Shuqin lamented. You are far too earnest, my child. Why did you not simply evade the situation? This was in a hospital, a public space. The Sun family was merely posturing. The hospital would not stand idly by and allow such chaos to unfold. In the future, should you find yourself in such circumstances, make sure to keep your distance. What if you were truly injured? After listening to these words, Zeng Dali did not say anything further. He had merely intended to help his son by offering assistance. Yet he was taken aback by the unreasonable behavior of the Liu family. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising, given Liu Xiaomei's character. Her family was unlikely to be any better. Sun Jinhai's misfortune in marrying such a woman seemed to be a result of bad luck spanning 8 generations. It would be best for them to keep their distance from that entire family in the future. Zeng Xinghua, concerned that Zheng Shuqin might worry, quickly reassured her, Mom, I truly have no serious issues. My face may look bad, but it's merely a scrape. The doctor has already treated it. You needn't worry. Should anything like this occur again, I will certainly stay far away. I lack experience, after all. Zheng Shuqin, upon hearing this, tapped his forehead and remarked, You silly child. You are actually contemplating a next time? The face is not like any other part of the body. What if it leaves a scar? You are not particularly handsome to begin with, and if a scar were to form, finding a wife could prove quite challenging. Zeng Xinghua felt that his mother, after a trip out with his father, had returned with a sharper tongue, even resorting to personal jabs. Observing this, Zeng Dali interjected, All right, let's let this go for now. However, your mother is correct. In the future, keep your distance in such situations. Do not foolishly rush forward. In the end, they may not even appreciate your goodwill. Zeng Xinghua responded, somewhat reluctantly, I understand. Suddenly, Zeng Dali recalled the events of the previous night and inquired, Did you see your elder brother at the hospital? Zeng Xinghua shook his head. No, my elder brother has been working the day shift recently. However, he did come home a few days ago. Mom and Dad were not home at the time, and he stayed for about half an hour before leaving. Zeng Dali was about to ask him something else. Did your elder brother enter your mother's and my bedroom? Zeng Xinghua thought carefully before nodding. Yes, he did. He mentioned that since Mom and Dad were not home, the house should be kept clean to avoid dust accumulating, which would upset them upon their return. Hearing this, Zeng Dali exchanged a glance with Zheng Shuqin. It was indeed the work of their eldest son. Family betrayers are the hardest to guard against. Fortunately, they had taken all the money with them. If it had fallen into Zeng Jianguo's hands, retrieving it would be quite a challenge. Zeng Dali took a deep breath and said, All right, I understand. You have been awake all night. Go eat something and rest. We can postpone the stall business for a couple of days. I will scout for a suitable location first. I need to head to the factory now. With that, he mounted his bicycle and departed. Zeng Dali had not been to the factory for less than a week. As he entered the factory gates, many greeted him enthusiastically, all aware of his imminent promotion. He smiled in response. Just as he secured his bicycle, Yang Tiangang approached. Sporting dark circles under his eyes, Zeng Dali was startled and exclaimed, Tiangang, what happened to you? With a helpless sigh, Yang Tiangang replied, Don't even mention it. Your second son must have informed you. The Liu family is truly unreasonable. If we hadn't intervened, Jinhai would have been in serious trouble last night. I observe that your family as Xinghua has sustained significant injuries, yet I remain indifferent. At my age, it is crucial that no scars mar his countenance. Yang Tiangang also bears the marks of Liu's family's aggression upon his face. Zeng Dali sighed helplessly. Xinghua is not in grave danger, yet his mother is utterly distraught. That child has always been earnest and sincere. In my opinion, this predicament rests squarely on old son. I have long advised him to manage his relationship with Liu Xiaomei judiciously. He cannot tolerate Liu Xiaomei's unbounded support for her family. Yet he is unwilling to sever ties with her, leading to an escalating discord between them. Furthermore, his actions lack restraint. Yesterday, he nearly inflicted fatal harm, which is indeed a criminal offense. If this continues, not only will he face ruin, but he may also meet with a dire fate himself. Yang Tiangang concurred with Zeng Dali's remarks. Dali, your words strike at the heart of the matter. I too have cautioned old Sun. But he evidently has not heeded my counsel. After all, we are outsiders, and speaking too much may backfire. Should the couple reconcile, we would find ourselves in an uncomfortable position. Well then, let us escort him to the hospital. Having endured blows on his behalf, we have done our duty. I must also inform the leadership to request a leave of absence for him, so I shall take my leave. Zeng Dali nodded in agreement. As they were not part of the same work group, they each proceeded to their respective duties. In a world where secrets are seldom kept, it was inevitable that news of Sun Jinhai's assault on Liu Xiaomei would spread, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the incident. The repercussions were significantly detrimental, creating a stir throughout the factory. The leadership found themselves in a quandary. While the matter could be downplayed as a domestic affair, it also bore implications for societal morals. Should the factory's employees emulate such behavior, the reputation of the machinery plant would be at stake. Ultimately, the factory decided to issue a warning to Sun Jinhai, a resolution that caught many by surprise. Chapter 44. Visiting the hospital as colleagues. Sun Jinhai was hospitalized, and several co-workers, who shared a closer rapport with him, deliberated on visiting him at the hospital. They specifically invited Zeng Dali, who initially contemplated declining, as his family's Xinghua had been injured due to the incident involving Sun Jinhai. Moreover, he believed that distancing himself from such a reckless individual would be prudent. However, driven by the need to confront Zeng Jianguo for an explanation, having audaciously resorted to burglary, he decided to accompany them. The group pooled their resources to purchase a basket of fruit from the supply and marketing cooperative, which included apples, bananas, and peaches. Though these fruits would later become commonplace, they were quite rare in the 1980s. Typically, no household would indulge in such luxuries unless for the purpose of entertaining guests or giving gifts. Upon arriving at the hospital ward, they found Liu Xiaomei already conscious, albeit with her back turned to them. Sun Jinhai bore numerous injuries, his head swollen grotesquely. By his side, attending to him, were his parents, whose faces were etched with worry. Though they were younger than Zeng Dali's parents, their hair was entirely gray, making them appear significantly older than Zeng's father and mother. In their earlier years, they lived alongside Sun Jinhai, taking on various domestic responsibilities such as laundry, cooking, and childcare. However, as Sun Jinhai's daughters grew up, the elderly couple found themselves no longer needed and eventually returned to their rural home, residing in the same family compound. The couple was acquainted with Zeng Dali, and upon meeting him, they grasped his hands firmly, expressing their gratitude. Dali, dear child, we owe you a great deal for your assistance this time. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a tragic outcome. They mentioned hearing that Xinghua had suffered for the sake of their situation, and they felt genuinely remorseful, promising to visit and express their thanks once they were discharged from the hospital. Zeng Dali regarded Sun Jinhai's parents as fundamentally good-hearted individuals, at least possessing a measure of kindness. Not wishing to further burden the elderly couple, he spoke gently. Uncle, Auntie, we are all neighbors. It is only natural to lend a helping hand. Young Xinghua is just a child, and a mere scrape is inconsequential. Please, do not let it weigh on your minds. These are my colleagues from the machinery factory, who came to visit upon learning of Jinhai's hospitalization. Struggling to sit up in bed, Sun Jinhai's face momentarily reflected embarrassment. Yet he managed to voice his sentiments. This situation is entirely my fault, and it has caused trouble for Xinghua and Tiangang. I truly feel remorseful. Rest assured, Dali, that once I am discharged, I will ensure they receive justice. From another bed, Liu Xiaomei stirred, producing a noise that indicated her discontent with Sun Jinhai's words. The group exchanged glances towards her, but she remained turned away. The others, unfamiliar with Liu Xiaomei and not residing in the same compound as Sun Jinhai, chose not to engage with her, as Zeng Dali, in particular, preferred to ignore her presence. Zeng Dali then remarked, the events have transpired. There is no need to dwell on them any longer. In the future, try not to act impulsively. Do not let alcohol cloud your judgment. You must consider the consequences. Even if you do not care for yourself, Think of uncle Sun and auntie Sun. They are of a certain age, and you cannot expect them to bear your burdens. Upon hearing this, old lady Sun wiped her tears, lamenting the misfortune of having a son who lacked even half of Zeng Dali's discernment. She had always disapproved of Liu Xiaomei's frivolous demeanor, yet Sun Jinhai was utterly enchanted, disregarding all advice, insisting on marrying her, and ultimately facing dire consequences. Truly, it was poetic justice. Over the years, Liu Xiaomei had not borne them a grandson, while the entire Liu family had been draining their son of resources. The couple had returned to the countryside partly to escape the heartache caused by their troubled son. Old man's son interjected, "Dali is correct. If you possessed even half of Dali's composure, your mother and I would not have to worry so. The way you are living your life now would keep us awake even in death." The elderly couple felt increasingly despondent about their future. Sensing the somber atmosphere, one colleague quickly shifted the conversation to Sun Jinhai's disciplinary actions, revealing that this colleague was known for well-meaning yet misguided intentions, much to the group's astonishment. Zeng Dali and his colleagues exchanged glances, rendered speechless by their associate's remarks. Was it truly appropriate to voice such sentiments at this moment? Nevertheless, one could not deny the efficacy of his words. Mrs. Sun ceased her tears, Mr. Sun refrained from expressing his lamentations, and Sun Jinhai appeared utterly bewildered. He simply could not comprehend why a mere family matter warranted disciplinary action from the factory. Zeng Dali quickly interjected, attempting to mitigate the situation. In truth, this incident is not of great consequence. It has, however, created an unfavorable impact, making it challenging for the factory leadership to navigate. They could only issue a symbolic reprimand. Once you recover, you may return to work, but such occurrences must not be repeated. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinhai finally grasped the situation. I understand now. This incident is indeed my fault, and I will handle it appropriately. Zeng Dali and his companions nodded in agreement, offering a few more words of consolation before rising to depart. Zeng Dali had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit to the hospital and addressed the others. You may head back. I have some matters to attend to. Many colleagues were aware that Zeng Dali's eldest son worked at the hospital, and thus, they refrained from further comments. Once the others had departed, Zeng Dali proceeded directly to the department where Zeng Jianguo was stationed. The familiar round-faced nurse greeted him warmly. "Uncle, are you here to see Dr. Zeng?" Zeng Dali nodded. "Yes, is Zeng Jianguo in his office?" The nurse hesitated, casting a troubled glance toward the closed office door. Noticing her discomfort, Zeng Dali followed her gaze and remarked, "It's all right. If he is unavailable, I can wait for him inside." He then made his way toward the office. The nurse hurriedly blocked his path. "You uncle, Dr. Zeng is actually inside." Observing her nervous demeanor and stammering speech, he furrowed his brow. "If he is present, I shall enter. Are there patients inside? Is it inconvenient for me to go in?" To his surprise, the nurse's face flushed as she replied softly, "Well, it's not exactly a patient, but it is indeed somewhat inconvenient for you to enter right now." Zeng Dali found her meaning perplexing. If there were no patients, why would it be inappropriate for him to enter? He had no time to linger in the hospital, as he was eager to return home. Thus, he disregarded the nurse's objections and approached Zeng Jianguo's office door. Just as he was about to push the door open, he hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. Chapter 45. Schemes. Zeng Dali's hand rested on the doorknob of Zeng Jianguo's office, yet the sounds emanating from within rendered him acutely embarrassed. As someone who had experienced life, he was well aware of the implications of such noises. His immediate reaction was one of moral indignation. After all, this was a public space. And how could Zeng Jianguo engage in such behavior in plain sight? It was hard to believe that even in the 1980s, or even 2 decades hence, such openness would be acceptable. Should this come to light, there would be no escaping the repercussions of a scandalous act. Zeng Dali had reached the pinnacle of disappointment with his son's antics. It seemed that Zeng Jianguo was beyond redemption. However, he had long since come to terms with it. After all, from the very first day of his rebirth, he had resolved to abandon this son. Zeng Dali had managed to carve out some time to visit the hospital. And today, without fail, he was determined to see Zeng Jianguo. If he did not clarify matters, there would undoubtedly be a next time. There is only 1,000 days for a thief, but no 1,000 days for guarding against a thief, especially when it comes to familial betrayal, which is most difficult to anticipate. Zeng Dali could not afford to grant him a second chance. Zeng Jianguo, hiding in his office, retained a semblance of rationality. Halting at the last moment, Lin Qingqing cast him a displeased glance and said, "Are you even a man?" Zeng Jianguo adjusted his attire and, with a smile, replied, "Qing. Please do not be angry. We are in a hospital after all. There are people coming and going, and what if a patient walks in unexpectedly? I am a man, and I can endure a thick skin. That is of little concern. However, you are a young lady, the daughter of Vice President Lin. If any unpleasant rumors were to arise, Vice President Lin would surely make sport of me." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing scoffed. "Are you truly concerned for my reputation? Or are you merely afraid of my father giving you a hard time?" Zeng Jianguo quickly clarified, "I am certainly thinking of your reputation. If we were to consummate our relationship, your father would not dare to make my life difficult, would he? At most, he would scold me privately. Do you not understand my feelings for you?" Only after hearing this did Lin Qing feel somewhat appeased. "I suppose you would not dare to harbor any ulterior motives towards me. However, your timidity is excessive. I have already instructed the nurse outside to guard the door. If anyone comes, she will say you are not here. Never mind. I shall let you off today, considering you are acting in my best interest. By the way, how have the discussions about going abroad with your family progressed? Have your parents gathered enough funds for your trip? I must inform you. This opportunity was hard-won between my father and me. By qualifications alone, it hardly belongs to you, so keep that in mind." Zeng Jianguo felt a headache coming on at her words. Despite his persistent pleas, his father had remained steadfast. Initially, he thought his father was simply unable to accept the high costs of studying abroad, given that he was not the only child in the family. Over the years of schooling, he had indeed incurred substantial expenses, and it was only reasonable that his father would not readily acquiesce, especially to provide for his younger siblings. He was confident that ultimately his father would relent, for he understood his standing in his father's heart. However, after several setbacks, Zeng Jianguo began to lose that confidence. Particularly troubling was the fact that his father had begun to take his monthly salary, leaving him with not a single cent recently. When he returned home, he discovered that his parents were not there. Inquiring with his younger brother, he learned that they had gone on a trip, his father taking his mother for a respite. That was to Guangzhou, and the train tickets alone would cost several hundred yuan, not to mention meals, accommodation, and other expenses. If his parents had the means to travel for leisure, how could they possibly lack the funds to support his overseas studies? He is not merely going out for leisure. He is venturing forth to acquire knowledge. Upon his return, he will undoubtedly earn far more than he currently does, perhaps even 2 or 3 times his present salary. It baffles him why his father remains steadfastly opposed. In today's world, which family does not proudly showcase a promising child? What family does not rally all its resources to elevate one individual? The more Zeng Jianguo pondered, the more discomfort he felt. In a moment of impulsiveness, he entered the bedroom of Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin, hoping to uncover the family's hidden wealth. Zeng Dali knew that his mother had been frugal over the years, surely saving a considerable sum. Yet, to his dismay, after thoroughly searching his parents' bedroom, he found not a single penny. This deepened Zeng Dali's unease. He could not tell if his parents had concealed their money too well, or if the family truly lacked funds. Lin Qing, noticing Zeng Jianguo's troubled expression, could not contain her frustration. "Zeng Jianguo, what do you mean by this? I am advocating for your opportunity to study abroad, and yet you appear so impatient." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo quickly clarified, "Qing, you misunderstand me. That is not my intention at all. I am immensely grateful to you and Vice Dean Lin for providing me with this opportunity. How could I possibly be impatient? The main issue lies with my parents. Just a few days ago, I returned home only to discover they had gone on a long trip, and I have no idea when they will return. You know, I have only recently graduated and have been working for a short time, with merely a little over 300 yuan in my possession. To study abroad, I must rely on my parents' support." Lin Qing, incredulous, responded, "Your parents did not even inform you of their departure? You are the eldest son. Do they not value you the most? It seems they are utterly indifferent to your situation." Zeng Jianguo immediately retorted, "How could that be? I have always been a source of pride for my parents. They would never disregard me. It is merely that I have been busy with work and have seldom returned home. They left in a hurry, undoubtedly without the chance to notify me. You are aware that my father is just an ordinary worker at a machinery factory, and my mother does not work. We also have a younger sister in school and 2 brothers who are not particularly ambitious. The pressure on my father is considerable. It is not a simple matter to amass such a sum of money all at once, and I do not wish to rush them unduly. However, if my father were to sell our home and his job, he could probably gather enough. Qing, you understand our family's circumstances. You must be sympathetic to my plight. Lin Qingqing replied, "It is precisely because I am aware of your family's situation that I have strived to secure this opportunity for you. Your family does not have much to begin with, and you have younger siblings to support. Only by studying abroad can you gain the skills needed to provide for our small family in the future. Otherwise, if your parents expend their resources on your siblings, what will be left for you? Just look at my friends and their luxuries. I do not wish to marry you and endure a life of hardship. With only a month remaining before your departure, you must act swiftly. If this opportunity falls through, my parents have indicated they will reconsider our relationship." Zeng Jianguo, upon hearing this, repeatedly assured Lin Qingqing that he would promptly devise a solution. Zeng Dali had long been unable to endure the conversation outside the door. He truly had raised a commendable son. In the previous life, his son had solely been preoccupied with his career, and now, in this life, he was fixated on his father's property, as if attempting to ensnare him. Such schemes were not so easily executed. Chapter 46. A son who is unworthy of desire, let alone a daughter-in-law. Zeng Dali was acutely aware of his eldest son's character and knew well that Lin Qingqing was not a person to be underestimated. However, upon overhearing their blatant scheming, his suppressed fury could no longer be contained. Yet, in an effort to preserve the last vestige of dignity as a father, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Zeng Jianguo and Lin Qingqing were engrossed in a heated discussion in the office when the sudden knock startled them. Lin Qingqing glanced toward the door and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Who is it? Such a lack of awareness. Did I not instruct the nurses in our department to prevent anyone from approaching? Truly unreliable." With that, she marched to the door and opened it. Lin Qingqing did not recognize Zeng Dali. After a brief glance, she remarked, "The doctors inside are quite busy. If you require medical attention, please seek another physician." She was about to close the door again when Zeng Dali stopped it with his hand. Lin Qingqing, irritated, snapped, "What do you mean by this? I told you to seek another doctor. Can you not comprehend human speech?" Zeng Dali, observing the flicker of disdain in her eyes, felt a surge of aversion. While Zeng Jianguo was selfish, Lin Qingqing's character was even more worrisome. Had Zeng Jianguo not married her in a previous life, he might not have become so heartless. Of course, Zeng Dali would not unjustly place the blame for his son's shortcomings on another. "I am not here for a consultation. I have come to see Zeng Jianguo. Could you inquire if he is available to meet with me?" Lin Qingqing, noting the less than pleasant tone in Zeng Dali's voice, was about to retaliate when Zeng Jianguo abruptly stood up from his chair, exclaiming, "Dad, what brings you here?" Lin Qingqing was taken aback. The man before her was indeed Zeng Jianguo's father, and consequently, her future father-in-law. She briefly felt a pang of embarrassment over her earlier demeanor. However, she swiftly cast aside that feeling. Her father was the vice president of the hospital, and her being with Zeng Jianguo was a blessing for the Zeng family. Even if she were to marry into the Zeng family, they would surely treat her with utmost deference. With this thought in mind, Lin Qingqing arrogantly stated, "Ah, so it is uncle. Greetings, I am Lin Qingqing, Jianguo's girlfriend. What brings you to the hospital unexpectedly? You didn't even give Jianguo a heads up." Zeng Dali regarded Lin Qingqing with a fleeting glance, choosing to ignore her. Zeng Jianguo, sensing the tension, quickly attempted to smooth over the situation. "Dad, weren't you and Mom out for a leisurely day? When did you return? It's all my fault for being so busy lately that I haven't been home often enough to know you both had gone away. By the way, this is Qingqing, my girlfriend, and the daughter of our Vice President Lin. I mentioned her to you before, but you haven't met yet. I should have brought her home to introduce you earlier. It's understandable that you don't recognize her. When I have the chance, I'll bring Qingqing home so we can have a meal together with the family." After Zeng Jianguo finished speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zeng Dali, apprehensive that Zeng Dali might utter something inappropriate. Zeng Dali had already dismissed the thought of wanting a son, let alone the malicious intentions of this daughter-in-law. Nonetheless, the matters he intended to discuss were indeed familial and thus inappropriate to be shared in front of outsiders. Zeng Dali addressed Zeng Jianguo, "Let us discuss future matters at a later time. I fear our family temple is too small to accommodate the great Buddha that is Miss Lin. Are you certain you wish to speak of family affairs in her presence? Should I utter any unpleasantries, do not hold it against me for not warning you in advance." Lin Qingqing had never endured such humiliation. Her anger flared as she glared at Zeng Dali and Zeng Jianguo. Seeing Zeng Jianguo's lack of response only intensified her rage, prompting her to storm out of Zeng Jianguo's office. Zeng Jianguo contemplated pursuing her, but hesitated, daunted by Zeng Dali's stern demeanor. Truth be told, Zeng Dali commanded a considerable presence in his eyes, exuding an air of authority that was quite intimidating. In contrast to the previous life where Zeng Dali had lost his dignified job and succumbed to illness, Zeng Jianguo had flourished after studying abroad, garnering admiration wherever he went, which inevitably led him to regard his father with less reverence. Father, what is the meaning of this? Qingqing is my girlfriend and your future daughter-in-law. How can you expect her to respect you after this? Zeng Dali, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. If I cannot rely on my son, who then can I trust to scheme within the family? What a grand joke. Zeng Jianguo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that his father must have overheard their earlier conversation. Yet, he could only feign ignorance and shift the topic. Father, is there something urgent that brings you to the hospital at this hour? Zeng Dali nodded slightly. Indeed, there is a matter of some importance. I heard from Xinghua that you returned home a few days ago. Zeng Jianguo felt a twinge of guilt at this inquiry, though he concealed it well. Yes, I did return home. I thought it had been a while since I visited, so I wanted to see you and Mother. However, I found you both absent. I heard from my younger brother that you had gone to Guang City. I understand they have already implemented reforms there, so life must be considerably better than here? Zeng Dali replied. A golden nest or a silver nest can never compare to one's own humble abode, no matter how splendid it may be elsewhere. Nothing can rival the comfort of home, especially your mother, who is particularly meticulous about every thread within our household. She remembers the exact placement of everything. Upon returning, the first thing she noticed was the disarray of our bedroom cupboard, as if it had been ransacked. We were both quite alarmed, for the mere 300 yuan we had was kept inside. Despite turning the cupboard upside down, we could not find that 300 yuan. Your mother cried all night over it. The more I pondered, the more infuriated I became. It felt as though we had been robbed. Zeng Jianguo grew anxious upon hearing this, recalling that he had indeed rummaged through his parents' cupboard, yet he had found not even 30 cents. Now, his father claimed that 300 yuan had gone missing. Who could possibly have taken it? He has been away from home for an extended period. Could it possibly be the second or third brother? However, upon reflection, that seems implausible. Although they may not be particularly bright and their academic performance leaves much to be desired, they are certainly not the type to pilfer money from the household. Zeng Jianguo suppressed his rising anxiety and stated, could it be that Mother has misremembered the location? The money was never placed in the cabinet. Zeng Dali shook his head resolutely and replied, that's impossible. I witnessed your mother placing the money there with my own eyes. And we even counted it together before we left. It is evident that a thief has entered our home. I believe it is necessary to report this matter to the police, to ascertain who has been in our house during this time and rummaged through the cabinets in your mother's and my bedroom. Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo felt even more alarmed. What if, in the process of searching the cabinet, the money was accidentally misplaced? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Regardless, he could not allow his father to file a report. Chapter 47. A trap for the son. Zeng Jianguo hastily interjected. Father, surely it cannot warrant such drastic action? Is this really worth reporting? Zeng Dali retorted fiercely. How can you say that? It was 300 yuan, which constitutes nearly half of my salary for the past 6 months. This money was set aside for your sister's living expenses. Your mother and I have always been frugal, sacrificing our own needs to save this amount. We cannot allow the thief to benefit from our hard work. Such behavior must not be tolerated. If the police discover who stole my money, I shall ensure they face the full consequences. After all, I am a military man and have some connections. Regardless, as the eldest son of the family, I must keep you informed of this matter. Well then, I shall take my leave. I am exhausted. Come tomorrow morning. I will go to the police station to file a report. Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo felt completely lost. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have entered his parents' bedroom. Yet, he truly had not taken the money. However, if his father proceeded to the police station, and they discovered he had rummaged through their bedroom cabinets, there would be no way to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, he happened to have just over 300 yuan in his savings account. If his father were to find out, he would surely lose that money as well. In that moment, Zeng Jianguo gritted his teeth and made a decision. Father, please do not rush to file a report. Perhaps the money is simply misplaced within the house, and you and Mother have overlooked it. Here's my suggestion. Tomorrow morning, no, this evening after work, I will return home to help you search. If we still cannot find it, then you may report it. Should the police arrive and the money is eventually found, it would be a false report, which would reflect poorly on our family. Zeng Dali observed his son's expression closely, secretly amused by his son's attempt to play tricks on him. Was he trying to outsmart him? He would not let him off easily. Nevertheless, Zeng Dali maintained an air of contemplation, responding, "Your argument does possess some merit. I shall return home and search with your mother thoroughly. If we truly cannot find it, I will proceed to report it." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo breathed a sigh of relief but still emphasized, "Please wait for me to return and assist in the search. As a doctor, my eyesight is sharper than most." Upon hearing these words, Zeng Dali nodded and exited Zeng Jianguo's office. A smirk of derision lingered at the corners of his mouth. He initially intended to caution Zeng Jianguo to refrain from his duplicitous thoughts, warning him that should there be a next time, he would not be so lenient. However, after overhearing Zeng Jianguo's conversation with Lin Qingqing, Zeng Dali's perspective shifted. Since mistakes must bear consequences, he was astounded to discover that Zeng Jianguo had secretly stashed away over 300 yuan while feigning poverty when it came time to repay his debts. With his son in the first year of junior high, he would not hesitate to take a firm stand. He was convinced that Zeng Jianguo, feeling guilty, would be rattled by his threats of reporting him. Thus he relished the thought of his unease. The more he contemplated, the more gratifying it became. Just as Zeng Dali stepped out of the hospital, Zeng Jianguo hurriedly emerged from his office. Seizing the opportunity before the bank closed, he rushed to withdraw money to settle his debts. Upon returning to the family compound and halting his bicycle, he encountered Zeng Xinghua entering from outside. Zeng Dali glanced at him and inquired, "Where have you been? You still have injuries on your face. You should rest at home for a few days." Zeng Xinghua replied, "I went to scout for a suitable spot for a stall over the past couple of days." Zeng Dali had been rather occupied and had not given this matter much thought, so he appreciated Zeng Xinghua's initiative. Zeng Dali responded with a hum and further asked, "How did it go? Have you found a suitable location?" Zeng Xinghua scratched his head. "I found a spot, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate." Zeng Dali raised an eyebrow. "Where is it? Tell me. I can offer some advice." "It's right next to the bus company, just a few steps away from the intersection. Bustling with people," Zeng Xinghua explained. Zeng Dali contemplated the location and deemed it quite favorable. However, he suggested, "You might consider setting up directly across from the bus company. There's a shaded area there. As the weather grows increasingly hot, you should find a cooler spot for your stall. This way, customers can browse without enduring the scorching sun, which will encourage them to be more patient." Zeng Dali's thorough consideration drew a cheerful grin from Zeng Xinghua, who remarked, "You always think things through, Dad. I'm not afraid of the sun, but the heat might be too much for Mom." Just then, Zheng Shuqin emerged from the kitchen. Catching wind of their conversation, "What can't she endure? What are you two discussing?" Zeng Dali replied with a smile, "Aren't you both planning to set up a stall? Xinghua has found a good spot under the trees across from the bus company. It's a busy area, and with the shade, it's quite pleasant." "This child is becoming increasingly reliable," Zheng Shuqin noted, casting a glance at Zeng Xinghua. "Indeed, he may be quiet, but he has always been steady. When the time comes, you and Mom can set up the stall together. Who knows, we might earn as much as your father does at work." Zeng Xinghua nodded enthusiastically. In truth, he did not mind how much they could earn, as long as he wasn't idling at home. Now that even his third brother had started working, he felt a sense of embarrassment being the only one left without a job. In recent days, although Zheng Shuqin has yet to commence her stall, she has remained industrious. Following the counsel of Zeng Dali, she has established a pricing scheme for the batch of garments and affixed labels accordingly. With such a plethora of styles, it would be unprofessional if potential customers inquired about prices and received no response. After deliberation with Zeng Dali, they resolved to incorporate a profit margin of 50% on these garments. However, they set prices slightly above this margin. For instance, a garment costing 12 yuan was priced at 26 yuan, thereby allowing room for negotiation. After all, they had engaged in haggling with Tianrong when initially procuring the goods. Bargaining is a cherished tradition and habit among the Chinese, and after several rounds of negotiation, securing a lower price instills a sense of having achieved a significant bargain. Little do they realize that buyers can never outmaneuver sellers. Zeng Dali undertook additional preparations prior to their stall's opening. This collection of clothing is both upscale and fashionable. It should not be treated as mere street market fare. Consequently, Zeng Dali constructed a simple wooden rack for displaying the garments and fashion hangers from iron wire. In this era, few utilize hangers. Most rely on clotheslines or bamboo poles, with only the particularly discerning opting for proper hangers. Zeng Jianguo was unaware of the peculiar shapes Zeng Dali had twisted the wire into, yet he knew that Zeng Dali never engaged in futile endeavors. And so he mimicked his efforts. To his credit, Zeng Jianguo displayed a commendable aptitude in this regard, learning with impressive skill. Before long, the father and son duo had crafted 30 hangers, which Zeng Dali then hung on the makeshift wooden rack. He subsequently took 2 of the garments and suspended them on the hangers, prompting Zeng Jianguo to realize the ingenious utility of these supports. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "This way of displaying the clothes is far more convenient than stacking them together. One can discern the style at a glance, almost as if it were being worn." "Father, how did you come up with this idea?" Zeng Dali chuckled in response. "The affluent have taken to using these hangers for their clothing. They facilitate storage and prevent creasing. However, in our humble locale, such advancements are scarce. In truth, for those of us in the clothing business, there exists an even more effective solution known as a mannequin." Zeng Jianguo looked perplexed, asking, "Father, what is a mannequin? Is it a real person posing as a model?" Zeng Dali shook his head, "Certainly not. It is merely a plastic figure crafted to human proportions, dressed in clothing for display." Zeng Jianguo had never encountered a mannequin and could not envision such a scenario. Yet, given that it closely resembles a human form, the effect would undoubtedly be akin to dressing a real person, significantly surpassing the utility of simple hangers. However, as they were merely setting up a street stall, such luxurious items were unnecessary, and Zeng Jianguo dismissed the thought. He was a grounded and practical individual, content as long as he could assist the family in selling the more than 300 garments. Zheng Shuqin had prepared dinner and, observing the cheerful banter between the father and son, interjected, "All right, you two, cease your merriment and come wash your hands for dinner." Zeng Dali glanced at the evening's modest fare. Ever since their return from Guang City, the family's meals had taken a notable downturn. The spread was a monotonous array of greens, stir-fried bitter melon, cold cucumber salad, and a handful of unidentified wild vegetables. For the past few days, he had subsisted solely on such fare, to the point where his tongue felt tinged with green. Though Zheng Shuqin said nothing, Zeng Dali could surmise her concerns. She was likely worried that the batch of clothes would fail to sell, leaving them with merely over 100 yuan to their name. Running a business was his own decision. Zheng Shuqin was a woman of convention. Had it not been for his suggestion, she would probably never have contemplated entrepreneurship. Well, simple fare it is, he thought. Once there is enough money in hand, she will surely indulge. Zeng Dali took the chopsticks and bowl from Zheng Shuqin and said, "Please prepare another set of utensils. We need not rush into dinner." Zeng Jianguo worked late and would not be home for the meal, while Zeng Jianguo returned from school only once a month, leaving just the 3 of them to dine together. Zheng Shuqin, slightly bewildered, inquired, "Are we expecting guests later?" "Oh, why didn't you mention it sooner? Our all-vegetable spread hardly seems fitting." She mused that the supply and marketing cooperative might soon close and suggested, "We still have eggs at home. Should I fry a few?" Zeng Dali quickly waved his hand. "No need to fuss. It's not anyone important. Eldest brother will be back for dinner soon. By the way, let me forewarn you. When he arrives, regardless of what he says, do not contradict him. Act according to my demeanor." Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what Zeng Dali was implying. Indeed, after a brief wait of around 10 minutes, Zeng Jianguo rushed home, visibly flustered. As a mother, Zheng Shuqin felt a pang of concern at the sight of his sweaty brow and asked, "Eldest, why are you in such a hurry?" Zeng Jianguo, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "A significant issue has arisen at home. Dad is going to report it at the police station. Can I not be anxious?" Zheng Shuqin was taken aback by his words, bewildered by what calamity had transpired. Why was Zeng Dali heading to the police station? She was completely in the dark. And Zeng Dali's calm demeanor suggested it was not as grave as her son implied. She glanced at Zeng Jianguo, musing whether it pertained to the injury inflicted by Lu Xiaomei's nephew. Yet, that hardly seemed worthy of police intervention. After all, their families had been neighbors for many years. Despite Lu Xiaomei's irksome nature, Sun Jinhai was an upstanding individual. It would hardly escalate to the police station. Just as Zheng Shuqin was about to speak, Zeng Dali shot her a meaningful glance, prompting her to remember his earlier instructions, and she fell silent. Zeng Jianguo, perceiving the atmosphere, became increasingly convinced that his parents had misplaced 300 yuan. Thus, he reassured, "Mom, you and Dad need not fret. Let us search more carefully. Perhaps you simply forgot where you put it." Zeng Dali spoke up promptly, affirming, "Indeed, Jianguo is right. Our impatience is evident. However, who among us would not feel anxious faced with such circumstances? Now, look at you, drenched in sweat. You must have rushed back after work with great urgency. Your efforts are commendable. Your mother has prepared dinner. You must be hungry. Let us dine before we discuss further. Zeng Jianguo was eager to resolve the matter swiftly, but he hesitated, fearing that displaying too much eagerness might arouse his parents' suspicions. Besides, it had been quite some time since he had shared a meal with his family, and this opportunity could help mend the strained relationship with his parents. After all, he was counting on them to finance his studies abroad. After washing his hands, Zeng Jianguo took his seat at the dining table, but his appetite waned upon seeing an array of green vegetables. Was the family truly in dire financial straits? He quickly dismissed the thought. His father had worked at the machinery factory for many years, and surely they had saved a few thousand yuan. The 300 yuan must be the cash his parents set aside for his younger sister. As his father had mentioned, it was intended for her living expenses. She was merely a high school student, and he recalled her monthly allowance was only 5 yuan, making the 300 yuan quite significant. Of course, it paled in comparison to the fixed monthly allowance of 30 yuan he received during his studies, but as the eldest son, he was entitled to such privileges. With this in mind, Zeng Jianguo found the vegetables more palatable. Zeng Jianguo observed the dynamics between his elder brother and Zeng Dali as they dined, noting the myriad expressions on his brother's face, clearly indicating he was preoccupied. In contrast, their father maintained a calm demeanor. Zeng Jianguo felt as though his father was setting a trap for his elder brother, leading to potential misfortune. Fearing that any sign of concern might betray him, he quickly lowered his head. Zeng Jianguo consumed his meal with remarkable speed, finishing his porridge in no time. Noticing that Zeng Dali and the others were still eating, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, stating, "Mom and Dad, please continue. I will go and assist you in searching." Just as Zheng Shuqin was about to respond, Zeng Dali discreetly pressed her hand. Zheng Shuqin exchanged a glance with Zeng Dali, who shook his head subtly. Though perplexed, she refrained from standing up. Observing this, Zeng Jianguo offered her a helping of bitter melon, saying, "Mom, do indulge in some of this bitter melon. I have heard from Grandma that it helps cool the body, especially beneficial in summer." Zheng Shuqin nodded in response and continued her meal. Zeng Dali cast a glance at Zeng Jianguo, surprised by his son's perceptiveness, contrary to the notion that he was dull and unobservant. Zeng Jianguo entered the bedroom of Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin, scanning the room and mentally cataloging potential hiding spots for money. Ultimately, he concluded that the wardrobe was the most likely place, so he opened it to find the clothes neatly folded inside. He searched meticulously but found not even a single coin. Disappointment washed over him. Could it be that the 300 yuan was truly beyond his reach? He truly is reluctant to part with it. This amount represents over a year as savings, his entire fortune. Should he use it to fill his parents' financial void, he would indeed find himself destitute. Each month, his salary must be entirely allocated to repaying debts, making it exceedingly difficult for him to purchase gifts for Lin Qingqing in the future. However, if he refrains from assisting his father in settling this debt, there is the looming threat that his father might report him to the authorities. If it were to come to light that he had invaded their room and rummaged through their belongings, he would find himself in an irredeemable predicament. As Zeng Jianguo grappled with this internal conflict, the sound of footsteps outside jolted him from his thoughts. In an instant, he retrieved a substantial stack of cash from his pocket and hastily tucked it into the pocket of a garment. He then vigorously shook the clothing, causing 300 yuan to fall from the pocket, just as Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin entered the room. With a beaming expression, Zeng Jianguo quickly picked up the fallen money from the floor and exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, look what I found. It was right here in the pocket of this coat. I told you it must have been misplaced or overlooked." Zeng Dali approached him, taking the 300 yuan with a firm grip, as it was tightly held by Zeng Jianguo. With a benevolent smile, Zeng Dali remarked, "Ah, you truly found it. It seems your mother and I are getting on in years. Our eyes are failing us. We searched for it several times without success, and yet you found it in an instant." Zeng Jianguo's heart ached as he watched his father clutch the 300 yuan, for it was indeed his secret stash. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful facade, responding, "Dad, come now. You and Mom are barely in your 40s. You are still quite youthful." It must have been that Mom accidentally tucked it into the coat pocket while placing it away, hence it went unnoticed. Standing at the doorway, Zheng Shuqin was utterly taken aback, her mind reeling with disbelief. When had 300 yuan mysteriously appeared in the cabinet? When had she stashed it in the coat pocket? She couldn't recall. Although her education had been limited, she was only in her early 40s and should not be so forgetful. Moreover, aside from the 1,000 yuan bonus Zeng Dali had brought home, they had never kept such an amount in cash. It was far safer and more prudent to deposit it in the bank, where it could accrue interest. But where had this 300 yuan come from? Suddenly, a thought crossed Zheng Shuqin's mind, and she looked at Zeng Dali with incredulity. Zeng Dali, facing away from Zeng Jianguo, raised an eyebrow at Zheng Shuqin. A look of realization spread across her face, and she quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes, indeed. Oh dear, with my limited schooling, my memory seems to have failed me. How could I forget where I placed it? I've been so anxious these past few days that I haven't slept well, and I even cried secretly that night." Zeng Dali nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this, realizing that he had never seen his wife display such theatricality before. Were it not for Zeng Jianguo's presence, he might have given her a thumbs up in admiration. Still, Zeng Dali felt it wasn't quite thrilling enough. He scrutinized the bills closely and said, Something doesn't add up. Why do I feel like the 300 yuan we lost wasn't so pristine?" Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo felt a surge of anxiety, as if his heart had leaped into his throat. He feared he might suffer the dual misfortune of losing both his wife and his soldiers. Zheng Shuqin, noticing the pallor of Zeng Jianguo's face, felt a twinge of sympathy. She approached Zeng Dali and shot him a discreet glare, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm. Then she took the money from Zeng Dali's hands and scrutinized it closely. "What's amiss?" she inquired. "Have you forgotten? When you brought back this 300 yuan, you warned me to be cautious, saying it was newly issued by the bank and quite crisp." Zeng Dali chuckled at Zheng Shuqin's serious demeanor. Yes. I've been so busy these past few days that my mind is rather muddled. Never mind. Since we've found our money, let's consider this matter settled. We truly owe our gratitude to the eldest." Although Zeng Jianguo sensed something was amiss, he could not articulate what it was. Regardless, the matter had reached a conclusion. Alleviating his concerns about his reputation, he managed a strained smile. "Father, what are you saying? We are family. As the eldest, it's only natural for me to handle such trivial matters." With the money now secured, Zeng Dali had no desire to engage in any theatrical display of paternal affection. He merely grunted, "The eldest is right. Now that the money has been found and you've dined at home, you should hurry back. It will be too late soon, and the buses may stop running." Zeng Jianguo thought to himself that his father had truly mastered the art of the betrayal of trust. Nevertheless, considering he had also contributed to the funds and had been treated to a meal, he felt a slight warming of their relationship compared to earlier. Patience is a virtue. One cannot rush to achieve everything at once. Progress takes time, he mused as he left, glancing back multiple times. Once he was certain Zeng Jianguo had departed, Zeng Dali could no longer contain his laughter, which prompted Zeng Xinghua, who had been observing the entire scene, to join in. Zeng Dali shot him a disapproving look. "What are you laughing at? What is there to be so pleased about?" Zeng Xinghua quickly straightened his expression and replied, "Dad, did you really swindle this money from the eldest?" Zeng Dali would never admit such a thing in front of his son. "Who said that? This money was meant for your sister's tuition, which your mother and I set aside. When we returned from Guangshi, we found the cabinet in disarray and the money missing. So, I told your eldest brother I was going to report it to the police, and he offered to help us look for it, claiming his keen eyesight would be of use. And look, he returned, and the money was found." Zeng Xinghua scratched his head upon hearing this, pondering whether his father's words might hold some truth. He had assumed the money was a result of his father's dealings with the eldest. Chapter 50. The false becomes true. Zeng Xinghua couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about his father's explanation, yet he couldn't pinpoint the exact discrepancy. Zheng Shuqin cast a discreet glance at Zeng Dali, thinking to herself how shameless he was, teasing the eldest and now the second, regressing in maturity. Zeng Dali touched his nose, feigning ignorance to Zheng Shuqin's eye roll. One cannot indulge this woman too much. I've only shown her a few days of kindness, and she is already getting above herself." In order to prevent Zeng Xinghua from becoming suspicious, Zeng Dali spoke again. "Second brother, I haven't held you accountable yet. I entrusted you with the responsibility of watching over the house. How did you fulfill that duty? Someone managed to steal from us, and you were completely unaware. The wardrobe in my and your mother's bedroom was left in disarray. Who do you think is responsible for that? Did you grow two eyes merely to vent your frustrations?" Upon hearing this, Zeng Xinghua hurriedly defended himself. "Dad, I didn't do it. Apart from cleaning, I spent all my time in my own room. I certainly didn't rummage through your wardrobe. Zeng Dali couldn't help but roll his eyes. His younger brother's comprehension skills were lacking. When had he ever accused him of searching through their room? If he had that kind of cunning, he wouldn't have been overlooked in the past for being too simple and honest. I know you didn't do it. Otherwise, I would have confronted you long ago. What I mean is, if you can't even keep an eye on the house, how will you manage when you and your mother go to the market? Will you be able to keep track of these clothes? Don't let a few items go missing without you realizing it. At this moment, Zeng Jianguo began to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet he felt a bit wronged. How could he have anticipated that his elder brother would resort to such underhanded tactics? In the past, his elder brother had been the closest to their parents. It was entirely normal for him to enter their bedroom. Now that their relationship had soured, his elder brother had resorted to petty theft, leaving Zeng Jianguo utterly astonished. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he had indeed failed to watch over the house, allowing his brother to exploit the opportunity. Since their parents had never suspected him, he felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, his elder brother had returned the money, so their family had suffered no real loss. Reaching this point, Zeng Jianguo took the initiative to admit his fault. Dad, I acknowledge that I didn't keep a proper watch over the house this time. Primarily, I was unprepared for my elder brother's actions, but rest assured, there will not be a next time. You can trust that these clothes will not go missing under my watch. Zeng Dali, hearing his words, nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I will place my trust in you once more. Now it's getting late. Please clean up the dishes and then go to bed. Zeng Jianguo promptly nodded and swiftly assisted Zheng Shuqin in tidying up the dishes. Meanwhile, Zeng Dali took a warm bath, feeling completely rejuvenated afterward. Once he finished washing up, Zheng Shuqin was already waiting for him in the bedroom, where Zeng Dali stood shirtless, with droplets of water still clinging to his hair. Zheng Shuqin quickly handed him a dry towel. Dry yourself off. Otherwise, you might catch a cold. This remark reminded Zeng Dali of his past life. Since Zheng Shuqin had passed away, no one had shown him such care. He accepted the towel, wiping himself off haphazardly while smiling and saying, "Don't worry. I'm in great health. I'm not so easily susceptible to colds." Zheng Shuqin rolled her eyes and replied, "Even if you're healthy, you mustn't be careless. Moreover, you're not getting any younger. You need to take extra care to stay warm. Now, tell me, what exactly happened with that 300 yuan today?" Zeng Dali responded with a grin. "Just as you saw, we lost 300 yuan while we were out, but fortunately, the eldest brother's keen eyes helped us recover it." Zheng Shuqin, feeling irritated by the words, retorted, "Do not attempt to deceive me. Perhaps you can fool the second one, but I am well aware of our financial situation. After we complete this batch of garments, we will be left with merely over 100 yuan. How could there possibly be an extra 300? Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali laughed heartily and replied, "Yet you seem to cooperate quite well in front of the eldest." Zheng Shuqin, resigned, responded, "As the head of the family, you must set traps for our son. I cannot refuse to cooperate and undermine your authority. After all, we are destined to share our lives together. And no matter how good our son may be, once he establishes his own family, he will not remain devoted to me." Zeng Dali, deeply moved by her words, contemplated the foresight of Zheng Shuqin, who had seen through the situation long before him. He lamented the 20 years he had lived more than her, realizing that he had only come to understand this truth after enduring a lifetime of experiences. He grasped Zheng Shuqin's hand and said, "In this matter, your clarity of thought surpasses mine. The situation is quite straightforward. Upon our return, it was evident that the wardrobe in our bedroom had been rummaged through. The second son is simple-minded, and the third is cunning, yet neither of them would act in such a manner. Only the eldest, who is unrestrained in his actions, must be responsible for this. He is intent on studying abroad and likely sought to ascertain the extent of our wealth during our absence. Initially, I merely intended to warn him at the hospital to discourage such dubious thoughts. However, do you know what I overheard him saying to Lin Qingqing outside his office?" Zheng Shuqin instinctively inquired, "What did they say?" Zeng Dali, with fury in his eyes, replied, "In his pursuit of studying abroad, he not only covets my position at the machinery factory, but also the family home. He expects me to sell both my job and our house to support his overseas education. He leaves us no safety net and shows no regard for his younger siblings. Furthermore, during this past year, he has incessantly begged us for money to honor the Lin family, while secretly hoarding over 300 yuan of his own. A son so selfish is better off non-existent. I threatened to report him to the authorities, and sensing his guilt over misappropriating our funds, he resorted to compensating with his hidden savings. Zheng Shuqin, upon hearing this, felt a mix of anger and amusement, though her heart grew heavy. While she had always known her eldest son to be somewhat self-serving, she had never imagined his selfishness could reach such depths. Of course, she never doubted Zeng Dali's honesty. For after all, Zeng Jianguo is also his son, and no one has devoted more care to him over the years than Zeng Dali himself. Even as his biological mother, she had to take a back seat. Perhaps it was the eldest's actions that had caused him such distress, prompting him to betray his own father. Zheng Shuqin cautiously asked, "What do you plan to do next? Will you sever ties with the eldest?" Zeng Dali scoffed and replied, "Such a thing is far too convenient for him. We brought him into this world and nurtured him, pouring countless resources and energy into his upbringing. Now that he has finally secured a job, to voluntarily sever our father-son relationship would be overly lenient. After he repays his debts from university, we still expect him to repay us and support us in our old age." Zheng Shuqin was well aware of Zeng Dali's temperament. Once he had set his mind against something, it was unlikely to change. Thus, she refrained from further persuasion. Zeng Dali reiterated his instructions. "Remember, if anyone inquires, we simply lost 300 yuan, and the boss returned it to us. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Only those who choose to believe in a falsehood will accept it as truth." The following day, Zeng Dali rose early, feeling elated after acquiring 300 yuan from Zeng Jianguo. After all these years, he finally saw a return on his investment. Zheng Shuqin, even earlier in her rise, was determined not to leave the money in their home for fear of losing it. She resolved to deposit the 300 yuan in the bank after breakfast, ensuring its safety. They had plans to set up a stall that day, and with several thousand yuan worth of clothing at stake, it was crucial to recoup at least their initial investment for peace of mind. After breakfast, Zeng Dali went to work at the machinery factory, while Zheng Shuqin first deposited the money in the bank and then took Zeng Jianguo to set up their stall. This was their inaugural attempt at such an endeavor. Although some individual vendors had already been permitted, Zheng Shuqin, exercising caution, decided to bring only a small portion of their goods to sell. The stall was conveniently close to home, allowing them to return for more stock if needed. They transported a selection of clothes and hangers to the stall location. Together, they meticulously arranged the garments on the wooden rack that Zeng Dali had crafted. After toiling for half the day, they finally had everything in order. The bright colors and diverse styles of the clothes made for an appealing display from afar. As first-time stall owners, both felt a twinge of anxiety. Once the stall was set up, they appeared somewhat awkward, unsure of what to do next. Zheng Shuqin glanced at Zeng Jianguo, who was also looking at her. He broke the silence, saying, "Mom, I've never done this before or sold clothes. What should we do next?" Though Zheng Shuqin had over 20 years more experience in life than him, she too had never engaged in such activities. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "When I lived in the countryside, I observed vendors shouting as they roamed the streets. Their calls would draw attention, prompting those in need to step out and buy. Perhaps we should try shouting a bit too." Zeng Jianguo nodded in agreement and, raising his voice, called out, "Clothes for sale." However, before he could finish his proclamation, he noticed many gazes directed at him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment, and he could no longer utter a sound. For seasoned vendors, loud calls are a commonplace occurrence, yet for someone unaccustomed to business, it was a daunting challenge. Zheng Shuqin also felt a sense of shyness, since marrying Zeng Dali. She had rarely been in the spotlight. Even during visits home, she had maintained the demeanor of a respectable city dweller, but despite her preparations, she still found it difficult to lower her guard. As the mother and child exchanged glances, a passerby approached them to inquire about the price of their garments. This unexpected attention filled the duo with excitement, and they stammered while introducing their clothing. After some haggling, the woman ultimately purchased a dress for 30 yuan. Holding the 30 yuan note in their hands, their confidence surged, and they occasionally shouted a few phrases in exhilaration. However, they felt somewhat awkward, as if they were engaging in an act of stealth. Zeng Dali, at the machinery factory, found himself with little to do. The new equipment had recently arrived, requiring neither maintenance nor guidance from him. Consequently, he spent his time chatting and boasting with the maintenance team. Of course, he also lent a hand in tidying up the factory from time to time. At last, the workday came to a close, and Zeng Dali hurriedly rode his bicycle away. Some colleagues, noticing his unusual haste, were filled with curiosity. Zeng Dali typically exhibited a commendable work ethic, often being the first to arrive and the last to leave. They speculated among themselves whether something had happened at home. In truth, Zeng Dali was preoccupied with the family business. Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo had never ventured into commerce, and the local government had only recently relaxed personal business policies. Lacking both experience and confidence, and unable to frequently take leave from his factory job, Zeng Dali felt compelled to rush home immediately after work. Instead of returning home, Zeng Dali rode to the bus company across the street. There, he found Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo attempting to explain their garments to a potential customer. However, the woman shook her head, remarking, "Your clothes are too expensive. I could buy fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative to make myself a dress for far less. This shirt costs over 20 yuan. It's simply isn't worth it." Disheartened by the customers' complaint about their prices, Zheng Shuqin felt a wave of despair wash over her, having heard similar remarks numerous times that day. Aside from the first customer who paid promptly, others consistently deemed their prices too high. Although they had accounted for bargaining when setting their prices, the customers were never satisfied, often insisting on having the amount. Selling at half price would leave them with only 2 or 3 yuan in profit, and after accounting for transportation and accommodation costs, there would be little to nothing left, potentially even resulting in a loss. Thus, Zheng Shuqin preferred to refrain from selling rather than significantly discounting their clothing. Upon seeing Zeng Dali's arrival, Zheng Shuqin felt a sense of relief, while Zeng Jianguo found comfort in his presence. Zeng Dali offered them a reassuring glance before addressing the woman who had just deemed their prices excessive. "Miss, if you find our prices unsuitable, you are welcome to explore other options. Of course, purchasing fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative to make your own clothes is indeed a more economical choice than our offerings. However, you are aware that the supply and marketing cooperatives offer only a limited palette of colors, which can make one appear several years older than their actual age. Moreover, purchasing fabric requires fabric coupons, and even after a family has saved for a year and a half, it may not suffice to create a complete outfit. Additionally, one must take the fabric to a tailor, which not only incurs additional expenses, but also entails a waiting period of 10 days to half a month before the new garments can be worn. When all is considered, acquiring a piece of clothing is not only costly, but also laborious. Now, take a look at this shirt. It is crafted from high-quality fabric, with a delightfully smooth and soft texture. More importantly, its design is aesthetically pleasing. Observe how it features a lovely silk scarf at the collar, which adds a touch of elegance and charm. This is the latest style from Hong Kong. I assure you, it will remain fashionable for 3 to 5 years. Your friends will undoubtedly envy you upon seeing it, and they may even ask you to take them shopping. My dear, allow me to speak candidly. A woman ought to treat herself well. To hesitate over spending 20-some yuan on a piece of clothing is to live rather miserably." Zeng Dali spoke passionately, and indeed, his words struck a chord with the young woman. She had already been somewhat tempted by the shirt, and after Zeng Dali's persuasive remarks, her interest deepened as each of his words resonated with her. Aside from the price being a tad steep, the shirt had no faults. Ultimately, the woman mustered her resolve and purchased the shirt for 20 yuan. The cost price was 11 yuan. Thus they made a profit of more than half. As Zheng Shuqin collected the payment, her hands trembled. Aside from the dress they sold that morning, this was their second transaction. Zeng Jianguo swiftly packaged the shirt and handed it over, while the woman, holding the fine shirt, found it hard to part with it. Once the woman departed, Zeng Dali inquired, "Today marks your first day of selling. How has business been?" Zheng Shuqin felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. "Aside from the dress we sold when we first set up, this shirt is our second sale." Zheng Shuqin expected Zeng Dali to mock them, but to her surprise, he praised, "Not bad at all. You've made a sale right out of the gate. We earned 15 yuan from the dress and 13 from the shirt, totaling 28 yuan. That's equivalent to 10 days of my salary." Zheng Shuqin recognized the truth in his words, and her earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by a smile as she remarked, "In that case, our day's work has indeed been worthwhile." Zeng Dali agreed, "Of course it is. Who else can earn so much in a single day? Moreover, most people are busy with work during the day and cannot wander about. Now that the workday has ended, let us seize this wave of customers. We might sell a few more items. Watch and learn from me." Before Zheng Shuqin could grasp his intent, she heard him bellow, "Hey, neighbors, come gather around. Come take a look at what we have here." The latest collection of high-quality shirts is available for both men and women, featuring flared trousers, batwing tops, and dresses adorned with lace. The checkered shirts in vibrant shades of red and green look particularly stunning on young ladies, while they impart a handsome charm to the young men who wear them. Sourced from Guangxi, these exquisite fabrics embody the latest trends from Hong Kong, with tailored styles for men and chic designs for women. With a plethora of floral patterns and colors to choose from, donning these garments instantly elevates one's fashion sense. Although the prices may be slightly steep, the satisfaction they bring is undoubtedly worth it. However, stock is limited, and once sold out, they will be gone for good. Do not let this opportunity pass you by. Once this village is left behind, this shop will not be found again, and you would have to wait another year to see such offerings. Zeng Dali's powerful voice startled Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo. He is a man who values his reputation and has never engaged in business before, so such boldness was unexpected. Moreover, Zeng Dali is not known for his eloquence. So where did he acquire this array of persuasive phrases? Not only passers-by but even Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo felt compelled by his call. In his past life, Zeng Dali was indeed a man who cared deeply about appearances, believing that hawking goods in the street diminished one's dignity. Yet, having been granted a second chance at life, he realized that concerns about reputation are ephemeral. The true essence lies in living well. Nothing is more paramount than financial stability. Furthermore, Zeng Dali was merely reluctant to engage in frivolous chatter, not truly lacking in verbal finesse. His spirited shouts yielded remarkable results, drawing a considerable crowd to their stall. Among them were genuine admirers, those who found the prices excessive, and mere spectators. Regardless of their intentions, Zeng Dali welcomed each visitor warmly, meticulously explaining the fabrics and origins of the garments. Even those who initially intended not to purchase found themselves swayed. These pieces were the epitome of fashion from Hong Kong, a place renowned internationally. It was said that many foreigners frequented that area, suggesting that the styles might be in vogue abroad. For the residents of their small county, traveling abroad seemed an unattainable dream, yet aligning with global trends was a delightful prospect. Thus, many affluent individuals began to consider their options, leading to the first customer making a purchase, followed by the second and third. In no time, they sold around 10 pieces, with the floral dresses proving to be the most popular. Due to their limited stock, Zeng Jianguo returned home to fetch additional items. Zheng Shuqin found herself overwhelmed with joy counting the day's earnings. They had made a total of 310 yuan, with a gross profit of 160 yuan. This delighted Zheng Shuqin, as the gross profit equaled nearly 2 months' salary for Zeng Dali. She recognized that this success was entirely due to Zeng Dali's efforts. Zeng Jianguo looked at his father with admiration, exclaiming, "Dad, you are truly remarkable. I could never replicate that speech of yours. Moreover, your knowledge about these clothes is akin to that of a professional. How do you manage it?" The sensation of being admired by one's own wife and children is indeed delightful. Zeng Dali, with a satisfied demeanor, remarked, "I have naturally prepared for this. Since we are venturing into the clothing business, it's not merely about the quality of the goods. We must also master the art of marketing. You may not fully comprehend what marketing entails, but it is essentially about managing and selling effectively. Not only must we sell the clothes, but we must also ensure that our customers are eager to purchase them. I have already inquired about the advantages of the fabrics when procuring the merchandise. Although we may lack expertise in this area, we can certainly relay the information. Furthermore, to succeed in business, one must possess a thick skin and be articulate. The third son is somewhat suitable, yet his thoughts are too scattered, and he has too many ideas. He risks being accused of speculation. You, on the other hand, are too straightforward, which is why I suggested you accompany your mother to gain some experience." Zeng Jianguo acknowledged this with a hum and replied, "Dad, I understand that you have my best interests at heart. Rest assured, I will strive to improve." Zeng Dali nodded. Change is not instantaneous. Zeng Jianguo has already made considerable progress compared to his previous reticence, and transformation takes time. After counting the money, Zheng Shuqin went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Zeng Jianguo, displaying keen awareness, followed to assist her. The next day, when they set up their stall again, Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo appeared significantly more at ease than the day before. Zeng Jianguo even imitated Zeng Dali's enthusiastic calls from the previous day. Although he did not achieve the same effect, passers-by were drawn to take a look. By the end of the day, they successfully sold several items: a jacket, a pair of jeans, a blouse, and 2 dresses, yielding a profit of over 50 yuan, which Zheng Shuqin found quite satisfactory, though they were still far from recouping their initial investment. Chapter 53. Business at the doorstep. Upon finishing work, Zeng Dali hurried to the market stall, where Zheng Shuqin excitedly shared the day's sales figures with him. Zeng Dali praised both of them, providing ample emotional support. The recognition from Zeng Dali brought smiles of joy to Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Xingguo's faces. Zeng Dali then assisted them in selling clothes, revealing a notable disparity in skills. With his rich experience and eloquence, he quickly sold 7 or 8 items in a short span of time. As dusk approached, the family of 3 began to pack up and head home. Upon entering the residential compound, they encountered Yang Tiangong's wife, Chen Sufan. Noticing the clothing in their hands, she inquired, "Have you been selling clothes at a stall?" There was no reason to deny it. Zeng Dali readily nodded. Indeed, with so many children, the pressure is significant. It is somewhat challenging for me to support the family on my modest salary, so I encouraged Shuqin to set up a stall to earn some extra income. Seeing the stylish and appealing clothes they carried, Chen Sufan felt intrigued. "I find your clothing quite attractive. Do you have anything that would suit me?" Zheng Shuqin felt somewhat embarrassed about conducting business with acquaintances, yet Zeng Dali responded with great candor. "Of course, however, my dear sister-in-law, I must forewarn you that the garments I procure are not inexpensive. Should you find something to your liking, do not hold it against me if I do not offer you a discount." Chen Sufan laughed upon hearing this. "Rest assured, it is merely a piece of clothing. As long as my sister-in-law approves, I would not dream of haggling." She continued, "My niece from my maternal family is to be married in a few days, and I have been invited to the wedding. Could you help me find a suitable outfit?" Zeng Dali promptly instructed Zeng Jianguo to bring down the clothes for selection, and soon he presented a wine-red blouse. "Sister-in-law, how do you find this piece? The design features a collar and comes with a belt that accentuates the waist. To be frank, you may not be particularly tall, but this style will visually elongate your stature. Moreover, the color is festive, making it perfect for celebratory occasions, and it would look splendid even for casual outings." Chen Sufan cast a glance at the blouse Zeng Dali recommended, and she instantly felt drawn to it. While there are similar blouses in the north, most are loose-fitting and lack any design flair. This particular garment was evidently far more exquisite than those she usually encountered. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Would this blouse be too festive for me? After all, I am no longer in my youth." Zheng Shuqin chuckled. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Though you are a few years my senior, when we go out together, people often say you appear younger than I. Wearing this outfit, you would at most look like someone in their 30s. Chen Sufan burst into laughter. "You two are quite the charmers, truly born for business. May I take this to my room to try it on? If it fits, I shall purchase it regardless of the price." Zheng Shuqin readily nodded. "Sister-in-law, please do try it on. If it does not fit, we can always choose something else." Chen Sufan returned to her room with the blouse, and shortly thereafter emerged, accompanied by Yang Tiangang. She had never worn a blouse like this before, and with its exposed arms and calves, she felt a tad shy. Zheng Shuqin exclaimed, "This blouse seems tailor-made for you, sister-in-law. You look stunning in it. It truly enhances your complexion." Zeng Dali glanced up and acknowledged, "Indeed, one's appearance is greatly influenced by attire. Chen Sufan, in this garment, exudes an air of elegance and sophistication." Yang Tiangang chimed in with a smile. "See, I told you it looks good. You were skeptical of my opinion. Just yesterday, I mentioned that Dali had brought in a new collection from the south, and you should select something soon, lest it be sold out." It turned out that yesterday, after work, Yang Tiangang had seen Zeng Dali and his team setting up a stall across from the bus company and had observed them for quite some time. Though they were too preoccupied to notice him, Chen Sufan shot him a playful glare. "I was merely trying to save you some money. Who knew you would be so ungrateful? Very well, I shall take this one. Dali, what is the price? Please give my sister-in-law a fair deal." Zeng Dali chuckled, saying, "I usually sell this garment for 26 yuan, but since you wish to purchase it, sister-in-law, I shall not insist on profit. You may have it for 22 yuan, as a token of goodwill. However, you must keep this price confidential, otherwise, our business may suffer in the future." Chen Sufan, pleased by Zeng Dali's consideration, assured him with a smile, "Rest assured, Dali. You know I am always discreet. I will certainly not disclose this. If anyone inquires, I shall say I purchased it for 26 yuan. By the way, you don't require fabric coupons for this clothing, do you?" Zeng Dali shook his head, replying, "No coupons are necessary, just the payment will suffice." As Chen Sufan turned to fetch the money, Yang Tiangang interjected, "I see you have men's shirts here. Could you procure one for me as well?" He touched the fabric, noting its fine quality, cool and silky, surely comfortable to wear. It had been several years since Yang Tiangang had last acquired new clothing, and with only 2 sons, one of whom was already married, their burden was light enough to afford another new shirt. Thus, Chen Sufan waved her hand generously, saying, "Very well, choose whichever you like." Yang Tiangang selected a blue shirt that fit him perfectly. For both garments, Zeng Dali collected a total of 50 yuan, though his profit was modest. The support from neighbors was heartening. Others in the family compound, seeing the transaction, felt tempted, but the sum of several dozen yuan was not insignificant, leading to some hesitation. After concluding the exchange, Zeng Dali instructed Zeng Jianguo to carry the garments indoors. His dealings encompassed not merely commerce, but also the nuances of human relationships. Those genuinely interested in purchasing clothing could visit his home directly, avoiding the need to parade in the courtyard and invite gossip. Once the three returned home, Zheng Shuqin promptly organized the money she had earned. In just 2 days, they had recouped 600 or 700 yuan. If this pace continued, they would break even within 10 days. Meanwhile, Zeng Dali and Zeng Jianguo began to assess their inventory. Although there was little to tally, Zeng Dali aspired to establish a sustainable business. Thorough statistics and market research were essential for longevity. Among the 20-plus garments sold, 8 were dresses and 3 were blouses, while the men's shirts sold the least, with Yang Tiangang's purchase being the sole transaction. Zeng Dali felt this pace was insufficient and resolved to devise a strategy to expedite the sale of the remaining stock. Chapter 54. A change of venue for the stall. After completing the inventory, Zeng Dali articulated his thoughts. "I believe our progress is rather sluggish. We still possess nearly 300 garments, and if we continue at this rate, it will take at least a month to sell them all. By then, if we wish to procure more stock from the market, we may not encounter such favorable conditions. After all, in a month or two, as the weather cools, fewer individuals will be interested in these lighter garments. As autumn and winter approach, we shall need to stock heavier coats and padded clothing. In winter, clothing tends to be thick and consequently more expensive. If our funds are insufficient, procuring inventory could prove challenging." Zheng Shuqin initially hoped to earn a modest profit by selling these garments. She would have been content with that. However, she was taken aback by Zeng Dali's grand ambitions. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. She had long recognized that Zeng Dali was not one to settle for mediocrity, merely constrained by familial obligations and the responsibilities of several children. Now that he aspired to embark on a significant venture, how could she not support him? With this thought, Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Summer lasts only 2 to 3 months. If we continue at this pace, we will have sold through our current stock by the time summer is halfway over. After accounting for the time needed to travel to Guangshi for restocking, there will be little time left. If they could expedite the sale of these garments, they might take advantage of the summer to procure another batch." However, she also wished to sell these clothes quickly, yet their prices were somewhat elevated, making them inaccessible to the average consumer. In the early 1980s, due to lagging productivity, prices were relatively low. A garment priced at 10 or 8 yuan was within the realm of acceptance for most, while items ranging from 20 to 30 yuan were considered high-end. Zeng Dali had already contemplated this issue. If the public was not receptive, it was likely due to their stall's location. He proposed, "You should change your vending spot tomorrow to the entrance of the textile factory. The factory has been performing well these past 2 years, with a considerable number of female workers who are discerning buyers. They will understand the quality of the garments without much explanation and will purchase them if they find them appealing." He advised them to be firm on pricing, stating that these were exclusive designs from Xinjiang, unavailable elsewhere. Setting up a stall at the textile factory had its advantages and disadvantages. On the positive side, the workers were knowledgeable about good quality materials. On the downside, their expertise could expose any shortcomings in professionalism. Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo exchanged glances, and Zeng Jianguo suggested, "Perhaps I should set up a stall separately from my mother. She can remain at the bus company, while I go to the textile factory. I worry that returning customers might struggle to find us if we are at different locations. Moreover, it is closer to home, making it convenient for my mother to travel back and forth. Even if business at the factory is slow, we will not leave empty-handed." Zeng Dali regarded Zeng Jianguo with admiration. "I didn't expect you to progress so swiftly after just 2 days of selling. Your considerations have become increasingly thorough. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. When we reach the textile factory, be more affable, bold, and alert. I will deliver a batch of clothes to you on my bicycle first thing in the morning." With only a bicycle as their mode of transport, Zeng Dali contemplated whether to invest in a pedaled tricycle for greater convenience in the long run. That night, he hastily constructed a wooden rack for hanging clothes and some supports. The following day, the family rose early, and after breakfast, Zeng Dali set off on his bicycle with approximately 70 to 80 pieces of clothing for Zeng Jianguo. After Zeng Dali assisted Zeng Jianguo in setting up his stall, he advised him, "It matters not whether you sell anything. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. I must head to work now, but I shall return as soon as my shift concludes to lend you a hand." Zeng Jianguo nodded in response, and Zeng Dali then proceeded to the machinery factory. Left alone, Zeng Jianguo felt a twinge of anxiety, as this was his first time managing a stall by himself. However, armed with the experience from the previous days, he noticed workers from the textile factory gradually arriving for their shifts. With a deep breath, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, passers-by, come take a look. We have the latest fabrics, fine cotton shirts for both men and women, flared trousers, batwing tops, dresses adorned with lace, checkered shirts in vibrant reds and greens. They look splendid on young ladies and dashing on young men. We have the best materials from Guang City and trendy styles from Ziyanggang." Zeng Jianguo had practiced this pitch diligently the day before, even repeating it in his sleep. Finally, he had mastered it to the point where it flowed effortlessly from his lips. When he opened his eyes again, 3 female workers had already gathered in front of his stall. They picked up the garments they fancied, trying them on, while some simply inquired about the prices. Zeng Jianguo answered every question, although he faltered when asked about the fabric's composition. Remembering Zeng Dali's words, he smiled and said, "Ladies, as workers from the textile factory, you possess far more expertise in this field than I do, so you've caught me off guard. I only know that these are high-quality cotton materials, but I cannot tell you how they are woven or how many threads were used." Seeing his honesty and amiable demeanor, the women found him to be a genuine and earnest young man, and they did not press him further. As more people gathered around the stall, a few engaged in haggling and eventually made purchases. Naturally, some deemed the prices steep, yet were genuinely attracted to the clothing, negotiating fervently. Zeng Jianguo chuckled as he collected payments, saying, "These garments were hand-picked by my parents in Guang City and carried back over a long distance. Our procurement costs are quite high, and I assure you, there is little profit at this price. So, if anyone feels the price is too high, do consider supporting me. If you truly like something, please take it home. After all, a piece of clothing can last for several years, and our styles won't go out of fashion for 3 to 5 years, making it quite a worthwhile investment." Those who found it impossible to negotiate a lower price and genuinely liked the items ended up making purchases, and those who paid swiftly felt content. By the end of the morning, Zeng Jianguo had sold over 10 pieces of clothing. Upon finishing his shift, Zeng Dali hurriedly rode his bicycle to the entrance of the textile factory, only to discover a commotion. Zeng Jianguo was surrounded by a group of people, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. A sense of dread gripped Zeng Dali. He worried that his earnest son might be bullied. Chapter 55. Malicious returns. Zeng Dali quickly halted his bicycle and pushed his way through the crowd. A woman in her 30s, clutching a floral dress with a cinched waist, pointed accusingly at Zeng Jianguo and exclaimed, "How could you do this? I only purchased your dress because I genuinely liked it. Now it has a significant tear, and I refuse to accept it. Why won't you allow me to return it?" Others nearby echoed her sentiments, adding, "Indeed, how can you behave like this? Clearly, there is a defect in your garment. Why won't you facilitate a return?" Zeng Jianguo, feeling the heat of their accusations, flushed yet stood firm, asserting, "When I sold it to her, it was undoubtedly in perfect condition. Every piece of clothing is thoroughly inspected at home, and you all examined it carefully before making your purchase. Our garments are guaranteed to be flawless." His stance garnered some agreement from the onlookers. After all, these were not trivial purchases, and they had meticulously checked for any flaws prior to payment. If there had truly been such a large tear at the time of purchase, it would have been impossible for the buyer to overlook it. Seeing some people defend Zeng Jianguo, the woman grew agitated and retorted, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I am unjustly accusing you? How can you act this way? I was in a rush when I bought it and didn't have time to inspect it closely. I only discovered the substantial tear once I returned home. If you refuse my refund, consider this transaction null and void." With that, she advanced toward Zeng Jianguo's stall, intent on causing a scene. Naturally, he was unwilling to let her, shielding the garments while being shoved aside by her. Desiring to avoid conflict, Zeng Jianguo refrained from retaliating, stumbling back as she pushed him. Sensing her opportunity, the woman aimed to strike him again, but before her hand could descend, it was firmly grasped by a large hand. Zeng Dali, with a serious expression, interjected, "What do you think you are doing? Do you dare to strike someone in broad daylight? Do you want me to report you to the police for creating a disturbance? You could face serious consequences. The term, a local colloquialism for prison, lingered in the air. The woman, taken aback by Zeng Dali's stern demeanor, felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, to mask her unease, she stammered, "Who are you? Why are you meddling? Don't you know he sold me a defective dress? I merely seek a refund," she continued. "This dress cost me nearly 30 yuan, which is equivalent to more than half a month's salary." Zeng Jianguo, feeling lost amidst the chaos, found his composure upon seeing Zeng Dali. Just as he was about to explain, Zeng Dali interrupted him. After scrutinizing the woman's hand, he released her wrist and asked, "What kind of garment did you bring? Let me see." Convinced she had won Zeng Dali over, the woman quickly produced the dress. Zeng Dali examined it closely and confirmed that it indeed bore a tear, though it was clear that the damage was a clean cut made by a sharp object rather than an actual hole. Zeng Dali raised the garment before the young woman and remarked, "This dress is crafted from durable, high-quality fabric, resilient and long-lasting. The tear is evidently a result of deliberate damage. The young man is a seller of clothes. Would he truly mar his own merchandise before offering it for sale? What could possibly be his motive?" The woman stammered in response. How do you know it was cut by a knife? Moreover, how can I ascertain his intentions? Perhaps it was merely an accidental tear." Zeng Dali scoffed. "If I am not mistaken, this young man has been loitering at the entrance of the textile factory all day, never straying far. You might as well inspect him for any sharp instruments he might possess. On the contrary, you bear a distinct mark on your hand, resembling a crease made by a small blade. Who's to say you didn't buy the dress only to decide against it, fearing a refusal for a refund, thus concocting this scheme?" Upon hearing this, the woman hastily concealed her hand behind her back, yet this action only served to further confirm her guilt. One of the observing female workers interjected, "Oh, Lu Xiaohua, I recall how pleased you were when purchasing the dress this morning, showing it off to us on your way home. Yet, upon your return in the afternoon, you seemed distracted. We have all placed our garments at home. Why have you brought this one back? If there truly were an issue with the dress, why not address it during your shift earlier today?" Lu Xiaohua stuttered in reply. "I didn't examine it closely this morning. I had intended to wear it after work, but then I discovered it was torn." She insisted, regardless. "I demand a refund for this dress today." Zeng Dali discerned her intentions. She likely purchased the dress only to later deem it too costly, and, seeking a rationale for a refund, had intentionally damaged it. Such deceitful behavior was most despicable, yet the current state policies did not favor vendors like them. Wishing to avoid further conflict, he addressed her, "We can certainly refund you for this dress, yet the truth of the matter remains. I trust that everyone here possesses their own sense of discernment. You know better than anyone the true nature of this damage. It is a pity to see a perfectly good dress willfully destroyed." Zeng Jianguo, expressing his discontent, interjected, "Father, I can assure you that this dress was without issue when we sold it to her. Furthermore, with the dress now ruined, returning it to us leaves us with unsellable merchandise, effectively jeopardizing our business." Upon hearing Zeng Jianguo refer to Zeng Dali as father, the onlookers began to understand their familial connection, which explained the elder man's vigorous defense of the young man. However, their arguments were sound and logical. It was undoubtedly not a fault of the garment. Thus, even though they were father and son, the crowd held no ill will towards them. Rather, they admired Zeng Dali's cleverness and his qualities as a father. Seeing the frustration on his son's face, Zeng Dali placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Son, before engaging in business, one must first learn the essence of being a decent human being. A piece of clothing cannot impoverish others, nor can it enrich us. Although today we have lost an article of clothing, we have gained the respect of our peers. In the future, you will be more cautious in your business dealings." The crowd surrounding Zeng Dali erupted in applause upon hearing his words. Although Zeng Jianguo did not fully comprehend the situation, he gradually regained his composure. Zeng Dali returned 26 yuan to Lu Xiaohua, whether out of shame or discomfort under the weight of the crowd's gaze. Lu Xiaohua departed with her head down after accepting the money. However, the people in front of their stall did not disperse. Chapter 56. Booming business. Everyone possesses common sense. It was evident to all that Lu Xiaohua had maliciously torn the garment and sought a refund. Ordinarily, such a return would be impossible. Yet this father and son duo chose to suffer a loss themselves rather than retain the damaged item. Such individuals, with such character, would undoubtedly sell quality garments. Moreover, the batch of clothing they had, both in style and quality, was commendable. Even if priced slightly higher, the public would still be willing to purchase. Additionally, drawing from their recent experience of selling at the market, the father and son had become more adept in their salesmanship. With Zeng Dali's support, Zeng Jianguo's confidence surged significantly. They began to engage with customers more smoothly, and only as night fell did the last of the buyers gradually disperse. The father and son then began to pack up their stall. As Zeng Jianguo organized the remaining clothing, he exclaimed excitedly, Dad, we sold quite a number of garments today. I just counted, and after including the returned one, we have 21 left. We brought 80 pieces this morning, which means we sold 59 today. Plus, with the ones from Mom's side, we must have sold at least 60 or 70 items today. Just think of the profit. His joy rendered him somewhat incoherent. Zeng Dali patted his shoulder and replied, Indeed, today's outcome is quite substantial. If this continues, we will sell out of these clothes in no time. When we go to restock next time, I'll have your mother bring back 2 new outfits for you as a reward. Naturally, the prospect of new clothing delighted Zeng Jianguo. Yet he was no longer a child. With careful consideration, he responded, I have clothes to wear. There's no need to be so extravagant. But, if you and Mom go to Guangzhou again, could I accompany you? I would love to see the world. It was understandable that Zeng Jianguo was cautious in voicing his request. After all, a train ticket to Guangzhou costs 70 to 80 yuan, nearly equivalent to his father's monthly salary. Zeng Dali pondered for a moment and said, All right, I will discuss it with your mother. If we go to Guangzhou again, we will take you along. Zeng Dali was thinking long-term. Although the train tickets were somewhat expensive, it would be beneficial for Zeng Jianguo to gain exposure. If they were to engage in the clothing business for an extended period, they would need to travel there occasionally. Given that he was still employed at the machinery factory, he could not take leave frequently. Furthermore, he was not entirely comfortable with Zheng Shuqin going alone. Having Zeng Jianguo accompany her was indeed the best option. Zeng Jianguo, filled with joy, readily agreed with a smile, Thank you, Dad. Rest assured, I will strive diligently. Zeng Dali glanced at the sky, noting that it was getting late. All right, let us pack up and head home quickly. If we delay any longer, your mother will surely become anxious. Zeng Jianguo nodded, placing the neatly packed clothes on the rear seat of the bicycle, while he shouldered the wooden frame for hanging garments. The father and son chatted and laughed merrily on their way home. Although there were no streetlights, the moon shone brightly in the night sky. Upon entering the family compound, they were greeted by a blaze of light, with Zheng Shuqin standing in the yard, gazing expectantly. As soon as she spotted Zeng Dali and Zeng Jianguo returning, she hurried over, inquiring, Why are you back so late? Jianguo has finished work. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have sent him to the textile factory to look for you. Zeng Dali secured the bicycle, chuckling as he unloaded their belongings. You know how it is. We can't be too punctual when we're selling at the market. If business is good, we must extend our hours. Upon hearing Zeng Dali's words, Zheng Shuqin turned her attention to the clothes in his hands, astonished. Did you really leave with so many clothes this morning, and now there are only so few left? Zeng Dali nodded. Indeed, we sold a total of 60 pieces. If it weren't so late, perhaps we could have sold the remaining 20 as well. Zheng Shuqin's heart leaped with joy. She had sold nearly 20 pieces today, more than the previous 2 days combined, and she had been eager to showcase her success to Zeng Dali. Little did she know, their sales far surpassed hers, making her feel less inclined to boast. As Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin entered the house, Zeng Jianguo, noticing Zeng Dali's return, promptly stood up and called out, Dad. With a successful day behind him, Zeng Dali found everything pleasing, and perhaps it was his imagination, but even Zeng Jianguo, typically so carefree, seemed to have become more polite and orderly. Zeng Dali chuckled. Third, you finished work rather early today. Zeng Jianguo glanced at the clock on the wall and replied, Dad, it's not that I finished early. It's that you returned late. Look, it's already past 8 o'clock. I heard from second brother that your business was exceptionally good today. You must have earned quite a bit, right? I think we should have let second brother work at the bus company and allowed me to join you at the market. Zeng Dali, fully aware of his brother's subtle intentions, scoffed lightly. I believe your second brother is doing quite well. Sometimes, being overly shrewd does not guarantee success in business. In this day and age, people still appreciate sincerity. Zeng Jianguo pursed his lips, increasingly feeling that his position within the family paled in comparison to that of his brother, particularly in their father's eyes, who seemed to hold second brother in ever higher regard. Zeng Jianguo chose to ignore his brother's veiled jabs in front of him. Based on the sales of various styles of clothing that day, he prepared additional items for tomorrow's market. ensuring to stock more of the popular designs while reducing those that had not sold well. After organizing the inventory, his gaze fell upon the torn dress, and his heart ached. It was not merely the loss of the $20 or so that pained him, but the destruction of such a beautiful garment. He touched the tear in the garment and inquired, "Father, how should we handle this piece of clothing? It is ruined. No one would want to purchase it now." At that moment, Zheng Shuqin entered the room with a bowl of rice and also noticed the significant hole in the fabric. "Oh dear, how could it have such a large tear? This shouldn't have happened. We handpicked each piece of clothing. Did you accidentally snag it somewhere?" Zeng Jianguo, feeling quite aggrieved, seized the opportunity to express his frustrations by recounting the events of the day in full detail. Both Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo were incensed, especially Zeng Jianguo, who indignantly exclaimed, "Are you all foolish? Why would you return it? She is clearly acting with malice. In my opinion, we should stand our ground against such people." Zeng Dali, witnessing his brother stoking the flames of anger, casually remarked, "Do you believe that being unyielding or even engaging in a fierce confrontation will yield any benefits? Will we suddenly sell all these garments? What proof do you have that she was the one who tore the clothing? You are all adults now. Consider the consequences before acting." Zeng Jianguo's impulsive nature was precisely why Zeng Dali was reluctant to let him engage in business. He feared that before any deal could be struck, his brother might land them in trouble. Chapter 57. Visiting the eldest daughter. Hearing Zeng Dali's words, Zheng Shuqin gradually calmed down. "We are still in a phase of state control, especially in the north, which is not as open as the south. Although the government permits individuals to sell certain items in stalls, there are no protective policies in place. If Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Dali acted on impulse and ended up at the police station, it would ultimately be they who suffer the consequences." Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement, saying, "Zeng San, your father is right. Business thrives on harmony. If we were to truly harm her, we could forget about setting up a stall outside the textile factory in the future. Whether we can successfully conduct business is one thing, but if we end up in jail, that would be losing significantly over a minor issue. It is better to endure a small loss now and be more vigilant when selling clothes in the future." Zeng Jianguo felt a pang of shame upon hearing this. He recognized that he had indeed been reckless, acting without regard for the repercussions. It was no wonder his father trusted his second brother with business while remaining apprehensive about him. Seeing the situation, Zeng Jianguo quickly sought to mediate. "I am quite upset about this as well. Fortunately, our father arrived in time. Otherwise, I would not know how to conclude this matter. But what should we do with this garment now? We cannot simply discard it, can we?" Zheng Shuqin hastily responded, "You wasteful child. What are you saying? This is a new piece of clothing. How could we throw it away? It has merely a tear. It can easily be stitched up and still worn. I find this color quite appealing. Why not save it for your sister? She is not having an easy time at her in-laws." Upon hearing Zheng Shuqin mention their eldest daughter, Zeng Jianguo, Zeng Dali felt a pang in his heart. This daughter had suffered greatly. In her previous life, she had passed away prematurely, entirely worn out by her in-laws. Since his rebirth, he had dared not dwell on this matter, as it brought forth a deep, piercing pain. He had considered allowing Zeng Jianguo to leave her in-laws after his rebirth, but Zeng Dali knew she would never agree to such a thing. Initially, it was she who insisted on marrying into this family, while Zeng Dali did not hold much confidence in the union. However, during the early days of her marriage, Jianguo found life somewhat bearable, as her husband worked at a machinery factory, which earned her a degree of respect within her in-laws' household. The eldest son-in-law's family treated her father-in-law with great deference. Yet, once he relinquished his job at the factory, their interest waned, leading them to mistreat their daughter. Zeng Jianguo, being fiercely independent, never returned to voice her grievances, enduring the bullying from her in-laws in silence. Moreover, Zeng Dali, as a father, felt inadequate. After losing his job, it took merely 2 years for Zheng Shuqin to fall gravely ill, and his focus remained solely on her, neglecting to pay attention to Jianguo's plight. In hindsight, he regretted not recognizing his daughter's circumstances sooner, which could have spared her from such mistreatment. During his rebirth, he consciously avoided contemplating his eldest daughter's situation, believing that had he not lost his job, Jianguo's in-laws would not have dared to act so unjustly. However, with his daughter not having returned home for 2 months, Zheng Shuqin mentioned her again, stirring a sense of concern within Zeng Dali. He turned to Zheng Shuqin and remarked, "It has been quite some time since Jianguo last visited. I wonder if something has transpired at home. Please find a moment in the next few days to check on her." When you go, bring some gifts for the children, as her in-laws are rather materialistic. We must ensure our daughter is not placed in a difficult position. Do not bring that torn garment. Instead, take a new one. You possess such skill. Embroider a flower on it to conceal the tear, and it will be suitable for Nianqiu to wear. That child has grown, and she certainly appreciates a good appearance. Zheng Shuqin acknowledged his words, realizing it had indeed been a long time since their eldest daughter had come home, and she too felt a sense of worry. I shall find time in the coming days to visit. It is quite unusual for her to stay away for so long without considering our feelings. Zeng Dali sighed upon hearing this, reflecting on their failures as parents, as none of their 5 children from his previous life had shown filial piety. In this life, he resolved to do his utmost to salvage at least one relationship. If that proved impossible, there was little he could do. In the following days, Zeng Jianguo and Zheng Shuqin set up their stall daily. Although business was not as booming as before, they managed to sell around 50 pieces collectively each day. Within a week, they had sold most of the clothing, leaving only a few items unsold. Zheng Shuqin, feeling no urgency, was pleased to find that they had made a considerable profit, with nearly 7,000 yuan in hand. Though she had previously expressed her intention to visit her eldest daughter, the busyness of their trade had delayed her plans. One morning, after breakfast, Zheng Shuqin asked Zeng Jianguo to handle the remaining garments while she changed into a nicer outfit. She also took a special piece of fabric she had reserved for Ichio and gathered some ration coupons to purchase pastries and free-range eggs from the supply cooperative. Spotting fresh fruits at the cooperative, and with her newfound financial stability, she decided to buy a bunch of bananas before heading to Ichio's in-laws' home. Ichio's in-laws bore the surname Qian, and her husband was named Qian Jiqiang, residing on the outskirts of the urban area. The Qian family prides itself on being urbanites. Yet despite Zeng Dali's employment at the machinery factory, they perceive him as inherently rural, leading to their disdain for Zeng Ichio. Consequently, Ichio's years spent in her in-laws' home have not been particularly pleasant. However, her nature is one that prefers to share joy rather than sorrow. And given that she chose this family herself, she feels a sense of shame in complaining to her parents. With most of the clothes sorted, Zeng Dali felt no urgency to rush home after work. Instead, he leisurely rode his bicycle home with his colleagues. Upon his return, he found both Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo already there. Zeng Dali inquired, as was his custom, "How was business today? Were you able to sell the remaining clothes? If they aren't selling well, we can afford to lower the prices. After all, they are merely the leftovers, and we have already recouped our costs." Zeng Jianguo nodded in affirmation. "Everything has been sold, save for the last batwing shirt, which I sold for 18 yuan. Zeng Dali nodded thoughtfully. "It's wise to keep at least one piece. Selling it cheaply is acceptable. Even at 18 yuan, we still make a profit. You've worked hard during this time. Take a few days to rest. Afterward, we shall make another trip to Guangshi, and you will accompany us. By the way, please compile the daily sales figures for me, so I can determine which garments sold best." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo quickly nodded. Recalling how Zeng Dali had instructed him to keep a record of each sale from the very first day, asserting it would be useful in the future. Once they finished their discussion, Zeng Dali turned his attention to Zheng Shuqin and immediately noticed something amiss. Typically, she returned home in high spirits. But today she sat there with a furrowed brow, clearly distressed, her eyes slightly red, revealing she had been crying. Chapter 58. Bullying. Zeng Dali glanced at Zeng Jianguo. "Did you upset your mother?" Zeng Jianguo hastily shook his head. "Dad, it's truly not me. She was already unhappy when I got home. And no matter what I asked, she refused to speak. Besides, you treat her like a precious gem. Even if I were oblivious, I wouldn't dare provoke her," Zeng Dali remarked, while Zheng Shuqin noted, "It seems this child has become quite adept at business, even able to jest with us." Zeng Dali, being a man, took it in stride, but Zheng Shuqin was in a fragile state and could only respond with a bittersweet smile at her son's teasing. She looked up at Zeng Dali, who promptly approached her. "What's wrong? Who has upset you? Speak, and I shall confront them on your behalf." Before Zheng Shuqin could respond, Zeng Jianguo interjected. "Mom visited my sister today, leaving in high spirits, but returned like this. I suspect she faced some adversity at my sister's in-laws." Zeng Dali's expression darkened at this revelation. "Did the Qian family cause you distress?" Fearing that he might act impulsively, Zheng Shuqin quickly reassured him. No, they haven't said anything unkind. I merely feel sorrow for Ichio. You are unaware of the hardships that child endures in her marital home, where laundry, cooking, and childcare are solely her responsibilities, leaving her with no respite to toil in the fields. Not a single person in that household shows her compassion or offers her assistance. You cannot fathom how emaciated she has become, her frame reduced to mere skin and bones. Moreover, Ichio confided in me that she was pregnant not long ago. But due to prolonged exhaustion and malnutrition, she lost the child. It was said to be a boy, and upon learning this, her in-laws were even more furious, disparaging her as worthless for failing to carry a child to term. This ordeal has taken a toll on her health. The doctor has warned that conceiving again may prove difficult. Consequently, her in-laws regard her with even less humanity, and upon her return, she did not even observe a proper confinement period, now burdened with ailments from exhaustion. How could the Qian family be so heartless? Why should this child suffer so? Despite her stubbornness, she has refrained from sharing her plight with me until I pressed her, discerning something was amiss. She insisted that I must not reveal this to you, stating that when she initially married into the Qian family, you disapproved, and it was her own choice to wed them, and thus she has brought this suffering upon herself. She is the first child I carried for 10 months. How could I not feel heartache for her? As Zeng Dali listened, his expression grew increasingly frigid, and those familiar with him recognized he was on the brink of fury. In his past life, Zeng Dali had not paid much attention to this daughter. By the time he became aware, Zeng Ichio was already gravely ill. Although he subsequently wreaked havoc upon the Qian family and dealt a severe blow to Qian Jiqiang, he had always believed that it was his loss of employment at the machinery factory that led her in-laws to scorn her. Now it appears that the reality was far more complex. For years, Zeng Ichio had endured considerable mistreatment at the hands of the Qian family. However, it must be noted that she chose this path herself, and one cannot entirely blame others. She seemed almost bewitched, rejecting dowries and parental guidance to marry into the Qian family. Zeng Dali felt deeply hurt by her actions, which ultimately led to his indifference towards her. They did not accept a dowry from the Qian family, nor did they provide her with a bridal gift. Nonetheless, unlike Zeng Jianguo, who was devoid of humanity, Zeng Ichio was merely a victim of fleeting passion who encountered the wrong person. Zeng Dali still harbored a desire to reconcile with his daughter, as he wished to avoid the anguish of burying a child before their time. Thus, he declared, "Enough. What has happened has already transpired. Weeping will not alter the past. It is imperative that Ichio learns to stand on her own. As parents, we can offer her support, but if she lacks wisdom, our assistance will be futile in the future. In a few days, I will have a day off and will visit the Qian family. My daughter, Zeng Dali's child, shall not be mistreated." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin felt a newfound resolve. She had deliberately wept before Zeng Dali, knowing that he harbored lingering resentment regarding their eldest daughter's past disobedience. As a mere woman, even with the intent to seek justice for her daughter, she could not contend with the formidable Qian family. Thus, after much contemplation, she concluded that Zeng Dali must take the lead in this matter. Fortunately, Zeng Dali also cared for his daughter deeply. Zeng Dali was oblivious to Zheng Shuqin's sentiments. He cast a glance at Zeng Xinghua and said, "You will accompany me to seek justice for your sister." Zeng Xinghua, incensed by Zheng Shuqin's plight, recalled how she had cared for him before her marriage. How dare the Qian family treat her so callously? Was it as if the Zeng family had become extinct? With a resolute thump on his chest, he assured, "Father, rest assured, I will act according to your cues. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you bid me chase dogs, I shall not strike at chickens. If you command me to scale a wall, I shall not take the ladder." Zeng Dali pondered. Is this truly his earnest and simple second son? Could he have been possessed by another spirit? Or had a brief foray into commerce significantly transformed him, as if his meridians had been unblocked? Disregarding him further, Zeng Dali retired early after dinner. Yet, unlike his usual propensity to fall asleep as soon as he touched the bed, he found himself restless. Was it possible that in this second chance at life, there remained aspects he could not alter? In his previous life, Zeng Ichio had departed prematurely. Must he once again tread the same sorrowful path? Would he have to endure the heart-wrenching agony of a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one? If so, what significance lay in his rebirth? For a fleeting moment, Zeng Dali contemplated resignation, yet he yearned to contest fate. Perhaps victory awaited him. 2 days later, Zeng Dali had a day off. After breakfast, he prepared to take Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Xinghua to the Qian residence. Zeng Jianguo hastily shoveled in a few bites and declared, "Mom, Dad, I will accompany you. I have heard from my second brother that the Qian family are utterly vile. How dare they bully my sister? Do they think the Zeng family is without defenders? Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali glanced at Zeng Jianguo, asking, "Aren't you working today?" Zeng Jianguo boldly replied, "What could be more important than avenging my sister? Do not worry. I have already secured leave." Zeng Dali chose not to respond further. His son was not without merit, for he still possessed a sense of sibling loyalty. Before Zeng Dali could voice his approval, Zheng Shuqin interjected, "Dali, let Jianguo join us. The more hands we have, the greater our strength." She then cautioned Zeng Jianguo, "When we arrive at your sister's home, do not act impulsively. Observe your father's cues and heed his directives. Only act when your father says to." Zeng Dali understood now that the family was indeed inclined towards confrontation. However, he did not oppose this. Sometimes, a strong fist proved more effective than reasoning. Chapter 59. Qianjindi. The Qian residence was not particularly distant from their home, and with only one bicycle at their disposal, the group walked to their destination. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were met with a cacophony, resembling a dispute between two children. A domineering boy's voice rang out, "You wretched girl! Do you even deserve to eat eggs? Hurry and bring them to me." The girl, sniffling, retorted softly, "These were given to me by my grandmother a few days ago. My mother said they are meant to nourish me. You cannot take them." Upon hearing this exchange, both Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin's expressions shifted, for they recognized the girl as their granddaughter, Qianjindi. The domineering little boy must be the son of the Qian family's youngest, Qian Fuxing. As the only male child in the family, he has been spoiled beyond reason. The name Jindi was bestowed upon her by Zeng Dali, who vehemently opposed the Qian family's insistence on names like Zhaodi, reflecting their hope for a younger brother. Upon learning this, Zeng Dali chastised the Qian family for their antiquated views, lamenting that such gender bias should not persist in this modern age. Thus, he renamed her Jindi, a name that carries a different significance. Jin, meaning gold, symbolizes preciousness and value, signifying that a daughter is an irreplaceable treasure in her family's eyes. He also hoped his granddaughter would embody gentle and kind qualities. Regrettably, the Qian family did not share this sentiment. They were solely fixated on having a male heir. Initially, Zeng Dali found this perspective somewhat understandable, as the continuation of lineage has been a tradition in China for millennia. Even he felt a sense of loss for not having a son, and he could not demand that the family forsake their ancestry. However, he vehemently opposed any mistreatment of a daughter in the household. In both his past life and this one, Zeng Dali believed he had never deprived his two daughters of anything essential. The only mistake he made in his previous life was allowing Nianxiu to drop out of school to support the ungrateful Zeng Jianguo in studying abroad, which ultimately led to his younger daughter running away from home. In the courtyard, when Qian Fuxing saw that Qianjindi refused to relinquish her egg to him, he aggressively shoved her aside, snatching the egg from her hands while berating her. "You worthless brat! Who do you think you are to eat eggs? Grandma and Mom said that everything in this house is mine from now on, so this egg naturally belongs to me. What does it matter if your grandmother gave it to you? Don't think you can look down on us just because your grandfather works at the machinery factory. Don't just consider the egg. You, too, will have to provide a bride price for me in the future. Let me tell you, don't be like your useless mother, behaving as if you've never seen a man in your life. Uncle won't give you a bride price, and she'll still agree to marry. Grandma said that if you dare to run off with some wild man without a bride price, Uncle will break your legs. We, the Qian family, have no room for worthless burdens." After saying this, he shoved the egg into his mouth, grinning triumphantly as he taunted Qianjindi. At just 5 years old, Qianjindi, though not fully comprehending the harsh words of Qian Fuxing, since they were far from kind. Watching the egg she had been holding being seized from her, she pouted and began to cry. Despite the commotion caused by Qian Fuxing, no one from the Qian family intervened. Zeng Jianguo, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself and rushed into the Qian family's courtyard. He approached Qian Fuxing without hesitation, forcefully stuffing the remaining half of the egg into his mouth, sternly declaring, "I see you've learned to speak with such a foul mouth at such a tender age. Who taught you to bully the Zeng family? As if we've been wiped out? You claim to love eggs, don't you? Today, let us see how many you can eat. I'll make sure you choke on it." The half egg was brutally shoved into Qian Fuxing's mouth, particularly the yolk, which lodged in his throat, causing him to roll his eyes in distress, unable even to cry out. Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin followed closely behind, with Zheng Shuqin fearing that Zeng Jianguo's impulsive actions might truly harm Qian Fuxing. She attempted to intervene, but was held back by Zeng Dali. This mischievous child indeed required a thorough lesson. From the sound of his scolding, it was evident that he held both Jiandi and Ichio in contempt. Despite the commotion, none of the Qian family emerged to intervene, remaining as still as statues. Since they chose to ignore the situation, we shall take it upon ourselves to address it. Qian Fuxing, after much struggle, finally swallowed the egg. But the combination of indignation and fright caused him to burst into tears. Perhaps it was the heart-wrenching sound of his weeping that prompted Zeng Ichio's in-laws to rush out from their abode. Zeng Ichio's father-in-law, Qian Jianguo, was small in stature but possessed keen, astute eyes, while her mother-in-law, Zhou Shilian, was broad-shouldered and somewhat harsh in demeanor. Zhou Shilian trembled as she approached Qian Fuxing, enveloping him in her arms and soothing him with endearments, all the while neglecting to acknowledge Jiandi, who stood nearby. Witnessing this, Zeng Dali beckoned to Jiandi, who obediently approached him. Zeng Dali donned what he believed to be a benevolent smile, retrieving 2 candies from his pocket and presenting them to her. "Do you still remember me, Jiandi? Look what delightful treats I have brought for you." Jiandi gazed at the candies wrapped in colorful paper, swallowing hard but refraining from snatching them. Instead, she politely replied, "I remember you. You are my grandfather, and she is my grandmother. They visited me a few days ago. However, the delicious treats my grandmother brought were all taken by my younger brother. My grandmother said I am a little girl and do not deserve such fine things." Upon finishing her words, tears streamed down her soiled little face like pearls that had slipped from a broken string. Zeng Dali, filled with compassion, disregarded her dirtiness and gently wiped her cheek with his sleeve, assuring her, "Do not worry, with your grandfather here, I shall see to it that no one dares to say our Jiandi is unworthy. You deserve the finest things in this world." With that, he unwrapped a candy and placed it into Jiandi's mouth. The emotions of children are fleeting. The sweetness of the candy quickly dispelled her earlier sorrow, and she smiled through her tears, exclaiming, "This candy is truly sweet and has a delightful milky flavor." Standing nearby, Qian Jianguo and Zhou Shilian felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Zeng Dali's words were directed at them. They had heard the earlier quarrel between the 2 children in the yard. Had Qian Fuxing truly been wronged, they would have rushed out sooner. However, when Jiandi was bullied, they chose to turn a blind eye, a habit they had grown accustomed to over time. Little did they know that Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin would arrive at such a moment. Thus, even though they witnessed Qian Fuxing's plight, they remained silent. Yet, their silence did not mean Zeng Dali would remain quiet about the matter. Before he could speak, Qian Fuxing, seeing Jiandi with the candy, began to wail, "I want candy too. Give me some candy." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shilian promptly covered Qian Fuxing's mouth and gently coaxed him, "My dear grandson, let us not make a fuss just yet. Once we return home, I shall buy you some sweets." However, Qian Fuxing, merely a 4-year-old child, could not wait. He flailed his arms and legs, insisting, "No, I want to eat now. Grandma, go and snatch it for me. What right does that little girl have to enjoy any candy? Didn't you say that all the good things in our home belong to me? You can't go back on your word." Zeng Dali, overhearing this, cast a cold smirk at Qian Jianguo and Zhou Shilian, leaving them feeling increasingly awkward. Qian Jianguo, feeling embarrassed in front of Zeng Dali, patted Qian Fuxing's bottom, feigning anger as he said, "You are truly spoiled, my child, making such a ruckus. When did your grandmother ever say such a thing? That candy was given to your sister by her grandfather. It is not for you. If you wish for some, you should ask your grandfather to buy it for you." Having never experienced a beating, Qian Fuxing felt immensely wronged, even though Qian Jianguo's slap was not severe. He immediately threw himself on the ground, wailing and rolling about. Witnessing their grandson's heart-wrenching tears, both Qian Jianguo and Zhou Shilian felt a pang of sympathy. They even contemplated asking Jiandi to share the remaining candy with Qian Fuxing, but they hesitated in front of Zeng Dali and his 2 sons. They had already come to realize that the Zeng family had come to support Zeng Ichio and her daughter today. At that moment, a young woman clad in a light blue blouse entered. Upon seeing Qian Fuxing rolling on the ground, she hurried over to assist him, sweetly addressing him as darling. The newcomer was none other than Zeng Ichio's sister-in-law, Zheng Shuqin. Seeing the outfit she wore, Zheng Shuqin felt her eyes welling with tears. This garment had been specially brought for her eldest daughter just days ago. How could it possibly be worn by the young daughter-in-law of the Qian family? Qian Jianguo and his wife, upon noticing Zheng Shuqin's gaze, exchanged furtive glances, unprepared for their daughter-in-law's unexpected return at such a moment. Unable to contain her agitation any longer, Zheng Shuqin demanded sharply, "How could the clothes I brought for Ichio end up on you? Is your family truly so overbearing? You must take that outfit off and return it to Ichio, or I shall not be courteous." Hearing this, the young daughter-in-law of the Qian family clutched the blouse tightly. This was a unique item, unavailable at the supply and marketing cooperative. She had been flaunting it everywhere for the past few days, with everyone praising its beauty. It was a hard-won treasure. When Zheng Shuqin presented it, she had immediately taken a liking to it. She had subtly requested it from Zeng Ichio, but the latter, lacking in tact, had insisted that it was a gift from her parents and could not be passed on. Eventually, it was only through her mother-in-law's intervention that Zeng Ichio reluctantly agreed to let her borrow it for a few days. Though the blouse was not hers, she had set her sights on it, and her in-laws favored her. What harm was there in borrowing it for a few days? She had never stated that she would not return it, although the timing of the return was at her discretion. Never had she anticipated the Zeng family would come visiting today. Now, being asked to remove the blouse in front of so many people, she felt as though she were losing face entirely. She longed to assert that the dress was indeed hers, yet on that day, Zheng Shuqin had declared it was one they purchased from the south, a style from Xiangjiang. Moreover, it wasn't long before Zeng Ichio returned. Even if she were to lie, it would be futile, and she could only cast a resigned glance towards Zhou Shilian. Zhou Shilian, receiving the pleading look from her daughter-in-law, felt an inner fury. This idle, extravagant creature never lifted a finger for household chores, yet constantly boasted about her consumption and attire. Nevertheless, out of consideration for her having borne the family's only grandson, Zhou Shilian afforded her a modicum of kindness. Contemplating this, Zhou Shilian forced a smile and addressed Zheng Shuqin, saying, "In-laws, you have misunderstood. This dress was lent by the eldest daughter-in-law to the second. The eldest is currently unwell and cannot wear it. It would be a pity to let it go to waste. Rest assured, it will be returned to the eldest once she is well." Zeng Dali, initially reluctant to engage with a woman, could not restrain himself upon hearing this. "What? Has your Qian family fallen so low that two daughters-in-law must share a single dress? If you have truly sunk to such depths, then there is little left to say. After all, one must endure the consequences of their choices, be it marrying a chicken or a dog, or even a burden. However, you cannot shamelessly use my Zeng family's belongings to support your other daughter-in-law." Zhou Shilian's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. Zeng Dali did not relent, instead lifting Qian Jindi, who was nearby, and continued, "Furthermore, if your family cannot afford to raise the child, then I shall take her into my care. Rest assured, I, Zeng Dali, will not demand a single penny for her upbringing." Though Zhou Shilian favored sons over daughters, Qian Jindi was nonetheless a child of the Qian family. And if Zeng Dali were to take her away, the Qian family would be utterly disgraced. Seeing Zeng Dali's resolve, Qian Jianguo abandoned his attempt to hide and quickly interjected, "In-laws, what are you saying? Our Qian family has been established in the city for many years. We are certainly capable of raising a child. Jindi is the only child of the eldest couple, and whether the eldest daughter-in-law can bear more children is another matter. If you take her away, how would I explain it to the eldest couple?" Zeng Dali retorted with a sardonic gleam in his eyes. "Your little grandson calls her a money-losing burden and says he intends to trade her for a bride price when she grows up. They say children speak without guile. Surely a 4-year-old would not lie. It is likely that such notions come from the adults around him, and over time, he has simply absorbed them." Qian Jianguo, "We live in a society governed by law. Arranged marriages are illegal, let alone human trafficking. Though the child bears the surname Qian, she is also half of our Zeng bloodline. As her grandfather, I will not allow anyone to mistreat my Zeng family's child. Even if her parents commit such unconscionable acts, I shall see them face justice." In terms of insight and authority, Qian Jianguo was no match for Zeng Dali. Moreover, Zeng Dali's demeanor indicated he was not jesting. Qian Jianguo understood that unless he provided them with a satisfactory resolution today, matters would not end peacefully. He rolled his eyes and kicked Zhou Shilian, who was caught off guard and stumbled due to her considerable girth, ultimately falling to the ground. Zhou Shilian glared at Qian Jianguo, incredulous that he dared to lay a hand on her, as if he had consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, she noticed Qian Jianguo winking at her. Yet, being a woman of fiery temperament, she paid little heed to such antics after being struck. Despite her ample frame, Zhou Shilian proved to be quite agile in her fury. She sprang up from the ground and swiped at Qian Jianguo's face. leaving several bloody marks in her wake as he failed to evade her. The Zeng family merely observed the fray without intervening. Presumably, Zeng Jianguo felt humiliated in front of the gathering crowd and retaliated with 2 slaps to Zhou Shilian while scolding her. "What is wrong with me hitting you? You, an ignorant woman, have taught your children nothing but nonsense, leaving our in-laws to witness this farce." Zhou Shilian, feeling wronged, retaliated with punches and kicks. But despite his slender build, Zeng Jianguo was still a man and possessed greater strength. Thus, the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Qian Fuxing, witnessing the scene, was too frightened to cry and sought refuge in his mother's embrace. The young daughter-in-law of the Qian family, fearing that the conflict would spill over to her, held Qian Fuxing close and kept her distance. Zeng Jianguo stood behind Zeng Dali, reveling in the spectacle, and whispered to Zeng Jianguo, "We came to seek justice for our elder sister, yet these two from the Qian family have started brawling first." To which Zeng Jianguo quietly replied, "Isn't that just splendid? They're tearing each other apart, saving us the trouble of intervening." He added, "Our father is truly remarkable." With just a few words, he incited their fight. "If I could learn even half of his prowess, I would count myself fortunate." Zeng Jianguo was taken aback by this, his mouth agape in disbelief. Was this truly his usually dull-witted second brother? Not only was he cunning, but he had also learned the art of flattery. No wonder their father seemed to favor the second brother more and more. Even at this moment, he found himself outmatched. This realization instilled in him a profound sense of urgency. Zeng Dali, having overheard his son's murmurs, could not help but twitch his lips at the sharpness of the second son's tone. He pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. Just as the Qian couple were locked in their relentless struggle, Qian Jiqiang and Zeng Yiqiu returned home, wielding hoes after a long morning of labor. Seeing the chaos, Qian Jiqiang rushed over to separate them, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Why are you fighting?" Zeng Yiqiu, noticing Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin, felt a surge of joy, momentarily forgetting about the altercation, and inquired, "Mom and Dad, what brings you here?" Zheng Shuqin, observing the beads of sweat on Zeng Yiqiu's brow and her soiled attire, felt a lump form in her throat. Her daughter had recently suffered a miscarriage, and her body had yet to recover before she resumed her laborious tasks. In stark contrast, the youngest daughter-in-law of the Qian family appeared plump and well-fed, clad in new garments, with meticulously groomed nails, clearly a stranger to agricultural toil. Both were daughters-in-law of the Qian family, yet the disparity between them was striking. This was her child, born after 10 months of gestation, and her heart ached for her. Before Zheng Shuqin could utter a word, tears cascaded down her cheeks. As a father, Zeng Dali was equally pained to witness his daughter's emaciated state. However, as a man, he could not outwardly express his emotions as freely. He merely sighed and said, "Had I not come, how would I have known the hardships you endure?" Upon hearing this, Zeng Yiqiu's eyes brimmed with tears, and she hastily lowered her head. Guilt gnawed at her, for the misfortunes she faced were of her own making. When she had decided to marry Qian Jiqiang, her father had vehemently opposed the union, deeming his character too meek and impressionable, always yielding to his parents' whims. The elder Qians were excessively domineering and favored their youngest son, leading her father to foresee a bleak future for her in that household. Yet, blinded by infatuation, she believed Qian Jiqiang to be steadfast and reliable, devoid of ulterior motives, even mocking her father for his disdain for honest men. Her father, wounded by her words, eventually relinquished his objections. Out of spite, she had not demanded a bride price from the Qian family during their engagement, and her father had not provided her with a dowry. The first 2 years of marriage were tolerable. Qian Jiqiang treated her well, and as the new daughter-in-law who soon became pregnant, the Qian family eagerly anticipated the birth of a son. To reassure her family of her well-being and prove she had not made a grave mistake, she frequently visited her parents. Observing her seemingly happy life eased their worries. However, this semblance of happiness shattered with the birth of Jean D. Her in-laws, displeased that she had not borne a grandson, immediately altered their demeanor, failing to treat her kindly even during her confinement, speaking to her with veiled sarcasm. Fortunately, Qian Jiqiang remained supportive of her. When his younger brother's wife entered the family and subsequently gave birth to a healthy boy, her status plummeted even further. Qian Jiqiang, always acquiescing to his parents, despite knowing of her grievances, urged her to endure. Whenever she encountered a disagreement with her mother-in-law, he would defend his mother, never siding with her. It became evident to her why Zeng Dali had vehemently opposed their marriage. Yet, the die had been cast. Regretting her choices was futile, for no remedy for regret exists in this world. Gradually, her visits to her parents diminished. Recently, following her miscarriage, she had not returned home for over 2 months, prompting her parents to worry and come to see her. She had intended to conceal her struggles from her mother, but her mother's relentless inquiries led her to mention her plight briefly, all the while imploring her not to divulge this to her father. To her astonishment, today her parents arrived with her 2 younger brothers in tow. Zeng Jianguo exerted immense effort to separate the elderly Qian couple, while Zhou Shilian lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum and cursing Zeng Jianguo with expletives that were exceedingly vulgar and distressing to hear. Observing his mother in such a state, Zeng Jianguo felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Zeng Dali. It was rare for Zeng Dali to visit their home, and now he had become a witness to this farce, leaving Zeng Jianguo feeling rather humiliated. "Mom, what brings you here?" he inquired. Yet both Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin silently ignored him, intensifying his discomfort. Despite her dramatic display, Zhou Shilian was acutely aware of their every move. Realizing that the Zeng family was not inclined to be lenient today, without a satisfactory explanation, matters would not resolve amicably. Initially, she had held high hopes for her daughter-in-law, as Zeng Jianguo's father was a seasoned worker at the machinery factory and a former soldier. She had envisioned a potential benefit from the Zeng family, especially since her second son was still unemployed and could use some assistance. However, Zeng Dali turned out to be a man of unwavering integrity, unwilling to make any concessions for his own son, let alone for hers. Chapter 62. Regret. Zhou Shilian remained on the ground, fixated on their actions, fearful that Zeng Jianguo might suffer repercussions. Ultimately, she resolved to take the initiative, hurling insults at her son. "You ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for you, would your mother be enduring this beating? It's all your fault. Look at the fine wife you married and the lovely daughter you have. Yet you squabble over a trivial matter with her brother." When the child spoke harshly, your in-laws took their side without hesitation. And then your father, a feeble old man, struck me as well. I have served this Qian family for over 20 years, bearing children and toiling like a beast of burden, only to end up in this wretched state. What is the point of my existence? I might as well be dead. Zeng Jianguo, witnessing Zhou Shilian's hysterics and tears, felt utterly at a loss. Her behavior was precisely what he feared most. He felt powerless. With a tone of submission, he attempted to placate her. "Mom, my in-laws are still here. Could you at least spare me some dignity? If you continue like this, how will I ever visit the Zeng family again?" Zhou Shilian scoffed in response. "You no longer care about your mother's well-being, so why should I concern myself with your familial visits? If you can't maintain those ties, so be it. At least I will save on gifts during holidays." She believed that Zeng Dali would not assist in securing a job for their second son, especially considering that Zeng Jianguo might never bear children, effectively severing Zeng Jianguo's lineage. Thus, she felt liberated to speak her mind. Zeng Jianguo was taken aback by Zhou Shilian's bold declarations in front of Zeng Dali, feeling increasingly helpless as he glanced at him. Zeng Dali, uninterested in further dialogue, addressed Zeng Jianguo. "Is this the kind of family and husband you so eagerly wish to marry?" Zeng Jianguo suppressed her tears, unable to meet his gaze. Zeng Dali continued, "I will ask you just one question. Do you regret your decision? If you do, come home with me. There will always be food for you and the child." Zeng Jianguo remained silent, her head bowed, unable to respond. Upon witnessing the situation, Zheng Shuqin hurriedly exclaimed, "Child, do not be stubborn. Are you aware of how they treated Jindi in your absence? She was scolded as a worthless burden even for something as simple as an egg. An egg I specifically brought for you. Your father asked me to bring clothes for you, and while I could overlook your choice to relinquish them, that is merely a reflection of your own unwillingness to stand your ground. But can you bear to let the child suffer alongside you? Look at her. She is already 5 years old, yet remains smaller and thinner than children of her age, resembling a frail kitten. If you choose to endure hardship in this den of wolves, please do not subject the child to the same fate." At the mention of her name, Jindi raised her head, and with a loud cry, she lamented. It was her own failings that weighed heavily upon her, her inability to stand up to her parents and her daughter, all for the sake of a man who could not support her. What had her forbearance yielded? Increased cruelty from her in-laws and a daughter forced to endure the same humiliation, often branded as a worthless burden. Seeing Zeng Jianguo weep sorrowfully, Jindi, startled by the scene, rushed forward, tiptoeing in an attempt to wipe her tears. However, her small stature rendered her unable to reach. And so she tugged at Zeng Jianguo's clothing and said, "Mother, please do not cry. It is all my fault. I will no longer eat eggs. I will give them to my younger brother. I promise to be obedient. I have a candy that Grandpa just gave me. If my brother wants it, I will share it with him, all right? I will no longer fight with him over anything." Being young, Jiandi was unable to discern right from wrong. She believed that the turmoil today stemmed from her dispute with Qian Fuxing over eggs and candies. In the past, whenever there was a quarrel at home, her mother would quietly hide and weep, but this time, she cried openly before so many people, indicating that the matter was indeed serious. Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo's tears flowed even more profusely. Zheng Shuqin wiped her own tears and remarked, "Such misfortune, what a wonderful child she is." Zeng Dali, moved by Jiandi's words, felt tears welling up but restrained himself and beckoned her over. Jiandi approached Zeng Dali, fond of her grandfather's family. Her uncle not only defended her, but her grandfather also treated her with sweets. In their household, aside from her mother, no one had ever shown her such kindness. Even when her father was furious, he would lash out at her. Although she was young, she sensed her father's lack of affection, his gaze often filled with disappointment, sometimes accompanied by a sigh. In contrast, he treated her younger cousin with kindness, always bringing him treats from the cooperative and even letting him ride on his back, while she could only watch enviously from the sidelines. To avoid inciting her parents' anger, she eventually stopped lingering around her father, even keeping her distance during their play. Zeng Dali gently wiped Jiandi's tears and reassured her, "You have done nothing wrong. Jiandi, there is no need for you to apologize. This candy was given to you by your grandfather, and you need not share it with anyone. As for the eggs, they were purchased by your grandmother to nourish you and your mother. You are the one most deserving of them. If anyone dares to take your eggs or snatch them away, your grandfather would say you should stand your ground." At such a tender age, one should not emulate the antiquated mindset of their mother, enduring insults without retaliation. For what meaning does life hold then? To suffer silently in the shadows is a disservice to the very parents who brought one into this world. It is evident that Zeng Dali's words were not directed at a mere 5-year-old child, but rather aimed at Zeng Jianguo. After a bout of loud weeping, the long-suppressed emotions within her found release. With disappointment in her eyes, she glanced at Qian Jiqiang. Then, wiping away her tears, she suddenly knelt before Zeng Dali, exclaiming, "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I am filled with regret. I wish to return home with you. However, as a married daughter, I fear that a divorce would bring shame to my family and cause my parents to lose face, inviting unwarranted criticism. After all, this family was my own choice. I was the one who foolishly decided to marry. My current plight is of my own making, and I cannot blame others. Yet, I truly regret my decision. After countless arguments, I longed to return home. On several occasions, I stood at the threshold, but fear held me back. I dreaded your scorn, anticipating your disappointment. Father, can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Zeng Dali, witnessing Zeng Jianguo's despair, could no longer contain himself. How much suffering had his daughter endured to be reduced to this state? It was his fault. He had known all along of Jianguo's hardships, yet had let his anger prevent him from rescuing her from her torment. He lifted Zeng Jianguo and said, "What foolishness is this? How could I ever be angry with you? I am merely upset that you do not cherish yourself. Rest assured, there will always be a place for you and Jiandi in our home. Do not concern yourself with gossip. We live in a new era where the state advocates for marital freedom. Who dares to speak against it? Your brothers would not dare either. As I am far from being too old to take charge." Zeng Dali's commanding words instilled a sense of peace in Zeng Jianguo's heart. Chapter 63. A Resounding Slap. Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Xinguo listened intently to Zeng Dali's words, unaware of the injustices their sister had endured at the Qian household. Once Zeng Dali finished, Zeng Xinguo spoke up. "Father, rest assured, our home will always be a sanctuary for sister and Jiandi. We are their unwavering support. I have no objections." Zeng Jianguo cast a glance at Zeng Xinguo, feeling increasingly out of step as his elder brother spoke first. Zeng Dali regarded Zeng Jianguo with a menacing look, silently warning him that any dissent would result in immediate expulsion. Terrified, Zeng Jianguo quickly nodded. "Father, I concur with your sentiments. Eldest sister has always treated me well. Should anyone dare speak ill of her, they will face my wrath." Satisfied, Zeng Dali nodded, pleased that at least his 2 sons were not entirely foolish in this matter, understanding the importance of familial bonds. Meanwhile, Zeng Jianguo listened quietly. Initially, he felt untroubled, but over the past 2 years, his relationship with Zeng Jianguo had undoubtedly waned since their marriage, largely due to their lack of a son, which left his parents dissatisfied. He too felt the societal disdain for not having a son, attributing the blame to Zeng Jianguo's supposed shortcomings. His parents never really favored him and often showed bias towards his younger brother. To make matters worse, his brother's wife brought a healthy baby boy into their family within a year of marriage. This year, Zeng Jianguo finally managed to conceive again, and he secretly hoped for a son, but tragically, she lost the pregnancy. Faced with his parents' disappointment, he felt increasingly ashamed and harbored some resentment towards Zeng Jianguo. Thus, when his mother subtly criticized her, he pretended not to hear, even urging Zeng Jianguo to endure it. Consequently, Zeng Jianguo was oblivious to any underlying issues. However, as he listened to the conversation among the Zeng family, a sense of unease grew within him. It appeared they were genuinely serious. He quickly interjected, "Dad, what do you mean by that? These are merely family matters. How can Jianguo say she is going back to her family? Besides, a married daughter is like spilled water. She belongs to the Qian family now and cannot keep returning home. Of course, if she truly misses her family, a short visit is permissible, and I shall go to fetch her." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo could no longer contain himself and spat. "Zeng Jianguo, are you shameless or simply unable to comprehend? My sister has no intention of staying with you any longer. We are bringing her home. If you dare show up, I will break your legs. Let me tell you, I may not have much, but I have plenty of friends." Startled, Zeng Jianguo replied, "Jianguo, I am your sister's husband. You ought to choose your words more carefully. Besides, my wife and I are not at odds. She has merely faced some minor grievances at home. Rest assured, I will treat her well and will speak to my mother, urging her to be fair." Before Zeng Jianguo could finish, Zeng Jianguo stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face, a strike fueled by all her pent-up frustration, echoing in the room and leaving everyone in shock. Zeng Dali looked at her with admiration, recognizing her strength. Indeed, she was his daughter, displaying remarkable courage. Zeng Jianguo stood there, bewildered. As he had been married to Zeng Jianguo for years, she had never raised a hand against him, nor had she ever spoken to him in anger. Even during their disputes, she would simply weep quietly. On the ground, Zhou Shilian, witnessing her son being struck, sprang to her feet, ready to retaliate. But a single glance from Zeng Dali quelled her audacity. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Zeng Jianguo, she scolded, "You little wretch. How dare you hit my son? He is your husband. How could you do that?" Zeng Jianguo flexed her wrist, realizing that hitting someone indeed required considerable strength. Her hand tingling from the effort. With her parents and brother present, and having resolved to divorce Zeng Jianguo, she felt unafraid of Zhou Shilian and retorted, "You old hag. Who are you cursing? I learned from you. You can hit your husband, so why can't I hit mine?" Zhou Shilian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the bruises on Zeng Jianguo's face, stammering, "But that is not the same. It was that old wretch who struck first. I merely retaliated. Furthermore, how can you even compare yourself to me? I have married into the Qian family, bearing children, while you are incapable of producing even one. What right do you have to confront a man? Moreover, the doctor has stated that your miscarriage has harmed your body, leaving uncertainty about your future fertility. After your divorce from my son, who would want to marry a woman who cannot bear offspring?" Upon hearing these words, Zeng Jianguo's eyes flickered with pain. The reason for her miscarriage was not lost on her. It was due to the relentless demands placed upon her while she was pregnant. Zeng Dali stepped forward and spat. "You should be grateful you are a woman, for I, Zeng Dali, would never strike one. However, I advise you to watch your tongue. If you dare to insult my daughter again and provoke my ire, I am not above breaking that rule. It is truly pitiful that you, a woman, look down upon your own kind. Let me enlighten you. The sex of a child is not determined by the woman, but by the man. In this progressive nation, with advancements in technology, the doctor merely mentioned that my daughter may face challenges in conceiving, not that she is incapable. Even if she cannot marry, what of it? I can support both her and her mother for a lifetime. As for your family's blatant favoritism, who in this vicinity is unaware of it? Only my foolish daughter, caught in the throes of infatuation, would believe otherwise. Without her, your son is destined to remain a lifelong bachelor." Upon hearing Zeng Dali's unwavering support, Zeng Jianguo regained her confidence and addressed the Qian family. "I have long wished to deliver this slap in honor of my unborn child. Zeng Jianguo, I truly hold you in contempt. I never imagined you could be so spineless, watching your wife and child being bullied while you cower like a turtle. I am resolute in my decision to divorce. If you disdain Jiandi for being a girl, I shall take her away, severing all ties with your family. Do you not favor your nephew Qian Fusheng? Let him take care of you in your old age." Before Qian Jiqiang could respond, his sister-in-law, Feng Xiaolan, interjected. "Why should that be? He is my son. What gives you the right to impose such a burden on his uncle? Do not even think about it." Hearing this, Qian Jiqiang's clarity returned. He had previously shown favor to Qian Fusheng, even flattering him, all to ensure that he might care for him in his twilight years. Yet, Feng Xiaolan's outburst shattered that hope. He yearned to explain himself to Zeng Yiqiu, but the words eluded him. Naturally, Zeng Yiqiu did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Chapter 64. Having struck your husband, you cannot strike me again. Zeng Yiqiu strode into the house to gather her belongings. As she passed Feng Xiaolan, she halted. Feng Xiaolan quickly retreated a step, declaring, "You have already struck your husband. You cannot strike me. I have not wronged you. The worst I have done is consume a few eggs, which I shall return." Zeng Yiqiu scoffed. "A few eggs are of no consequence to us. Let them serve as dog food. However, you will remove the clothes my parents provided for me this instant, or I shall strip you bare." Feng Xiaolan, hearing this, dared not argue, quickly replying, "All right, I shall remove them now and return them to you. Who would covet your clothes?" After finishing her words, she swiftly retreated to her room. She felt that Zeng Yiqiu was a bit unhinged now, even daring to strike her man. It was better not to provoke her. Furthermore, if she truly managed to leave the Qian family, then Qian Jiqiang would become a bachelor, and eventually, the family fortune would belong entirely to them. Thus, a mere piece of clothing held little significance. Seeing this scene, Zeng Jianguo remarked to Zeng Xinghua, "Eldest sister is truly imposing. If she had acted like this before, how would the Qian family have dared to bully her?" Zeng Xinghua sighed in agreement. "In the past, our sister lacked confidence. After leaving the Qian family, she feared our father would not allow her back home. Now that we are here to support her, and father has also relented, she naturally has no more worries." In fact, their eldest sister had been quite formidable in the past. He recalled how, during his school days, he was often bullied by a female classmate. Upon learning this, his sister had waited for him after school one day and had given the girl a good beating. From that day forward, the girl avoided him, not uttering a word to him for years. Zeng Jianguo nearly burst into laughter at this revelation, teasing, "Second brother, you were rather naive as a child to be bullied by a girl. You should learn from me. I was unbeatable in school. If I had been born a couple of years earlier, I could have avenged you." Zeng Xinghua simply replied, "I am still quite honest now." Zeng Jianguo thought to himself that if his second brother truly believed this, it was rather amusing. Before long, Zeng Yiqiu had gathered her belongings. In truth, she possessed very little. Over the years, she had not acquired many new clothes, and her old garments were so worn that they had holes. Bringing them back to her parental home would only cause her parents distress, so she decided to leave them behind. She selected only a few decent pieces, along with several items belonging to Jiandi, and bundled them into a small parcel. Seeing this, Zheng Shuqin quickly took the bundle, her heart aching as she said, "Is this all you two have after all these years?" At her words, Zeng Yiqiu lowered her head in silence, fearing she might succumb to tears once more. Zeng Dali, noticing her distress, interjected, "Let us not dwell on this now. We should head home first. You can buy the children a few more clothes later." Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement. Feng Xiaolan had already changed out of her clothes and, from a distance, handed them to Zeng Yiqiu. Zeng Yiqiu felt somewhat speechless. Was slapping Qian Jiqiang truly so powerful? Had she known it would lead to this, she would have acted sooner. After enduring for so many years, even she could not fathom why she had remained silent. Once everything was neatly packed, Zeng Dali turned to Zeng Xinghua and instructed, "Carry Jiandi. We're leaving." Zeng Xinghua promptly picked up Qian Jiandi. As they were about to exit, Qian Jiqiang, panicked, blocked their path, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? Even if Yiqiu wants to divorce me, Jiandi is a member of the Qian family. You must leave her here." Upon hearing Qian Jiqiang's intention to keep her, Qian Jiandi was instantly frightened and clung tightly to Zeng Xinghua's neck, declaring, "I don't want to stay. I want to be with mommy. Here. You all bully me, calling me a worthless burden. My father does not like me. He only favors my cousin Fusheng." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Qian Jiqiang's eyes as he hurriedly explained, "Jiandi, please do not speak nonsense. When has your father ever disliked you? You are his own flesh and blood. Fuxing is merely your father's nephew. He will rely on you for support in his old age. Jiandi, still perplexed by the concept of supporting someone in their elderly years, turned her head aside and retorted, "You just don't like me. I refuse to take care of you in your old age. Every time you return from the supply and marketing cooperative, you always bring delicious treats for Fuxing. I've seen it. You have never brought anything for me. Since you have given all the good food to him, let him take care of you." Zeng Ichio's eyes glinted with a deeper resentment upon hearing this. She felt that the slap she had just delivered to Qian Jiqiang was far too lenient. She should have struck him several more times. With this thought in mind, she did just that, delivering another fierce slap to Qian Jiqiang and coldly stating, "Step aside. Do not compel me to strike you again. Jindi is my daughter, born after 10 months of carrying her. You all know how you have treated her. I will never relinquish custody of Jindi to you." Having been struck twice by Zeng Ichio, Qian Jiqiang was seething with anger and raised his hand to Red Ali. However, Zeng Dali, witnessing the situation, swiftly kicked Qian Jiqiang, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. Zeng Dali rolled up his sleeves and declared, "I was just about to take action. I was merely holding back. When I was on the battlefield, you hadn't even been born yet. If your family dares to bully my daughter, I do not mind taking care of all of you." He glanced menacingly at Zhou Shilian and Qian Changwei, who shrank back in fear. Zeng Dali had seen real combat, and the fierce aura he exuded in his rage was unmistakable. Qian Changwei quickly pulled Qian Jiqiang aside and whispered, "Son, use your common sense. A wise man does not seek trouble when the enemy is angry. We will not gain anything from this. Once their anger subsides, we can find someone to mediate. Even if it doesn't work out, she is merely a girl and cannot carry on our family line. If they wish to support her, let them. You are her biological father. When she grows up, she will not deny you." Qian Jiqiang, upon hearing this, was evidently tempted. He could not believe that Zeng Ichio truly intended to divorce him. After all, she had once been willing to forsake her own parents for him. How could so many years of affection be severed so easily? Zeng Dali, with his keen hearing, understood the calculations between father and son perfectly. However, it would not be so simple to take advantage of the Zeng family. Zeng Dali chose not to engage further and instead led the entire family out of the house. After a morning filled with turmoil, they returned home just as noon approached. Little Jindi had not eaten breakfast, and her stomach was now growling. She shyly lifted her gaze to glance at everyone. Chapter 65. Clearing the room upon noticing the situation, Zheng Shuqin hurriedly retrieved some pastries from the cupboard. Zeng Dali promptly intercepted her and addressed Qian Jindi, suggesting, "Let us wash our hands first. We shall indulge afterwards. Consuming such unclean items may lead to illness." Nodding in agreement, Qian Jindi followed Zeng Dali to wash their hands. Zheng Shuqin chuckled to herself, remarking, "I never imagined your father could be so meticulous now. When you were children, I never witnessed this side of him." As the old saying goes, this truly exemplifies the bond between generations. Zeng Ichio felt a pang of guilt. It was her own inadequacy as a mother that had left her daughter in such a soiled state. Reflecting back to their childhood, she recalled how their circumstances had not been as favorable, yet her mother had managed to raise 5 children without such disarray. Why was it that she had faltered in comparison? Noticing Zeng Ichio's disheartened expression, Zheng Shuqin assumed that the prospect of divorce had weighed heavily on her, and thus refrained from further commentary. Soon, Zeng Dali returned with Qian Jindi, both having washed their little hands and faces to perfection. In truth, Qian Jindi was quite charming, with her large eyes and fair complexion, embodying the essence of an endearing little girl. It was puzzling to contemplate the thoughts of the Qian family regarding her. Zeng Dali offered a piece of pastry to Qian Jindi, who, perhaps driven by hunger, devoured it in mere moments. Zeng Dali handed her another piece, cautioning, "Take your time. Do not choke. There are plenty of pastries at your grandfather's house. Once we finish, we shall head to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy more." He then glanced at Zeng Ichio, presenting her with a piece as well. "You must be hungry too. Have a bite to tide you over. I have already sent your second brother to buy vegetables. Your mother will prepare something delicious for you. Just look at how thin you have become. If your mother and I do not go today, do you plan to live in such a pitiful state forever?" Receiving the pastry from Zeng Dali, Zeng Ichio realized it had been ages since she had tasted such a treat, and her cravings surged. The last time Zheng Shuqin visited, she had brought pastries, but they had been hastily taken away by Zhou Shilian, claiming they would waste them and should be saved for visiting relatives. She regretted her timidity in confronting Zhou Xilian, as she had been uncertain whether her parents would accept her should she choose to divorce. Had she known this would lead to such a life of misery, she would have acted differently. Nibbling on the pastry, Zeng Jianguo spoke in a barely audible voice. "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes and assure you it shall not happen again. I only fear you may not forgive me. If I were to fall out with the Qian family, Jindi and I would have nowhere to go." A deeper reason lingered in her heart. She longed for her daughter to have a complete family, despite knowing that Zeng Jianguo might favor sons. She was unaware that he held her nephew in higher regard than his own daughter. Observing Zeng Jianguo's desire to vanish into the ground, Zheng Shuqin swiftly interjected, "All right, enough of the past. Why dwell on those distressing matters? From now on, we shall support each other. Let us see who dares to bully you both." Zeng Dali merely mentioned this in passing, acknowledging the necessity of looking forward. He nodded and remarked, "Your mother is right. We must look ahead. The days to come stretch long before us." After this, he turned to Zheng Shuqin and instructed, "Please clear out the eldest brother's room so that the two of them can stay there for now. This house is somewhat cramped. Once we are more prosperous, we shall purchase a larger abode, where each of us can have our own room for comfort." In truth, their current residence was not particularly small. It consisted of a west room and a hall. Zeng Dali shared a room with Zheng Shuqin, while Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo shared a room before Jianguo's marriage. Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Xinguo occupied another room, and Zeng Jianguo had a room to himself. The allocation of rooms alone signified the family's favorable treatment of Zeng Jianguo. Zeng Jianguo was well aware of how much Zeng Dali cherished her elder brother, so she quickly waved her hand and said, No, I can stay with my younger sister just as I did before marriage. If I occupy Jianguo's room, what will he do upon his return?" Zeng Jianguo wished to avoid causing discord among her siblings during her visit home. She had always shared a close bond with Nianqiu, believing that since she was rarely at home, they could manage sharing a room. Zeng Dali interjected, "That won't do. Your younger sister's room is already small, and she's about to enter her senior year. She needs to focus on her studies. It would be inconvenient for you both to stay together. Rest assured, even if Jianguo returns, there will be no room for him at home. His room is larger, and it would be just right for you and Nyonyo to share. Later, take a look at what else you might need, and ask your mother to accompany you for shopping." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo felt a surge of gratitude. It was also somewhat bewildered. Her father had always placed great importance on her elder brother. Even during the years he studied away, his room remained immaculate. How could he suddenly decide not to reserve a room for him? Zeng Jianguo's gaze shifted to Zheng Shuqin, who merely sighed and said, "Just do as your father says. Your elder brother is ungrateful. In his pursuit of studying abroad, he has shown no regard for the family's well-being, not only wishing for your father to abandon his job, but also to sell our home. He even took advantage of our absence to steal money from the house. Your father is heartbroken and no longer wishes to have any dealings with him." Zeng Jianguo was taken aback by this revelation. In her memory, Zeng Jianguo had always been a reserved individual, seemingly indifferent to material wealth. Moreover, after graduating, he had secured a respectable position at the hospital, becoming even more proud. How could he engage in such behavior? Had her mother not spoken these words, she would have found it hard to believe. Zeng Jianguo opened her mouth to respond, but Zeng Dali forestalled her, saying, "Enough. Let us not dwell on him. It's bad luck. It should be about time for Erzi to return from the market." No sooner had he spoken than Zeng Xinguo entered, carrying 2 chickens and cheerfully announcing, "Today, a fresh batch of live chickens arrived at the supply store, and the prices were reasonable, so I bought 2. I also spent 20 cents to have them slaughtered. They are all cleaned and ready to be cooked." Zheng Shuqin took the chickens and inspected them closely, smiling as she remarked, "These chickens look quite plump, but don't you think 2 is a bit excessive? Our household lacks a refrigerator, and with the weather being so hot, won't they spoil?" Zeng Xinguo scratched his head and remarked, "In my eagerness to procure these fresh chickens, I entirely overlooked this matter." At that moment, Zeng Xinguo exhibited his usual naive charm, and Zeng Dali instantly felt that his son was still the same as ever. However, since the chickens had already been purchased, the supply and marketing cooperative would not accept a return. Thus, he suggested, with so many people at home, "Let us stew both chickens without any accompaniments. They should be sufficient for everyone." Zheng Shuqin pondered this suggestion and found it indeed feasible, albeit somewhat extravagant. Chapter 66. Overindulgence. Upon observing her ravenous daughter and grandson devouring pastries, Zheng Shuqin began to doubt whether 2 chickens would suffice. Promptly, She grabbed the 2 chickens and made her way to the kitchen. Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo instinctively followed to lend a hand, which astonished Zeng Jianguo. Before her marriage, although her second and third brothers did not hold the same status as her eldest brother in the household, they had never participated in cooking. Was this a peculiar turn of events or an indication of some unforeseen circumstance at home? Quickly, Zeng Jianguo stuffed her mouth with pastries and joined them in the kitchen, only to be shooed out by Zheng Shuqin. With so many people today, your help is not needed. Since you have returned, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to cook in the future. There is no need to rush on this particular day. Their kitchen was already quite cramped with the 3 of them inside, and if she were to enter, they might find it impossible to move about. Thus, Zeng Jianguo stepped back, but to remain useful, she stationed herself at the kitchen door. The aroma of stewed chicken soon wafted from the kitchen, and in those days, the scent of meat or delicious dishes could attract quite a crowd. Consequently, the residents of the compound began peering in curiously. Zeng Jianguo felt a bit shy standing at the kitchen door, and just as she was about to enter, a loud voice called out, "Oh, no wonder it looks so familiar. It's Jianguo who has returned. Your parents must dote on you. They prepare such delicious food as soon as you come back. It smells delightful. Are you all stewing meat?" The speaker was none other than Chen Sufan, who shared a close relationship with Zheng Shuqin. Having grown up in the compound, Zeng Jianguo was well acquainted with Chen Sufan, and she quickly replied with a smile, "Yes, Auntie, I'm back. My parents are indeed kind. They specially bought 2 chickens for me. Are you coming over for lunch today?" Chen Sufan waved her hands dismissively, saying, "Oh, hearing that is quite vexing. Everyone in our compound has daughters, yet I am the only one without. Since you've come home, I want to intrude on your family. I'm busy in the kitchen, and it will be ready shortly." Turning back to glance at the kitchen, she exclaimed, "Oh no, my food. Goodness, I was so busy talking that it has overflowed." Zeng Jianguo chuckled softly. Aunt Yang still possessed her fiery spirit. Soon, the chickens from the Zeng household were ready, and at Zeng Dali's request, Zheng Shuqin had prepared some pancakes as well. Before long, a large bowl brimming with chicken meat was placed on the table, accompanied by another bowl filled with chicken broth. The aroma wafting through the air had long since made Qian Jindi's mouth water, yet she dared not approach the table without an invitation from the adults, merely gazing longingly. Upon noticing her, Zeng Dali promptly beckoned her to join the meal. Only then did Qian Jindi muster the courage to sit beside him. Despite her tender age, she possessed a keen awareness of the household dynamics, understanding who truly held authority in the family. Zeng Dali picked up a piece of chicken leg and placed it in her bowl, saying, "Go ahead and eat, but be careful not to burn yourself. You look as slender as a little kitten. It is far more endearing for a girl your age to be plump and rosy." Qian Jindi, fixated on the meat in her bowl, nodded enthusiastically, her adorable demeanor eliciting a gentle pat on the head from Zeng Dali as he began to eat. Though the Zeng family's life was not particularly harsh, meat was a rarity at their table. The procurement of meat required ration coupons. Each individual allotted a specific amount, and those wishing for a greater share often had to purchase others' coupons at exorbitant prices, sometimes with little success. For a time, the only sound at the table was that of meat being devoured, with everyone enjoying their meal heartily. Zheng Shuqin had initially thought that 2 chickens would be too much. Yet to her surprise, the dish was soon depleted. Thankfully, there were pancakes to accompany the broth, which made for a delightful addition. Qian Jindi particularly relished the food, consuming 2 pancakes before Zeng Jianguo felt compelled to stop her. Still craving more, Qian Jindi gazed longingly at the remaining meat on the table, but, being well-mannered, refrained from causing a scene, lowering her head in disappointment. Observing her despondency, Zeng Dali offered her another piece of chicken, explaining, "It isn't that your mother disallows you from eating. It's simply that you are still quite young. Your stomach isn't used to rich foods, and consuming too much at once could lead to discomfort. If you enjoy it, we can often ask your grandmother to prepare it for you in the future. You may have some chicken soup. This broth is specially made to nourish you and your mother." Children are easily soothed, and with the prospect of more meat and a warm bowl of soup, Qian Jindi beamed, saying, "I understand. My mother only wants what is best for me. Truthfully, I am quite full, but the chicken cooked at grandfather's house is simply irresistible." Her words elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Zeng Jianguo chimed in, "Not just Qian Jindi. Even I am stuffed. What a delightful way to eat, dipping pancakes into the chicken broth. It's simply delectable." Zheng Shuqin chuckled, "This was all your father's idea. After our last meal at your grandmother's, your 2 younger brothers couldn't stop talking about it. Zeng Jianguo glanced at Zeng Dali in surprise. In her recollection, her father was not one to cook. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Zeng Jianguo took the initiative to help Zheng Shuqin clear the dishes. Zheng Shuqin did not contest this, as the two of them would be residing together in the future, and contributing to household chores was only fitting. Zheng Shuqin's mindset had evolved. Once boundless in her indulgence of her children, she had absorbed Zeng Dali's teachings on responsibility and moderation. It is often said that indulging a child is akin to harming them. Such children will only become burdens, ultimately believing that even their lives are a mere entitlement. Furthermore, whenever the example of Zeng Jianguo is mentioned, Zheng Shuqin initially held reservations, yet as she observed the despicable acts of Zeng Jianguo, her agreement with Zeng Dali's words grew stronger. Zeng Jianguo went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Zeng Xinghua and Zeng Jianguo entertained Qian Jindi with games. The child expressed her desire to play a horse-riding game, and without hesitation, the two lifted her onto their backs. Decades later, the mere recollection of her uncles playing the horse-riding game with her stirs deep emotions within Qian Jindi. Her uncles provided her with the affection and care that should have been bestowed by her father, healing the shadows of her childhood and allowing her spirit to flourish. Of course, these reflections are for another time. Observing the joy of those playing, Zheng Shuqin ventured into Zeng Jianguo's room to make space for the mother and child. Zeng Jianguo's quarters were impeccably tidy, with even the bedding regularly aired out, devoid of any unpleasant odors. In truth, there was little to tidy up. She merely needed to clear a few of Zeng Jianguo's garments. Zheng Shuqin swiftly organized everything, placing Zeng Jianguo's clothes into a woven bag and carrying it out of his room. She turned to Zeng Dali and inquired, "How shall we handle these garments? Should we send them to the eldest?" Zeng Dali scoffed. "For such a trivial matter, it isn't worth the trip. Let us store them in a discreet corner for now. When he returns next time, he can take them." Zheng Shuqin nodded in agreement and found an inconspicuous spot to place the clothes. After washing the dishes, Zeng Jianguo mysteriously pulled Zheng Shuqin aside, as if she had something to confide. Chapter 67. Accumulating over 200 yuan. Noticing Zeng Jianguo's secretive demeanor, Zheng Shuqin inquired, "What is it? Is there something you wish to say that you cannot share in front of your father? Do not worry. Tell me, and I shall advocate for you." Zeng Jianguo shook her head. "Mother, please do not fret. I am fine. However, Jean D and I cannot continue to live here without contributing. This is over 200 yuan that I have secretly saved. Please use it for household expenses." With that, Zeng Jianguo revealed a small cloth pouch from her pocket and gently opened it, displaying neatly arranged coins within. Most were 10 and 5 yuan denominations, alongside a few 1 yuan coins and some smaller amounts. Zheng Shuqin, taken aback, asked, "Where did you acquire such a sum?" It was understandable for her to question, for if Zeng Jianguo had money, how could their lives have been so difficult? Zeng Jianguo quickly clarified, "I saved this myself, and the Qian family, including Qian Jiqiang, are unaware. We have a neighbor who weaves bamboo baskets and sells them to the supply and marketing cooperative. I learned from her, earning 2 cents per basket. During my free time, I would gather herbs on the mountain to sell at the pharmacy. However, I haven't saved much over the years. This is all I have managed to accumulate. To keep it a secret, I haven't even dared to buy food for Nyonyo, fearing that those bloodsuckers would catch wind of it. To amass this amount through weaving and foraging is indeed no small feat." Zheng Shuqin gazed compassionately at Zeng Jianguo's hands, which were marred by numerous small punctures inflicted by willow branches, causing her eyes to well with tears once more. In an effort to conceal her emotions, Zheng Shuqin jestingly remarked, "Who would have thought my daughter would achieve so much? Not only can you weave baskets, but you also possess knowledge of herbal medicine. If only you had pursued your studies a few years longer back then, imagine how accomplished you might be now." Zeng Jianguo harbored her own regrets regarding this matter. During her school years, she had demonstrated considerable promise academically. However, she was constantly influenced by others who insisted that education was futile for girls since their ultimate fate was to marry. Thus, she withdrew from school prematurely. Her father had chastised her for this decision, yet her stubborn nature prevented her from reconsidering until it was too late. In her lifetime, her father had only opposed her in 2 significant matters: her decision to leave school and her intention to marry Qian Jiqiang. Regrettably, she disregarded both pieces of advice, and time had vindicated her father's concerns. She was now paying a heavy price for her choices. However, no amount of regret would change the past. Zeng Jianguo feigned strength as she replied, "That is all in the past. Mother, please do not bring it up again. In truth, I do not know much about herbal medicine. I merely heard that pharmacies were collecting snakeskin cicadas and wasp nests. So I kept an eye out and managed to find quite a few. Whenever I saved up 10 yuan, I would exchange it for larger denominations to avoid difficulties in safeguarding loose change. Mother, please accept this small token from me. The 200 yuan represented the fruit of her labor, painstakingly earned, and Zheng Shuqin could not bring herself to accept it, insisting on returning the money to her daughter. Mother has enough money. You should keep this for yourself. Even if you return home, it is convenient to have some cash on hand. Spend it on whatever you and Nyonyo desire. Do not hesitate. I truly do not need your 200 yuan. I recently made a small profit from business dealings with your second uncle. Only when Zeng Shuqin refused to accept the money did Zeng Ichio reluctantly pocket it. She understood that her mother was concerned for her, even if this sum was not of great significance. The conversation between the two women was not conducted in hushed tones, and Zeng Dali, sitting nearby, overheard every word, his heart heavy with disquiet. No wonder his daughter had suffered so greatly in her previous life, burdened not only by arduous farm work, but also compelled to find ways to earn money in secret. It was no surprise that she could not withstand such strain indefinitely. Fortunately, in this life, he had acted decisively and resolutely to prevent his daughter from following the same path as before. Thus, Zeng Ichio and Qian Jindi settled into their home, while the Qian family remained adamantly opposed to the divorce. Zeng Dali chose not to intervene. If necessary, they could resort to the courts. However, matters had not escalated to that point, and he preferred to keep the situation discreet. Initially, Zeng Dali had intended to visit Guangzhou again in the coming days, but this incident had delayed his plans. A week later, Sun Jinhai and his wife were discharged from the hospital, attracting a considerable crowd of onlookers, some genuinely concerned for their well-being. Approaching the two individuals, I inquired about their injuries. Sun Jinhai maintained a courteous demeanor, expressing gratitude for everyone's concern and the assistance they had received on that day. However, Lu Xiaomei felt a deep sense of shame, believing that onlookers were merely mocking them. With a brusque push, she dismissed the crowd and retreated to her room, her face devoid of expression. Sun Jinhai, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Lu Xiaomei's departing figure and scolded, "You foolish woman, everyone is concerned about us. And this is your attitude? I think I was far too lenient when I last dealt with you." Chen Sufan, witnessing the scene, quickly interjected, "All right, Jinhai, perhaps you should temper your words. She might just be sensitive, unable to bear the scrutiny." She continued, "In the future, be gentler. You ought to know what my Tian just endured because of you." Those dark circles under her eyes have yet to fade. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinhai repeatedly apologized to Chen Sufan. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of that. We are neighbors. There's no need for such formalities. It's far better for both of you to get along. You've taken a week off, haven't you? It's time to tidy up and return to work, especially since you have a family to support." Nodding in agreement, Sun Jinhai exchanged a few more words with the onlookers before heading back inside. Lu Xiaomei sat silently on a stool, her expression blank. Observing her, Sun Jinhai exclaimed, "What kind of display is this for others? Everyone is genuinely concerned for us. And this is how you respond? Have you no sense of shame?" Lu Xiaomei retorted with a cold laugh. "Shame? Was I not almost beaten to death? I can't tell if you're truly oblivious or just pretending. They are not concerned for us. They are here to revel in our misfortune." Sun Jinhai, recognizing the validity of her grievances, attempted to defend himself. "I was intoxicated that day and lacked restraint. But didn't your nephew give me a beating as well? Not only that, he also assaulted Tian and Xinghua. Our parents are out shopping at the supply cooperative, and we should go apologize to them later." Lu Xiaomei, incensed by his words, stood up abruptly and declared, "Whoever wishes to go may do so. I certainly will not. Your parents meddle too much. It seems they have more money than they know what to do with." With that, she stormed off into the inner room. Sun Jinhai, feeling exasperated, raked his fingers through his thinning hair. Chapter 68. Sun family's apology. The following day, Zeng Dali returned from work to find Sun Jinhai's parents at his home. They greeted him with palpable enthusiasm. "Dali, you're back. We intended to visit yesterday, but we returned late and felt it would be impolite to intrude." In truth, Sun Jinhai and the others had not returned late. His parents had gone to the cooperative to purchase some gifts as an apology. However, they found the shelves nearly empty and were left with nothing suitable, forcing them to wait until today. Zeng Dali, aware of their purpose for visiting, smiled and replied, "Oh, Uncle and Aunt Sun, There is no need for such formality. We are neighbors, and you are always welcome to drop by. I saw Jinhai at the machinery factory today, and knowing he is recovering well brings me relief. Zheng Shuqin chuckled from the side, remarking on the politeness of Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun. Look how courteous they are. They come bearing so many gifts, making it all feel rather awkward. Old Master Sun sighed and stated, it is Lu's family that lacks understanding. They harmed that child Xinghua, and I feel a deep sense of guilt. We just visited Tian Gang's home, and this is a small token of goodwill from your aunt and me. You must not decline it, otherwise my conscience will weigh even heavier. This incident is entirely the fault of that impulsive child Jinhai. Can you believe that at our age, we still have to run back and forth to the hospital because of their issues? Children are debts from our past lives, and until they are settled, neither his mother nor I can find peace. It is truly lamentable. Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali quickly sought to reassure him, saying, a little scrape is nothing to worry about. Besides, our Xinghua is tough and hardly bothered by such minor injuries. Jinhai, at his core, is a good lad, though he was indeed wrong to resort to violence this time. However, Lu Xiaomei did push him too hard. The factory has merely issued Jinhai a warning. His job remains secure. Yet, I have a couple of candid observations that may not be well received. Since Uncle Sun is here, I shall voice them. If I speak out of turn, please disregard my words. Old Master Sun, eager to hear more, responded, Dali, please speak freely. There is no need for formality between us. Zeng Dali continued, while every family has its challenges, and quarrels over pots and pans are commonplace, one must maintain certain boundaries. If Jinhai had truly harmed Lu Xiaomei, he would inevitably face severe consequences, perhaps even losing his future. A virtuous woman can bring prosperity for 3 generations. Thus, the root of the problem must be addressed. And violence cannot be the solution. We live in a new society now, where gender equality is promoted, and the old ways of striking women are no longer acceptable. If they truly cannot coexist, it is better to part amicably than to escalate to a life-and-death struggle. Would you not agree, Uncle Sun? Old Master Sun nodded in agreement, saying, I recognize your heartfelt words, and it is clear that you genuinely care for Jinhai's well-being. If it were someone else, they would merely laugh at the situation. In fact, I have shared similar sentiments with Jinhai in the hospital. He does feel the same way. However, Lu Xiaomei is adamant about not wanting a divorce, and we are left powerless. Zeng Dali remained silent after that, understanding that ultimately, it was Jinhai's indecision that hindered progress. If he were truly determined to divorce, he could approach the relevant authorities or go to court. No marriage is beyond dissolution. Dali had said all that needed to be said, and whether they chose to heed his advice was no longer within his control. The elderly son couple conversed with Zeng Dali for a while longer before rising to leave. Dali was unwilling to accept their gifts, and after some back and forth, Old Master Sun grew impatient, exclaiming, Dali, if you refuse this gift, it signifies a lack of respect for my old age and an unwillingness to forgive Jinhai. I will have him come personally to apologize to Xinghua. Faced with Old Master Sun's insistence, Dali had no choice but to relent. He escorted the elderly couple to the door before returning indoors. Qianjindi gazed longingly at the bananas and apples on the table, her mouth watering. However, she resolutely suppressed her desire and turned her little head away. Zeng Dali had already noticed her subtle movements and broke off a banana, offering it to her. Go on, eat it, but don't overindulge, or you might spoil your dinner. Qianjindi accepted the banana, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Grandfather, I know this is a banana. Once, when relatives visited our home, we had a few. My grandmother gave one to Fuxing, but the rest were locked away in the cabinet. I secretly sniffed them several times. The aroma was delightful. Zeng Dali nearly lost his composure upon hearing this. The child was truly heart-wrenching. He gently patted Qianjindi's head and said, when I earn a lot of money in the future, I will buy you bananas every day. How does that sound? Qianjindi nodded vigorously and carefully peeled the banana. Yet, instead of hastily putting it in her mouth, she offered it to Zeng Dali. Grandfather, you eat first. Zeng Dali, touched by her thoughtfulness, smiled wider and took a gentle bite. Delicious. You can have the rest, Jindi. Only then did Qianjindi take a bite of the banana. Its soft, smooth texture and sweetness nearly causing her eyes to squint in delight. As Zeng Ichio returned from outside and saw her daughter enjoying the banana, she quickly exclaimed, Dad, these bananas are quite expensive. Why are you letting Jindi eat them? You shouldn't spoil her too much. Zeng Yiqiu had gone to the Qian household to discuss divorce matters with Qian Jiqiang, who stubbornly refused to comply. In frustration, she caused a scene and even smashed a few bowls before returning home. Now, upon seeing her daughter happily munching on a banana, she felt conflicted. While it was good for the family to dote on Jindi, Zeng Yiqiu feared that she might become spoiled. Zeng Dali, unhappy with her words, replied, "What are you saying? If we don't let the child enjoy good things, who should? One might think you were a stepmother. It's just a banana, and we can afford it. Besides, this banana wasn't even bought by me. It was just given to us by the neighbors, Sun Jinhai's parents." Zeng Yiqiu was somewhat aware of the Sun family's situation through Zheng Shuqin. She had previously thought Lu Xiaomei was quite distinguished, always dressed splendidly. The most glamorous woman in the entire compound. She had once fantasized about living such a life once she got married, thinking her parents' existence was too mundane. However, reality had proven her notions wildly incorrect. The life she had imagined was merely a bubble, and Lu Xiaomei's fate was a testament to that. In contrast, her parents, who treated each other with respect, seemed to grow closer with age, demonstrating that a simple life could indeed be the most fulfilling. Zeng Yiqiu was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Zeng Dali glanced at Qian Jindi and then waved his hand at Zeng Yiqiu, prompting her to step forward. It was evident that he had something to discuss with her. Chapter 69. It's time for the child to start school. Zeng Dali observed that Zeng Yiqiu had gained a bit of weight since her arrival, which brought him comfort. "I heard your mother say you went to the Qian household today. Did they treat you well?" Zeng Yiqiu shook her head, declaring, "No. I no longer care about Qian Jiqiang. What can his family do to me? Moreover, Xinghua accompanied me during this ordeal. I proposed a divorce to Qian Jiqiang, but he refused. I demolished their kitchen. If I am to suffer, they shall not enjoy themselves either." Zeng Dali, observing that Zeng Yiqiu had not been at a disadvantage, remarked, "Had you possessed such resolve earlier, these past years would not have seen you bullied by their family." He continued, "You must refrain from visiting the Qian family in the future, lest their numbers overwhelm you and lead to further losses. When I find the time, I will personally visit the Qian household. Whether they wish to divorce or not, it shall happen. They have wronged my daughter and expect her to continue to toil for them. That is absolutely unacceptable." Upon hearing these words, Zeng Yiqiu nodded, with her father by her side. She felt reassured and emboldened. Otherwise, she would not have dared to confront the Qian family today. Yet, she also recognized that her father was often busy with work, and she did not wish to add to his burdens. She aimed to resolve matters independently, but she had underestimated the Qian family's audacity. After discussing this matter, Zeng Dali pointed towards Qian Jindi and inquired, "What are your plans for Jindi?" Zeng Yiqiu, momentarily taken aback by her father's question, pondered his meaning. Naturally, Jindi was to live with her. Observing her confusion, Zeng Dali clarified, "Jindi is 5 years old now. Isn't it time for her to start school? Even if she is not yet of age for primary school, she should at least be enrolled in a preschool program." He added, "You have not had much formal education yourself. Do not let your child miss out." In the 1980s, kindergartens were referred to as Yuhong classes, a product of the Great Revolution. In 1979, a national meeting highlighted the importance of early childhood education, particularly in rural areas where many communes established Yuhong classes. Urban areas also had them, often with far better conditions. Zeng Yiqiu had not considered this matter before. The Qian family did not place much value on education, believing that schooling was a mere waste of money. They had no intention of sending Jindi to school, and it was possible they felt Qian Fuxing was too young and might be bullied there. Feeling a tinge of shame, Zeng Yiqiu admitted, "Father, I truly had not thought about this." Zeng Dali glanced at her. "Have you never contemplated sending your child to school?" Zeng Yiqiu quickly replied, "I have thought about it. I just believed there was no need for preschool, that she could simply start primary school directly." Zeng Dali responded with dissatisfaction, "That will not do. There is much knowledge to be gained in a Yuhong class. If you allow her to jump straight into primary school, how will she keep up with the lessons?" He continued, "Leave this to me. Our factory has a Yuhong class initially established for the families of factory workers. I will arrange a spot for Jindi. We cannot afford to be negligent in our children's education, especially now that we are on the cusp of reform and opening up. It may be too late for you to learn anew, but we must not delay your child's opportunities. Decades hence, lacking in education will render one incapable of achieving much." Zeng Dali's assertion is not mere alarmism. The future society mandates 9 years of compulsory education, with the minimum qualification being a middle school diploma. Unlike today, where countless individuals remain illiterate, Naturally, Zeng Jianguo is immensely willing to ensure her daughter receives an education, promptly expressing, "Thank you, father. I entrust this matter to you. I will cover Jindi's tuition fees." Zeng Dali did not engage in a debate regarding this. In these times, the costs of the red education class are quite modest. Approximately 3 yuan per semester in rural areas, while urban counterparts may be slightly more expensive, around 5 or 6 yuan. However, the affiliated kindergarten of the machinery factory provides discounts for the children of its employees. Zeng Dali intends to inquire further about the specifics. Jindi had already finished a banana, and Zeng Dali beckoned her over. The astute little Jindi climbed onto his lap. Zeng Dali smiled and asked, "How about grandfather taking us, Jindi, to school?" Upon hearing this, Jindi clapped her hands, exclaiming, "That sounds great. I love school. I heard there are many little friends in the red education class. If I study hard, will I be as successful as uncle?" She then pondered, "By the way, I've been here for so many days. Why haven't I seen uncle?" Jindi was unaware of Zeng Jianguo's circumstances. She only recalled her mother's proud demeanor when mentioning him and instinctively perceived him as impressive. Zeng Dali wished to shield the child from familial disputes. Thus he replied, "Your uncle is busy and seldom returns. If you study diligently, you will surely surpass him." Jindi nodded vigorously in agreement. Zheng Shuqin had prepared dinner and called out to Zeng Dali and the others, "All right, it's time to eat. We can discuss matters after the meal." Being young, Jindi could hardly contain her excitement and exclaimed to Zheng Shuqin, "Grandma, my grandfather said he would send me to school. I will definitely study hard and be even more accomplished than uncle." Zheng Shuqin was momentarily taken aback by the mention of Zeng Jianguo, but then smiled and said, "Wonderful. Our Jindi will surely excel. Hurry and eat. See what delicious food Grandma has prepared for you." Upon seeing a bowl of steamed egg custard, Jindi was even more delighted. The meals at Grandma's house are certainly splendid. She enjoys being here, unlike at her own home, where even the tastiest treats seldom come her way. Noticing her eager demeanor, Zheng Shuqin promptly cautioned her to be careful of the heat. The following morning, Zeng Dali was awakened from his slumber by raucous shouting outside his door. Irritated, he raked a hand through his hair, wondering who could be so inconsiderate as to argue so early in the day. Since Sun Jinhai and Lu Xiaomei had been hospitalized, the family had not been this lively for quite some time. Suddenly recalling the couple, Zeng Dali became alert, recognizing the familiar voice. Was it not Lu Xiaomei's? This woman truly has a knack for stirring trouble. She had barely returned for a day and was already causing unrest. Moreover, the commotion outside did not resemble the usual quarrels between the couple. One of the loud voices bore a striking resemblance to that of Chen Sufan, while another, softer voice, echoed the tones of Zheng Shuqin. Although he was unfamiliar with Chen Sufan, he knew his wife well. She was not the type to stir up trouble, which indicated that something significant had undoubtedly transpired. In an instant, Zeng Dali regained his composure, hastily donned his clothes, and dashed outside. Chapter 70. The Quarrel After Much Effort. Zeng Dali managed to squeeze into the chaotic crowd, where he beheld Chen Sufan, one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusatorily at Lu Xiaomei, exclaiming, "Lu Xiaomei, are you taking my kindness for granted? I am no man, and I refuse to fall for your beguiling tricks. I have never been subjected to such insults in my life. And who are you to speak so condescendingly early in the morning? If it weren't for your husband and the uncle and auntie, I would have long since scratched your face." Zheng Shuqin, equally furious, chimed in, "Lu Xiaomei, I am aware that you have always looked down upon me, and to be frank, I hold you in low regard as well. It might be tolerable when you make your snide remarks, and I would choose to ignore them, as engaging with someone of your ilk is beneath me. However, how dare you say my daughter is worthless? You shall apologize to her immediately, or I will not hesitate to tear your mouth apart." Zeng Dali, married to Zheng Shuqin for many years, had never witnessed her so fierce. As a man, it was only natural for him to defend his wife and daughter when they were wronged, but he knew he must first ascertain the cause of the commotion. Thus, he inquired, "What is happening here? Why are you causing such a ruckus early in the morning? The neighbors cannot even sleep." Before Zheng Shuqin could respond, the impetuous Chen Sufan interjected, "Dali, you are unaware of the situation. We rose early today, and while Shuqin and I were drawing water by the well, your daughter Ichio was washing clothes nearby. Out of nowhere, Lu Xiaomei approached us with a barrage of sarcastic comments, insinuating that we could not afford to live and had accepted their family's precious belongings. Let me remind everyone that it was my family, Tian Gang and Xinghua, who rushed Lu Xiaomei to the hospital when she was nearly beaten to death. Afterward, everyone returned home, leaving only Tiangang and Xinghua to tend to her in the hospital. Lu Xiaomei's relatives, without any justification, stormed the hospital intending to assault Sun Jinhai, resulting in injuries to both Tiangang and Xinghua. Our good intentions only brought about misfortune. Yet, considering we are neighbors, we kept our grievances to ourselves. Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun felt guilty and brought gifts to our home. Initially, we had no intention of accepting them, but the elderly couple was too insistent. So we reluctantly accepted their offerings. Who would have thought that Lu Xiaomei would feel disgruntled and stir up trouble in the early hours? She not only insulted us, but also claimed that Ichio was sent back by her in-laws due to her inability to bear children. Can you believe such inhumane words? Ichio has grown up under our care, like one of our own. It pains us to see her return to her family in such distress. And how could she utter such cruel remarks? Upon hearing these words, Zeng Dali felt a surge of anger. With a stern expression, he addressed Lu Xiaomei. Lu Xiaomei, I have tolerated your behavior for far too long. Do not test my limits. The matters concerning my daughter are not for you to discuss behind our backs. Should you dare to speak such nonsense again, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Although Lu Xiaomei felt a pang of fear upon hearing this, she defiantly retorted, What I speak is the truth. Your family is embroiled in this situation, and you expect no one to mention it? My sister and your daughter hail from the same place, and she has confirmed that your daughter suffered a miscarriage, rendering her unable to bear children. The Qian family has refused to accept her back, and that is why she returned. Just take a look at the girls married off in this region. How many remain at their maternal homes? Zeng Dali snorted upon hearing this and replied, Who does your sister think she is? With such a big mouth. She ought to fear the repercussions of her words. Yet, considering your disposition, I can only imagine how lacking your sister must be. However, surely you envy my daughter. At least she has endured hardships at her in-laws' home, with me, her father, supporting her. My family will always stand by her side. In contrast, I have heard that Sun Jinhai has broached the subject of divorce with you multiple times, and you stubbornly refuse to agree. I know you are afraid of being cast out onto the streets if you part ways with him. By comparison, you are in a much worse position than my daughter. What right do you have to mock her? Lu Xiaomei, let me remind you that spreading rumors and inciting trouble is also a criminal offense. I shall go to the police station and report you. Let us see if anyone will take action against a gossip monger like you. With that, she pushed her bicycle toward the police station. In truth, Zeng Dali's words struck a chord with Lu Xiaomei. She had indeed confided in her family about Sun Jinhai's intentions to divorce her, yet not one of them supported her. They even chastised her, claiming that if she divorced, the entire family would face disgrace. Thus, she truly envied Zeng Ichio, who, despite being unable to bear a son, had the privilege of returning to her maternal home. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaomei could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for Zeng Dali was serious about going to the police. Fortunately, bystanders began to intervene, urging Zeng Dali to consider the community ties they shared as neighbors and to avoid escalating the situation. They implored him to overlook Lu Xiaomei's transgressions for the sake of Sun Jinhai, as they all worked in the same factory and would inevitably encounter one another. Zeng Dali remained unmoved by their pleas. While he could not resort to violence against Lu Xiaomei, he felt justified in intimidating her to prevent future occurrences of such behavior. There is no need to persuade me. My daughter has already suffered enough with the Qian family, and now she is the target of baseless rumors. How can a child endure this? As her father, I cannot stand idly by. Moreover, everyone has witnessed Lu Xiaomei's bullying of my Shuqin for far too long. As a man, I should not be concerned with the squabbles of women, but seeing my wife and child treated unjustly compels me to act. If I do not stand up for them, I would be remiss in my duties as a husband and father. Zeng Dali's words resonated powerfully, prompting admiration among many women who gazed enviously at Zheng Shuqin, recognizing him as a true man. Just as Zeng Dali prepared to leave on his bicycle, the elderly son couple returned home. Having grown accustomed to rural life, their age left them with little sleep. Before dawn, the two ventured out for a stroll. Little did they anticipate returning to find the family compound buzzing with commotion. Upon spotting Lu Xiaomei standing amidst the crowd with a sullen expression, being the subject of pointed whispers, a sense of foreboding gripped them. Old Mrs. Sun hastily inquired, "What on earth has transpired so early in the morning?" The onlookers, noticing the elderly couple's return, eagerly recounted the unfolding events. Mrs. Sun, slapping her thigh in dismay, exclaimed, Good heavens, what sin has been committed? Not a moment's peace for us. She then lamented, where is Jin Hai, that scoundrel? His wife is embroiled in such a scandal, yet he remains oblivious. Turning to Lu Xiaomei, she chastised, you troublemaker. Our family's misfortune stems from marrying you. I shall have my son divorce you. This declaration seemingly struck a nerve. For Lu Xiaomei's expression morphed into one of frenzied indignation. Lu Xiaomei glared at Mrs. Sun, her eyes flashing with deep-seated resentment, and retorted, on what grounds do you demand my husband divorce me? In my youth, I was renowned for my beauty, with suitors flocking to my doorstep. Had it not been for his relentless promises of devotion and the substantial dowry he provided, my family would never have consented to our union. Have you, an old relic, lost your sight? Your son is a pitiful sight, frail, with barely any hair. Not only does he lack appeal, but he is also utterly ineffectual, weak and languid, with an insatiable appetite. I have not complained about his shortcomings, yet your family constantly berates me for not bearing a son. With his inadequacies, should a son even be born, he would be a failure. Better not to procreate at all than to ruin a girl's life. Last night, son Jin Hai had indulged excessively in drink and had not risen early. It was only with great effort that old Mr. Sun roused him. As he stepped outside, the sound of Lu Xiaomei's loud tirade reached his ears. Jin Hai felt utterly humiliated. How could this woman expose their private matters? It was said that good news seldom travels far, while misfortune spreads like wildfire, and in this era, even trivial matters could become widely known. He was certain he would become the subject of gossip. The weight of the situation made his head spin, and when he finally recognized the sympathetic gazes directed at him, he felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. With a roar, he shouted, you wretched woman! How dare you tarnish my reputation? It seems my previous punishment was too lenient. Do you believe I won't end you this time? At his words, Lu Xiaomei recoiled slightly, for the memory of nearly being beaten to death by him lingered ominously in her mind. Yet, with the crowd surrounding them, she regained her bravado, defiantly challenging. Come on then, strike me. Son Jin Hai, you are nothing but a coward, limited to such feeble threats. I have been married into your family for over 20 years, yet your parents and your sisters have never treated me with kindness. Just because I have given birth to several daughters during my confinement, your mother took all the delicious food home for your sisters. I struggled without milk, while our youngest cried incessantly. Is she not a descendant of the Sun family simply because she is a girl? In front of outsiders, your parents appear amiable, but who knows that they have never shown me a shred of goodwill behind closed doors? Is it merely because I accepted the 88 yuan betrothal gift from your family? Is it solely due to my failure to bear a son for you? In this modern society that champions gender equality, many women do not have sons. Yet no other family torments their daughter-in-law as yours does. Lu Xiaomei's words enraged Mr. and Mrs. Sun. Mrs. Sun trembled as she pointed her finger and declared, Lu Xiaomei, do not speak nonsense. When have I ever treated you harshly? You claim that during my confinement, I gave the good food to my daughters. But those items were bought by them. Their family is not wealthy, and they have a paralyzed grandmother to care for. What was wrong with letting them take it? All the money Jin Hai has earned over the years has been spent on you. Aside from indulging yourself, have you ever contributed to the household? When others have children, their parents give red envelopes to their grandchildren, but your parents come here asking to borrow money. I have seen you encounter my wife more than a couple of times. Since you have been so generous to your own family, how can you expect me to provide lavish meals? If you disdain my son, then you should just divorce him. Lu Xiaomei glanced at Mrs. Sun and said, we live in a new society. Whether to divorce is a matter for Jin Hai and me to decide. What authority do you, an elderly woman, have over this? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Sun turned to Jin Hai. Jin Hai, give your mother a clear answer. Are you going to divorce or not? Jin Hai looked at Lu Xiaomei. Previously, he had found her beauty captivating, believing her worth any effort. However, he now regarded her as a parasitic demon, for she stirred chaos within the household daily. What could he possibly cherish about such a woman? Gritting his teeth, he declared, divorce. Lu Xiaomei laughed coldly. Very well, Jin Hai, you have some nerve. Who does not divorce is the grandson. With that, she stormed back into the house, only to emerge moments later with a small bundle, spitting at Jin Hai before leaving without a backward glance. Mr. Sun approached Zeng Dali and said, Dali, I apologize on behalf of my family. I must ask for your understanding. My son Jin Hai will definitely divorce that woman, now that she has left. Perhaps we should let the matter rest with the police report, as they are still married. and it would not reflect well if this were to spread. Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin exchanged glances, somewhat at a loss for words. They had already disrupted the couple's relationship. Reporting to the police would seem rather unfeeling. And besides, Liu Xiaomei had not committed any grave offense. Even if it reached the police, it would likely just result in a verbal reprimand. Zeng Dali's original intention was merely to intimidate her, urging her to refrain from speaking indiscriminately in the future. After all, they resided in the same large compound, where they frequently crossed paths. If she were to persist in spreading rumors, it would render it difficult for Yi Qiu to venture outside. However, with Sun Jinhai now seeking a divorce, that matter could be considered settled. Zeng Dali waved his hand and remarked, "Well, since Uncle Sun has said so, it would be inconsiderate of me to insist further. Let this matter rest. As for whether Jinhai and she divorce, it is not for outsiders like us to interfere. After all, only they know whether the shoe fits." Upon hearing this, the elder son nodded in agreement, recognizing that family matters are best understood within the family. Seeing that there was nothing more to observe, everyone quickly dispersed. They had meals to finish and work to attend to, and could not afford to let idle curiosity interfere with their duties. Upon returning home, Zeng Dali found Zeng Yiqiu sitting silently on a stool. He initially thought she might have been hurt by Liu Xiaomei's words, and with a sigh, he said, "Liu Xiaomei is just that sort of person, accustomed to her nonsensical chatter. Do not take her words to heart. The fact that you have chosen to divorce is undeniable, and those who are unaware of the circumstances are bound to misinterpret things. If you allow yourself to be saddened by each instance of such talk, you will only suffer. In this day and age, divorces are truly rare, especially for women. Many who cannot endure their circumstances contemplate drastic measures rather than seek divorce. Your ability to make such a choice demonstrates considerable courage, yet I fear you may not withstand the gossip and disapproving glances of others." Chapter 72. Seeking assistance. Listening to Zeng Dali's earnest words warmed Zeng Yiqiu's heart. Compared to most, she was fortunate. At least she had her father to support her. Reflecting on this, she spoke, "Father, I am not afraid of what others might say behind my back. I only fear that my actions might subject my family to scrutiny." Today, Liu Xiaomei remarked that she had never encountered a married daughter who resided with her parents, even divorced. One ought to keep their distance from their family to avoid bringing misfortune upon them, especially since my 3 younger brothers have yet to establish families. I worry that my situation might hinder their prospects of finding wives, and I would truly become the family's pariah. Zeng Dali, hearing this, felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. What era are we living in? Why cling to the feudal customs of the past? You have not learned anything good from the Qian family over the years. It seems you are regressing. Their inability to marry is their own shortcoming. Do not shoulder their burdens as if they were yours. Your shoulders are too slight to bear such weight. Moreover, as a fellow woman, if you lack even a modicum of empathy, you would only stir trouble in our family. If they were to marry women like Liu Xiaomei, I would rather they remain single for life. Furthermore, if they truly cannot bear our situation, we can always separate. The path may be fixed, but people are alive. Can the living be suffocated by their own urine?" Zeng Dali's words, though blunt, contained a profound truth. Zeng Yiqiu no longer found herself entangled in her thoughts. For both her second and third brothers' wives remained unattached. She reasoned that it would be prudent to address such matters only when the time was ripe. As for her eldest brother, he indeed brought considerable disappointment. Although she too had let her family down, over the years, she had only caused herself suffering, never once soliciting even a penny from her parental home. In contrast, Zeng Jianguo had burdened the entire family to fulfill his own desires, highlighting a fundamental difference between them. Thus, her father could find it in his heart to forgive her, yet he could not extend the same grace to the eldest brother. She believed that as long as she honored her parents in the future, she would not fall short of her brother. With this thought, Zeng Yiqiu felt a sense of relief. "Father, you are right. I have been overthinking. Their words are not my concern. I shall focus on being the best version of myself." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Zheng Shuqin had prepared breakfast. After their meal, Zeng Dali departed for his shift at the machinery factory. He made inquiries about the Yuhong class at the factory, discovering that the tuition fee was 6 yuan and 3 jiao per semester, with a discount of 1 yuan and 3 jiao for the children of employees. If the family was too preoccupied to pick up the children at noon, they could dine at the Yuhong class, though the meal cost was separate, yet quite reasonable at 20 jiao per meal. However, enrollment in the machine factory as classes required approval from the factory leadership. Since Zeng Dali had already gathered this information, he sought to expedite the process and first approached the deputy factory director, Tong Guowei. Upon seeing Zeng Dali enter his office while reading the newspaper, Tong Guowei greeted him with a smile. "Old Zeng, what brings you here today? You are quite the technical expert in our factory now, surrounded by admirers wherever you go. How do you find time to visit my office?" Zeng Dali chuckled in response. "Director, please don't belittle me. I am merely a humble maintenance worker in our factory, hardly deserving of your attention." Upon hearing Zeng Dali address him as director rather than deputy director, Tong Guowei's eyes narrowed with intrigue. He had previously perceived Zeng Dali as overly principled and inflexible, yet today he recognized a refreshing clarity in his demeanor. Feigning ignorance, Tong Guowei urged him to take a seat, and Zeng Dali complied without hesitation. After a moment, Tong Guowei remarked, "They say one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without a purpose. You must have a matter to discuss. Speak freely, and I shall assist you to the best of my ability." Zeng Dali sighed and recounted the grievances Zeng Jianguo faced at the Qian family. In the realm of seeking assistance, one must adopt the appropriate demeanor, revealing one's vulnerabilities, even familial blemishes, to foster trust. Indeed, upon hearing Zeng Dali's account, Tong Guowei expressed indignation. "The Qian family is utterly despicable. However, old Zeng, I must say, you are a veteran of our machinery factory and a former soldier. Having contributed to the nation, how could your daughter be subjected to such mistreatment? It reflects poorly on you as a father." Zeng Dali nodded in acknowledgement, lamenting, "Indeed, I now regret my decisions. Had I known this would unfold, I would never have allowed my daughter to marry him." Tong Guowei was somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding Zeng Jianguo's past, as they resided in the staff quarters, and any commotion among the families often sparked gossip among the workers. Thus, he comforted him, saying, "In truth, this matter cannot solely be attributed to you. After all, how many parents can truly stand against their children? So, what brings you to me today?" Zeng Dali, without any pretense, replied, "Isn't there a child from Jianguo? She is already 5 years old and has not experienced a single day of happiness in the Qian family. I have brought her here with me. The child is of school age now, and our factory has a Yuhong class. I was hoping to secure a spot for her." A flicker of hesitation crossed Tong Guowei's face. "Given your long-standing service and significant contributions to our factory, I should not refuse this request. However, you are aware that the Yuhong class at the machinery factory is the finest in the entire county, and thus, spots are limited. For a child to enroll, her parents must be employed at the factory." Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali quickly responded, "I understand this is a challenging matter. That is precisely why I have come to you, the factory director. If it were a simple issue, I wouldn't need to trouble you personally." Tong Guowei felt flattered by this remark. As the deputy director of the factory, he could easily influence the allocation of spots in the Yuhong class. However, if he readily agreed to Zeng Dali's request, it would appear as though the matter posed no challenge. He was keen on winning Zeng Dali's favor and wanted him to feel he had made an effort in this matter. Thus, Tong Guowei said, "It is rare for you to approach me. If I do not assist you, where would your dignity lie? Please return for now, and I shall think of a solution for you." Zeng Dali promptly stood up and said, "I thank you, director. I will wait for your news." Tong Guowei nodded, and Zeng Dali exited. Upon returning home that evening, Zheng Shuqin inquired about the Yuhong class. Zeng Dali recounted the details truthfully, and Zheng Shuqin, somewhat worried, asked, "Will this work out? Otherwise, we might need to consider other Yuhong classes. Although they may not be as good as the machinery factories, as long as we pay, they will accept the child. We cannot let this delay her education." Zeng Dali chuckled and shook his head. "You need not worry. This matter is highly likely to succeed. The leadership would not act otherwise, as it would not reflect well on them." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin instantly understood. Chapter 73, The Nuances of Human Relationships. Zheng Shuqin playfully reproached, "Your deputy director truly is something. Why can't he handle matters straightforwardly, instead of posturing?" Zeng Dali responded with a smile. "One cannot speak in such a manner. Whether it is the deputy director or the director, as long as they get things done, they are a good director. You may not know, but barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tong Guowei is likely to be the next factory director. However, there are several deputy directors vying for the top position, and the one who garners the most support will ascend. Tong Guowei is indeed attempting to win me over, which indicates he values our relationship and recognizes our worth. Jindi does not meet the enrollment criteria for the Yuhong class, and we should be grateful that he is willing to help us. Zheng Shuqin also smiled. That is true. I was merely speaking off the cuff. Should we consider buying something as a token of appreciation for him? Zeng Dali waved his hand, saying, no need for that. It would come across as overly deliberate. If someone wishes to extend a favor to us, we should not rush to offer gifts in return. That is merely a transaction of interests, hardly deserving of being called a favor. Moreover, at this critical juncture, gifting would be detrimental to everyone involved. If Zeng Dali were to give a gift to Tang Guowei, it would not only reflect poorly on Tang Guowei, but also on himself. It could lead to Tang Guowei being branded as someone who accepts bribes. While Zeng Dali is on the cusp of being promoted to team leader, it would not be long before whispers circulated that he ascended through favoritism. Throughout history, jealousy has the power to distort perceptions, and fabrications are all too common. Having lived a second life, Zeng Dali has become significantly more cautious in his dealings than in his previous existence. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, oh dear. I lack education and tend to offer misguided advice. Thankfully, we are not in public. Otherwise, it would be quite the embarrassment. Zheng Shuqin indeed had few years of formal education and had spent recent years at home raising children, rendering her somewhat unaccustomed to the complexities of societal interactions. This was completely understandable. In his past life, Zeng Dali would have undoubtedly compared her to his former ideal, believing Zheng Shuqin to be unfit for sophisticated company. However, he had not thought of Jiqiu for quite some time. It felt as if that were a matter of a bygone life. Zeng Dali reassured her, what are you saying? They say every profession has its expertise. You are not familiar with the specifics of our factory situation, so it's natural for you to think this way. Just as I am not as knowledgeable about family matters as you are. Zheng Shuqin immediately broke into laughter at Zeng Dali's words. The following day, Tang Guowei summoned Zeng Dali to his office and handed him an approval form, saying, Old Zeng, I put in considerable effort for this matter, but it has been resolved nonetheless. Here, take this form to the Yuhong class to register your child by the start of the next semester. Your child should be able to enroll. Zeng Dali took the form and noted the prominently displayed words special approval. He quickly smiled and said, oh, thank you, Director. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. How about we go to the state-run restaurant after work today? My treat. Tang Guowei laughed heartily. It seems this matter has truly touched your heart. You actually want to treat me to a meal. This is a rare occurrence indeed. However, let us skip the meal. You know many are watching me in this position, so as long as you remember my kindness, that will suffice. Zeng Dali hastily replied, Director, you have done such a great favor for me. How could I possibly forget your kindness? Rest assured, should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call on me. I will certainly be there. Zeng Dali felt it was only appropriate to exchange a few courteous remarks, considering he was doing a favor for Director Tong and declining to accept a meal. Indeed, upon hearing this, Tang Guowei felt quite pleased, patting Zeng Dali on the shoulder. Rest assured, if I ever attain that position, you will not be overlooked. He then added, all right, you may go about your business now. If you linger here too long, rumors may start circulating in the factory. Zeng Dali nodded cautiously, carefully folding the document and placing it in the pocket of his jacket before exiting Tang Guowei's office. He made another visit to the workshop, where Huang Shiji greeted him with exceptional warmth. Ah, old Zeng, it's been several days since I've seen you in the workshop. Zeng Dali replied with a smile. Our factory's batch of machinery is brand new, and the workers have become quite adept at operating it. If I were to loiter around your workshop every day, Director Huang, wouldn't you want to chase me away? Huang Shiji laughed heartily at this, saying, what nonsense. I'm not foolish enough to do something so stupid. Having you in our workshop brings me great joy. Why would I ever want to send you away? After a moment, he leaned in and whispered, I heard your daughter is getting a divorce. Zeng Dali furrowed his brow at this news. How had such a matter reached Huang Shiji's ears? However, upon reflection, it seemed quite normal. With so many residents in the compound, gossip was inevitable. Noticing Zeng Dali's grim expression, Huang Shiji quickly added, Old Zeng, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to gloat. I just overheard some chatter about it. If you need assistance, I have a relative who works at the courthouse and specializes in these matters. Huang Shiji's intentions were genuinely kind, which eased Zeng Dali's countenance considerably. Apologies for the trouble, Director Huang. My daughter was quite stubborn and insisted on marrying that man. I simply could not bear to see her suffer, which is why I forcibly brought her and her mother back. They refuse to part ways now, and I have been troubled by this situation for days. If you could lend a hand, it would be greatly appreciated. However, I'd prefer to avoid escalating the matter to court unless absolutely necessary. I'd rather not provide fodder for gossip. If the need arises, I will reach out to you for assistance. Huang Shiji expressed his willingness to help repeatedly, genuinely wanting to support Zeng Dali. He was aware that many at the machinery factory speculated that he had secured his position as workshop director through connections, yet Zeng Dali had never spoken ill of him. Zeng Dali was diligent and had helped him resolve various technical issues. So Huang Shiji was eager to demonstrate that he had connections not only within the factory, but also with the government. After work that evening, Zeng Dali felt quite pleased, at least knowing that Jiandi's schooling was settled. However, this sense of well-being dissipated upon his return home. As soon as he entered the compound, Chen Sufan rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh, Dali, you're back. Hurry home and take a look. Ichio's in-laws have come, and I can hear them arguing inside. I'm just an outsider and don't want to interfere, but I'm worried that Shu Qin and the others won't be able to handle it." Before Chen Sufan could finish her sentence, Zeng Dali had already parked his bicycle and dashed into the house. Chapter 74, a sample for you. As Zeng Dali stepped inside, he heard Qian Jiqiang incessantly chattering. "Ichio, you've caused quite enough commotion. Just a few days ago, you came home and smashed the kitchen. My mother was so upset she ended up in the hospital. Surely, it's time to stop the drama. Return with me promptly, lest our relatives and friends find amusement in our predicament." Qian Jianguo chimed in. "Indeed, which family is devoid of trivial domestic matters? It's entirely normal to experience a few bumps along the way. You and Jiqiang have a child. Even if you cannot think of yourself, you must consider the well-being of your offspring. Surely, you cannot allow your child to grow up without a father. Moreover, finding another suitable partner with our family's circumstances would be quite challenging. I acknowledge that in the past, I and your mother may have favored Jiqiang, but rest assured, we will treat everyone equally in the future. We shall also be kinder to Jindi. Anything that Fuxing possesses, she shall possess as well." Jiqiang, as referred to by Qian Jianguo, is the second son of the Qian family, Qian Jiqiang's younger brother. The family has always favored Jiqiang for his sweet tongue and ability to ingratiate himself. Upon hearing Jiqiang's sharp remarks, Zeng Ichio realized that her hope for reconciliation was nothing more than a daydream. With a cold smile, she retorted, "At this juncture, do you still believe I am jesting? For the years I have been married into your family, I have toiled like a beast of burden, yet you have never offered me a kind word. Jiqiang, I sought nothing in return, not even a dowry, simply desiring your lifelong affection. But you, blind and weak, heed your parents' every whim, especially your mother. Whenever she sheds a few tears in your presence, you deem everything my fault. Now that I have finally resolved to escape this den of wolves and tigers, how could I possibly return? I assure you, our only path forward is divorce. I have disappointed my parents once. I shall never allow them to endure such disappointment again." As Zeng Dali entered the room and heard these words, he nodded in approval, relieved that his daughter recognized her mistakes and knew when to cut her losses. It was not in vain that he had worried for her. Witnessing Zeng Ichio's resolute stance, Qian Jiqiang felt increasingly uncertain, especially since his mother had not advised him this way when they arrived. His mother had instructed him to be firm as a man, otherwise, Ichio would run back to her family over trivial matters, and he would be at her mercy. She had assured him that Ichio would not divorce him, that she was merely attempting to frighten him. Even if they went to apologize, they should not demean themselves. Initially, Qian Jiqiang had wholeheartedly believed in his mother's words. But now, observing Zeng Ichio's determination, he felt a flicker of doubt. What if she truly intended to divorce him? With this thought, his tone softened considerably. Though his words remained provoking, "I acknowledge that I have favored my mother over you, causing you distress, but my mother has faced her struggles too. Can't you show her a little empathy?" Zeng Ichio was left speechless by his remarks. Empathize with his mother? Who would empathize with her? Zeng Dali, seeing his daughter in such a pitiful state, shook his head and spoke loudly to Qian Jiqiang. "Your mother has faced difficulties? What about my daughter after marrying into your family? Has she not had her share of hardships? Your mother bore you, and your father raised you. The burdens she faced were the result of your father, and they hold no relevance to my daughter. Has she ever taught my daughter to walk, or changed her diapers? Did she toil to feed her, or pay her tuition? It seems your family has outsourced filial piety, and one might mistakenly believe your lineage has met its end. As if delivering a last will here. Do not presume to dictate my daughter's actions based on your mother's words. Who is she to command? Is she electricity? Is she light? Is she the center of the universe? My daughter has never been subjected to harsh words from her mother and me. Why should she indulge a stranger like your mother? Let me be clear. Cease your convoluted attempts to manipulate my daughter, though she may appear timid. Her father is no pushover. In my youth, I fought through injuries, and should you truly provoke me, I would ensure your entire family finds themselves in a hospital. Zeng Dali spoke fervently, without pausing for breath, leaving all present in stunned silence at his eloquence. It felt a shame he had not pursued a career in comedic dialogue. Yet Zeng Dali felt it insufficient and turned to Zeng Jianguo, remarking, "You truly lack ambition, allowing others to bully you in your own home without retaliating. Observe as I demonstrate." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and directed 2 punches at Zeng Jianguo. Though young, Zeng Jianguo felt the weight of Zeng Dali's battlefield presence, which inspired a sense of respect and trepidation. He dared not retaliate and fled, protecting his head. The other members of the Qian family rushed to intervene, while Zeng Jianguo, witnessing his father's aggression and fearing for his safety against the numbers arrayed against them, joined the fray. Zeng Jianguo, standing at the forefront, took several blows, his smaller stature and advanced age rendering him vocal in his dismay. He lamented his misfortune. Previously, he had endured scratches from Zhou Shilian, which forced him to kneel for days in atonement for her subsequent actions. He had initially been reluctant to attend, but family persuasion convinced him that Zeng Jianguo was a commendable daughter-in-law, fearing his son would remain single if he missed this opportunity. He had barely uttered a few words of praise before Zeng Jianguo's mischief landed him in trouble. Had he known how it would unfold, he would have steered clear of this troublesome affair. Zeng Jianguo's future prospects were of no concern to him, as he had long given up hope of his lineage continuing through him. Accompanying the father and son from the Qian clan were their relatives, who incessantly extolled Zeng Dali. After Zeng Dali had vented his frustrations on Zeng Jianguo, he eventually relented, granting them a semblance of respect, and the atmosphere gradually calmed. Zeng Dali surveyed the crowd from his seat, and Zeng Jianguo instinctively shifted a few steps back. After years of marriage to Zeng Jianguo, he was astonished to discover the ferocity of his father-in-law. Had he known this sooner, he would never have dared to treat Zeng Jianguo in such a manner. He now feels pain all over his face, backside, and body. A heavy silence enveloped the room, creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Zeng Jianguo's elder brother, Zeng Jianguo, the principal figure in this matter, felt compelled to break the silence. Chapter 75. Terrified Zeng Jianguo, who is more than 20 years older than Zeng Jianguo, has already grayed, and his visage starkly contrasts with that of his younger brother, exuding the air of a sagacious individual. He began, "Brother Zeng, allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. My brother and nephew lack the necessary decorum and have inadvertently offended you. You have vented your anger with both reprimands and blows. I trust your ire has subsided. Our families were once allies, and none of us wished to become adversaries in the end. Therefore, let us sit here and discuss matters with calmness and mutual respect. It is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a single marriage, if the 2 children can continue their relationship. I sincerely hope they will. However, if they truly cannot endure, we shall not impose upon them, allowing them to part amicably to prevent future grievances that neither party can bear the burden of." Without further ado, the elder's words were rather judicious. Zeng Dali was about to voice his thoughts when Zeng Jianguo interjected, "Uncle, weren't we supposed to take Jianguo and her mother back with us? How can you speak of them not being able to continue?" Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali shot a glance at Zeng Jianguo, causing him to retract his foot, frightened by the former's intimidating presence. He had endured the pain from a kick just days prior, and after this latest encounter, he felt as if every part of his body was in disarray, uncertain of how long he would need to recuperate upon returning home. Zeng Jianguo, noticing Zeng Jianguo's lack of discernment, reprimanded him further. "When an elder speaks, it is not for a junior to interrupt. You have brought shame upon our family. It is no wonder your father resorted to chastising you. I made it abundantly clear how you should conduct yourself, with respect and an attitude of contrition. How have you acted? How did you speak to Jianguo? You continue to refer to her as your mother. You are no longer a mere infant. Are you not capable of forming your own opinions? I must reiterate, your family's troubles originate from your mother. I have advised you countless times to not heed her every word. Had you possessed even a modicum of resolve and supported your wife in times of difficulty, she would not be so heartbroken as to contemplate divorce." He then cast a glance at Zeng Jianguo. "The child is certainly at fault, yet as a father, you have failed even more gravely. If you had taken charge at home, your children would not have reached this point. Allowing a woman to dominate your life is truly unbecoming. Upon returning home, both you and your son shall kneel before the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, both Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo lowered their heads. Although Zeng Jianguo is their elder brother and uncle, he also holds the esteemed position of the clan leader in the Qian family, and his words carry significant weight within the family, leaving them no room to retort. Zeng Jianguo, after speaking, turned to Zeng Dali and said, "My dear brother, I too have shortcomings in this matter. As an elder and clan leader, I failed to supervise adequately, allowing the child to suffer injustice. I did not step forward in a timely manner to uphold justice for this child, Ichio. Could we perhaps consider granting these two children another chance out of respect for my position?" Before he could finish his words, Zeng Dali interjected, "No, old brother. While I appreciate your visit today, I hope you do not take offense. After all, your reputation pales in comparison to the lives of my daughter and granddaughter. You must understand the hardships Ichio has endured over the years in your Qian family. I trust you are more aware of them than I. At her wedding, she did not demand a dowry, and after marrying, she has shown filial piety towards her in-laws and respect for her husband, even blessing your family with an heir within a year. Although she is a girl, we live in an age that values gender equality, and a daughter is equally cherished by her parents. Yet, you scorn her for having given birth to a daughter, and when your younger daughter-in-law entered the family, Ichio's prospects dwindled even further. I shan't delve into the past, but let me address the recent months. Despite being pregnant, my daughter was coerced into labor, and ultimately, due to malnutrition and exhaustion, she lost the child. The doctor has warned that her chances of conceiving again are slim. Recently, her mother wished for her to visit, but before she could fully recover, she was forced to work. The eggs we sent for her were denied to her, and she was even scolded. The clothes her mother brought for Ichio were snatched away by your younger daughter-in-law. Zhou Shilian has relentlessly berated my daughter as a burden. Let us consider this. If Ichio were your daughter, enduring such egregious treatment in her marital home, would you allow her to return there under such circumstances? As fathers, I believe you possess a sense of reason. Could you bear to watch your daughter plunge into a pit of despair? Could you truly force her to the brink of death? Zeng Jianguo's face flushed with shame at Zeng Dali's words. If it were his daughter, he would resolutely refuse to allow her to remain in such a situation. Rising, he addressed Zeng Dali, "My dear brother, I sincerely apologize for intruding today. If it has truly come to this, let us part amicably." At this, Zeng Jianguo panicked. How could they part ways without discussing anything further? "Uncle, how can we leave like this? The matter concerning Ichio remains unresolved. I do not agree to a divorce. I will change, truly. I promise I will improve. If necessary, we can even separate and live independently." Zeng Jianguo was genuinely anxious, his speech becoming increasingly incoherent. Zeng Jianguo sighed as he glanced at him. "If only you had realized this sooner, but alas, it is too late." At that moment, Xiao Jindi returned from playing outside, having been out with the neighborhood children. Her forehead drenched in sweat. Upon entering, she spotted Zeng Jianguo and instinctively sought refuge in Zeng Ichio's embrace. Zeng Jianguo regarded her as though she were a beacon of hope, hastily waving her over. "Jindi, come to daddy. Convince your mother to return home with me, and I will buy you some sweets from the supply and marketing cooperative. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Zeng Jindi immediately shook her head. "I have no interest in your candies. My grandfather just bought me a large bag the other day. I've eaten so much my teeth hurt." Zeng Jianguo, maintaining his composure, coaxed her gently. "Then what would you like to eat? I will buy it for you from the cooperative. Don't you want to play the horse riding game? I will play it with you when we get home, all right?" Zeng Jindi soon realized her father was attempting to deceive them into returning home, a place she had no desire to revisit. With her hands on her hips, she defiantly replied, "Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. My grandfather said I am already 5 this year and will soon be sent to home class. You want to trick me into going back. My uncle plays the horse riding game with me every day. I'm already bored of it. I refuse to go back with you. Go play with Qian Fuxing instead." Zeng Jianguo, upon hearing this, lost all patience. His expression darkened as he confronted Zeng Jindi. "Jindi, I am your father. Is this how you speak to me? Come home immediately. No matter how good it is here, it is not your home. You bear the surname Qian, you can stay here for a few days. But too long will make you a nuisance. When your uncles marry, where will you find a place to stay? You wouldn't want to be cast out to sleep on the streets, would you? If you return home with me, at least I won't hit you. If your mother truly divorces me and finds you a stepfather, you might face a daily beating, going hungry, and no one will protect you. Jiandi was frightened by her father's words, clutching tightly to Zeng Jianguo's clothing, unwilling to face punishment or hunger. Noticing her fear, Jianguo felt a surge of satisfaction and bent down to offer her more comforting words. However, Zeng Dali, standing behind him, delivered a swift kick, sending Jianguo sprawling on the ground. It seems I was too lenient earlier. How dare you intimidate my Jiandi here? Do you believe I can make you leave horizontally today? He prepared to strike again, frightening Jianguo into scrambling to his feet and hiding behind Jianguo. Seeing this, Jianguo slapped him on the head. You scare your own daughter. No wonder she doesn't want to be close to you. Enough. Go home and kneel at the ancestral hall. Stop embarrassing yourself here. With that, Jianguo stormed off, genuinely enraged. He had compromised his dignity for this troublesome nephew, and both father and son were disappointments. He felt ashamed. If Zeng Jianguo were his daughter, he would firmly demand she divorce such a man. The others, witnessing Jianguo leave, shook their heads and followed suit. The Qian father and son, fearing retribution, slinked away. Once they departed, Zheng Shuqin tidied up the fallen chairs and tables, muttering to herself, "Oh dear, your temper. Why resort to violence? You're not young anymore. What if you hurt your back? The tables and chairs belong to our family, and if they are damaged, replacing them would incur quite an expense." Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali quickly replied, "What is there to fear about damage? We can simply demand compensation from the Qian family." Zheng Shuqin cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "You speak so lightly. With the Qian family's miserly nature, asking them for money feels akin to demanding their very lives." Unfazed, Zeng Dali retorted, "If they truly refuse, I shall compel them to pay, no matter what. In my opinion, they should have been met with resistance the moment they arrived. Yet here we are, listening to their arrogant boasts as if they believe our family to be easily bullied." Zheng Shuqin sighed, saying, "It's because you weren't home that Jianguo and I felt lost and didn't know how to respond. Xinghua is still young and inexperienced. Who could have anticipated that Jianguo would become increasingly outrageous, provoking our ire? You handled him well. Hearing you retort was quite satisfying. After all these years together, I never realized you possessed such prowess." Zeng Dali, pleased by Zheng Shuqin's praise and her admiring gaze, felt a swell of pride and said, "There is much you do not know about me. My abilities extend far beyond this." Nearby, Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Xinghua exchanged amused glances at their parents' banter, stifling giggles. Realizing the inappropriateness of such conduct in front of the children, Zeng Dali coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment and then sat up straight, beckoning Jiandi over. Jiandi promptly darted to her grandfather's side, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Grandpa, you were magnificent today. You made my dad look like a child. Especially with that swift kick, I nearly applauded." Zeng Dali enveloped Jiandi in an embrace and said, "Do not listen to your foolish father's nonsense. Your mother is the one who loves you most in this world. Had it not been for you, she would have left the Qian family's den of wolves long ago. Even if your parents were to divorce in the future, your mother would still treat you with utmost kindness. Should she remarry, she will find someone who will cherish you as their own daughter. Even if you were to lose your father, you still have your grandparents and uncles who will love you dearly. Your life will not be any less fortunate than others." Hearing these words, Jiandi felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Tentatively, she asked, "Grandpa, you wouldn't send me out to sleep on the streets, would you?" Zeng Dali replied emphatically, "Of course not. I could never bear to part with such a clever and sweet granddaughter." Jiandi then cautiously inquired, "What about my mom? Would you send her away?" Amused by her adorable demeanor, Zeng Dali teased, "Your mother? That's a different matter. She hasn't been as obedient as you. So if she continues to provoke me, I might just have to send her away." Upon hearing this, Jiandi broke free from Zeng Dali's embrace and rushed to Zeng Jianguo, tugging at her sleeve, saying, Mom, quickly tell Grandpa that you will be obedient in the future and he won't kick you out. I don't want to sleep on the streets with you." Initially tinged with a hint of melancholy, Zeng Jianguo found herself in a state of bemusement upon hearing those words. Nevertheless, she turned to Zeng Dali and said, "Dad, I do not wish to sleep on the streets. I promise I will behave in the future. Please do not drive me away." Upon hearing her assurance, Jiandi joyfully bounced back to Zeng Dali's side, exclaiming, "Grandpa, look, Mom has promised to be obedient from now on. You wouldn't cast her out, would you?" The sight of the adorable little Jiandi elicited hearty laughter from Zeng Dali and the others. Reflecting inwardly, Zeng Dali felt a surge of nostalgia. When his own children were small, He had never perceived them as particularly charming. Yet now, perhaps with age, he found an increasing fondness for children. Was he truly at the stage of life where he should be doting on grandchildren? He affectionately ruffled Qian Jindi's hair and assured her, "Rest assured, my dear. As long as Grandpa is here, this will eternally be a home for you and your mother. No one has the right to expel you." With Zeng Dali's reassurance, the anxiety that had lodged in Jindi's throat finally settled back into her stomach. Only then did Zeng Dali remember the matter at hand. He retrieved a special approval document from his pocket that Tong Guowei had issued and handed it to Zheng Shuqin, saying, "The arrangements for Jindi's schooling have been finalized." This document from the factory leadership allows her to attend the Yuhong class as a child of an employee. Please take it to the school tomorrow to register her. Although formal classes will not commence until the next term. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuqin eagerly accepted the document, smiling as she remarked, "I did not expect your leaders to be so efficient. They resolved this in just a day. Very well, I shall visit the school tomorrow to take care of this." As they exchanged words, a commotion was heard at the entrance. Zeng Dali glanced up, his brow furrowing slightly. Why the sudden frown? It was because Zeng Jianguo had returned. Zeng Dali had increasingly grown to disdain this eldest son. Initially, upon his rebirth, he felt pangs of sorrow for Jianguo's past actions. He had poured his heart into raising him, only to be met with ingratitude, leaving him to ponder where he had gone wrong. However, as time passed, his emotional turmoil regarding Jianguo diminished, rendering him more akin to a stranger. Gradually, Zeng Dali had let go of the grievances from his past life, and he no longer pinned all his hopes on Jianguo, discovering that his other children had their merits as well, although each had their flaws. Perfection is a rarity among humans, much like himself, possessing numerous shortcomings. As long as they maintained a solid moral foundation, Zeng Dali believed there was hope for them. To be candid, his expectations for his children had dwindled significantly. Thus, in comparison, Jianguo appeared increasingly disappointing. Were it not for Zeng Dali's desire to reclaim the money he had invested in Jianguo over the years, he would scarcely have allowed him to set foot in the door. Since Jianguo's last visit, during which he had assisted them in recovering 300 yuan, he had not returned, as he was not one to come uninvited, nor would he willingly return a debt. The entire family was taken aback upon seeing Zeng Jianguo's return. Momentarily at a loss for words, Zeng Dali, with an impassive expression, broke the silence, saying, "The eldest has returned. Why at this hour? You didn't give us a heads up. There's no meal prepared for you." Zheng Shuqin cast a glance at Zeng Dali. The Qian family had left just moments ago, and she hadn't even had the chance to start cooking before Zeng Dali remarked that there was no meal for him, implying he wasn't even going to be fed. She had never realized how stubborn this old man could be, but reflecting on Zeng Jianguo's past actions, she felt that Zeng Dali's stance was justified. Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo quickly replied, "It's fine, Dad, no need to prepare a meal for me. I've already eaten out." He then turned to Zeng Yiqiu and Qian Jindi with a smile, saying, "Sister and niece are here too. When did you arrive? I had no idea you were here. Had I known, I would have brought something for the children." Unbeknownst to Zeng Jianguo, Zeng Yiqiu was planning to divorce Qian Jiqiang. He simply assumed they were just visiting for a few days. Zeng Yiqiu felt a twinge of guilt in front of her brother. As the most educated member of the family, Zeng Jianguo was highly regarded. She worried about his potential reaction upon discovering her divorce plans. Moreover, she and her daughter were occupying his room. Although their parents preferred not to mention this brother, Zeng Yiqiu didn't perceive the situation as dire. She believed that her eldest brother would ultimately take charge of the family. Stammering slightly, Zeng Yiqiu quickly said, No, you're so busy with work at the hospital. There's no need to buy anything for Jindi." Qian Jindi, initially excited to see her eldest uncle, felt a chill from his distant gaze, which felt more like that of a stranger than a relative. Unlike her second and third uncles, who genuinely cared for her, she hesitated to approach Zeng Jianguo. Zeng Dali, unwilling to engage in further idle chatter, directly asked, "Did you return for something specific? Are you here to settle debts? It's not even the end of the month. Did your hospital disperse salaries early?" Zeng Jianguo wanted to express his disbelief at his father's newfound obsession with money, but realizing that his own purpose for returning was indeed financial, he held his tongue. Instead, he took a seat on a nearby stool, playing the emotional card, "Dad, it's been quite a while since I last visited. I missed you and Mom, so I thought I'd come see how you both are doing. Is everything all right? Are you both in good health?" Zeng Dali nodded in response, saying, "All is well, very well indeed. Your mother and I are in our prime, just over 60. We eat heartily and are in great shape, so there is no need for concern. Of course, if you could promptly repay the family when you receive your salary, my health would improve even further. Zeng Jianguo pondered whether his father had become overly fixated on money. After all, he had recently covered a shortfall of 300 yuan for them. The more he reflected, the more uneasy he felt. They lived in a housing compound with numerous families. If there were indeed thieves, why target their home specifically? Why not rob someone else's? Moreover, their household is not devoid of occupants. If there were truly a thief, one would expect some noise to be heard. Both the second and third sons were at home, making it implausible that there would be no reaction whatsoever. Zeng Jianguo surmised that this incident could either be a case of the second and third sons colluding in theft or perhaps a trap set by his father. Yet he could not produce any evidence. Ultimately, he was left to accept his misfortune. With a forced chuckle, Zeng Jianguo shifted the conversation. I heard that my mother and second brother have recently ventured into business. They must have made quite a fortune, haven't they? Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali instantly grasped his intent, realizing that Zeng Jianguo's convoluted approach was aimed at this very matter. Zeng Dali sighed and replied, "Alas, it is merely a matter of selling a few articles of clothing at a stall. How could that possibly yield significant profits?" Zeng Jianguo was clearly skeptical. "Father, please do not deceive me. I have heard from others that mother and second brother's business is thriving. Their styles and materials are exceptionally novel. Even a doctor from our hospital purchased a piece. When she told me, I could scarcely believe it." After all, in Zeng Jianguo's perspective, Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Xinghua were hardly cut out for the business world. It was only when a colleague of his donned the clothing after work and came to flaunt it before him that he felt compelled to believe. Moreover, he recalled that during his last visit home, there seemed to be a large burlap sack piled in the corner of the living room, likely containing clothing. The mere thought of it rendered Zeng Jianguo restless. If the family had indeed struck it rich, then his aspirations of going abroad could finally materialize. Thus, after work, he hurried over without delay. Zeng Dali, understanding his son's motivations, briefly displayed a flicker of mockery in his eyes, smiling with feigned warmth as he said, "What reason do I have to deceive you? Those garments are merely a few pieces your mother and I impulsively took after admiring some at a textile shop. We cannot possibly afford to purchase in bulk. Given our financial situation, those few items were sold off at a loss. The money earned barely covers the transportation costs for your mother and me." Clearly unconvinced by this explanation, Zeng Jianguo persisted. Observing his disbelief, Zeng Dali added, "If you doubt me, you may inquire with your second brother. He is the most knowledgeable about this matter." With that, Zeng Dali winked at Zeng Xinghua. Chapter 78. Returning with intent. Even if Zeng Xinghua were somewhat slow on the uptake, upon hearing the conversation between Zeng Dali and Zeng Jianguo, coupled with his father's knowing glance, he grasped the implications. Internally, he silently apologized to his elder brother while outwardly adopting a woeful expression. "Brother, father speaks the truth. These garments yield scarcely any profit. Rather than making money, breaking even would be a triumph. You are unaware that when I sold clothes at the textile shop, a woman who had purchased a piece in the morning returned in the afternoon, claiming she no longer wanted it. She deliberately tore the garment, alleging it was a defect in our quality. To avoid conflict, we refunded her money. That piece remains at home, considering the minimal profits from sales. After accounting for such disturbances, I reckon breaking even would be a considerable achievement." Upon hearing these words, Zeng Jianguo was profoundly disheartened. While he could dismiss others' words, he held Zeng Xinghua's statements in high regard, for Zeng Xinghua was known for his unwavering honesty since childhood, unlike Zeng Jianguo. However, Zeng Jianguo seemed to have forgotten the saying that a scholar, after 3 days apart, deserves to be viewed with renewed respect. With Zeng Xinghua absent from home for 10 days or more and influenced by Zeng Dali's deliberate teachings, it was evident that Zeng Xinghua had undergone the most significant transformation during this period. Nonetheless, Zeng Jianguo, clinging to a glimmer of hope, inquired, "Surely you must have earned something in the process?" "Father, I still wish to discuss my plans to study abroad with you. This is a rare opportunity. Others have already begun processing their documents. Vice Dean Lin has inquired about it several times, and I have fought hard to secure this chance. If I miss this opportunity, it may never come again. I understand that the family has invested considerable resources in my education over the years. Rest assured, I will repay every penny in the future." Zeng Dali had long anticipated his son's intentions. Before Zeng Jianguo could finish, he waved his hand dismissively and said, I do not oppose your desire to study abroad, as it is your life to lead. However, if you are seeking financial support from the family, you shall receive not a single cent. I do not have only you as a son. I have fulfilled my responsibilities and obligations over the years. If you are concerned about my job or our home, that is even less likely. My job is to support the family. I cannot sell our house and leave my family homeless for your sake. Zeng Jianguo's face froze upon hearing this. It dawned on him that his father had overheard his earlier conversation with Lin Qingqing. No wonder his father's demeanor had been so cold. He hastily clarified, "Father, please let me explain. That was not my intent. Qingqing was pressuring me too much, and I had to say those things to placate her. I never considered selling the house. I merely..." Zeng Jianguo struggled to articulate his thoughts. Zeng Dali cast him a derisive glance and interjected, "There is no need for your explanations. I am simply informing you that the family cannot afford to support your study abroad, nor will I sell our home or sacrifice my job on your behalf. It is getting late. You should return home. In the future, apart from repaying your debts, I would prefer you not to return unless necessary." Zeng Jianguo responded, "Father, what do you mean by that? I am a part of this family. There is still my room here. I will not go back today. I will leave early tomorrow morning. I can rise before dawn and still make it to work on time." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zeng Jianguo felt an unsettling impression that his father wished to bar him from entering the family home. A sense of anxiety took hold of him. Regardless of his accomplishments, his father and family had always been his source of strength. Even if he ultimately could not study abroad, he did not wish to strain his familial ties until he had fully gained his independence. Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali replied without a moment's hesitation, "That is not permissible. Your room is now occupied by your sister and Jiandi. There is no longer a place for you here. Go stay in your dormitory." Zeng Jianguo stood up abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Father, what did you just say? My room is being occupied by my sister and Jiandi? Where am I supposed to stay? My sister is a married woman. It makes no sense for her to return and occupy my brother's room." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo's complexion paled slightly, and she was about to offer an explanation when Zeng Dali slowly rose to his feet and addressed Zeng Jianguo, saying, "This is my home. Your sister is a part of this family. Is there any issue with her residing here?" Zeng Jianguo swallowed hard and replied, "I didn't mean it that way. My sister can stay in my younger sister's room. Haven't they lived together since childhood? Moreover, my younger sister is often at school, returning only once a month." Zeng Dali firmly responded, "That won't do. Nianqiu's room is too small. Ichio cannot accommodate both herself and Jiandi. Furthermore, Nianqiu is about to enter her senior year, and the coming year is of utmost importance. I must provide her with a conducive study environment, free from disturbances." Zeng Jianguo found this assertion somewhat familiar. He recalled that when he was in his senior year, he had made a similar plea, complaining to Zeng Dali about his noisy younger siblings. Expressing his need for a tranquil study space, Zeng Dali had wholeheartedly supported him and even convened a family meeting. At that time, Zeng Jianguo, the most unruly among them, had brushed it off, only to be reprimanded by Zeng Dali. From that moment on, the family tiptoed around the house, fearful of making any noise that might disrupt his studies. Truth be told, during that period, the household felt as though they were living like thieves. Zeng Jianguo was filled with mixed emotions and a hint of disappointment. He had always believed his father held him in high regard, but it seemed that his father also valued his younger sister just as much. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Zeng Dali was unwilling to entertain any further nonsense from him. He walked to a corner, retrieved a large burlap sack, and handed it to him, saying, "This contains your clothes. Take it with you, as there is no room for them here." In the end, Zeng Jianguo left, shouldering the sack. Witnessing this scene, Zeng Dali couldn't help but reminisce about the time he had been cast out into the rain by Zeng Jianguo and his wife. Zeng Jianguo, living in a small villa, had claimed there was no extra room in the house and urged him to return home sooner. Thus, in comparison to Zeng Jianguo's past actions, Zeng Dali, as a father, had shown considerable leniency. Zeng Jianguo felt that it was her occupation of her brother's room that had led to his expulsion and quickly interjected, "Father, I can manage to stay in the living room with Jiandi for the night. It's rare for my elder brother to return, and I feel uneasy about him leaving like this. What if this creates a rift between him and the family? I would feel even worse about it." Despite the trials she had faced in the Qian household, Zeng Jianguo still placed great importance on familial bonds, fearing that her actions might exacerbate tensions within the family. Chapter 79. Finally divorced. Zeng Dali glanced at Zeng Jianguo and remarked, You are making life too burdensome for yourself. Do not shoulder every dirty and unpleasant matter. Your shoulders are too frail to bear such heavy responsibilities, and your back cannot support the weight of such a great burden. Allow me to be clear today. I can tolerate all of you siblings, but I will never forgive Zeng Jianguo. His selfish indifference has become ingrained in his very being. He only remembers his family when he finds himself in need, and once he has drained them of their resources, he will cast them aside without a second thought. At present, his wings are not yet strong enough. When they finally are, the first to be trampled upon may very well be his own kin. Moreover, Zeng Dali's fury towards Zeng Jianguo has another root. It was Zeng Jianguo who personally ensured Zeng Jianguo's imprisonment during his last transgression. Although Zeng Jianguo had indeed erred first, stealing from Lin Qingqing's friend, Zeng Jianguo showed no regard for familial bonds. In his eagerness to please Lin Qingqing, he even orchestrated a longer sentence for Zeng Jianguo, who remained incarcerated until his death. Yet, Zeng Jianguo gained a commendable reputation from this act, praised by all for his noble severance of familial ties. Zeng Dali has always found it perplexing. Despite Zeng Jianguo's cleverness and penchant for dubious enterprises, he was not a petty thief. How could he have committed such an act? Later, when Zeng Dali visited Zeng Jianguo, the latter said nothing but lamented his own filial shortcomings, urging him to take care of his health. Zeng Dali sighed, recognizing those were bygone days, best left unexamined. Zeng Jianguo was at a loss for how to console Zeng Dali. Zheng Shuqin shook her head at her, saying, "Your father always has his reasons for his actions. Your elder brother must have done things unknown to us. It's best to heed his judgment." Having spent the majority of her life with Zeng Dali, Zheng Shuqin understood him well. She knew there were likely hidden matters between Zeng Dali and Zeng Jianguo. Otherwise, Zeng Dali would not have acted so ruthlessly. The next day, Zeng Dali went to work as usual, while Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo accompanied Qian Jindi to enroll in Yuhong class. Upon presenting their special approval letter and introduction, the head of Yuhong class promptly registered them, instructing them to return when the new semester commenced. Days passed, and finally, the Qian family sent word. They agreed to the divorce and requested that a date be set to collect the divorce certificate. They did not even mention the custody of Qian Jindi, likely considering her a girl of little consequence, which suited the Zeng family perfectly. Zeng Jianguo arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau at the agreed time. Zheng Shuqin, fearing she might be taken advantage of, had specially asked Zeng Jianguo to accompany her. Upon arrival, Qian Jiqiang was already waiting there. He looked at Zeng Jianguo, several times on the verge of speaking, yet she paid him no mind. After the two completed the divorce formalities, Qian Jiqiang finally spoke. "Jianguo, is there truly no room left for reconciliation between us?" Zeng Jianguo met his gaze and replied, "The certificate has already been obtained. Do you think there is still a possibility for us?" Qian Jiqiang hesitated before saying, "Even after a divorce, remarriage is still an option. The truth is, I never wanted to part ways, but your father pressured my family, threatening legal action if we did not proceed. I was left with no choice. Jianguo, we still have feelings for each other, do we not? You see, I did not even contest the custody of Jindi, solely hoping that one day we could." Before Qian Jiqiang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zeng Jianguo. "There is no possibility left for us, Qian Jiqiang. I categorically refuse to remarry you. Committing the same mistake once is sufficient. Should I stumble in the same place twice, it would indeed suggest my mind has been struck by a mule. Furthermore, do not elevate yourself to such noble heights. Your reluctance to seek custody of Jindi stems solely from her being a girl, incapable of continuing your family line. Rest assured, she will have no connection to your family in the future. I will not pursue child support from you, and I hope that when you grow old, you do not shamelessly seek her out for your old age." With that, Zeng Jianguo turned and departed. Qian Jiqiang attempted to explain further, but Zeng Jianguo, witnessing the scene, clenched his fist and bared his teeth, startling Qian Jiqiang. He was already intimidated by Zeng Dali, and thus felt a certain trepidation towards his brother-in-law. That evening, upon Zeng Dali's return from work, Zeng Jianguo presented him with the divorce certificate. After examining it under the light, Zeng Dali remarked, "It is for the best. Distancing yourself from that entire family of scoundrels will allow you to reclaim your life. You are still young, and the days ahead are long." Yet, Zeng Dali was still concerned about Zeng Jianguo's feelings, as her relationship with Qian Jiqiang had originated from a love of their own choosing, unlike an arranged marriage. However, he was at a loss as to how to console his daughter. Hearing his words, Zeng Jianguo chuckled lightly. "Dad, rest assured, I am not upset at all. I did indeed have feelings for Qian Jiqiang once, but that sentiment has been utterly depleted over the years of bickering and his repeated indifference. Now, with the divorce, I feel nothing but relief. By the way, today I heard from Qian Jiqiang that you sent someone to their home, which is why he agreed to the divorce. Dad, you didn't concede to any conditions from them, did you? Zeng Dali scoffed at this notion. How could that be? Not imposing conditions on them was already a gesture of leniency. For him to dare suggest terms is truly audacious. I did send someone to their home. He is an old comrade from my days on the battlefield who has since become quite successful as a lawyer, specializing in litigation. I specifically inquired about your situation, and he confirmed that they are at fault. If this matter were to reach the court, they would owe you compensation. I asked him to visit the Qian household and emphasize the severity of the situation. Should they refuse the divorce now, it would allow us to claim a significant portion of their assets in court. Upon hearing this, Qian Jiqiang's parents immediately consented to the divorce, especially your former mother-in-law, Zhou Shilian, who resorted to tears and tantrums. Qian Jiqiang is particularly susceptible to her tactics, and thus he readily agreed to the divorce. Such a man will never possess a firm opinion. Your decision to leave him is undoubtedly the right one. Should you choose to remarry in the future, ensure you are discerning and do not find yourself entangled with another mama's boy. Zeng Jianguo pondered the term mama's boy as articulated by Zeng Dali, nodding in agreement. For it indeed encapsulated the essence of the matter, evoking a sense of discontent. After a moment's reflection, she continued, Father, from now on, Jindy will be living with me. I wish to alter her surname to Zeng, in line with mine. What do you think? Zeng Dali had not previously contemplated this notion, yet he found Zeng Jianguo's proposal to be quite reasonable. In Chapter 80, Acquisition of a New Bicycle, Zeng Dali, however, did not possess such elevated ideals. He believed that the child's surname was inconsequential, as long as one contributed selflessly. In his view, if the child belonged to Zeng Jianguo, then she was undoubtedly a member of the Zeng family, and adopting their surname was entirely justified. After all, it would seem rather unjust for a child raised by them to bear an outsider's name. Zeng Dali nodded in agreement, stating, This is feasible. Tomorrow, when you have the time, you should inquire at the local office. Since you are now divorced, you might as well transfer your household registration. Let us ascertain what documents are required, so we can expedite these matters and avoid future complications. In those days, without the internet, changing one's surname and transferring household registration was not particularly cumbersome. Zeng Jianguo acknowledged this with a nod. During dinner, Zeng Dali suddenly recalled an important matter and asked, Ninxiu, school must be on break soon, right? Zhang Shuqin nodded. It's rare you remember. The holiday begins the day after tomorrow. We'll need to move her belongings back. And I've arranged with Xinghua to go pick her up together. Zeng Dali nodded in response. The following day at work, Zeng Dali requested 200 yuan from Zhang Shuqin. His sudden demand for such a sum surprised her, as Zeng Dali was known for his frugality and rarely spent money so liberally. However, given their recent profits from selling clothes, Zhang Shuqin, fearing he had a significant purpose for the funds, did not press him further and readily handed over the money. While at work, Zeng Dali also retrieved all the industrial coupons from his drawer. That evening, upon entering the courtyard, he rode in on 2 bicycles. One he rode, and the other he pushed. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, a flurry of excitement erupted among the residents, who gathered around Zeng Dali, specifically drawn to his newly acquired bicycle. Wow, this bicycle is quite impressive, and it's a Yongji brand. Zeng Dali smiled and replied, Indeed, it's a Yongji. This brand is known for its durability. Constructed with manganese steel for a sturdy frame that can withstand substantial weight and rough terrain, ensuring longevity. Furthermore, it is designed for speed and ease of riding. The seat is genuine leather, providing comfort without discomfort. Most importantly, this brand is recognized for its contribution to exports. Not only popular domestically, but also possessing a notable presence in international markets. In the early 1980s, Yongji, Phoenix, and Fij were the leading domestic bicycle brands. Among these 3, Yongji commanded a slightly higher price, categorizing it as a premium product of the era. After Zeng Dali's presentation, a wave of admiration swept through the crowd. This Yongji bicycle is indeed remarkable. This must be the 28-inch model, right? Why does this bicycle appear larger than others? Zeng Dali chuckled, explaining that it is a 28-inch model, likely enhanced by its fresh paint and bright color, giving it a more substantial appearance. This 28-inch, commonly referred to as the 280 model, can carry passengers both front and back. Dali, how much did you spend on this marvelous bicycle? Our old one has seen better days. And I haven't mustered the courage to purchase a new one, someone inquired. Zeng Dali replied with a smile, it wasn't excessively expensive. I managed to obtain it at an internal price of 180 yuan through connections. However, I did exhaust all my industrial coupons and even borrowed a couple from colleagues. Upon hearing this, many felt dissuaded from pursuing similar purchases. Though they were all workers at the machinery factory, their wages varied, and most did not earn as much as Zeng Dali. Even those with some savings typically reserved them for their children. Unlike Zeng Dali, who seemed financially liberated, others were more cautious. Nevertheless, a few affluent individuals were tempted to consider acquiring one for themselves. Zheng Shuqin, drawn by the commotion outside, stepped out of the house and quickly grasped that Zeng Dali's recent expenditure was for a bicycle. When she saw him supporting 2 bicycles amidst a gathering crowd, she understood his intent. As Zeng Dali noticed her presence, he promptly urged her to bring the newly acquired bicycle into the house. By this time, the onlookers had gleaned the necessary information and began to disperse. As Zheng Shuqin pushed the bicycle inside, she playfully reproached, "Why did you buy a bicycle without a word? Your old one is still perfectly fine." Zeng Dali responded with a grin, "This one is for you. My bicycle is still usable. It was time for an upgrade." Zheng Shuqin was taken aback by the revelation that the bicycle was intended for her. "For me?" she echoed in surprise. "Yes," Zeng Dali affirmed. "You have endured hardships alongside me for a lifetime. I always intended to buy you a bicycle. Unfortunately, I hadn't accumulated enough industrial coupons until recently, and I had to purchase a few at a premium. This will make your outings much more convenient." Truthfully, Zheng Shuqin felt touched by his words, yet she protested. "Why spend such unnecessary money? I don't often go out. I can walk a short distance for exercise. For longer journeys, I can take the bus, which costs only a few dimes for a trip back home. The amount spent on this bicycle could cover numerous bus rides." Zeng Dali chuckled at her reasoning. "That's not how it works. Buses aren't operated by us. They only run once an hour, while riding a bicycle is far more convenient. Moreover, cycling is beneficial for one's health and is quicker. The children have grown and often need to go out for errands. It won't just be for you. They can use it too. I might not have the time, but you can use it to pick up Nianxiu tomorrow." Initially, Zheng Shuqin had merely spoken out of habit, but upon hearing Zeng Dali's words, she nodded in agreement. "Well, since it's already purchased, returning it isn't an option. Having multiple bicycles at home does indeed offer convenience." Little Jean D was mesmerized by the new bicycle, her small hands caressing its frame in fascination. Upon witnessing the scene, Zeng Dali chuckled, "You are still quite young. This bicycle is far too large for you to ride. Once we return, I will check with your grandfather to see if there is a bicycle suitable for children, and I shall procure one for you." Upon hearing this, Jean D was overjoyed, eagerly calling out grandfather with delight, which made Zeng Dali beam with happiness. Zeng Jianguo and the others assumed Zeng Dali was merely jesting and paid little heed to his words. The following day, Zeng Jianguo and Zheng Shuqin rode their bicycles to school to pick up Zeng Jianguo. Zeng Dali, having understood the situation with Zeng Jianguo, realized it was time for them to make another trip to Guangzhou to procure supplies. However, he needed to request leave from the factory, which made him feel somewhat awkward. As the factory had already granted him a week's paid leave previously, it felt inappropriate to keep asking for time off. Yet, considering that the garment business was a swift avenue for profit, and missing this opportunity would mean waiting another year, Zeng Dali steeled himself and entered the factory director's office. Chapter 81. Confession. Director Zhou was reviewing the production reports for the month, growing increasingly satisfied with what he saw. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he set aside the report and said, "Come in." Surprised to see Zeng Dali, Director Zhou greeted him warmly. "Dali, what brings you here?" "I was just examining our mechanical factory's production this month. You wouldn't believe it. The new equipment is performing exceptionally well, increasing our output by at least 20%. Earlier this year, I was concerned about our ability to fulfill so many orders on time. It would have been quite troublesome if we couldn't meet deadlines. Now, I can finally relax. At this rate, not only will we meet our deadlines, but we may even finish ahead of schedule. You deserve some credit for this. Without your efforts, we wouldn't have been able to deploy this new equipment so swiftly." In response, Zeng Dali smiled and said, "Director, I am merely a part of this mechanical factory. Contributing to our success is my obligation. Only when our factory thrives can I ensure job stability and secure my salary. Moreover, I have already received a bonus of 1,000 yuan for this matter. If you continue to commend me, I shall feel somewhat undeserving." Director Zhou laughed heartily. If only everyone in our factory possessed your level of understanding. As the director of the mechanical factory, he appreciated Zeng Dali's humility and high awareness. After studying Zeng Dali for a moment, he inquired, "Is there something specific you wish to discuss today? You seldom come to my office." Having weathered many storms, Director Zhou recognized that Zeng Dali was not one to flaunt his achievements, so it was clear that Zeng Dali's visit was purposeful. Zeng Dali, unembarrassed, promptly stated, "Director Zhou, our equipment is functioning well, and I find myself with some idle time at the factory. I would like to request a week's leave, unpaid. Please deduct my salary accordingly, as stipulated by our factory regulations." Director Zhou furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Did you not just take a week off last month? Dali, do you have something on your mind? You have long been a valued employee at our machinery factory, and the management now holds you in high esteem, even designating you for the position of the maintenance team leader. It is understandable why Director Zhou feels this way. Although working in the machinery factory is viewed as a coveted opportunity by the locals, it is still a small county where some may yearn to venture beyond its confines, especially as certain southern cities have already embraced reform and opening up." Upon hearing this, Zeng Dali instantly grasped Director Zhou's intention and promptly clarified, "Director, you misunderstand me. I have no particular ambitions regarding our factory. To be honest, I come from a single-income family with many children, and I am merely seeking a means to earn a living. Recently, I took a leave of absence to accompany my wife to the south, where we procured a few garments that sold quite well upon our return. Thus, I was considering another trip to bring back more goods to supplement our household income. However, my wife lacks formal education, and our children have never traveled far, so my heart cannot rest easy. I wish to accompany them once more." Director Zhou was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, not expecting that Zeng Dali, a person of such principled thoughts, would possess a business acumen. Director Zhou, having attained his position through a network of connections, occasionally travels to the southern regions for business, recognizing that circumstances there differ significantly from the north, with many aspects already privatized. Observing the promising trajectory of developments, it is likely that these changes will soon permeate the northern territories. Furthermore, southern garments are indeed appealing, affordable, and fashionable. The fact that Zeng Dali contemplated leveraging the disparities between the North and South for business is a testament to his insightful and courageous nature, as not everyone possesses such foresight, particularly given the stringent regulations against speculative ventures in the North. With some trepidation, Zeng Dali glanced at Director Zhou, uncertain if his request for leave would be granted. Fortunately, Director Zhou promptly responded, "Very well, there is little pressing work at the factory at the moment, so I shall grant you a week's leave, though this should not become a regular occurrence. After all, there are many employees here, and as the director, I must uphold fairness and cannot consistently provide you with special treatment." Zeng Dali quickly assured him, "Rest assured, Director, this will be the last time." Director Zhou efficiently issued the leave request and personally provided him with a letter of introduction. Gratefully accepting the letter, Zeng Dali repeatedly expressed his gratitude, to which Director Zhou replied with a smile, "To be honest, I truly admire your intellect and determination. Few possess the initiative to act upon their ideas. This is an opportunity that, if seized, could lead to a different life. However, be mindful that the regulations in the North are relatively strict. Exercise caution in your business dealings. While garments may pose no major issue, do not engage in any speculative activities that could lead to unfortunate consequences." Director Zhou's advice was well-intentioned, and Zeng Dali understood this. After expressing his gratitude once more, he exited the office. Naturally, some colleagues noticed Zeng Dali's visit to Director Zhou's office, yet no one paid it much heed. Meanwhile, Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo rode their newly purchased bicycles to Zeng Jianguo's school. As the school dismissal time had not yet arrived, the two had no choice but to wait at the school gate. Zeng Jianguo fondly caressed his newly purchased bicycle, exclaiming, "Mom, this new bike is fantastic. It's even better than Dad's. When I have money in the future, I will buy one for myself." Zheng Shuqin chuckled at his words, replying, "This bicycle cost a staggering 180 yuan and required 18 industrial coupons to purchase. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have let your father spend such a fortune." Despite her words, her gaze remained fixated on the bicycle. It had been bought for her by Zeng Dali, and after many years of marriage, he seldom indulged himself. She was genuinely delighted by such a generous gift. Upon hearing the exorbitant price of 180 yuan and the necessity of 18 coupons, Zeng Jianguo's spirits instantly sank. Each person could only receive one industrial coupon per year, and if he were to rely solely on himself, it would take him 18 years to accumulate enough. As for the 180 yuan, he hadn't even found a job yet, let alone having that amount of money. He didn't even possess 18 yuan. Fortunately, he had recently assisted his family with their clothing business, which meant he wasn't entirely dependent on them. Otherwise, he might have already been kicked out by his father. Zeng Jianguo was indeed the most pragmatic. He had helped sell clothes for the family without ever expecting a salary or commission, content simply to avoid being cast out. Upon noticing her younger son's dejected demeanor, Zeng Jianguo quickly encouraged him, saying, "Actually, with some effort, you could achieve it. I heard your father mention that in a few years, purchasing items may no longer require coupons, and then it will be a matter of paying cash. I will discuss it with your father, and if you continue to help sell clothes, I will ensure you receive a salary. You shouldn't work for free." Zeng Jianguo, believing his mother was merely offering consolation, did not take her words to heart. However, when he heard her mention a salary, he quickly replied, "Mom, there's no need for a salary. I eat and use what the family provides. I haven't contributed a single penny over the years. My elder brother and younger brother send money home every month, and I already feel guilty about that. I can't possibly accept a salary as well. I still haven't found a job, and I've been wandering around lately. I'm not very eloquent and lack experience, so no one seems willing to hire me." Zeng Jianguo truly felt somewhat disheartened. He had applied for several jobs, but the ones with high pay required excessive work, which he found unappealing, while those with minimal duties did not consider him suitable. Common jobs were plentiful, yet he kept encountering obstacles. Zeng Jianguo had initially intended to comfort Zeng Jianguo, but seeing his mood grow increasingly despondent, she quickly shifted the conversation, saying, "What does it matter? You mustn't compare yourself to your elder brother or younger brother. In my eyes, your efforts are no less than theirs. Among you three, your father holds the highest hopes for you. Have you not noticed how much more favorable his attitude towards you has been compared to them lately? Let us ask him what type of work would be suitable for you. Even if you cannot find an appropriate job right away, you can still help me sell clothes for now. We will eventually find the right fit." Zeng Jianguo nodded upon hearing these words. Regardless of whether Zeng Jianguo was merely comforting him, the sentiment brought him considerable relief. "Mom, when are we going to Guang City? The matter concerning my elder sister has been resolved, and if we don't procure supplies soon, summer will slip away." Zeng Jianguo sighed in response. "I discussed this with your father last night. He mentioned it should be within the next couple of days. Your father is a formal employee at the machinery factory, and since he has work commitments, he cannot leave at a whim. He must request leave from his supervisor." The mother and son exchanged casual banter as they awaited Zeng Jianguo's school dismissal. Zeng Jianguo had already packed her belongings and was carrying them with a sturdy stick as she exited the school gate. She was uncertain whether anyone would come to pick her up. After all, she usually returned home alone whenever school was out. Given the scarcity of girls at her high school, Zeng Jianguo, with his keen eyesight, quickly spotted his younger sister with her luggage. He waved enthusiastically, "Little sister, over here." Upon seeing Zeng Jianguo, Zeng Jianguo's eyes lit up, and she wobbled over to him, asking, "Second brother, what brings you here? I thought no one was coming to get me." Zeng Jianguo chuckled, "How could that be? Not only am I here, but our mom is as well." Following his gaze, Zeng Jianguo spotted Zeng Jianguo and joyfully called out, "Mom." Zeng Jianguo helped reorganize her belongings before securing them to his new bicycle. Zeng Jianguo gazed at the freshly purchased bicycle with excitement, asking, "Mom, is this our new bicycle? It looks even better than the one Dad rides." Zeng Jianguo nodded with a smile. "This is your father's latest purchase, a brand known for its exports. It wasn't cheap, but it rides comfortably, and the seat is genuine leather, making it quite pleasant to sit on. Your father just bought it yesterday and suggested that I ride with your second brother to fetch you." Zeng Jianguo's eyes sparkled with delight. "Can I ride it?" Zeng Jianguo affirmed, "Of course. It's meant to be ridden. Now, it's quite hot here. Let us hurry home." The sturdy bicycle could indeed accommodate Zeng Jianguo's luggage, along with Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo. Though a bit cramped, the three of them rode home together. That evening, when Zeng Dali returned from work, Zeng Jianguo was the first to greet him. "Dad, I scored first in our class on this exam." She proudly produced her test results from her pocket. Zeng Dali was elated to hear this, and quickly set down the bicycle to take the paper from her hands, exclaiming, "Our Jianguo has truly excelled." After examining the results, He noted that her scores in Chinese and mathematics were nearly perfect, and her grades in the other subjects were commendable, though her English score left much to be desired. With a maximum score of 100, Zeng Jianguo had only achieved 79, a score that could barely be deemed passable, indicating that her overall first-place ranking was largely upheld by her performance in other subjects. Zeng Jianguo noticed Zeng Dali staring intently at her English grades, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart. "Dad, I know my English is somewhat lacking compared to others, but I have truly endeavored to improve, yet my grades remain stagnant." The second-place student scored over 90. "Our English teacher suggested that I find ways to enhance my skills during the holiday, if I could elevate my English grades. The teacher assured me that gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University would not be an issue." In truth, her teacher had recommended that she find a tutor during the break, but Zeng Jianguo felt unable to voice her request. Her elder brother aspired to study abroad, yet their father was unwilling to finance it. Her third brother even frightened her with tales of their father threatening to withdraw her from school. How could she muster the courage to ask for English tutoring? The fees for such lessons were considerable. Observing the dejection on Zeng Jianguo's face, Zeng Dali quickly reassured her. "It's all right. There is still a year until the college entrance examination. Although your English scores may not be as stellar as in other subjects, they are not insurmountably poor either. We will devise a plan to improve them. You have achieved first place this time. We must celebrate. Tomorrow, let your mother prepare a delightful meal for you." With that, he took Zeng Jianguo's test paper and entered the house. Zeng Jianguo followed closely behind, inquiring, "Dad, does that reward you mentioned still stand?" Zeng Dali chuckled. "Of course it does. It's merely a pen, isn't it? I'll go buy it for you. We'll choose one together at the supply store." Zeng Jianguo felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Her desire for a new pen was not merely for the object itself, but for the significance it represented as a reward for her academic achievement. During dinner, Zeng Dali recounted how he had arranged for leave from work, which elicited excitement from Zeng Jianguo, while Zheng Shuqin appeared somewhat taken aback. "This is quite sudden. I haven't had time to prepare anything," she remarked. Zeng Dali, while eating, replied, "This matter cannot be delayed any longer, otherwise we might miss out on this year's business opportunities. However, you need not fret too much. We will depart the day after tomorrow, providing us with one more day to prepare." With this reassurance, Zheng Shuqin felt a sense of relief, knowing there was still a day to organize everything. That evening, the couple began to meticulously plan their itinerary for the upcoming days. In Chapter 83, titled All Based on Conscience, Zheng Shuqin took out their savings book. For safety, she had deposited the money earned from selling clothes into the bank. Their total savings amounted to 8,500 yuan. With a hint of reluctance, Zheng Shuqin caressed the savings book and said, "This is all we have. Should we use it all for inventory?" Zeng Dali pondered for a moment before replying, "Let us keep 500 for emergencies. With so many people in the family, unforeseen expenses may arise. I also intend to find an English tutor for Jianguo. We need to set aside funds for that." Zheng Shuqin was taken aback by this revelation. While she felt pride in her daughter's academic prowess, she had never considered hiring a tutor specifically for her. In the past, Zeng Jianguo had also performed well in his studies, and being a boy, Zeng Dali had never thought to arrange for extra lessons for him. Yet for Jianguo, his daughter, he was willing to seek out a tutor. It is not surprising that Zheng Shuqin harbors such thoughts, as it is rare for girls these days to pursue education, particularly at the high school level, where the numbers dwindle even further, let alone seek additional tutoring. Even among boys, few families are willing to invest in supplementary lessons. Zeng Dali, noticing Zheng Shuqin's astonishment, quickly elaborated, "Jianguo is a promising student. Aside from English, she nearly achieves full marks in all other subjects. Moreover, her teachers have indicated that if she can improve her English, gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida should not pose a significant challenge. If our daughter excels, as parents, we must provide our unwavering support. Should she indeed gain admission to these esteemed universities, it would bring honor to me, and my colleagues would undoubtedly envy my fortune." Zeng Dali, an ordinary man, still possessed a sense of vanity. Zheng Shuqin, amused by his premature pride in a matter not yet realized, playfully remarked, "Your eldest is already set on studying abroad. Wouldn't that be an even greater achievement? Why are you reluctant to spend money on his overseas education? You won't even allow him to cross the threshold of our home. If it weren't for the necessity of reclaiming the tuition fees he incurred during his university years, I would suspect you wouldn't even glance in his direction." Understanding Zheng Shuqin was jesting, Zeng Dali smirked and replied, "You certainly have a knack for dampening spirits. Why bring up such disheartening topics when I am in high spirits?" Zeng Jianguo, in his essence, was a thankless wretch with questionable character. However, Nianxiu was different. She possessed a sense of conscience. "I owe her a debt, and within our means, providing her with a conducive learning environment is the least we can do as parents. As for how she may repay us in the future, that rests upon her own moral compass." Zeng Dali recalled his previous life, where he sacrificed his own career to fund Zeng Jianguo's education abroad, even urging Nianxiu to drop out of school. In that lifetime, her academic performance was hardly inferior to that of Zeng Jianguo, yet he had never shown interest in her studies. In a fit of anger, Nianxiu had left home and never returned. Although he had tried to inquire about her later, he could not uncover any news of her. He assumed she harbored resentment towards her father. It was only by chance that he overheard a conversation between Zeng Jianguo and Lin Qingqing that he learned Nianxiu, despite her grievances, had sent him money several times. Though those funds were misappropriated by the couple, he was unaware of the amount. But the fact that Nianxiu had thought to send him money signified that she still cared for her father, warranting another chance for him to invest in her future. Furthermore, he acknowledged his past mistakes and was determined to make amends in this lifetime. Zheng Shuqin, initially jesting, laughed upon hearing Zeng Dali's sentiments. If Nianxiu knew you were seeking a tutor to help her with English, she would undoubtedly be thrilled. However, we should postpone this discussion until our return from Guang City. Are we taking Xingguo with us? He has asked me several times. Zeng Dali nodded. Time was of the essence, and finding a tutor for Nianxiu would have to wait a few more days. He had promised Xingguo he would take him along, and he intended to keep his word. Moreover, should this venture prove successful, it is inevitable that we shall engage in it for the long term. My position at the factory makes it inconvenient for me to frequently take leave, and I am uneasy at the thought of you traveling alone. It would be most prudent for Xingguo to accompany you. Early tomorrow morning, you and Xingguo shall withdraw the money from the bank while I procure train tickets, entrusting the household matters to Yiqiu. With Zeng Dali's arrangements in place, Zheng Shuqin will naturally have no objections. The two conversed late into the night, their excitement at embarking on a journey rendering them somewhat restless. The following day, both arose early, though there was someone in the household who had risen even earlier. Zeng Yiqiu was washing clothes in the courtyard. Since her return, she had taken it upon herself to clean the garments worn by the family the previous day each morning. Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin did not hinder her. She was part of the family, and contributing to household chores was only fitting. If they were to prevent her from doing anything, she would feel quite uncomfortable. Zeng Nianxiu was busily memorizing English vocabulary. To be frank, her fluency was lacking, indicating that she was struggling significantly with her studies. Zeng Dali intended to discuss tutoring her, but noticed her eyes were red-rimmed. He hurriedly asked, "Nianxiu, what troubles you? Has your third brother been bullying you again? Tell Dad, and I shall confront him. I thought he had improved lately." Zeng Nianxiu had just returned from school the day before, and last night she had been in high spirits. It baffled Zeng Dali that she was now in tears. The only person capable of bullying her at home was Zeng Jianguo, who had a history of mischief and had often brought trouble home during his school days. Additionally, he took particular pleasure in teasing Nianxiu. Just then, Zeng Jianguo emerged from his room, yawning. He found himself at a loss upon hearing Zeng Dali's words. He felt his father held an unjust bias against him. When had he ever bullied his little sister? Given his current standing in the family, he was at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Fearing that Zeng Dali might genuinely believe him to be guilty, he quickly interjected, "Dad, this is a grave misunderstanding. My little sister is destined for greatness. How could I dare to bully her? You know my position in the family, right? If anything, it's her who ought to be wary of me." Zeng Dali glanced at Zeng Nianxiu, who was staring at the ground, then at Zeng Jianguo, whose face was etched with grievance, clearly unconvinced by his words. Seeing his father's disbelief, Zeng Jianguo grew anxious and urged, "Little sister, do say something. You cannot unjustly accuse your third brother." Finally, Zeng Nianxiu wiped her tears and replied, "Dad, it has nothing to do with third brother." Zeng Dali frowned and inquired, "What then? What reason could you possibly have for crying?" Zeng Nianxiu cast a glance towards the courtyard, and Zeng Dali followed her gaze, instantly comprehending the situation. Chapter 84. Endless. Zeng Dali sighed, remarking, "Your sister's matters have been resolved. This is not something a child like you should be concerned with." Zeng Nianxiu, her voice choked with emotion, replied, "I understand, but it pains me to see my sister suffer. How could she encounter such a monstrous family? She is such a wonderful person. Why can't they treat her with kindness? Zeng Jianguo had been raised by Zeng Jianguo since childhood, and the bond between the two sisters was exceptionally strong. In truth, Zeng Jianguo was unaware of Zeng Jianguo's divorce. She had only learned of it from Jindi while playing with her the previous night. Enraged, Zeng Jianguo confronted Zeng Jianguo, who calmly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon discovering the hardships her sister had endured in the Qian family, and the possibility that she might never bear children, Zeng Jianguo could not hold back her tears, vehemently cursing the Qian family for their cruelty. Zeng Jianguo, bemused yet sympathetic, urged her to lower her voice, explaining that the family was asleep and her outburst might awaken them. Eventually, Zeng Jianguo managed to quiet herself. Zeng Jianguo comforted her through the night until she returned to her own room to sleep. However, upon waking early the next morning with swollen eyes, Zeng Jianguo was spotted by Zeng Dali, who immediately felt a surge of indignation on behalf of Zeng Jianguo. Observing Zeng Jianguo's concern for her sister warmed Zeng Dali's heart. At least this child possessed empathy. He patted her shoulder and said, "Enough, the past is behind us. I have dealt with Qian Jiqiang, which serves as a form of retribution for your sister. Ultimately, this was your sister's choice, and we cannot place all the blame elsewhere. Had she established herself in her in-laws' home, she would not have been subjected to such treatment. You must never emulate your sister's lack of resolve, allowing others to bully you while swallowing your pride. I have toiled to raise you, not for you to be mistreated in your in-laws' home." Hearing this, Zeng Jianguo vigorously rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, asserting, "Father, rest assured, I will not be as ineffectual as my sister. If I find myself in a similar situation with my future in-laws, I will confront them fiercely. If I prevail, I shall take charge. If not, I shall seek another family." Zeng Dali pondered, what has this daughter been learning in school? Yet he felt a sense of admiration for her spirit. She truly resembled her father. Zeng Jianguo, relieved from bearing the blame, chimed in, "Oh, little sister, your words carry such boldness. However, whether such declarations will secure a suitable family remains uncertain." Both Zeng Dali and Zeng Jianguo turned to him, their eyes brimming with unspoken threats. Zeng Jianguo raised his hand and lightly slapped his own face, exclaiming, "It is my fault for speaking out of turn." He then hurriedly made his exit. Distracted by this incident, Zeng Dali forgot to discuss the tutoring arrangements with Zeng Jianguo. After breakfast, he headed to the train station to purchase tickets, while Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Xinguo went to the bank to withdraw cash. In those days, when the internet was not yet widespread, passbooks were handwritten and did not support remote withdrawals, so they had to carry cash for their purchases. In a brief note to fellow readers, I must clarify that my earlier writing contained an error. In the early 1980s, remote cash withdrawals were not supported, hence the initial procurement was solely in cash. The previous chapters have been amended accordingly. Zheng Shuqin withdrew 8,000 yuan from the bank, and Zeng Xinguo stared at the substantial sum with wide eyes, for he had never encountered such wealth throughout his life. This was indeed 8,000 yuan. Zheng Shuqin carefully placed the money into her bag, wary of lingering outside, and hurried home with Zeng Xinguo. Zeng Dali arrived at the ticket counter and inquired about the train schedules. Upon learning that there was a train to Guang City departing at 9 o'clock that evening, he opted for this timing. This way, they would arrive a day earlier in Guang City and conserve travel time. After purchasing the tickets, Zeng Dali visited the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some pastries for the journey. He also acquired several packets of instant noodles, which, at that time, were considered a luxury snack, costing 4 jiao per pack. Returning home with these provisions, Zeng Dali found Zheng Shuqin and the others already busy packing. He shared some of the snacks he had purchased with the children, allowing them to take a portion along. Jindi, having never tasted instant noodles before, was utterly fascinated, eager to savor every morsel. Zeng Dali observed, shaking his head, decades later, instant noodles would be deemed junk food, yet in this era of scarcity, they were a coveted treat for many. Zeng Dali revealed the train ticket. "To save time, I bought tickets for the 9 o'clock train tonight. We shall depart this evening. If you have completed your packing, you may rest in the room for a while. Sleep on the train will be difficult." Upon hearing they were to leave that night, Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Xinguo hastened their efforts. Once they finished, they instructed Zeng Jianguo and Zeng Jianguo to keep an eye on the house and to wait for their return if any issues arose. Both nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, as Zeng Dali was catching up on sleep, he was suddenly disturbed by a commotion outside. The voices sounded like Lu Xiaomei's, and Zeng Dali felt a pang of irritation. This family's disputes seemed never-ending. Sun Jinhai was truly spineless, dragging out the divorce proceedings to the present day, disturbing everyone's peace. Initially reluctant to intervene, Zeng Dali felt compelled to don his clothes and step outside upon hearing the cries from the Sun couple. With most of the men at work, the remaining residents of the compound were predominantly women and children, having gathered around the scene. Chen Sufan, with her loud voice and kind heart, confronted Lu Xiaomei. "What are you doing, Lu Xiaomei? Are you taking advantage of Jinhai's absence to bully his elderly parents?" A number of Lu Xiaomei's relatives stood nearby, and one individual seemed increasingly familiar to Zeng Dali. Upon hearing Chen Sufan's remark, Lu Xiaomei retorted angrily, "Chen Sufan, mind your own business and stop meddling. Which of your eyes witnessed me mistreating them? Since they incited Sun Jinhai to divorce me, all the family assets were acquired by me. What right do they have to object to my taking them?" Others remained silent, and it seems only you are vocal. "Let me tell you, my decision to divorce Sun Jinhai is partially due to instigators like you. Perhaps your own dissatisfaction with life breeds contempt for others' happiness. People like you deserve to suffer greatly." Hearing this, Chen Sufan was infuriated. She was no pushover either. With a spitting sound, she retorted, "Lu Xiaomei, it is Sun Jinhai who wishes to divorce you. It has nothing to do with me. Don't you dare heap your filth upon me. I swear, if you continue to babble nonsense, I will silence you." Lu Xiaomei, aware of Chen Sufan's fierce nature, instinctively recoiled at her words. Chapter 85, The Television Dispute. Lu Xiaomei, feeling her authority diminish, sought to regain her composure and remarked, "Chen Sufan, aside from your loud voice and brutishness, what else do you offer? It's no wonder Yang Tian would choose a tomboy like you. Any other man would hardly glance your way. I usually refrain from stooping to your level. Do you truly believe I fear you?" A woman standing next to her, bearing a sharp expression, interjected, "Enough, sister. Why waste breath on such a person? Let us swiftly move the belongings we need. I took time off today to accompany you." This woman bore a striking resemblance to Lu Xiaomei, and Zeng Dali suddenly recognized her as the one who had maliciously damaged clothes to facilitate returns when they sold garments at the textile factory. What had his colleagues called her? Lu Xiaohua, was it? Moreover, during a previous altercation between Zheng Shuqin and Lu Xiaomei had claimed that the slander about their family's Ichio had originated from her sister. Zeng Dali had initially intended to avoid involvement as he was heading to Guangshi for supplies, yet upon seeing Lu Xiaohua, old grievances surged within him. He whispered a few words to Zeng Xinghua, who nodded promptly and rode off on his newly purchased bicycle, leaving the chaotic compound unnoticed. Upon hearing Lu Xiaohua's words, Lu Xiaomei ceased her quarrel with Chen Sufan. She had come at this hour knowing all the men in the compound would be at work, allowing her to take what she wished without opposition. Lu Xiaomei addressed the elderly couple of the Sun family. "If you two possess any sense, step aside quickly. These belongings are joint property between Sun Jinhai and me. They concern you not at all." Naturally, Grandma Sun objected. "Joint property? After all these years of marriage, you have never lifted a finger in our household. Everything here was purchased with Jinhai's earnings. You have no claim whatsoever. If you still possess any shame, swiftly obtain your divorce certificate from Jinhai, and do not bully us, the elderly, just because he is not home." Lu Xiaomei, dismissively, replied, "I would gladly apply for a divorce certificate, provided Sun Jinhai compensates me generously. I could do so immediately." Upon uttering her intent to retrieve the television from her home, Old Lady Sun resolutely obstructed the way, declaring, "You wish to touch my son's belongings? Only over my dead body." With that, she fiercely guarded the television, which was their family's most valuable possession. In this era, televisions remained a luxury, not easily attainable even for those employed at the machinery factory in their community. A 14-inch black and white television cost around 500 yuan, while a 17-inch model approached 700 yuan. Color televisions were even more exorbitant, starting at a minimum of 1,500 yuan, necessitating 2 years of frugal living just to save enough from a salary. The Zeng family had yet to afford a television. Witnessing Old Lady Sun's steadfast defense of the television, Lu Xiaomei, in a heated exchange, rebuked her, "You old hag, your eyesight is failing. What do you need to watch television for? This set cost me over 500 yuan, and since Sun Jinhai refused to pay me, I had no choice but to use this television as collateral." The two women grappled over the device, neither yielding. Despite her age, Old Lady Sun's strength remained formidable from years of agricultural labor, while Lu Xiaomei, though youthful and vigorous, had led a life of relative comfort alongside Sun Jinhai. rendering her less resilient. Amidst their tussle, a young man nearby, anxious about the unfolding scene, interjected, "Hold on. This is a television worth several hundred yuan. If you break it, who will compensate me?" Xiaohua said that in order to marry her, I must have a television. The speaker was none other than Lu Xiaomei's nephew, Lu Baoan. The onlookers suddenly grasped that Lu Xiaomei's visit to claim belongings was primarily for her nephew's sake. Everyone in the vicinity was aware of Sun Jinhai's disdain for Lu Xiaomei's relentless support of her family and nephew, which had precipitated their impending divorce. It was astonishing that even at such a juncture, Lu Xiaomei sought to extract benefits from the Sun family for her nephew, seemingly neglecting her own daughter's welfare. In an instant, murmurs of disapproval arose regarding Lu Xiaomei. Feeling the heat of the crowd's judgment, she retorted with indignation, "What do you all understand? He is my own nephew, sharing my surname and bloodline. In the future, I will rely on our Baoan." She dismissed her daughters, saying, "Those girls are of little use. Once married, they become part of another family." Zeng Dali could no longer contain his sarcasm, responding, "You claim that married daughters are like spilled water, yet you too are spilled water. Why do you still cling to your family? After all these years married to the Sun family, you still reach out to your own. It's no wonder Jinhai wishes to divorce you. Frankly, you deserve it." Lu Xiaomei, taken aback by Zeng Dali's presence, felt a twinge of fear. Yet with her family members around, she found courage. Stiffening her neck, she shot back, "Didn't your daughter get divorced too? And isn't she living back at her family's? What right do you have to mock me?" However, Lu Xiaohua, who was beside her, felt somewhat guilty upon seeing Zeng Dali and intentionally lowered her head, tugging at Lu Xiaomei's sleeve, and said, "All right, sister, perhaps you should say a little less. If we can take this, let's take it. If we truly cannot, we shouldn't make fools of ourselves here." Lu Baoan, who was nearby, interjected, "That won't do. My aunt has promised me that she would give me the television. If I can't bring it back today, my engagement with Xiaohua is bound to fall through. Who among you will pay for a new one for me?" He finished, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Lu Xiaomei and Lu Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei lowered her voice and replied, "Where do I have any money left? Haven't I given you enough over the years? If it weren't for you, Sun Jinhai wouldn't have divorced me." Lu Xiaohua quickly added, "I paid your bride price, 800 yuan. That would suffice even for marrying a golden nugget. I have no extra money to give you. Your uncle has already said that if I continue to support my family, he will throw me out." Lu Xiaohua, with children of her own, was also working at the textile factory thanks to her in-laws' arrangement. She had no desire for divorce. Zeng Dali, hearing their conversation, scoffed, "My daughter is different from yours. Even if she were to divorce, I could support her for a lifetime. Unlike you, who, on the brink of divorce, is being forced to sneak into her in-laws' house to steal. Rest assured, I have already reported this to the police. I believe the officers will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei and Lu Xiaohua's faces turned pale instantly. Chapter 86. Reporting to the police last time, Zeng Dali almost called the police, and now he was using the same tactic to threaten her. Lu Xiaomei, filled with anger, retorted, "What does this have to do with your family, Zeng Dali? As a man, why are you meddling in others' affairs?" Zeng Dali laughed scornfully. "What do you mean by meddling? I am acting out of justice. I am a soldier by training, and even though I am now retired, safeguarding the lives and property of the people remains my unyielding duty. You are negotiating a divorce with Sun Jinhai, yet you take advantage of his absence to raid his home for belongings. To put it mildly, that is akin to petty theft. To put it more seriously, it is breaking and entering. We all disapprove of you bullying two elderly people. What is wrong with calling the police?" Zeng Dali's words left Lu Xiaomei speechless. Lu Xiaohua, witnessing this, hurriedly suggested, "Sister, let us leave quickly. If the police really come, it would be a great embarrassment. You are already in a divorce battle with Sun Jinhai and do not fear disgrace, but I cannot afford to let my family know. My life would certainly become unbearable." Lu Xiaomei, upon hearing this, felt another surge of anger. What did she mean by not fearing disgrace? The reason she had reached the point of divorce with Sun Jinhai was entirely due to her family. Lu Xiaohua, her own sister, should not speak to her in such a manner. Before the sisters could begin to argue, the police arrived, riding bicycles, with Zeng Jianguo following closely behind. The lead officer entered and immediately inquired, "Who is causing a disturbance? Who has entered someone else's home to take their belongings while the family is away?" Upon witnessing the police's arrival, Lu Xiaomei's face turned ashen. Old Master Sun and Old Madam Sun appeared as if they had seen a savior, particularly old Madam's son, who, through tears and an abundance of snot, addressed the officers. "Comrade police, my former daughter-in-law attempted to steal our valuable possessions while my son was away. Look, this television is one of the items they forcibly took from our home." Upon hearing this, the station chief turned to Lu Xiaomei and inquired, "Is what this elder stateswoman claims accurate? Are you indeed her former daughter-in-law? Did you plan to remove their valuables while her son was absent?" Lu Xiaomei hastily shook her head, asserting, "No, comrade police, I am still married to Sun Jinhai. All the belongings were acquired during our marriage, and I have a rightful share. It cannot be deemed theft." Old Madam's son retorted with disdain, "How dare you claim these items are yours? For years, everyone in the compound knows you have never held a job. Where did you acquire the funds to purchase such things?" "My son is a formal employee at the machinery factory, earning a mere 78 yuan each month. Every item in this household was purchased with my son's earnings. You must understand, this woman, throughout our marriage, has been siphoning off my son's money to support her family. It was only when my son could no longer endure her that he sought divorce. Who could have predicted that before the divorce was finalized, she would return with her relatives to seize our possessions? She took that television to provide for her nephew's wedding. What sin have we committed to deserve such a daughter-in-law? Comrade police, you must advocate for us." The officers, having listened to the domestic squabbles, noted that since Lu Xiaomei and Sun Jinhai were not yet divorced, her taking items from the house did not constitute a significant offense. However, given that the situation had escalated to the police station, they felt obliged to intervene. "Madam," one officer stated, "since you are pursuing divorce, the division of property must be addressed. What is this about you taking things from the home while your husband is away?" With both parties presenting their arguments, the officer concluded, "You both have your reasons, so I will require you to accompany me to the station to document your statements." Lu Xiaomei, biting her lip in frustration, remained silent, knowing she could not contest the officer's directive. The police were aware of the relative affluence of the residents in the machinery factory's compound. Thus, they conducted a brief inquiry into the Sun family's circumstances. The neighbors, eager to share their insights, recounted their observations. Lu Xiaomei, known for her sharp tongue and pretentious airs, found no allies in her time of need. Ultimately, both Old Master and Old Madam's son were taken by the police. As the crowd dispersed, having lost interest in the unfolding drama, Chen Sufan quietly turned to Zeng Dali and asked, "Dali, do you think this might be going too far? Why would you involve the police?" Zeng Dali shrugged, replying, "I didn't intend for it to escalate, but Lu Xiaomei has been causing turmoil every few days. There hasn't been a moment of peace in our compound. The incessant commotion had persisted for quite some time, and I was thoroughly exasperated. Moreover, we simply could not stand idly by while they carried away the television. Such a device costs several hundred, and if they were to take it, Jinhai would never be able to reclaim it. Yet, as outsiders, it would be inappropriate for us to meddle in their family affairs, leaving us with no choice but to alert the authorities. Even if they reached an understanding in the end, our intentions would have been noble. As for whether they would appreciate our efforts, that was beyond my concern." Chen Sufan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "You are right. I, too, am weary of their incessant bickering. I doubt there is anyone in our entire residential compound who is not annoyed. However, when we heard Aunt Sun's plea for help, we could not turn a blind eye. I believe reporting to the police is the most prudent course of action." The more Chen Sufan contemplated the situation, the more she admired Zeng Dali's handling of the matter. Zeng Dali exchanged a few more casual remarks with Chen Sufan before retreating to his room. After such a disturbance, he could hardly expect to sleep, so he meticulously checked his luggage, ensuring he had packed all the necessary items before feeling at ease. By evening, when the Sun couple had yet to return, Zeng Dali was unconcerned, assuming they would not resolve matters until Sun Jinhai finished work. Zeng Dali had no time to deal with their domestic issues. He had accompanied Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Xinghua to the train station. Throughout the journey, Zeng Xinghua appeared particularly exhilarated, even more talkative than usual. Fearing they might miss the train, they arrived quite early, and it was nearly an hour before ticket checks commenced. All three presented their identification and boarded the train without incident, with Zeng Dali having purchased seats in close proximity, which provided a degree of convenience and ensured their funds remained relatively secure. However, despite this, Zeng Dali did not dare to be complacent, for he carried nearly all of their family's possessions and was counting on this money to generate returns. Yet, despite his vigilance, Zeng Dali soon found himself the target of someone else's gaze. From the moment they boarded, a man seated not far from them fixated on the bag Zeng Dali held. Judging by the man's demeanor, Zeng Dali surmised that his bag contained a considerable sum of money. The man's gaze was overly avaricious and intense, prompting Zeng Dali to turn abruptly, catching the man off guard. The man quickly lowered his head, realizing that Zeng Dali had reacted with remarkable quickness, exhibiting a certain sharpness akin to that of a trained officer. Zeng Dali discerned that he was likely dealing with a pickpocket. He casually placed his bag on the seat, though it appeared haphazardly placed, making it difficult for anyone to reach. Once settled, Zeng Dali whispered a few words to Zeng Jianguo, causing him to become noticeably anxious. Zeng Dali reassured him, "With me around, you need not worry. Such individuals do not dare to act brazenly unless we are asleep. Therefore, we shall take turns resting to ensure that at least two of us remain awake." Zeng Jianguo nodded, feeling more secure with his father by his side. That night, the three of them remained awake, and the pickpocket, seeing no opportunity, disembarked at the next stop early the following morning. Zeng Dali exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, this represented their entire fortune, leaving no room for any misstep. After a night of turmoil, hunger gnawed at them, and on the train, meals were offered for sale at a reasonable price, approximately 30 cents per serving, without the need for ration tickets. There were also pricier options, such as braised pork and braised spare ribs served with rice, costing 50 cents. Zeng Dali had given away most of the instant noodles he purchased to Jean D and Yi Qiu as snacks, hardly enough to satiate the three of them. Consequently, Zeng Dali spent 90 cents to procure 3 boxed meals and filled a large container with hot water, which was complimentary and available for their enjoyment. However, they were cautious not to indulge excessively, as frequent trips to the restroom would be required. With the modest amount of money they had, they preferred to remain seated as much as possible. For Zeng Dali and Zeng Jianguo, a single boxed meal was hardly sufficient to quell their hunger, but at least it provided some sustenance to stave off starvation. Compared to others who carried dry buns or flatbreads, they were fortunate indeed. One should not underestimate the significance of those 30 cents. Not everyone could afford such an expense. In those times, a pound of rice cost merely 15 cents, and 30 cents could buy 2 pounds, enough to feed a family for 2 days. The subsequent 2 days passed relatively smoothly, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. By the time they arrived in Guangzhou, it was already the evening of the 3rd day. After a 2-day and 3-night train journey, even with their agile limbs, they felt a certain numbness in their bodies. Once they disembarked, they stretched their legs before exiting the train station. The chaos within the train station was even more pronounced than that on the train, and Zeng Dali remained vigilant. They hurried towards the inn where they had previously stayed. This was a privately run establishment, offering better conditions than state-owned goose houses, albeit at a slightly higher price. Arriving late, Zeng Dali was uncertain whether there would be any available rooms. Fortunately, their trip was not in vain. The small inn had not yet reached full occupancy. After presenting their letters of introduction and identification, the proprietor warmly escorted them to their room. Zeng Dali had stayed there not long ago, and the owner recognized him, allowing Zeng Dali to inquire about some useful information. The conditions of the inn were not as favorable as those that would emerge decades later. It predominantly featured rooms accommodating 24 individuals, and the three of them opted for one room. Being away from home, there was little to fuss over, especially since they possessed a considerable amount of money, allowing them to make do. Once their check-in was completed, they took turns bathing, as the weather had turned quite warm, particularly in the south, where the air was not only hot but also humid, leaving them feeling damp and uncomfortable. Perhaps due to insufficient rest on the train, the group slept exceptionally well that night. The following morning, the trio rose early. Zeng Dali treated Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo to a simple breakfast before heading to Gaudi Street. Their first destination was the shop owned by Tian Rong, who was busy attending to customers. Upon turning around, he spotted Zeng Dali and the others. Initially, Tian Rong thought he might be mistaken and rubbed his eyes vigorously before exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, it's Brother Dali and Sister Shuqin. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Didn't you just take some goods from me not long ago? Is business not going well? There is no need for concern. I have recently acquired several new styles that you may wish to peruse. As long as it does not impede my secondary sales, I am more than willing to facilitate exchanges." Although Tian Rong is a businesswoman, her demeanor is refreshingly candid, devoid of the typical mercenary attitude often associated with her trade. This is precisely why Zeng Dali is inclined to procure goods from her establishment. With a smile, Zeng Dali remarked, "We are not here to return items. The styles of your garments are simply exquisite and reasonably priced, and we have sold out. We are considering acquiring another batch, so please attend to your other customers. We are in no rush." Upon hearing these words, Tianrong was overjoyed. She wished neither to neglect Zeng Dali and her companions nor to lose her current clientele. Hastily, she invited Zeng Dali and her party into the room, while she warmly attended to the other guests. Perhaps spurred by Zeng Dali's earlier comments, a hesitant customer suddenly purchased 20 pieces of clothing from her, likely intending to resell them, just as Zeng Dali's group would. Once Tianrong had concluded her tasks, she entered the room. Previously, it had been only Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin who visited, but this time, a young man accompanied them. Judging by his age and appearance, Tianrong surmised he was likely the son of the two. She lavished praise upon Zeng Jianguo, making him blush slightly. Noticing his embarrassment, Tianrong deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "When did you arrive? It hasn't been a month since your last purchase. It appears your business is thriving." The previous batch of clothing had primarily been sold by Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo, making them more informed than Zeng Dali about the situation. Both are straightforward individuals, answering Tianrong's questions with honesty. Learning of their successful business brought her joy, as their prosperity would ensure continued patronage of her shop. When Zeng Dali sensed their conversation had reached a suitable pause, she interjected, "All right, our time is limited. Tianjia, do you have any new clothing styles available? Let us take a look. If there are suitable options, we should finalize our selections quickly, as we cannot linger in Guangzhou for too long." Tianrong understood that Zeng Dali held a formal job and had likely taken leave to visit Guangzhou, so she did not wish to delay them. She promptly retrieved several new tops for them to examine. "Behold these garments. They are the latest styles from Xinjiang and Europe and America. Some designs, I dare say, may not even be found in Guangzhou, let alone in the north." Zeng Dali's eyes lit up upon seeing the clothes Tianrong presented, though she noted that some were more suited for spring. After calculating the time, she deemed them appropriate. Chapter 88. Purchasing gifts as we enter early July. Although we have yet to reach the peak of summer heat, the common folk are keen on frugality. Once the sultry days have passed, they perceive buying summer clothing as wasteful. However, purchasing autumn garments seems acceptable, as a slight drop in temperature allows for their immediate use, thus extending the wear time. Tianrong presented them with a considerable selection of clothing, including several dresses that, compared to the previous batch, exhibit a greater sense of style. Among them were floral patterns as well as checkered designs, featuring round necklines and collared options. The skirts were relatively wider, cinched at the waist, with two styles even adorned with belts. In this era, it is undeniable that these garments remain timeless, even a decade or more into the future. Among the latest collection, the dresses proved to be the most sought-after styles, prompting Zeng Dali to select several options immediately. Additionally, there were men's suits, distinct from the Zhongshan suit, predominantly styled as blazers in common shades of gray and blue, featuring a loose cut that looks appealing even when worn open. Zeng Dali recalled that in just 2 years, such suits would become exceedingly fashionable, reflecting the influence of the reform and opening up policy, where loose-fitting attire symbolized a liberation of thought. Moreover, the array of clothing presented by Tianrong included knitted sweaters, turtlenecks, jeans, fitness pants, and navy shirts. The knitted sweaters came in both pullovers and cardigans, showcasing a vibrant palette, some adorned with jacquard or striped patterns, and sleeves embellished with ruffles or lantern shapes, making them both warm and stylish for layering or wearing alone. Even Zheng Shuqin was captivated at first glance, immediately finding a piece that appealed to her. Zeng Jianguo scrutinized a pair of jeans, commenting on their attractive design and sturdy fabric. However, he noted a worn patch at the hem and inquired if there were any new ones available. Tianrong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear child, this is indeed new. These are called jeans, which not only come as pants, but also include tops. The distressed look at the hem is intentional, not a flaw. This is the latest style imported from Western countries, and when paired with a white shirt, it truly looks splendid. It is perfect for young people like you. Just imagine walking through a university campus in these." Feeling somewhat embarrassed for his misunderstanding, Zeng Jianguo lowered his head, while Zeng Dali discreetly patted his back, signaling that it was nothing to be ashamed of. He had brought him along to broaden his horizons. Receiving this subtle encouragement, Zeng Jianguo resumed contemplating the new clothing options. Meanwhile, Zheng Shuqin picked up a pair of fitness pants, exclaiming in surprise, "The elasticity of these pants is astonishing. They appear so slim, yet they can stretch to accommodate a thigh. Tianrong was amused by the exchange between the two women, laughing heartily as she said, "Sister Shuqin, you truly have a way with words. These are called fitness pants. Currently, aerobics is all the rage in Western countries. I heard about a fitness star from Hollywood named Jane Fonda who showcased an aerobics program on television. Everyone is embracing fitness now, and these pants are quite popular in Europe and America. They have remarkable elasticity, with a design that allows them to fit individuals weighing anywhere from a few dozen to 200 pounds. Moreover, they cling to the body warmly, making them ideal for winter wear, especially in the colder northern regions where they provide significant warmth. The so-called fitness pants later became known as footed pants, and by the late 1980s to early 1990s, they enjoyed immense popularity among people of all ages. Zeng Dali found the clothing recommended by Tianrong to be quite appealing. However, they were constrained by their budget and could not afford to purchase every item. After much deliberation, they decided to use half of their funds to procure 7 or 8 styles of dresses, while also allocating 1,500 yuan to acquire several items that had previously sold well. Additionally, they spent 2,000 yuan on some new autumn pieces. Tianrong was pleased to see that their purchases had increased by 50% compared to their last visit, and he promptly gifted them a few garments. Altogether, the quantity of clothing amassed had reached approximately 700 or 800 pieces, making it impractical for them to carry everything back as they had done previously. Consequently, Zeng Dali decided to arrange for shipping. However, packing the clothes would require some time, so this time, Zeng Dali and his family did not assist. Instead, they took Zeng Jianguo on a leisurely stroll through the streets of Guangshi. Since they were in Guangshi, Zeng Dali wished to expose his son to the world beyond their usual confines. With 500 yuan still in hand, after accounting for the return trip and shipping costs, he also planned to bring back some gifts for their family. Thus, the family of 3 began to wander about. As they passed by a state-run department store, they decided to take a look inside. Zeng Dali was drawn to a plush toy, a charming little rabbit. He smiled and remarked, "This is lovely. Our Jindi would surely adore it." Zheng Shuqin glanced at the price tag, expressing her discontent. "You are quite generous. This little toy costs 3 yuan and 50 cents, which could buy nearly 3 jin of meat." Zeng Dali chuckled in response, "But they are not comparable. The meat is consumed and gone, whereas this toy will provide joy for a long time. Besides, Jindi has faced many hardships at the Qian family. She lacks many things that others possess. Now that she is part of our family, as her grandfather, I want to ensure she does not feel envious of others." Seeing his determination to purchase the toy, Zheng Shuqin did not object and even assisted him in choosing additional items. Zeng Dali also bought Zeng Jianguo a thermal lunchbox adorned with cartoon designs and a canister of malted milk powder, which was considered a premium nutritional product in that era. After selecting a considerable assortment, he turned to Zeng Jianguo, who stood nearby, and inquired, "Since we rarely venture out, why don't you choose something for yourself? I'll cover the cost." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo was taken aback, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the generosity. The mere fact that his parents had brought him out to experience the world was already a treat, considering the substantial cost of round-trip tickets. He had no job and felt it inappropriate to ask his parents for gifts on top of that. Rubbing his hands together, he replied, "Dad, I'm quite grown now. I don't need any gifts. Just buy something for my little sister and Jindi. However, I have heard that there are many delicious foods in Guangshi. If possible, we should try some." Zeng Jianguo was a sensible child, and Zeng Dali, unlike in previous times, did not overlook him, since he merely desired to sample some tasty cuisine. Zeng Dali readily agreed. After settling the bill, they took Zeng Jianguo and Zheng Shuqin to a private restaurant. Zeng Jianguo found it quite fascinating. In their northern region, only state-run establishments existed, and he was surprised to discover a restaurant that could operate independently, complete with exceptionally courteous staff. Unlike the aloof demeanor often found in state-run eateries, where servers would dismissively respond to inquiries, the atmosphere here was welcoming. However, during their meal, Zeng Dali suddenly conceived an idea. Chapter 89. Supporting him in culinary arts in a bid to allow Zeng Jianguo to savor the local delicacies, they sought out a restaurant renowned for its regional specialties. They ordered a nourishing old fire soup, an assortment of 8 treasure vegetarian dishes, a clay pot of flour-carved chicken, and a Cantonese roast goose, along with 3 servings of rice. Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Dali couldn't help but smirk at the exuberance with which Zeng Dali placed the order, as if this meal were the culmination of all his days. After placing the order, Zeng Dali, Noticing the identical expressions on the mother and son's faces, chuckled and explained. It's a rare occasion for us to be here. We ought to indulge in the local flavors. These dishes are the chef's signature offerings. Once we return to our small town, such delights will be scarce. My work keeps me busy, and who knows when we might return. Zeng Dali ordered so many dishes partly because they had not eaten sufficiently on the train. Money exists to be spent. If he were to live as frugally as in his previous life, only to succumb to illness in the end, what meaning would there be in reliving it? Zheng Shuqin remained silent, as the order was already placed, and she felt a pang of desire. Particularly recalling the Cantonese roast goose she had savored previously, it lingered in her thoughts for days. Unfortunately, such delicacies were not available locally, and even if state-run restaurants offered roast goose, they could not replicate the authentic Cantonese flavor. Zeng Jianguo, intrigued by the private establishment, glanced around and inquired, "Dad, how can this restaurant be privately owned?" Zeng Dali replied with a smile, "Why shouldn't there be private ownership? The southern regions have already embraced reform and opening up. Many enterprises are no longer under state control. Businesses thrive best when run for oneself. That's how it works in Western countries. Didn't our chief architect say that it doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat? This area is merely a pilot for reform. We haven't implemented it back home yet. Just wait, in a few years. Private restaurants will emerge in the north as well, and perhaps in a few decades, they will all be privately owned." Zeng Jianguo listened in astonishment. Realizing this was beyond his expectations, a spark of inspiration struck Zeng Dali as he glanced at Zeng Jianguo. "Jianguo, let me ask you, are you interested in cooking?" Zeng Jianguo responded, somewhat taken aback, "Dad, what do you mean by that?" Lowering his voice, Zeng Dali continued, "Look at how many private restaurants have sprung up in the South. What I mean is, if you are interested in culinary arts, you should focus on learning it. When the time comes and policies permit, we could open a restaurant together. You could be the head chef. What do you think?" Zeng Jianguo felt a rush of excitement at the prospect. He had been troubled by work-related issues lately, and the idea of owning a restaurant made him feel like a small boss, something he had never dared to dream before. "Dad, is that really possible? But I'm afraid I might not learn well because I'm clumsy." Zeng Dali disagreed. "You haven't even tried yet. How can you say you won't learn? You must believe that when one door closes, another window will surely open. I observe your keen interest in culinary arts. Upon my return, I shall endeavor to seek connections, hoping to find a skilled master who may guide you in this pursuit. Should you truly acquire this craft, it would provide you with a lifelong means of sustenance. And I shall invest in your endeavors. Even if the venture does not flourish, acquiring a skill will undoubtedly serve you well." Zheng Shuqin, witnessing the conversation, chimed in, "Dear child, what are you hesitating for? Just days ago, you were troubled by work-related matters. Now, your father has illuminated such a promising path for you. Do not be ungrateful." Among the children in the household, once, Zeng Dali favored Zeng Jianguo, while Zheng Shuqin held a preference for Zeng Jianguo. She always perceived Zeng Jianguo as earnest and somewhat naive, fearing he might be taken advantage of, thus she tended to him more closely. However, as Zeng Dali was the head of the family, Zheng Shuqin refrained from overtly favoring her second son. Upon hearing Zheng Shuqin's words, Zeng Jianguo promptly expressed, "Thank you, father. I am eager to learn. If I manage to open a restaurant and earn money, I will honor both you and mother." Having experienced the tribulations of the past, Zeng Dali no longer harbored expectations of filial piety from his children. He merely hoped they would not stray morally, unlike Zeng Jianguo, who had become utterly depraved. "Enough," he said. "Do not attempt to display your filial sentiments before me and your mother. I am not swayed by your empty promises. As long as you commit to your studies and can lead a good life in the future, your mother and I will feel at ease." Reflecting on the past, Zeng Dali felt a sense of guilt that Zeng Jianguo had not been able to marry due to Zeng Jianguo's overseas escapades. In the twilight years of his life, while Zeng Jianguo might not have been exemplary in his devotion, he still managed to prepare meals for him, ensuring he was not left hungry, which made him the most commendable among the children. Thus, in this lifetime, Zeng Dali devoted himself most attentively to Zeng Jianguo, teaching him the intricacies of business and social etiquette, exposing him to the world. As for how he would ultimately develop, that was beyond Zeng Dali's control. Soon, the dishes they ordered arrived, and Zeng Dali first served Zheng Shuqin before beginning his meal. Observing this, Zeng Jianguo also served Zeng Dali some roasted goose, saying, "Father, you have worked hard, please eat more." Zeng Dali acknowledged with a grunt, and then focused on his meal, feeling an inexplicable urge to weep. Yet, he chastised himself for being overly sentimental. Merely a serving of food should not evoke tears, deeming himself a failure as a father. All three were adults, and at their most voracious, they consumed the meal, one dish accompanied by 3 bowls of rice, until nothing remained. Zeng Jianguo even patted his belly, a gesture that spoke volumes of his fullness. After settling the bill, Zeng Dali noted the hour was late and led them back to Gaudi Street. Tian Rome was bustling with activity. Upon seeing them return, she swiftly remarked, "You may need to wait a while. The quantity of clothing you ordered is substantial, and I must carefully inspect everything before packing it." Known for her meticulousness in business, Tian Rome was keen to avoid any quality issues that could jeopardize her future collaboration with Zeng Dali and his family. Zeng Dali responded with a smile. "We are in no rush. Sister Tian, your attention to detail in business is admirable, and we must learn from you. Jianguo, your Aunt Tian is overwhelmed on her own. You should assist her with the packing. If possible, let us strive to return home tonight, allowing us a day to rest once we arrive. Moreover, I cannot shake the unease of leaving your sister and younger sister at home with the children. Despite the presence of Zeng Jianguo, who is out early and back late with the bus, I find little comfort in relying on him should any trouble arise." Upon hearing this, Zeng Jianguo hastily set aside what he was doing to aid in the packing. Zeng Dali's foreboding was not misplaced. Indeed, there had been a mishap at home in his absence. Chapter 90. Encountering a swindler, Zeng Jianguo was earnest and efficient in his work, and with his help, Tian Rong's packing speed doubled. As they packed, Tian Rong engaged Zeng Jianguo in conversation, and inadvertently, they discussed the lunch from that day. Zeng Jianguo praised, "The cuisine in Guang City is quite distinctive. Its flavors are subtle and differ greatly from our northern dishes." Noticing his interest in the food, Tian Rong remarked, "I have heard from my elders that our ancestors were imperial chefs, and they left behind a cookbook. If you are interested in cooking, you may take a look at it." Zeng Jianguo was taken aback by this revelation, while Zeng Dali suddenly stood up and inquired, "Sister Tian, is that truly the case?" Startled by his abrupt movement, Tian Rong placed a hand on her chest and replied, "Whether it is true or not, I cannot say. That was many years ago, and the truth is elusive. However, I have had that cookbook in my family since I can remember, though a few pages have been nibbled away by mice, rendering it incomplete. My mother once considered selling it as scrap, but I would not allow it, as it is a relic from our ancestors and serves as a cherished memory. If you do not mind, I could search for it when I return home." Zeng Dali quickly responded, "Sister Tian, if that is the case, we are immensely grateful to you. This child is solely focused on finding a job, but his education is lacking, and being honest has not led him to suitable employment. I had a sudden whim to have him learn a skill. Possessing that cookbook, regardless of its authenticity, would be beneficial for him to study when we return." Tian Rong nodded in agreement, noticing that she had nearly finished her tasks. She instructed Zeng Dali and the others to wait a moment before riding her bicycle home. After more than half an hour, Tian Rong returned, holding a thick cookbook, which featured both text and images. However, the pages were somewhat yellowed, and some of the handwriting had become illegible. Tian Rong, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "No one at home valued this cookbook, so it wasn't stored properly, and some parts have become damp, leading to some smudged text. However, I see that some recipes are quite detailed. Let the child take it home to study, treating it as a pastime." Zeng Dali took the cookbook from Tian Rong and inquired, "Sister Tian, how much is this? We would like to purchase it." Tian Rong waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What are you saying? It's merely a cookbook, and I cannot ascertain its authenticity. There is no need for money. Besides, it is missing pages and is yellowed. If you truly offered me money, I would hesitate to sell it." Tian Rong spoke the truth. This recipe had been in their family for many years, and it had never been given due attention. Had anyone truly valued this recipe, it would not have fallen into such disrepair. Originally, her mother intended to sell it as scrap, yet Tian Rong, upon noticing it, deliberately set it aside. In their possession, it served little purpose. Had it been a royal court's culinary manuscript in the hands of the Zeng family, it might have one day shone brightly, thus not entirely lost to obscurity. However, in their family, it was destined to become mere waste paper. Moreover, Tian Rong leaned towards the belief that this recipe was a forgery. She surmised it was, at best, a collection of traditional home-cooked dishes passed down through generations. How could she possibly accept money from Zeng Dali and the others? When Zeng Dali saw her adamant refusal to accept payment, he conceded, allowing Zheng Shuqin to place the items into the bag they had brought. Once everything was packed, Tianrong even kindly delivered the goods to the train station for them. Zeng Dali and Zheng Shuqin expressed their profound gratitude to Tianrong and promised that should they need to procure goods in the future, they would certainly return to her. After she departed, they arranged for the shipment of the goods and purchased return tickets. However, the seating arrangements were unfortunate this time, as the three of them were not seated together. Zeng Dali arranged for Zheng Shuqin and Zeng Jianguo to sit together while he took a seat a fair distance from them. Nevertheless, Zeng Dali felt no concern. Having invested most of their money in goods, there was no longer a need to be overly cautious about thieves. That night, Zeng Dali slept soundly. The next morning, he was awakened by a cacophony of voices. A middle-aged man was energetically promoting a family secret with a beaming smile. Fellow villagers, brothers and sisters, let me share a few words. I hail from the foot of the Debi Mountains, and my family has practiced medicine for generations. This is our ancestral formula for a bone-penetrating powder, passed down through 9 generations. It is a cure for chronic leg pain, rheumatism, and lumbar issues. Last month, a gentleman with a swollen knee couldn't walk, but after using my medicine for 3 days, he was back to work. There was also an elderly gentleman who had broken bones from a fall, lying in bed, awaiting death, but after using my medicine for less than half a month, he was able to walk vigorously. This formula is traditionally passed down to males only, but I am in urgent need of money. So I thought to save lives and accumulate virtue. Originally priced at 180, today it is just 80, as a gesture of friendship. I have only 10 portions, and if you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. As he spoke, he held up a yellowed cloth bag and extracted some brown powder, filling the carriage with a potent medicinal aroma. In these times, most were engaged in laborious work, and as age crept in, who did not suffer from aches and pains. Even if these individuals were unaffected, their family members were not exempt, leading to a surge of interest among the passengers. The man, noticing the crowd's reaction, turned to an older brother seated nearby and said, "Brother, feel this medicine. It contains powdered pangolin and tiger bone, and it works swiftly. Moreover, it is infused with over 30 varieties of wild herbs, soaked in aged liquor for 19 days. Effective in dispelling cold. While the drugs from hospitals merely alleviate pain, my medicine uproots the problem entirely. Should you find this to be ineffective, feel free to curse my ancestors for generations to come." The gentleman seated on the train appeared to suffer from chronic leg ailments, and the enticing offer indeed piqued his interest. He inquired, 80 yuan seems rather exorbitant. Might you consider lowering the price? The seller, sensing an opportunity, eagerly responded, "Oh, this price is already quite reasonable. The materials used are of exceptional quality. Were it not for my urgent need for funds while traveling, I would never part with it. I can see that you are genuinely interested in purchasing, and as practitioners of the healing arts, we value the opportunity to help others. Since fate has brought us together on this train, I shall offer it to you for 60 yuan, the lowest I can go." Such a ruse, if presented decades later, would hardly find credence. However, the early 1980s bore witness to a populace still imbued with innocence. The train's transient nature and lax management provided fertile ground for such deceivers. Zeng Dali let out a sigh, reflecting on how the passengers aboard this train seemed perpetually ensnared in such schemes. As he observed the gentleman reaching for his wallet, Zeng Dali could not bear to watch him fall victim to the con, his mind racing for a solution.